On the day when the first family in the capital city assigned tasks to the miscellaneous disciples, you, who did not bribe the steward, were assigned to work in the library, thinking that you could reach the peak of life by relying on the martial arts secrets in the library. But unexpectedly, everyone present started to chuckle. The difference between the Tibetan scripture pavilion and the Tibetan book pavilion is like heaven and earth. The former is a collection of martial arts secret books, while the latter only contains books needed for enlightenment education. However, just as you looked at the bookshelf with despair, a mechanical voice sounded in your mind. Are you checking in at the bookshelf? You smiled with joy. Check in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique. A purple golden scripture, the 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique, appeared on the panel immediately, and you were excited. This is the legendary method that can make the body and soul immortal forever. At the next moment, the secret book turned into a purple golden light, directly drilling into your forehead, a large amount of information appearing in your mind. You closed your eyes and savored it carefully. After a long time, you have digested the basic content of the 9 Revolutions Golden Body Technique. Although you haven't changed much now, you are not in a hurry. It's not too late to start practicing again when you have the resources and conditions. The next day, you woke up early and came to the library, and the first thing you did was to sign in. Ding! The host has successfully checked in, and is rewarded with a bottle of body refining pill. The system prompt appeared on the panel, and at the same time, a bottle of pill appeared in the system space. With a thought, you check the introduction of the body refining pill. This is used to assist in body refining cultivation, which is very suitable for you. You looked pleased, and the system is indeed thoughtful. Knowing that you are currently lacking in cultivation resources, this bottle contains 20 pills, enough to supply you with cultivation for a period of time. Later, you come to a concealed location inside the book depository. Take off your outer garment, swallow a pill directly, assume the posture of practicing the 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique, and begin cultivation. Soon, the medicinal power was refined. You returned to a normal standing posture, exhaled a white turbid breath, feeling the strong sense of power in your body muscles. A smile appeared at the corner of your mouth. 9 Revolutions Golden Body Technique. First layer of the first revolution. I have to say that the effect of elixirs is very good. Without elixirs, if he wants to start practicing, relying solely on watermill skills, it would probably be extremely difficult. Several months have passed, and besides daily check-ins and cleaning, you have also reached the 8th level of the second transformation. By now, you have already felt that as your cultivation level increases, the speed of your cultivation also becomes slower and slower. Now, every time you advance one level, it takes several months. On this day, as you were cultivating, a strong sense of sorrow suddenly emerged from the Lin family. The family head was ambushed and killed by the Dogtooth tribe in Annan, and the patriarch was severely injured while trying to rescue him. The cries of the 10,000 soldiers of the southern garrison, who had their blood spilled on the battlefield, echoed throughout the Lin family. The Lin family is about to undergo a major change. You showed a slight reaction, but you didn't really think about investigating the matter. After all, your identity is just a lowly servant, and the affairs of the Lin family have nothing to do with you. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and a white-haired old man came to the library. He hunched over, nearing the end of his life, exuding a sense of lifelessness. He looked at you pretending to clean and asked, "Little brother, are you in charge of the book pavilion?" You nodded calmly, and you could tell that the old man's identity was not simple. There was a lingering death aura around him, and a strong forceful aura was emanating from him. This was a master. More precisely, a master on the brink of death from severe injuries. The old man also nodded. Without any intention of talking to you more, he moved a lounge chair and casually picked up a pile of books in the bookshelf, shaking and reading as if he was very interested. You frowned. Someone is here. You can't practice well. Very uncomfortable. And it seems that the old man doesn't plan to leave for a while today. As you might expect, the old man held a pile of books, reading all day until sunset without any intention of leaving. Darkness fell, and the old man stood up shakily, nodded at you, and walked out of the library. For some time afterwards, the old man would come to the study every morning on time, holding a pile of books. He would stay there all day, occasionally exchanging a few words with you. Only when it got dark would he leave, leaving you feeling overwhelmed and disrupting the rhythm of your cultivation in recent days. After the old man left late at night, you assumed a good posture to begin practicing. Suddenly, a gleam flashed in your eyes as you were earnestly practicing, and the next moment, your figure moved and disappeared on the spot. They say the ancestor of the Lin family is critically injured and on the verge of death, unable to even move, and it's unknown if it's true. This time, when we ambush him, if he is unharmed, We might not be able to escape. Two black-clad figures in nightclothes stealthily approached the book depository. One of them, with a hint of worry, was concerned about the imminent ambush of the ancestor of the Lin family, a figure who had already made a name for himself a century ago as a half-step martial king. Even though news had spread that the other party was critically injured and unable to move, he was still filled with apprehension. Whenever possible, he did not want to carry out this assassination mission. What's there to fear? The old man in the Lin family is old and seriously injured. That's a fact. This time, our task is to kill him. But if it's not feasible, at least we can assess the severity of his injuries. Now is the weakest time for the Lin family. Even if we are exposed later, there should be no problem in escaping. The other person in black shook his head, unconvinced. According to the news, that old man is always in the backyard at night, where the Lin family gathers. Only during the day does he come here to read. That's our perfect opportunity to take action. Let's lay an ambush here tonight, and we'll be almost certain to strike tomorrow. Their figures approached the book depository, intending to enter through the main door. Wait, the black-robed man in the lead suddenly spoke out. I suddenly felt a little jumpy, as if a great terror was approaching. And you know, my sixth sense has always been very acute. His eyes scanned from side to side in disbelief. That feeling of uneasiness was something that only appeared every time there was a life and death crisis. He felt strange. Right now, they were only ambushing in advance, and hadn't even begun to make a move on the Lin family's ancestor. It was reasonable to say that even if the Lin family's old ancestor was still strong, it was only right for the crisis in his heart to appear tomorrow morning. How come you're so far ahead this time? Did he have an enhanced sixth sense that allowed him to anticipate his situation tomorrow so far in advance? You feel uneasy? Really? It can't just be that you're afraid of surname Lin. A psychological effect, right? His companion wondered in disbelief. The more advanced the martial arts cultivator, the stronger the sixth sense, and his companion was gifted with a sixth sense beyond the ordinary. The average martial artist only has a sense of the lower level versus the same level, or reacts when a higher level killing opportunity is near. Unlike his companion, he was able to foresee the killing opportunity from an expert one level above him in advance. Ha! Nice induction. Just then, a faint, clear voice rang in the ears of the two black-clothed men, like someone lying down and whispering in their ears. Chapter 5, He's playing the tiger. Ha! Nice induction. The moment these words came out, the two black-clothed men first looked confused. Then instantly their scalps went numb, the hairs of sweat on their bodies stood on end, and an intense life and death crisis appeared in their minds. They were not able to perceive where the voice came from, and hastened back to back, drawing their greatswords from their hands, their eyes scanning the darkness warily. Soon they saw, in the darkness, a young man in a long blue coat with a clean face and hands behind his back was looking at them with an indifferent face. The teenager looked flat and didn't feel the slightest fluctuation in his cultivation breath. He stood there, extremely ordinary. Ordinary to the point that if this place wasn't special, late at night, no one else's presence except theirs, and encountered in a different environment, the two black-clothed men surely wouldn't have looked at him more than once themselves. But it was this ordinary teenager who was in the vague senses of the black-clothed man in the lead. That deadly crisis seemed to come from him. And, when did this teenager come behind them? They were at the innate sect master level, or high-grade sect masters with 7 levels of cultivation, and if it wasn't for the other party's voice, they were surprisingly unaware of it. The two black-clothed men looked at each other, both seeing a strong fear in each other's eyes. This teenager is so weird. What exactly is his origin? Could it be some old monster who has the ability to keep his face? To actually be able to appear beside us unknowingly and still make me feel mortal danger? Could it be the Lin family's hidden clan protector? Sovereign 8th, or 9th? The two black-clothed men were extremely vigilant in their minds. The muscles of their entire body were taut, and the true chi within them flowed extremely fast, ready to explode at any time. Who are you? A man in black snapped in a deep voice. Me? It's just an ordinary handyman from the Lin family who looks after the book depository. Chui slowly opened his mouth without the slightest change in his expression, his voice flat and natural. It was as if the two men in black weren't thugs with another agenda, just two usual strangers who came to him for directions. The handyman who looks after the book depository? The corners of the leader's black-clothed man's mouth twitched and his face sank in disbelief, feeling that Chui was treating him like a retard. Who the hell could tell him what kind of handyman would be able to stand behind them unknowingly? After seeing the two of them, who were obviously dressed as miscreants, they were still calm and collected, with their hands behind their backs, and their masterful demeanor was unmistakable. Such a person, beating him to death. He couldn't believe that the other party was just an ordinary handyman. Who the hell are you? Is it the Lin family's hidden protector ancestor? Having cultivated to a realm like yours, there should be no need to lie. The black-clothed man in the lead spoke in shame. He thought He was deliberately teasing them out of boredom. Ugh. He shook his head and let out a sigh. It's so hard to tell the truth these days and have no one believe it. There is no basic trust at all between people. This book depository is my guarded place. You can't break in. Go now and I can pretend that nothing happened tonight. He didn't explain much and spoke blandly. These two black-clothed men were only at the 7th level of the innate when looking at their aura. And the 9 revolutions golden body technique he cultivated had reached the 8th layer of the 2nd revolution, equivalent to an innate 8th level expert. Moreover, because of the strong technique he cultivated and a special secret martial art, his strength was estimated to be even stronger than a normal innate 9. Based on the breath comparison, Shui felt that it would be easy for him to kill these two black-robed men if he wanted to. Just like just now, he came behind the two men unknowingly. If he hadn't taken the initiative to show himself, the two men wouldn't have been able to notice. If he had made a move at that time, these two men would have already been corpses. And the reason why He didn't take the initiative to kill anyone was because he didn't want to get into trouble for nothing. Didn't you see those network novels where the protagonist has ruthless means? As long as someone is disrespectful to him, he directly glances over and stares directly to death. Then people came to take revenge, one after the other. Although the protagonist was unharmed and killed all those who came to take revenge on him. But that kind of life of killing from start to finish was not what Shui wanted. It's so annoying. Why bother? He just wanted to sign in peace and quiet. Until invincible. Then come out and enjoy life. That was why he took the initiative to show up, wanting to give these two a warning to stay away from the book depository. After that they go wherever they like. Trouble whoever you want. Just don't come and wreak havoc on his stash. The two black-clothed men looked at each other, looking startled. The two of them dressed like this, and it was nighttime, and their behavior was even more sneaky. Obviously they were up to no good. When your whereabouts are exposed, you are sure to be shouted down. Don't look at them talking. But in fact, their bodies had long been prepared for escape and bloodshed. But now, an existence that couldn't see the depths and was suspected to be a hidden ancestor of the Lin family, after discovering them, even said that they would let them go, as if nothing had happened. How dare they believe that? If the one he encountered was a junior who was not strong enough, under the greed of death, it was still justifiable. But if it was a powerful Lin family ancestor, it made no sense. They asked themselves how they could not be generous enough to let go if they were at home themselves and encountered thieves who were not as strong as them. A direct slash through. So, could the reason be, this guy isn't actually some hidden old ancestor? Perhaps, this kid's face is his actual age and he's swindling us. He's not very strong, but he has special secret techniques or secret treasures that can conceal our perceptions, and is more capable of inducing uneasiness and making us jealous. He, playing the tiger to scare people. The two men in black made eye contact. Moments later, they sorted out what they thought was the truth. Then, the gazes they looked at Chuhi began to change to something wrong. Good boy. I almost let you fool me. Chapter 6, Settlement. Kid treachery. The two black-clothed men let out a cold shout. With those words, they stormed out. One on the left and one on the right, each slashing out a blade at Chuhi. Really? There's a way to heaven and you won't go? Chuhi shook his head. Just because he didn't want trouble didn't mean he didn't have a temper. Daring to take the initiative to take a shot at him was simply looking for death. Chuhi reached out and casually waved his hand forward. The blade light cut out by the two black-clothed men dissipated by inches, and even the large swords in their hands were in the middle of the clicking body, just like glass, shattering into pieces and falling to the ground. How? How? The two black-robed men looked at the hilt of the knife that shattered into powder in their hands, and the palm that was cracked and oozing blood. Their faces changed greatly. The power of this casual strike. It was even more powerful than the innate 9th level experts they had fought before. This kind of power, could it be a half-step King Realm expert? Hammers pretending to be a tiger playing a bomb. The other guy was originally a tiger alright. Thinking of this, endless panic surged in their hearts. This time the two black-clothed men did not look at each other again to discuss, but coincidentally pranced up at the same time, shooting off in two different directions. They're going to run away. You've just been given the chance to choose, but your choices have made me very unhappy. Shui shook his head, his left hand still behind his back and his right hand clenched his fist. Poof, poof, two domineering fist shadows blasted out. The ferocious fist power tore through space, plunging one's mind into an abyss of despair. It was as if any powerful existence would be shattered by these two punches. No, elders, spare your life. The two men in black let out a terrified yell. They felt death coming, but praying didn't do the trick. The two men's backs were passed through by the shadow of the fist as it approached them. Strong and tyrannical power exploded in their bodies. Their bodies exploded in the air like two blood-colored fireworks that were lit up, and blood rained down in all directions. Until the end of their lives, the two black men were deeply remorseful. Just told them to leave. How nice it would be if they obeyed and behaved themselves. Why would you go shaking your head if you don't have anything to do? So sorry. Chui patted his sleeves and walked into the book depository with a flourish. Keep practicing. On top of a high-rise tea house 2 streets away from the Lin mansion. It was late at night at the moment, but the room at the highest part of the tea house was brightly lit. The gazes of the 2 figures in brocade robes were firmly fixed in the direction of the Lin mansion. Something's happened. Tiger Shark sent a distress signal. Suddenly, one of them spoke in a shocked voice. Go check it out. The 2 of them leapt down from the tea house in a single bound, and with a few leaps of their figures, they arrived at the outskirts of the Lin mansion. They didn't dare to go straight in, and ran to a large tree, standing high in the shadows. What's going on? Tiger Shark has already sent out a distress signal, which means they've been exposed and engaged with the Lin mansion's experts. But now how come there's no movement here at all? Did Tiger Shark send the wrong signal? Or have they already been taken care of by the Lin family? One of them spoke in a deep voice. Impossible. At this moment the Lin family is the weakest time. The master part of the burial of Anan. There are some sitting outside. At this moment the Lin family, in addition to that half-dead old undead, the strongest is only a congenital 8. The Tiger Shark 2 people can be congenital 7 good. The combined force, even if the face of the congenital 8 masters can be fought a fight. How could it be solved by the people so quickly? The other brocade-robed man shook his head and spoke. That means Tiger Shark sent the wrong signal. But that shouldn't be the case. Tiger Shark isn't stupid enough to do that. Or else the Lin family is hiding other experts. The man who had spoken first spoke again in a low voice. The Lin family is also a few hundred years of the big family. There are reserves hidden is also possible. Now the main thing is not clear. They hide the expert is what Cultivation can so quickly and does not make a big commotion to solve the Tiger Shark 2 people. At least is the 9th grade, and not A, or, is a half-step king, or that old undead injuries are not rumored to be so serious? Yeah. The other brocade-robed man's face changed color. So what do we do now? He asked toward his companion. Wait until after tomorrow, to be really sure, and then report what happened tonight, and our guesses, and leave everything to the ruling of the patriarch. Lin Mansion, Book Depository. Chui realized that an expert from the Lin family had rushed to put together the 2 bodies that had been broken into pieces and took them away. And then, an expert began to patrol the shadows. Such a situation is not suitable for cultivation. There is always the possibility of being interrupted. He went back to his room and laid down on the bed. Although at his level, the difference between sleeping or not sleeping was no longer significant. But every once in a while, it's a nice feeling to head to bed for the night. What's more, he doesn't waste time sleeping. Before closing his eyes, Chui pulled out a handful of pills, opened his mouth and stuffed them in, crunching and swallowing them like chewing sugar beans. With his eyes closed, in an instant, his body turned hot, like being in a furnace. In his fuzzy consciousness, the 9 revolutions golden body technique operated automatically, and a strand of power melted away and began to transform and strengthen every organ, every inch of muscle and bone in his body. His strength, slowly but steadily, grew. Comfy. Shu He, who had closed his eyes and entered dreamland, smacked his lips and let out a murmur. Chapter 7, Do you want to practice with me? Xiao Chu? In the blink of an eye another month passed. With the Lin family's old ancestor, Chui swallowed pills every day during the day with his eyes closed to refine the medicinal power, and it was only at night that he began to cultivate properly. His body was becoming more and more perfect. If he turned the 9 revolutions golden body skill with all his strength, his entire body would be as delicate and smooth as white jade, releasing a surfeit of golden luster, with a strong power flowing on it. His 9 revolutions golden body technique had successfully broken through to the 9th level of the 2nd revolution. Little Chu, if you want to cultivate martial arts, the old man will gift you a chance. The Lin family's oldest ancestor, who was sitting on the recliner, stared at Chu He and suddenly felt that this handyman who had been his companion for a while had an extraordinary aura, which was not something that a small handyman should have. He'd been preoccupied before and hadn't noticed. Now that he took a closer look, this little handyman, his body's roots and bones were unusually perfect, feeling better than even when he was young. On a whim, he suddenly wanted to teach a good hand to the Lin family. He was idle now anyway. Noble person lifting love. But I'm afraid the kid doesn't have this blessing. I don't want to go out to cultivate. I just want to look at books in peace and quiet in this book collection pavilion. Chui clasped his fists and shook his head. Rejected? The Lin family's oldest ancestor was stunned, thinking that Lin Jinan has been crossing the Great Xia for 180 years. Who in the world does not know the name of the king of Jinan? Even though he's injured now, if word gets out that he wants to teach people martial arts himself, I'm afraid that tomorrow, the geniuses and prides of the world will gather in Lin City, and the people who want to worship the master can circle around Lin City 3 times. Yet now, He was actually rejected by a small handyman? Could it be that this little handyman doesn't know who I am yet? Lin Xue thought of a possibility. Little Chua, are you afraid that I won't be able to teach you well? Let me tell you, throughout the Lin family, my means of teaching my disciples that is the strongest. Even throughout the great Xia that is the top person. Lin Xue laughed and said, slightly teasingly, in that case, do you still want to refuse? He stroked his beard and his face was full of pride. Kid has no intention of practicing martial arts with anyone, and that doesn't change because of who you are. Chu Hi's face remained bland. There was no scene where Lin Xue thought that he would be pleasantly surprised, his whole body trembling with exhilaration, and he bowed his head in obeisance. The smile on Lin Xue's face froze, and the hand stroking his beard paused. He felt incredible. A small handyman would actually refuse the teachings of the Xia clan's topmost master teacher. I'm afraid that if this were to spread, it would shake the entire Xia clan. This was a great opportunity that I don't know how many people could not even dream of imagining. Yet at the moment, a small handyman gave a direct refusal. I am Jinnan King Lin Xue, a half-step king level expert. A word can determine a person's life and death. A palm can determine the heaven and earth. You, still want to refuse? The Jinnan king, who had lived for nearly 200 years, suddenly gave birth to a child's heart and spoke out. However, Chu Hi didn't even say anything this time, just shook his head blandly, the meaning being self-evident. Another double refusal. This time it was still a rejection after he revealed his identity. It's a solid rejection. The world actually really does not want to cultivate martial arts to become powerful people. Lin Xue had seen it all today. You know, not to mention the Lin family, but the entire Xia clan. Who doesn't want to practice? How can you become a human being without practicing? Who wants to be ordinary and spend their whole life at the bottom of the ladder? Some people may pay lip service to the idea, but that's not available. And resentment doesn't change anything. And once the opportunity arises, those people go faster than anyone else. And the kid in front of him, after knowing his identity, in the face of a chance that could change his life, not only did he not agree to worship his master, he didn't even change his expression and didn't make the slightest ripple, still blandly indifferent and unchanged. Maybe, as he said, he likes a quiet, uneventful life. This powerful heart, if it can be placed on the right path, step into the cultivation path, keep it up, the future is promising. At least to the innate path is no obstacle, a straight road. In the future, relying on this heart of redemption, innate invincibility, or even a half-step king was not out of the question. Overthink it. As his thoughts reached this point, Lin Xue let out a dark sigh. Now that he was deeply wounded and his days were numbered, he was melancholy about the future of the Lin family. And these days, he was a bit demonic when he looked at anyone with the appearance of a king. Although a half-step king was not yet a king, it was already the best of the Xia clan. Was it that good to reach? It was not just a matter of heart or qualifications. He did look favorably on the teenager in front of him, but to say that he was able to reach a half-step king, that was purely him taking it for granted. However, even if he couldn't be a half-step king, this teenager was still a talent that couldn't be wasted. Little Chua, how old are you and how long have you been in my Lin family? Lin Xue asked out loud. I've been in the Lin family for 5 years now, and I'm 19 now. Chu Hi replied. He was a bit emotional. Without realizing it, it had been nearly 5 years since he had signed in at the book depository. So, no wonder, you've been staying here all this time and haven't seen and experienced the splendor of the outside world. Lin Xue was thoughtful. Little Chu, do you want to follow me and go outside to see the world before making a decision? Lin Xue said. No. Chu Hi still shook his head. I've actually seen all the world outside, and in the midst of this collection, I've seen prosperity, gloom, paper drunkenness, the bitterness of existence, and the sweet and sour of life are all here, and there are a lot of people's lives being interpreted here. Lin Xue was stunned. These words, to the point of simplicity, contained a great truth. Thanks to him, he had just thought that this teenager was poorly informed. To be able to say something like that, no wonder this teenager was able to face a great man like him with honor and disgrace, and not be shocked by the waves. Just as well, Lin Xue released a sigh of relief and stopped forcing himself. Chapter 8, 9 Revolutions Golden Body Technique 3rd Revision. In the blink of an eye, another 4 years have passed. As early as 3.5 years ago, Chu Hi's cultivation level was already at the 9th level of the 2nd revolution consummated. Touching the barrier of the 3rd revolution, he could have broken through a long time ago. However, Chu Hi was not in a hurry, but patiently accumulated his underpinnings. Although the last time, his first turn to break the second turn went smoothly, that was only the first time and didn't mean everything. So, it's time to be cautious. Anyway, he had plenty of time and was in no hurry. He had always believed that a little more caution was less danger. Shuhui was also in the book depository, collecting as much information as possible about the innate master realm Broken King realm, so as to make comparisons, and to have a clear picture in his mind. From the records of the many books, he sorted out a key piece of information. A few hundred years ago, because of a great change, there was a break in the Xia clan's martial arts kings, and until now it hadn't been restored and no new martial arts kings had appeared. Those kings who were mighty in the world were not true kings. They were only half-step kings, false kings. Combining his own cultivation, as well as his comprehension of the many secret books of Gongfu, and his analysis of the Lin family's old ancestors' physical condition, Shuhui surmised that the so-called half-step king was a monstrous product that had gone astray on the road to sprinting to kingship. As for why this was the case, Shuhui hadn't begun to break the boundary yet and wasn't able to understand it thoroughly. He guessed that there might have been a great evil in the breakthrough that he didn't know about. This was also the reason why Shuhui was repeatedly cautious. All the way to today, Shuhi's certainty was already full. Late night, Shuhui sat cross-legged. He had prepared very well for this breakthrough. Various contingencies he had speculated on and also laid out contingencies, even to break through undisturbed. This entire book depository, too, had been laid by him with many means. This place, right now, was even more treacherous than some of the forbidden lands of the Holy Land of Martial Arts. Without Shuhi's approval, even if a half-step king wanted to break in hard, he would have to leave his life here. The collection is now like a small world cut open and transcended from the earthly world. Layers of formations shrouded the area, and a single sealed secret art was ready to be launched. This was to prevent being disturbed, as well as preventing him from creating too much commotion and destructive power when he broke through and accidentally destroying the entire book depository. He's the one who has to keep signing in here afterward. The breakthrough begins. Shuhui first picked up a few golden body shaping pills and threw them into his mouth. And the 9 revolutions golden body technique too turned to run towards the 3rd revolutions change. In an instant his flesh body bulged with a pang. The clothes on his body shattered inch by inch, revealing the white jade-like smooth skin inside, dots of golden luster emanating. Click. At a certain moment, a skin on Shui's body was like a porcelain floor that suffered a hammer blow, and a crack appeared on it and spread rapidly. This breakthrough wasn't as smooth as the first turn breaking the second turn. The first 2 turns are just the foundation. Breaking the third turning, this is a process of molding the roots of the golden body. Once you start, you can't stop. Once it stops, it represents failure. Once they failed and their flesh collapsed, they would lose all their cultivation if they failed, or their flesh would collapse on the spot if they failed. Fortunately, the few golden body shaping pills he had swallowed before his breakthrough began to kick in, and the broken muscles were quickly reborn and their epidermis was covered in gold, releasing dazzling golden light. This was not all due to the golden body shaping Dan, which in itself was only an inevitable process from the second to the third turn, but the golden body shaping Dan had accelerated the shaping of the golden color, and had also greatly diminished the ferocity of the shaping process. Otherwise, without the medicinal power of the golden body shaping Dan, the golden body shaping would need to wait until the moment when the physical body completely collapsed, which was extremely dangerous, and a single careless move would be the end of life and death. It extremely tests one's will and substance. Many people didn't have that will, and in the case of seeing their physical body crumble a little bit, they might at some point break down mentally and spiritually under great pressure, and without enough substance, they couldn't succeed in remodeling their physical body after it crumbled. And the golden body shaping Dan serves to accelerate and protect. Time did not know how long had passed. Shui's fleshly golden light became more and more prevalent. A heavy sense of power vibrated around him. A gravity field appeared with him at the center, and space began to become distorted. Until a certain moment, the golden light reached its peak, and the entire book depository was filled with the color gold, not leaving the slightest gap. The golden body root molding is complete. Shuhui opened his eyes. An unimaginable might turned into substance and shot out from it. And with a boom, it collided with one of the protective formations, and this formation that could isolate and block the full force of a half-step king strike was instantly broken, and even the formation disc shattered, and it was only when the second formation was launched at the same time as the 3 secret arts that the terrifying might was blocked. 9 layers of the second turning to 1 layer of the third turning. There was only a step difference between the two though, but it's 1 heaven and 1 earth. Just the might unleashed after the breakthrough had easily destroyed the formation that he had needed to go all out to break before the breakthrough. The terror was boundless. If he breaks through is not blocked by an array, I am afraid that the entire book collection has already disappeared. Not only, I am afraid that even the Lin house will have to suffer. This was still only a slight leak of his might when he made his breakthrough, so one could imagine how terrifying it would be if he went all out now. Shuhui got up and stood in the void. This is the difference between the third turn and the second turn. The third turn golden root is shaped, and you can physically cross the void. Shui's mind moved. The golden color of his skin faded and returned to its normal color, and the golden light of the entire book depository slowly dispersed with it. What a difference between the second and third turns. Feeling the bursting and overflowing power in his body, Shui let out a sigh. It was only at this moment that he felt that he could be considered an expert, and that he barely had the power to defend himself in this great desolate world. He's not going to swell, though, and isn't ready to go out on a wave just yet. He knew that the world was very uncomplicated. The best of the Xia clan might not be much among those powerful foreign clans, so he can't be high profile yet. Gotta continue to develop obscenely. Chapter 9, Lin Xue Ling. The next day, the genius had just dawned. A young girl with 2 crochets, red lips and white teeth, bright eyes, 14 or 15 years old, wearing a big red long skirt breezed into the book depository. Little brother Chu, I'm coming. This young girl had known Chu He for 2 years. She was just bored at first. The atmosphere of the Lin family was getting heavier by the day, and no one cared for company, so she ran to the book depository, trying to find some books and stories to read. However, she is not a patient person. Books and stories of these things need to slowly taste. She turned a few pages, thrown to the side, and then saw a sight such as withstanding Shui. Somehow the heart of the good, just as she held back a bellyful of words, went up to a burst of gabble. And at that time, the Lin family's oldest ancestor hadn't come to the book depository for a long time. For a long time there was no sound of people in the book depository. Suddenly there was a clear and crisp voice like a lark's voice echoing. Suddenly there was life. So that Chui's silent heart rippled. It just so happened that he was accumulating for the breakthrough to the third turn, and didn't need to cultivate tensing his mind all the time. He also needed to relax occasionally to maintain a better state. 2 bored people come together and have something in common. Chui tells stories for Lin Xue Ling, and Lin Xue Ling tells Chu He about current events that wouldn't be in a book. Today Chu He tells the story of Prince Charming and Cinderella. The story is not long and is told quickly. Girl, you seem a bit out of sorts today. At a young age, are you starting to get annoyed too? Shui looked at the young girl who was propping up her chin and was distracted, and spoke out. The young girl, who usually listened to his stories and always had a lot of strange questions, was rare and quiet today, and her brow was furrowed. I've got a lot of things bothering me, and not just today. Lin Xue Ling wrinkled her nose, looking rather naive as she said, tell me about it. Chu He was non-committal. Lin Xue Ling sighed. I heard father and mother talking today and realized that our Lin family is already struggling. They didn't even tell me. 4 years ago my eldest uncle was ambushed and killed by the Inuyasha clan in Annan, and after my oldest ancestor was seriously injured, some curmudgeons started to hit my family. Chu He didn't say anything. Those people can be bad. Several of my uncles and uncles have been assassinated by them in sneak attacks. My father also said that our Lin family is now surrounded by tigers and wolves, and that a single carelessness will lead to the destruction of our family. Father and they haven't laughed for a long time, and the atmosphere inside the family is so scary. Lin Xue Ling's eyes were red. Innocent young girls grow up, too. Shui let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He could feel that the young girl of today was much different than she had been in the past, and it wasn't changed by a single piece of news. It's teenage girls growing up and starting to mature before they change because of a message. Brother Xiao Chu, what do you think? How can I help my father in them? I don't want to see my father and mother looking sad all day. Lin Xue Ling looked at Chu He and asked. She asked Chu He, not to ask Chu He to give her an answer, just that she had this doubt in her heart, not to vomit, and wanted to find someone to pour it out. Get stronger. However, Chu He gave an answer. What? Lin Xue Ling was stunned. As long as you become strong enough. For example, if you are now a half-step king realm expert, then is what your parents are worried about still a problem? Chu He said with a bland expression. Lin Xue Ling froze, looked at Chu He, and nodded with approval. Yes, if I'm a half-step king realm expert now, I can beat down all those curmudgeons and share my worries with father. She seemed to have found a way forward and stood up with a prancing sound, her complexion instantly becoming uplifted. But a moment later, she reacted again and sat down disheveledly and said, Little brother Chu, your method is a good one, but how can a half-step king's realm be so good to reach? I'm only at the 5th level of the Hotian right now, and I don't know how long it will take for me to get to the innate, not to mention a half-step king's realm. Is it hard to be a half-step king? Chui shook his head and said, it's not difficult if you just find the right teacher. Really? But I heard my father, and my old ancestor, they said that it's hard to reach the half-step king realm out of hundreds of millions of people, and that to reach it, talent, heart, and chance are indispensable. Although Lin Xue Ling trusted Chu He, she was not blindly trusting, and trust had to be justified. Don't listen to them. That's because they won't teach. Finding the right direction. The district is a half-step king. If you have a brain, you can become one. Chu-hee casually said. Little brother Chu, you brag. It's so easy. Will you teach? Lin Xue Ling puffed out her cheeks, feeling unhappy. In her heart, the little Chu brother who was as light and dusty as an immortal, turns out to be just as good at talking big as her smelly brothers. I'm well read and knowledgeable. Teaching people is natural. Do you want to learn? Chu-hee naturally saw Lin Xue Ling's skepticism and distrust, but he just smiled and didn't explain much, instead taking her agitation. Anyway, he had just broken through the third turn and needed some time to consolidate, so it was just as well to be bored and be a teacher to pass the time. It's also a way to add a little spice to a boring cultivation career. Good. I'd like to see how you can teach. Little brother Chu, you have to know that if you want to know clearly how to really cultivate, you can't just read books. Lin Xue Ling also came to a little temper, agreed to learn from Chu-hee, just to wait until he couldn't teach, so that he would know the wrong, and would not dare to brag in the future. Little Chu's brother who loves to talk big is not a good brother. Chapter 10, 5 years. Time is like a shuttle, turning fast. In a flash, another 5 years have passed. Chu-hee had stayed in the book depository for 14 whole years. He's 28 years old, his stout and well-proportioned body, his face is still clean and beautiful, without fireworks, such as the exiled immortals in the dust. In these 5 years his cultivation had also risen to the 5th level of the third turning. He had already discovered that the further back he went, even if he had enough resources, the progress of his cultivation was getting slower and slower. However, he didn't care. He has all the time in the world. Cultivate, read a book, and be happy. However, with an additional Lin Xue Ling in the book depository, it wasn't so cold. In the past few years, the Lin family's situation had gotten worse and worse, so much so that she had to practically live in the hideout during her 5 years, and no one had come to ask about it. Lin Xue Ling was really anxious to share her family's worries. After realizing that Chu-hee's teachings were truly useful, while shocked and ecstatic, they cultivated harder and harder. In just 5 years, he was already an expert at the 7th level of the innate. From the 5th level of the Hotian to the 7th level of the innate, it was a full span of 12 minor realms and 1 major realm. If this kind of speed was spread out, one would not know how many heavenly prides would be jealous of it. Of course, the reason why Lin Xue Ling cultivated so fast, besides her own willingness to work hard and her talent being okay, Chu-hee hadn't spared her a little cooking. In his system space, there are countless treasures signed in, and there are many of them that are no longer useful to him in the current realm. Taking them out and eating them, except for the mouth to leave a little flavor, into the stomach has no reaction. Solely, he took it out and casually melted it away with his palm and struck it into Lin Xue Ling's body. The two had been together for over 7 years, and it would be impossible to say that they didn't have a little affection. Moreover, he still had to clock in at the book depository. If the Lin family was overthrown, it was always inevitable that he would be affected at that time. Although he wasn't afraid, it was always troublesome. He's the one who's most afraid of trouble, so training an expert for the Lin family would be a way to shield him from possible trouble. What's not to like about going along for the ride? Brother Xiao Chu, old Ancestor won't be able to hold out much longer. He's aging so fast, one day at a time. Lin Xue Ling walked into the book collection pavilion, her eyes red, looking like she had just cried. Birth, old age, sickness and death. It's human nature. Even if your family's old ancestor is the king of the Xia clan, with a life of 300 years, there will always be accidents. And no one can say for sure about this thing called fate. Chu-hee let out an exclamation. A martial artist has a lifespan of 200 years after reaching the innate, and another 100 years when they reach the half-step king realm. As for the Lin family's old ancestor, refusing to his knowledge, he was only just about 200 years old now, and according to his cultivation, he could still live for another 100 years if it was normal, but that's only if there are no surprises. In the event of an accident, any more lifespan would be useless. Little brother Chu, you have a way, right? Lin Xue Ling looked at Chu-hee with tearful eyes and snapped with a hopeful tone. In just 5 years in the book depository, her cultivation had gone from the 5th level of Hotian to the current 7th level of innate. This kind of speed was unbelievably fast. She was clear about her own qualifications. Although they were considered good, they were only at the genius level, not even a demon. And her Lin family is now in a difficult situation. The family children, cultivation resources have become less and less. This situation, her cultivation speed, but fast to this extent, is by no means Chu-hee a sentence you are hardworking enough to explain. Her sister, who was 2 years older than her, with a talent comparable to hers and worked harder than her, was only at the 9th level of the Hotian now, and it was uncertain when she would be able to be innate. That's too big a gap. It was clear to her that the cause of all this should be little brother Chu. Even she guessed for a while that little brother Chu should be an unimaginably great master. Although, Shuhi had always said that being able to teach her well was entirely due to him being well-read and knowledgeable. His own cultivation was mediocre and not high. But this kind of coaxing children words, Lin Xue Ling is not believe, really want to be so easy. Xia clan has long been innate full of people. Half-step king as much as a dog. And even real king realm experts may exist. Greeting Lin Xue Ling's hopeful eyes, Shuhi couldn't help but soften his heart. People are not like the grass. They are not like the trees. To anyone in this world he could do without a care in the world. But this little girl who had lived with him for years, he just couldn't harden his heart. Little girl, I'm just a small handyman in the book depository. Your family's old ancestor's body has been heavily damaged. His martial arts foundation has been destroyed. Heaven's destiny has come and gone. How can I have the ability to change my destiny against the heavens? Shuhi sighed and shook his head. The Lin family's old ancestor's injuries could be saved with a normal king's means if he didn't hesitate to use up his own martial Dao essence as a price. However, Shuhi was a major cultivator of the physical body, and his means, every move he made, was killing, and saving people was not his specialty. Of course, even if he could be saved, Shuhi wouldn't bother to expend his own martial origin. If it was smooth, he didn't mind, but if it was to be heartfelt, the Lin family's old man's relationship with him hadn't reached that point yet. Otherwise, he would have treasures in his hands that could extend the Lin family's old ancestor's lifespan a bit. It won't cure him, but it will give him a few more years to live. Lin Xue Ling's face was extremely lost, but she didn't say anything else. She had actually thought about it. Even if little brother Chu was really an unearthly great expert, she was afraid that there was no way to save her old ancestor in the face of his horrifying injuries. The reason she ran over for help was merely a desperate search for a hope. For the next period of time, Lin Xue Ling came to the book depository pavilion just to bury her head in cultivation, even more desperate than before, which could be called crazy, not even wanting to take a rest. Even when facing Shuhi, the smile that often hung on her face was rarely seen. It wasn't that Shuhi's refusal made her angry, but because the Lin family's old ancestor's injuries were worsening and his days were numbered. The atmosphere of the entire Lin family was becoming more and more depressing, and the dreary pressure of the storm was infecting her. Shuhi couldn't help but let out a sigh as he watched. Chapter 11, The Strike. In the blink of an eye, another few months passed. Little brother Chu, I'm leaving Forest City. Do you want to come with me? On this day, Lin Xue Ling came to the book collection pavilion in a low mood. What's wrong? Shuhi frowned. Old ancestor's big day is coming. My father said that by that time the curmudgeons spying on our Lin family will no longer have any scruples, and will pounce on us madly. And I'm afraid that our Lin family will be unable to support it any longer at that time. So my father said that he will arrange for us juniors to leave in secret one of these days, and that they'll stay behind. Xiao Chu brother, I promised you, less than half a step king realm does not show cultivation. Go out to show off. But this time, father, they will stay. I know why. This is the foundation of the ancestors. They refuse to give up easily. I also want to stay. I will be able to reach the 8th level of innate right now. Little brother Chu, you said before that the 7th level of innate can battle the 9th level of innate under your teaching. So the 8th level of innate will be able to battle a half-step king, right? Lin Xue Ling looked a bit incoherent, tears snapping down her face. She was not in the right mood. The Lin family had actually started arranging for the younger generation's retreat long ago, and it was long overdue for her to leave. But she had repeatedly refused to do so, and this time, as this was the last batch, she was even more unwilling to do so, but she had to force her way out. This departure could be goodbye forever. She saw the death wish in her father's eyes and she was so distraught. And mother, and sister, none of them will leave to live or die with the family. She pleaded with her father to go with them, not wanting to be separated from them. But Dad said that the Lin family is too big. There are too many people watching, and when the avalanche comes, you can't do it all. There's always going to be some left behind. Shuhi didn't say anything and quietly listened. Little brother Chu, I just figured it out. This time I'm not going to leave. I'm going to stay and fight with father and the others. The purpose of me cultivating into a great master is to guard father, mother, sister and my family. That's my goal. Little brother Chu, please forgive me. I may not be able to keep the promise of not making a move until I'm in the half-step king realm. Lin Xue Ling said. The tears in her eyes stopped, and the light in her eyes with apologies turned firm. The internal energy in her body boiled, and the hot blood of a martial artist was ignited. Shui's eyes revealed a strange light. He realized that Lin Xue Ling seemed to have touched a trace of the true meaning of martial arts in her current state. Although her cultivation hadn't changed much right now, her battle power was enhanced, and it would be very helpful for her to break through to the king's realm in the future. The future is unlimited. Late night, the secret hall in the Lin family's backyard. The Lin family's old ancestor was lying on the bed. His body was like a withered bone. The long hair on his head was like withered grass. It was still sparse, and his face was also wrinkled. Originally, although he was close to 200 years old, because of his strength, he looked like he was in middle age, but after being seriously injured, his head turned white overnight and his figure rapidly aged, to the point that he was now at the point of running out of gas. Around the edge of the bed the head figures of the 7 generations of the Lin family were gathered. The weakest of them all have innate 3 times the cultivation, put outside are able to suppress a party of characters. In the eyes of the people, they shouldn't have any trouble. Only hands cover the sky, what they want to have what is right. However, the entire secret hall was now filled with a pervasive aura of uncontrollable grief, panic, grief, death wish, resignation, and confusion about the road ahead. It's more than the average person's troubles. It's unthinkable, but it truly appeared to all present, regardless of whether it's the 3rd or 9th level of the innate. Tonight, their sky is about to fall. The Lin family's oldest ancestor was about to come to the end of his life. Just as they were holding their breath, mouths slightly open, emotions brewing, their eyes fixed on the Lin family's ancestor, just waiting for him to stop breathing, they instantly released. Suddenly, the heavy door of the secret hall was slowly opened, and a silhouette walked in step by step with his hands behind his back. The gazes of all the Lin family members shifted, their eyes shocked. The space around the bodies of the people who walked in seemed to be distorted, and as their eyes looked on, golden light flashed and blurred their eyes. They could all be innate experts, the top existences of the Xia clan, and now that they were facing one person, they couldn't even look straight ahead. Unimaginable. What alarmed them the most was this. They originally wanted to ask and do an attack and defense position, only to realize that they can't do anything about it. It seemed that at this moment, their bodies no longer belonged to them. What kind of person is this? What's the point of coming to their Lin family? Is it an enemy? Friend? They were bewildered and clueless. The Lin family's old ancestor seemed to return to his senses and wake up a little. He opened his eyes and twisted his head with difficulty to look at the blurry figure that could not be seen directly. Senior should not be a member of the Fragrant Flame sect. I don't know what his orders are for coming to my Lin family. The Lin family's old ancestor's lips quirked to make a very small sound. Although he was on the verge of death, his eyesight as a half-step king was still there. He could see that He was extraordinary. That thick, magnificent and powerful aura was not comparable to that of an ordinary half-step king, and even he was not an opponent. If the Fragrant Flame sect had such an existence, their Lin family would have ceased to exist long ago. Not until now, when he was on the verge of death, just short of a breath, and that group of curmudgeons didn't dare to have even the slightest thought, which was ridiculous to the extreme. Although the voice of the Lin family's old ancestor was very weak, He heard it clearly. He said blandly, "I have a destiny with one of your Lin family clansmen, and this time I came over to make a move to renew your life for once. However, you are too badly injured. Even if I make a move, you can only live for 5 years, but I conceal a secret art inside you, and for these 5 years, you can make a move at full strength without any hindrance. Many thanks to Senior. Many thanks to Senior." The Lin family's old ancestor was very excited, but he was too weak, and under the excitement, his white eyes rolled over. And if it wasn't for Chewy's hand, I'm afraid that he would have directly lost it. Well, at such an old age, your heart is still so bad. Chewy shook his head. Then with a wave of his hand, a drop of milky white medicinal liquid flew out and dripped onto the wrinkled forehead of the Lin family's oldest ancestor. Chapter 12, The 9 Havoc Divine Fists. In an instant, the Lin clan's old ancestor's body shook, and a rich vitality permeated his entire body, as if a long drought had been met with sweet rain. The Lin clan's old and wrinkled skin membrane became enriched at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dead energy in his body began to be suppressed, and the anger began to slowly revive. Just now, Chewy used a drop of life spirit liquid, which he had obtained from a check-in. The main effect is to increase longevity, and the additional effect can heal injuries where the martial artist's foundation has been damaged and his or her chi and blood have decayed. If the Lin clan's old ancestor used this drop of life spirit liquid right after he was injured, it would allow him to heal his injuries and come back to life. Unfortunately, his injuries had dragged on for too long, and after several years had passed, the trauma on his body, which had drained his lifespan alive, had become irreversible. A drop of life spirit liquid could only heal his injuries and replenish a bit of life energy, but it couldn't make up for all the life he had already lost. His injuries today, if he wanted to heal, he would need at least 10 drops of life spirit liquid, or other treasures that could prolong the lifespan of a half-step king, but that was no longer relevant to Chu-He. It was also for Lin Xue Ling's sake that he was able to take out a drop of life spirit liquid. Of course, there was another reason. Chu-He still wanted him to hold out for a few more years, so that when Lin Xue Ling broke through to half-step king, then no one would dare to hit the Lin family's idea, and he would be able to sign in with peace of mind. When the medicinal power was fully digested, Chu He nodded, then waved his hand and took out a sealed forbidden art that he had gotten from signing in and struck it into the Lin family's old man's body. With this in place, he could go all out even though his body wasn't good. After doing so, Chu He carried his hands behind his back and drifted away. The Lin family's old ancestor, who was originally lying flat on his back, popped up from the bed with a huff as if he were a swindler. He felt that his body had changed dramatically. All the weakness disappeared and a long-lost sense of strength reappeared in his body. This feeling, the Lin family's old man felt incredible, as if he was dreaming. Today is clearly his big day. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to swallow his breath, a senior suddenly appeared and placed a drop of mysterious immortal dew on his forehead, and then his body underwent a radical change. Many thanks to Senior for recreating your life. The Lin clan's old ancestor stood up, clasped his fists and bowed deeply in the direction Chu He had left, his face filled with awe and gratitude. That Senior had given him the gift of rebirth. Old ancestor, are you well? At that moment, the other Lin family members in the secret hall, after Chu He left, regained control of their bodies and hurriedly surrounded the Lin family ancestor. Looking at the Lin family's old ancestor who had returned to normal, they coincidentally turned their heads in the direction of the secret hall's gate, looking shocked and feeling horrified. Tomorrow, falsely spread the news of my death, lure all those curmudgeons out, and while I still have 5 years left to move, I'll exert some residual heat. Acting should be done in full, not to be seen, my death, not to make a big fuss, but to cover it up, so that on the contrary, it will make people believe more. The Lin family's oldest ancestor calmed his excitement and began to calmly arrange his plot. The Senior had given him 5 years of life, and not in a half-dead state, but in a state where he could strike with all his might. So how could he live up to it? 5 years is not much to say. He had to clear the way for the Lin family as much as possible while he could still move. Chu He returned to the book depository. It's now the latter part of the night, so you can count on a new day dawning, and the sign-in panel is once again refreshed and activated. Chu He signed in by hand with a thought. Ding! Signing in was successful, rewarding the Avatar 9 Havoc Divine Fist. The system panel refreshes with it. Chu He's mind touched towards the golden book that appeared on the system panel, and a brief introduction about the 9 Tribulation Divine Fist then appeared in his mind. The 9 Tribulation Divine Fist was very powerful and suited him, with a total of 9 layers. The effect is also simple and brutal. Power stacking. Double the power of each stacked layer. The first level wasn't great, but the further you went, the scarier and more perverted it became. This divine ability is worth practicing. Chu He took out the golden avatar secret book from the system space and tapped it to his forehead. In an instant, his sea of consciousness shook as the 9 Tribulation Divine Fist began to be interpreted within it, and a vast ocean of information entered his mind, transforming into a set of data for him to comprehend. Chu He closed his eyes and immersed himself in it. After a long time, he opened his eyes, and a refined aura flashed within them. He digested through the first layer of the 9 Tribulation Divine Fist. Chu He clenched his fists, suddenly feeling an itch in his hands, and jumped into action. After thinking about it, he waved his hand and set up 2 arrays in place. Feeling unsafe, he added 3 more. These formations were all defensive, and each one of them could withstand a single full-strength strike from an expert of the king's 5th realm. Wait for the formation to start running. Chu He raised his arm and punched out into the void. The full-colored fist power shadow came out of his fist, and after it left his hand, the fist power shadow rose when it met the wind, and just in an instant, it changed to look like a golden mountain shadow. Bang smashed on top of the first array. A moment is not even feel blocked. The first array along with the array disc directly broken, and then the second, the third, until the fourth. The fist power shadow only slightly paused to feel strained, until the break the 5th. There is still residual force. If not, Chu He waved his hand to break. The entire Lin house and even a small half of the Lin city will have to be punched through. Just the first layer is so powerful. It's great. Chu He nodded, quite satisfied with the power of this divine ability, feeling that it could be ranked among the top 10 among his many divine abilities. Chapter 13, The Alliance Against the Forest. The next day, a heavy news was spread out from the secret agents of other forces planted in the Lin mansion, and then it was passed on with great speed among those who were interested in it. The severely injured Lin family ancestor was finally gone, an old king of the Xia clan, towards the end of his life. This is something that many people expected, but they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Although the Lin family promptly dispelled the rumor, kept saying that it was a rumor, and said that their old ancestor had 100 days left before his 211-year-old birthday, and that they were going to hold it in a grand manner, and that when the time came, the Lin family's old ancestor would personally step in to shatter the rumor. And while saying so, the Lin family meanwhile stepped up the contraction of their family forces. Their clansmen outside, Those who hid returned to Lin City. Such a display, undoubtedly weak-hearted to the extreme, instead made it even more certain that the Lin family's old ancestor had indeed gone. In an instant, the entire Lin City was covered in dark clouds and stormy weather. Even ordinary people who didn't know the situation felt that the atmosphere in Lin City had turned subtly heavy. Some of the well-informed people had already dragged their families with them, planning to temporarily leave Lin City, a dangerous place that was about to become a whirlpool. 10 days later, 300 miles away from Lin City, a huge camp that had been carved out, one after another. Teams of horses entered. The great body of them were arranged to be stationed in different places, and all the leaders were warmly received toward the center tent. It's a crowded place, with people shushing and talking to old friends. Some people cursed loudly and even drew their knives when they encountered old enemies. They come from different parts of Lin County, but for a common goal, the alliance to reverse forestry. All the family powers that had a grudge against the Lin family were united by the incense and fire sect, with the aim of pushing the weak Lin family down, biting off a piece of meat on the huge Lin family, eating and drinking, and taking revenge in the process. Ha ha, I didn't expect the high and mighty Lin family to have a day. It hurts. A burly, strong man carrying a large sword laughed up at the sky, quite excited. Humph, Lin family, in the past my family third brother, is outside to meet a favorite sweetheart. Love at first sight, originally wanted to bring home to tie the knot, but by the Lin family an old undead to see. Jealous of my family third brother's dashing handsome, directly a slap dead, really hateful. This revenge I remembered the whole 20 years. Now, finally can be avenged. My third brother in heaven's soul can rest in peace. Another old man, wiping the lance in his hand, spoke of great hatred, but his face was filled with excitement and greed. For him, revenge was secondary to following the soup and meat. If it wasn't for the invitation from the fragrant fire cult, he would have forgotten about his third brother's revenge, and even if he remembers it, without the fragrance cult beating his head against the wall, he wouldn't dare to have an idea even for the weakened Lin family. But now it's different. Someone is leading the way. All he has to do is follow behind, shouting loud slogans, and he'll be just as well fed. Alright, big guy. Those who are catching up will be renewed at a later date, and those who have a grudge will be put down first, and will continue when the Lin family is exterminated. Above the head of the table, a man with a silver mask pressed his hand and spoke in a deep voice. Now that the people have almost arrived, it's time for us to discuss the matter of attacking Lin City. When everyone was quiet, he continued, if I say messenger, there is nothing to discuss. We here are not a few people are born in the military martial arts. Our Jianghu brothers, do not shing rows and formations of that set. You direct orders. We take the knife directly to the forest city rushed in on it. The burly man carrying a large sword said with a big grin. Nice. Very good. Many nodded in agreement, feeling justified. The emissary of the incense and fire cult with the silver mask looked around and found that basically all of them were attached to the big man, and some of those who weren't attached had no intention of speaking. The corners of his mouth hidden behind his mask couldn't help but twitch. A bunch of rabble-rousers. In fact, if you ask me, the Lin family is just like that. Without that old undead, we can destroy it in minutes. Now that we've arrived outside of Lin City, the Lin family will be destroyed in a matter of days. But it seems like we haven't even discussed how to dispose of the ill-gotten gains that the Lin family has amassed over the years after destroying the Lin family. Just then, someone in the crowd spoke up. When these words came out, in the tent, everyone's spirit was shaken, their eyes were shining, and their gazes were searingly fixed on the messenger. When this topic came up, they could all come on board. They responded to the call of the fragrance cult and came actively from different places from far and wide. For what purpose? Revenge? This reason has and shouts the loudest. But everyone knew in their hearts that this was not the main thing. Perhaps some of them are making that goal their primary one, but very few. The goal of most of them was merely to take advantage of the Lin family's weakness and the fact that someone else had taken the lead, wanting to follow behind and pick up a couple bites of meat. Dividing the spoils is what they're most interested in. Don't worry, this is something that this sect has long considered for all of you. This time when we destroy the Lin family, all the harvests will go to those who can, and whoever snatches it will be the one who gets it. First of all, before the Lin family is completely exterminated, we must not attack each other over treasures, and whoever violates this, all of you will strike together. The silver-faced messenger snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, yes, agreed. Everyone below nodded in agreement, grinding their fists and feeling impatient to get up. Then let's go. Chapter 14, I will die for my family. The storm is coming from outside, inside the Lin family's book pavilion. However, it was quiet. Chewie took a copy of the Martial Wonders and sat on a recliner, reading it with great interest. Suddenly, he closed the book, his eyes looking in the direction of the gate. Not a moment too soon. Lin Xue Ling carried a long sword and wore fiery red locks armor. Her long black and shiny hair was tied up and coiled in the armor, with only a few of her green silks that had been left out floating around outside. She breezed into the stash. Girl, what's with the get-up? Chu, he was surprised. Brother Xiao Chu, the old ancestor is dead, and now many small-minded people are gathering outside of Lin City, wanting to kill my Lin family. Today I will live and die with the Lin family and fight for the family. Lin Xue Ling's expression was firm, and her words were correct, and this moment was quite a bit of iron-blooded heroism. Your family's old man is dead? Who did you hear that from? Chui raised his eyebrows, rather puzzled. He had clearly renewed Lin Jinnan's life with a drop of life spirit liquid 10 days ago. It did feel like the escape of his life was contained and increased a bit as he walked away. How can he turn his head and he's hiccuping again? He hadn't sensed any powerful characters from the Lin house to mess things up these past few days either. Could it be that Lin Jinnan's health was just right and he couldn't resist the itch to run out and do the big death? He moved his expression, closed his eyes, and sensed. A moment later, he opened his eyes showing a strange color. He sensed Lin Jinnan's aura. It's fine, there's nothing wrong with it at all. No one has told me, but it's all over the place out there. Even though father and the others have denied it vigorously and have forbidden such rumors within the family. But, my sister and they have never seen our old ancestor since the news of his death was spread, and we are not allowed to visit him. All of this, coupled with the old ancestor's physical condition, I naturally have an answer in my mind. Lin Xue Ling said with a slight sadness. So? Chui tapped his hand with the book, his thoughts turning, and after a moment he probably understood Lin Jinnan's thoughts. He only has 5 years to live today. Thinking differently, if he was placed in Lin Jinnan's position, I'm afraid that the most important thing he would want to do at this time would be to clear the Lin family of potential enemies. It's not a bad idea to swindle your way to death and then kill the attacking enemy in one fell swoop. Little girl, your Lin family's sky can't collapse yet. Even if it does, there's a taller one to take the top. It's not your turn yet. How about reading a book here in my place first? Maybe, when you're done, things will be over too. He laughed. How's this? This time, Lin Xue Ling, who used to listen to him very well, shook her head. Now that I'm already at the 7th level of innate, I'm soon going to be at the 8th level of innate. Didn't you say that my strength would be fine against the 9th level of innate? Little brother Chu? Now I'm kind of the tall guy in the Lin family. The Lin family's sky is falling. Of course I have to top it. Lin Xue Ling raised her head and said with a determined face. Her battle power was comparable to the 9th level of the innate, and she was considered a top-ranked expert in the Lin family. At this time of the family's survival, she could not back down. When the Lin family's sky was about to collapse, she used her hands to hold it up. When a curmudgeon spied on the Lin family, she dyed blood with her sword to give a warning. Horror! It's kind of a tall guy in the Lin family now. She, who has the strength to fight for her family. She, who has the power to save the day. Lin Xue Ling felt her blood boiling, her eyes burning with battle intent, and the lock armor on her body made a crisp ringing sound under the rush of powerful qi. So middle-aged. Looking at Lin Xue Ling, who was looking at the sky with her head held high and had a look of wanting to go against the heavens to change her destiny for the Lin family. Chui held his forehead with his hand and was quite speechless. Okay, little brother Chu. I'm leaving, take care. Lin Xue Ling turned around. With the stance of a strong man going away, with a heavy, fighting spirit, he walked out of the book depository. Looking at Lin Xue Ling's departing back, Chui shook his head. Let her be. The Lin family's oldest ancestor was unharmed. The sky hadn't fallen yet, and with her strength to go into battle, nothing would happen. Chui turned the book over and continued to read the unfinished story in the book. At noon, the men of the Inverted Forest Alliance, in various ways, came in great numbers and surrounded Lin City. They were not systematic, and one team jumped up and down in an extremely chaotic manner. All kinds of different flags were waving in the wind, and a group of people were yelling blindly one after another, just like ghosts crying. It looks like they're just rabble and good to deal with, but that's just what it looks like. In fact, these people are harder to deal with than a formed elite army. They were all martial artists, and none of them were weak. With just 100,000 or so people, there was a sea of blood and fury that could only be formed by millions of armies, almost transforming into a substantial dark cloud that gloomily covered the entire Lin City. When the Allied forces arrived, they did not attack the city immediately. They're waiting. Lin City is the Lin family's lair. Although there are not many residents inside, only more than 2 million, but the entire city is built like a military city, up to tens of meters high, above the iron crossbow all over the place. Although these are not difficult to the Allied forces inside the Masters, but if you want to force a breakthrough, but it is bound to be a heavy loss. So follow the plan. Before attacking the city, The experts of the incense and fire sect who had long been ambushed within Lin City would first create chaos and hold back the Lin family's experts. And then the ally forces outside the city would attack the city in a smooth manner and work together inside and outside to take down Lin City at the least cost. The plan is good and ideal. But accidents happen. An hour later, on top of the moving middle army chariot, a group of leaders of the forces looked straight at the silver-faced messenger with their eyes. They need an explanation. Why had so much time passed? Their men's throats were now dry, and there was still no movement inside the city. The deal was that as soon as their large force arrived, they would start creating chaos within the city, and then a cloud-piercing arrow would serve as a signal for all of them to make a move together to step on Lin City. But now, with their eyes blinded by the sun, they didn't see a single flaming star in the sky. Chapter 15, The War Begins. There's been an accident inside the city, and the experts who were ambushed inside were ambushed instead. The silver-faced messenger let out a sigh. The plan failed. Lin City was run by the Lin family much deeper than they thought. Those masters dived in early, been living in it as a normal person, just waiting to be unleashed at the critical moment. Unfortunately, as things stand now, they're the ones who took it for granted. The inside-out plan had failed, and it was no longer possible for them to break Forest City at the least cost. The only thing that can come next is a strong attack. Gentlemen, execute the second plan. Gather the innate sect masters and forcefully ascend the city walls, the silver-faced messenger said. Everyone nodded without comment. This had been their plan, and if the fragrant fire cult hadn't proposed an inside-out attack, they would have forced their way in long ago. Is it going to start? In the book Depository, Chui raised his eyebrows and lifted his head. The spectacle of hundreds of thousands of people mingling is a rare one. It's a hilarious thing to watch, and it's a bit of spice for a boring life. He put down the books in his hands and stood up. Taking a step across, the person arrived at the top of one of the tallest pavilions of the Lin family and gazed at it. So far away. If it was an ordinary person who might not be able to see anything, even an innate master would find it hard to see. But he could see it clearly. He propped his chin on the palm of his hand and swept over the two camps, comparing the strengths and weaknesses between them. On the side of the Inverted Forest Coalition, the victory was due to the fact that there were more people and more experts. The disadvantage is also obvious. The mess. If it is not their individual strength is perverted, it is a standard rabble. On the Lin family's side, the advantage was that they had the help of the city walls and were well trained, and they trained martial artists in the direction of the Legion. However, it was a pity that the Lin family's Jinnan Legion had been completely wiped out in Annan. Otherwise, with the Jinnan Legion in place, even if the news of the death of the Lin family's oldest ancestor spread, it would be impossible for the Fragrance sect to gather so many people to deal with the Lin family. And right now, the ones they were defending the city were only reserves, numbering only 20, 000 to 30, 000, and the number of experts was no match for the side of the Inverted Forest Coalition. Looking at this situation, the Lin family is playing with fire. The purpose of spreading false news to lure out the curmudgeons is good, but to lure in so many, even if it's resolved, the Lin family will still have a great deal of vitality, and the loss will outweigh the gain. Chui shook his head. He felt that if the Lin family didn't have a backhand, doing so would be too inappropriate and not prudent enough. However, when you actually think about it, it's extenuating. Lin Jinnan knew he had only 5 years to live. He didn't have that kind of time to play hide and seek with these rats in the shadows. Either way, hard knocks are inevitable. The longer it drags on, perhaps the more unfavorable the situation becomes. Might as well be just a little. Fight to the death and live in death. Soon, amidst the shouts and killings, the Inverted Forest Coalition launched an assault on the city walls. It was black, like a dark cloud coming in, and one group in particular stands out. They were so fast that they broke away from the large troop and drifted through the clumps of 10,000 arrows, and when they approached the city wall, they performed various means to avoid all kinds of assaults and killings from the wall, and performed lightweight feats to tumble over the city wall. They are all innate masters, and not just any innate. Against these people, ordinary martial artists and ordnance, the effect was already weak, especially when they were in groups. Soon, a group of innate experts stood on top of the city wall, and at this time, the Lin family's innate experts also quickly moved out to kill. A grueling bloodbath ensued. Terrifying true chi raged and erupted. The walls of the city were constantly being cut up, and the sky and the ground were filled with figures fighting together. Soon there were innate martial artists falling. To be able to become an innate martial artist, one could be called a patriarch, a figure that could hold down a party. But at this time, they were like small soldiers charging and killing against each other. At this level of sparring, ordinary people couldn't participate at all. They would die if they touched it, and they would be injured if they brushed against it. Especially one of the figures. His entire body was covered by armor, so he couldn't see his original face. but He recognized at a glance that it was the Lin family's old ancestor. He mixed in amongst his own group of innate experts, secretly poking and prodding, drifting around the battlefield, laying underhanded moves everywhere, hard to make up for the shortcomings of the Lin family's lack of innate experts, allowing the innate experts on the side of the Inverted Forest Alliance to fall extremely quickly and incomparably. No, we can't fight like this. This battle of the Fallen Forest, it's you Fragrant Flame sect that's taking the lead. But now you haven't contributed. This won't work. Looking at the gruesome killing on the city wall, as some people saw their own innate experts fall, they finally couldn't help themselves. They didn't expect the Lin family to resist so strongly. It was clear that the Lin family was already extremely weak, and the Yan'an Legion that had majestically subdued the world was also gone. Originally, they wanted to come to fight the wind and reap the benefits, but now that one of their own innates had fallen in battle and died a bit too many times, they were naturally not happy about it. Yeah, how can you fight like this? Didn't your Fragrant Flame sect say that there would be a half-step king to press down on this battle of the Fallen Forest? Where is everyone? Indeed. Good point. You Fragrant Fire sect led the head. How can you now watch the show again? Saying that the inside and outside even a shadow is not deliberately swindling. The battle at the top of the city was even more grueling, with the innate being knocked off the walls like dumplings, alive or dead. And most of the dead were men and horses from their Fallen Forest Union side. The major powers were completely unable to sit still, and some had even begun to greet their own family members to retreat backward. Chapter 16, Evil. The brow behind the silver-faced messenger's mask furrowed, and he was about to utter a voice of comfort, when just then, his ears twitched, as if he had received some kind of information. Everyone, don't panic, my sect master has arrived. With his old man's hand, this Lin city can be broken with a wave of his hand. The silver-faced messenger pressed his hands together and smiled. It would be great if your sect master could do it himself. Just don't wait an hour like you just did. The leaders of the group of forces looked slightly relieved. The sect leader of the Fragrant Flame sect was a half-step king realm expert. That was the supreme battle power of the Xia clan. He can travel through the air. A land godlike figure. In the entire Xia clan, there weren't many such experts. The reason why they were willing to follow the Fragrant Flame cult to Lin City and were willing to listen to the command was because of the face of that half-step king. It was also the confidence given to them by the half-step kings. However, having had just looked over their shoulders at that mess, they were also worried that the Fragrant Flame sect soon-to-be was after their innate sovereign masters had lost their battle with the Lin family. Don't worry, you guys, my sect master has already made a move. With arrogance, the silver-faced messenger reached out, only to see, high in the sky, an old man wearing a golden python robe, a divine crown on his head, a golden whip in his hand, and white hair flying in the wind, stepped in the void and walked towards Lin Cheng step by step. He was majestic. A powerful aura was released, startling the entire room. Each step carried an extreme sense of oppression, just like a drum beating a heavy hammer on top of one's mind. Long live the sect leader. Long live the heavens. The silver-faced messenger, as well as the many incense believers, raised their hands in the air and roared in unison. The Inverted Forest Coalition and the Lin family silently stopped fighting, and all eyes were placed on the Fragrant Flame sect leader. At the moment, he is in the limelight. The Lin family, when destroyed, he came to the head of the city and with a wave of his hand issued a proclamation. Cold and silent, a powerful aura emanated, causing the Inverted Forest Union army to let out a loud cheer. Their king is coming. Victory is at hand. On the other hand, on the Lin family's side, except for the top management who were informed, the others revealed a look of despair. The addition of a half-step king would be the last straw that would crush the camel. The Lin family, today is in danger. Lin Xue Ling gripped her blood-dripping longsword. Her despairing gaze mixed with determination. She raised her longsword with great difficulty, her sword pointing at the incense sect master in midair. Today, she would fight a half-step king in blood for the Lin family, even if it means death. Never retreat. She banished despair from her heart, and her hot blood burned, letting the battle spirit grow high. However, just as she was about to fly up, little girl, you're very good. I didn't expect that my Lin family would have a heavenly pride like you. Good, good, good. My Lin family's future is promising. A pale palm pulled her back. Fighting for the Lin family, you'll have plenty of chances in the future. Right now, old ancestor, I can still be around. I can still hold out. Lin Jinan let out an unrestrained laugh, and then he looked up, his eyes showing a cold light. Waiting for you, you bastard grandson, finally willing to come out. A stronger might emanated from him, locking onto the Fragrant Flame sect master. As his voice sounded out, a formation was opened, trapping the Fragrant Flame sect leader. At the same time, he flew up and came across to the Fragrant Flame sect leader, and with a shake of his torso he threw off his heavy armor, revealing his original face. Lin Xue Ling, you're not dead. How is that possible? The Fragrant Flame sect master couldn't maintain his bashfulness and lost his voice in shock. Field reversal. The appearance of the Lin family's old man left everyone dumbfounded, especially the allied side, which directly panicked. The Lin family's old ancestor, but an old half-step king, his strength was much more terrifying than the Fragrant Flame sect master. As the same half-step king, he was like a grandfather beating his grandson when he beat the Fragrant Flame sect leader. The gap was exceptionally wide. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the case that when he was seriously injured and didn't know how much of his strength could be utilized, the Fragrant Flame sect master still wimped out and didn't dare to make a move. Now that the Lin clan's old ancestor, who was originally supposed to be dead, had appeared alive, how could they not be terrified? As for the Lin family's side, when they saw their own ancestor appear, their despairing and low morale was swept away, and they cheered as if they had been beaten with chicken blood, and their force value immediately skyrocketed. Lin Xue Ling was so excited that she cried tears of joy. God knows how much pressure she had put on herself, and now that the old ancestor had appeared, she suddenly felt a lightening of the heavy burden on her body. Humph! So what if you're not dead? How much of your strength can you utilize if your martial Dao origin is damaged? The Fragrant Flame sect leader forced himself to calm down. Then you'll see. The Lin clan's oldest ancestor struck out, his pair of iron fists transforming into a residual shadow as he hammered towards the Fragrant Flame sect leader. How it's possible? Your strength. The Lin family ancestor, who was able to exert his full strength, beat the Fragrant Flame sect master without any power to fight back, and let out a shocked cry of disbelief. He wanted to run, but with the formation isolating him, he could only be chased and hammered everywhere by the Lin family's old man, and there was no place to run. A miserable scream continued to emanate. Golden python robe torn, white hair scattered. The divine crown has long been unknown fell there. The mouth of the blood is running a spit. The inverted forest allies panicked. The Lin family's old man was not only not dead, he was also very alive. The half-step king realm, the incense and fire sect master, who had appeared with great power, was powerless in his hands. That's what everyone didn't expect. The Lin clan's old ancestor has obviously been heavily injured. This is something everyone has confirmed. But what is this situation now? Even if he didn't die, the strength doesn't seem to have been affected in the slightest. Didn't your Fragrant Flame cult swear and promise that he was dead? What's going on here? Someone on the coalition side lost his voice and growled at the silver-faced messenger. Some people are skeptical and feel unbelievable. Lin Xue Ling, let me go. And in the future, how about my Fragrant Flame sect and your Lin family's grudges are wiped out, so that everyone's well water doesn't offend the river water anymore? The Fragrant Fire sect master grunted miserably from his mouth, wanting to reconcile. Ha! A cold snort of disdain escaped from Lin Xue Ling's mouth. The meaning is obvious. Trying to reconcile at this point is a dream. No, there's no way to dream. He wasn't retarded. So how could he do something like letting a tiger return to the mountain under such a great situation? Asshole. You made me do it. Today. Fish out of water. The Fragrant Flame sect master's blood spilled into the air, and his face was gloomy. There was a look of struggling reluctance in his eyes. The fish will die, but the net won't break. It's strong. Lin Xue Ling sneered. Humph. The Fragrant Flame sect master stopped speaking. The original struggle in his eyes dispersed, revealing a look of determination. Hateful. He had been plotting for so long, but now he had to be exposed. After so many years of operation, the horrors of the cult of fragrance can't hang out in the Summerland. Come on. The Fragrant Flame sect master who was being chased around suddenly stopped. His hands were raised high. The originally pure aura on his body was suddenly entangled with black chi. A black silk drilled out from his body. Strokes of snakes swimming. Extremely horrifying. What an evil aura. It makes people uncomfortable. Chu He in the distance frowned, his mood suddenly feeling bad. The smell wafting in the distance, like black silk off the feet of a foot-smelling slugger, made you gag at the smell. Chapter 17, 5-Punch Blowout. Fei. Lin Xue Ling looked at the Fragrant Flame sect master who had suddenly changed his appearance with a grave expression. He tried to continue attacking, but all the power that went out was swallowed up like mud into the sea. Humph. Originally, I was thinking of taking down the Lin family and using the entire Lin county as the foundation of our clan, but I never thought that this kind of accident would happen. Never mind. Let's just have it all at once then and talk about the rest. Outside of the city, half of the incense worshippers let out a mournful yell. Their bodies suddenly acted as if they were spontaneously combusting, rapidly turning charred and black, with wisps of black smoke coming out of them. Messengers, you! In the face of such a shocking change, the other people of the Inverted Forest Alliance couldn't help but change their faces wildly. The cult of incense turned out to be all foreigners. This is how they didn't expect it. The Fae. When today's events spread out, all of them would have no chance of survival in the Xia clan. The kings of the world will order their execution. Collusion with foreigners is a mortal sin, and no one will listen to their explanations. Don't look at me. I don't know. The silver-faced messenger was also frightened and shook his head. He's a normal human being. It's a walking, punching type of role for the fragrance cult out there. The core personnel of the Fragrant Fire sect were foreigners, but they were not good at going all out, and once they used their full power, they were bound to be exposed, so they had taken in a lot of experts to use for them. At this moment, their patriarch was exposed, so naturally, there was no need to hide. The Fallen Forest Coalition began to turn chaotic, because the Fae have turned on them. This foreign race seems to feed on hearts and minds, and it is not known what tricks have been used against them. The martial artists of the Inverted Forest Alliance realized that they were unable to fight back against these foreigners, and were being slaughtered side by side. Their hearts were ripped out, surprisingly black, and swallowed by the Fae to enhance themselves. And at this point, the direction of the city walls, several devilishly flaming figures acted at the same time and flew up, breaking the formations set up by the Lin family, and together they surrounded Lin Xue Ling, although I don't know what method you used to survive, that doesn't matter, because today, you will die, the Fragrant Fire sect master said grimly. Having no choice but to expose their identities today, they couldn't stay in the Xia clan. This is a great place. For a time, he thought that this was the middle ground of their clan. For this reason, he has repeatedly been careful to plan everything before he does it. Never do anything dangerous. Unfortunately, I didn't expect to fall at the hands of a man who was about to die. It's really hateful. In the meantime, Xia clan, core Imperial City, Supervisory Heavenly Division. An old man, who was sitting drowsily on a recliner, jerked his head up, his eyes bursting with brilliant light as he looked toward a picture of mountains and rivers not far in front of him. Good guts. 5 alien half-step kings. He rose and took a step out of the Supervisory Division. Today, blood slaughters this city. The Fragrant Fire cultist put down harsh words. Chu He, who was already irritated by the demonic aura from afar, became even more enraged upon hearing this. What's up? It doesn't matter if it stinks. Still want to massacre the city? You want to interrupt my clocking in and out? Such a statement made the light-hearted Chu He feel depressed in his heart. Since there is anger in your heart, then of course it has to come out. It's not good to hold it in. Chu He clenched his palm into a fist and threw 5 punches in a row. The 9-hailed fist of God. He didn't use his full strength for this strike. He only used the power that a half-step king should have. The power of the fist rose in the wind and cut through space. In an instant, the demonic aura that had enveloped Lin Chang dissipated and was enveloped by an aura that made people even more terrified. A sense of great terror arose in the hearts of all, especially the 5 alien half-step kings in Lin Xue. They were the strongest and felt it the most. This sudden appearance made him feel a deadly crisis. They turned their heads and unanimously looked in the direction the scent came from. They then saw 5 increasingly large golden fist shadows, cutting through space. The pace seemed slow. However, the 5 Fey half-step kings who were the targets of the attack were shocked to realize that they couldn't move even though they wanted to dodge when they felt the fist rushing towards them. A regal suppressive force made them only watch as the fist slowly slammed towards them. Terror. Incredibly scary. This is a great terror from the mind level under suppression. No, how could there be such a terrifying existence here? The breath. Half-step invincible king. A half-step invincible king. That was an existence that could compete with a true king. And it was the town force of the clans in this land of barbarian domains. They had begun to comprehend the martial will. This was the difference between them and ordinary half-step kings. With the martial will enchantment, their battle power increased exponentially. And when an ordinary half-step king fought against them, their strength would be greatly reduced when they were taken in by the martial will. And this would result in a crushing effect. Ordinary half-step kings were simply not enough to look at in front of them. And now, these 5 incoming fists. The aura emanating from them was so terrifying that it was able to make the 5 half-step kings unable to even dodge. These were the top half-step invincible kings. The truly invincible kind. Poof, 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 poof. 5 fist power shadows flashed by, and the 5 foreign races with monstrous demonic flames were directly blown up and flew into oblivion, with not even dregs left. The Fragrant Flame sect master hadn't even figured out until he died how such a terrifying half-step invincible king could appear in this place. Wasn't it said that the Xia clan only had 3 half-step invincible kings? Didn't they say that they were all guarding the most critical border areas? How did one pop up here? Chapter 18, The Lin Family, with a half-step invincible ancestor in attendance. Quiet. The originally lively and chaotic battlefield suddenly turned dead silent. Those 5 millstone-sized fists. The fist that killed a few half-step king realm foreigners in seconds without leaving any crumbs. Shocking to all. The people of the Inverted Forest Alliance froze. Their hands and feet were cold. They didn't expect that the Lin family they were combining their efforts to exterminate had such a terrifying existence sitting in their midst. They're going to piss themselves. Do it to death. Simply do great death. They regretted it. They shouldn't have thought about the Lin family. They should have knelt down. It's horrible. They swore that if they could go back alive this time, they would make a detour when they encountered anyone surnamed Lin in the future. Lin Xue Ling in midair was stiff, his body falling down bit by bit. The terrifying 5 punches, although they were not aimed at him and specifically swerved to avoid him, but feeling them up close still gave his mind an oppressive sense of suffocation. A breath of fresh air. These 5 punches were so terrifying that they made his mind go blank. If one of these 5 punches were aimed at him, no, just half a punch, he wouldn't have any confidence in taking it, and would similarly end up with no crumbs left. The Lin family members were shocked with excitement. I didn't realize that their family still had such a strong person sitting in the town, with such an underpinning. This caused their hearts, which had just been lifted again due to the appearance of the 5 alien half-step kings, to relax again. However, the moods were so up and down and up again that it made them feel tired instead of excited. It was so exciting to have things reversed and reversed and reversed again. Lin Xue Ling's long sword was tightly gripped as she tilted her head back to look at the sky with a yearning in her eyes. How wonderful it would be if one day she could be so powerful. I don't know if little brother Chu is this strong, or if this is little brother Chu striking out. At the same time, a vague thought flashed through her mind. Whether Chu he admitted it or not, in Lin Xue Ling's heart, he was an expert. The foreign race that was letting out horrifying howls and excitedly slaughtering the human race around them to grow their own bodies was also confused. What? What happened to the 5 old ancestors? We were so big and so scary. How come it's suddenly gone? Can't even see a crumb? A hallucination. It must be a hallucination. They don't want to accept this horror. But, no longer willing to accept it, his eyes blinked and blinked. His thoughts turned and turned. The bloody truth is still in front of them. 5 powerful and sturdy old ancestors, indeed, are gone. Not even the dregs. Escape. Run away. Some of the Fae reacted and yelled at their companions, greeting them as they fled for their lives. That shadowy presence is too scary. One move killed 5 of their ancestors in a second. With such strength, they had absolutely no thoughts of revenge, and only wanted to quickly escape. The faster the better. Thus, a group of reacting foreigners, amidst shouts and cries, ran for their lives in a direction away from Lin City. As the foreign races fled, a group of leaders from the Inverted Forest Alliance also reacted, and with their hearts in the right place, they simultaneously gave orders to their respective forces to retreat. The scene was chaotic as the back line turned into the front line and everyone scrambled to start running for their lives. Ha ha, you curmudgeons suffer death. Lin Xue Ling snapped out of his shocked state, calmed his mind, and let out an unrestrained laugh. He wasn't just happy about it, either. He, who had been in the battlefield for a long time, naturally understood that this was the best time to beat up the dogs. Therefore, Lin Xue Ling made an immediate decision and gave the order to pursue. His body was like an eagle, leaping up and chasing after him first. At this time, the Inverted Forest Union Army, and the 2 sides of the foreigners, had no fighting spirit, and the Lin family chased and killed wherever they went. No one will stay behind, all trying to run a little faster than the others. There were even underhanded moves to slow down the people in front of them. That's another difference between the systemized elite and the rabble. The elites were being pursued, and then again, there were rules and regulations for retreating, and even more people were assigned to the rear, and was cobbled together by the rabble. Fight windy battle, okay? Once there is a defeat, just like the dike flood, blocking cannot be blocked. A flood of water. It was a one-sided slaughter. The whole chase went on into the night. Thousands of miles of land were covered in blood and corpses. The large force of the Inverted Forest Coalition with the foreigners were all killed, and only a small portion of them escaped in all directions. Thus, a Lin family's extermination disaster ended hastily with a situation that no one had expected. At the same time, this news was spread by the divine strategist army that had sensed a foreign king's aura in the Xia clan's hinterland and rushed to surround it. The world was shaken. Who would have thought that with the destruction of the Anan Legion, Lin Xue Ling's serious injuries, and the inability to suppress even the land of Lin County, the forces on their own turf, that the Lin family, which was already thinning out, would still have such a terrifying underbelly? There was actually a half-step invincible king sitting within the family. Most importantly, Lin Xue Ling's injuries weren't as severe as the legend. He can bounce and jump and fight. For a time, all the top forces of the Xia clan once again paid attention to the Lin family. The Lin family was still that top family of the Xia clan. It didn't decline due to the destruction of the Anan Legion. Instead, it was even more scary because it had a half-step invincible king sitting on it. Lin Xue Ling's ambiguous response to other people's probing, questioning, and curiosity makes it difficult for people to understand the truth. In fact, Lin Xue himself was confused and had not yet gleaned things clearly. To say that half-step Invincible King was indeed related to their Lin family, but he didn't recognize it. Although I've seen it, it's really no different than not seeing it. That's a little strange to say, but it's true. Lin Xue guessed that the one who had struck the day should be the senior who had saved him, and that senior claimed to be related to one of their Lin family members. But with whom exactly? What is that senior's name and what does he look like? Don't ask him any of these. To ask is not to know. Even this senior, whether he was still in the Lin family today, Lin Xue had no idea in his heart. Chapter 19, Lin Xue Ling breaks through the realm. No matter what speculations the outside world had about half-step Invincible Kings, Chu He was in the book depository and was unmoved. The outburst that day was purely a matter of soothing his nose from the demonic aura. To him, the few punches that looked terrifying to the outside world were just thrown casually, and had tried very hard to suppress the power. When he was done, he continued to quietly cultivate and read his book with pleasure. Spring goes to fall, time passes, and before we know it, another 10 years have passed. Chu He is 38 years old, and has also stayed in the book depository for a full 24 years and more. At this moment, his cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the 3rd turn. Moving towards the 4th turn, he was in no hurry to break through. Instead, they are slowly building up the bottom line. The Lin family has also changed a lot in these 10 years. The crisis is over and revitalized, even better than before. After experiencing an extinguishing ordeal, all of them began to seriously and diligently cultivate. 5 years ago, the Lin family's oldest ancestor, Lin Xue, died at the end of his life, and the Lin family did not cover it up, but instead made a big fuss about it. Countless forces in the world were invited to offer their condolences. As for Lin Xue Ling, after that Lin city defense battle, her cultivation was exposed, causing the Lin family to be surprised and delighted. However, due to the little girl remembering Chu He's instructions not to tell anyone about him as her teacher, the entire Lin family wasn't aware of the truth that her strength was suddenly so strong, and believed the story that she had suddenly encountered a high-ranking person who had transmitted her strength. After all, the Lin family did have a hidden high-ranking person. In the past few years, a lot of the Lin family's attention had been placed on her. She's the center of attention everywhere she goes and has people shouting 666 in everything she does. Many great powers had heard of her, and the powers that wanted to marry her had trampled through the doors of the Lin family. However, these were rejected. Lin Xue Ling couldn't look at all of them, and the Lin family didn't want to. I don't know when. A rumor went viral in the midst of it. Lin Xue Ling had a sweetheart, a small handyman in the book depository. There was some furor over this incident, eventually leveled off. Lin Xue Ling stepped in and ruthlessly repaired those who were openly trying to find trouble with Chu He, and those who secretly tried to do it are now 3 feet tall in their graves. During that time, Chu He couldn't even read a book without getting clean, and it annoyed him. He's just a little handyman hiding from the cleaners at the book depository. Fortunately, as time went on, the heat of the storm diminished and finally settled down. That day, at night, Lin Xue Ling found Chu He. Brother Xiao Chu, I feel like I've accumulated enough to be out of control. I can break through. Then break through. I'll watch it for you. Chu He nodded. Right now, Lin Xue Ling's true qi was extremely active in her body, and she wanted to break out of her body several times. And she had also been observing true intentions here in Chu He for the past few years, so she really didn't need to suppress it anymore. Going from an 8 to king was a major hurdle in the martial arts path and was extremely dangerous. Many people fell on this path, and many others succeeded but went astray, and a good king's realm became a half-step king. It's even harder to get back on the right path when you're on the wrong path and don't even realize it. Normally, if one were to make a breakthrough, one would need to make a lot of preparations, and one would have to have the family send out an expert to escort them in case of accidents. However, Lin Xue Ling trusted Chu He, and apart from Chu He, she didn't tell anyone about this matter. Chu He brought Lin Xue Ling to the bedroom and directly pulled out 3 pills for her. This is the king's breakthrough pill. It could increase the chances of breaking through to the king's realm, as well as increase the bottom line, and also protect the Dantian Sea of knowledge to minimize the backlash of a failed breakthrough. This kind of elixir, back when Chu He was in the innate realm, he had obtained several bottles. However, the 9-turn golden body skill he cultivated was special, and he didn't use this kind of elixir much, and when he broke through at that time, he did swallow a few grains ahead of time, but the effect wasn't obvious. The rest he kept in the system space. Having already reached the 9th level of the 3rd turning, the king's boundary-breaking Dan was no different to him compared to candy. Now it's time to take it out and train the little girl. Lin Xue Ling took the elixir without asking much and honestly swallowed it, starting to break through under Chu He's guard. Chu He watched Lin Xue Ling with his hands behind his back, His powerful strength allowed him to know the situation of her breakthrough like the back of his hand even if he didn't use his inspiration, so that he could make a timely move in the event of an accident. Lin Xue Ling's breakthrough was smooth, accompanied by a thick whine. A sharp pressure of martial will appeared in the tiny bedroom. The king's realm became a reality. Shu He waved his hand, blocking all the foreign images and grinding them down. Otherwise, this tiny bedroom won't stand up to it. After a long time, Lin Xue Ling opened her eyes, and a sharp light spilled out in all directions from her bright eyes. Is this the half-step king realm? It's really completely different from innate, Lin Xue Ling said softly. She thought that what she had broken through was the half-step king realm, and never thought that she was already a true king. This is an area in which she has no experience. Shu He smiled at his words and didn't explain. When this girl goes up against a real half-step king, I'm afraid she'll be shocked at that time. She had originally prepared for everything, with nervousness, apprehension, and a lack of confidence to engage the veteran half-step king. Full out, a sword was swung out, and the sword shocked the heavens. The veteran king opposite her, who originally stood proudly, instantly trembled all over his body, and without even being able to cry out for mercy, there was directly nothing left of the dregs. She was the only one left in a daze where she was, and I'm afraid she couldn't make sense of the situation even if she spun her head around, thinking of the scene that would occur. Shu He couldn't help but smile wanly. Thought it would be fun. Chapter 20, Rotation. Not bad. A 30-year-old king. It should be unique in the Xia clan. Shu He smiled. With the current situation of the Xia clan that Shu He knew of, no true king realm martial artists had been found, and the highest were only invincible half-step kings who could battle ordinary newly promoted kings. Whether or not there are masters hiding is unknown, but at least on the bright side, other than him, Lin Xue Ling was the only one left. Not at all. There's a now invincible half-step king Ancestor in the imperial city. When he was young, he was 28 years old when he stepped into the realm of half-step king. I'm still a little bit short compared to him. Lin Xue Ling did not feel self-satisfied by Shu He's compliments. However, she didn't know that the imperial cities was only a half-step king, while she was a true king. Otherwise, if she was only breaking through the half-step king realm, she could have gone for a breakthrough years ago and without any risk. There was a need to accumulate for so long there. By the way, when did you break through to the half-step king realm, little brother Chu? Lin Xue Ling blinked and asked curiously. She had long since determined that Chu He was an expert, and more than once, she suspected that 10 years ago, the 5 fists that killed 5 alien half-step kings in seconds, and the person who had renewed her old ancestor's life for 5 years, was the little Chu brother in front of her. I've never broken through the half-step king realm, Chu Ha said. He was telling the truth. Once he broke through it was the 3rd turn. He belonged to the true kings. As for the monstrous path of a half-step king, he didn't need to go there yet. Lin Xue Ling had a look of disbelief on her face. Chu He was able to give him the pills he needed to use for his breakthrough, and he was also able to instruct her how it was possible that her own strength was not high when she stepped into a half-step king in such a short period of time. However, Chu He didn't say anything, so she honestly didn't ask any more questions. Time rushes by, and another decade passes. Winter solstice, the snow is heavy, and the year is a good one. Open the door of the bookstore. Outside the silver drift rustling, the ground is also wrapped in a thick layer. Dressed in a single thin green coat, Shu He stepped out with his hands behind his back, letting the cool snowflakes fall on his face. It's a nice day. Shu He exhaled a mouthful of hot air. He's in a good mood today, so whatever the weather, it makes him feel comfortable. More than 10 years, after accumulating more than a decade of time and spending a month in seclusion, just a moment ago, he managed to break through the 4th turn of the realm. Cultivation enhancement, although it was a normal and watery thing, could always make one's mood a lot happier. Brother Xiao Chu, you're out of the gate? In the side yard, Lin Xue Ling, who had been on guard for a month's time, jumped over with a joyful step on her face. Shu He didn't need anyone to watch over his seclusion, because it doesn't make sense. He also didn't tell Lin Xue Ling that he was in seclusion. He just asked her to greet the rest of the Lin family on his behalf for a while, and the book depository was closed for a period of time. He then directly set up layers of formations inside and began his seclusion. And the reason why Lin Xue Ling knew that Chu He was in seclusion? None of it. It's just that she was smart enough to guess. Aha! Chu He smiled and nodded. Although he had never taken the initiative to reveal his cultivation, and his speech was also half hidden, but to this day, there was no need to be sneaky or anything. With his current strength, in the Xia clan, he wasn't afraid of being known as part of his strength. Just don't be clear about all of it. It's like playing the machine. Just don't pick things apart and be vague enough to be puzzling. Now that he was at the 4th turn of cultivation, corresponding to the Great Desolate Emperor realm, he could reveal his invincible half-step king strength if he had to make a move in front of people. It's nothing. Of course, He wouldn't take the initiative to make a spectacle of himself, but would only expose this level of strength at most when someone took the initiative to pick a fight, and it would be even better if no one was looking for trouble. There's no trouble. You can't get any better than taking it easy. Brother Xiaochu, I'm going to Annan again for a while, Lin Xue Ling said. Be careful. Something is going on. Unwrap the pouch I gave you. Shui nodded his head and didn't say anything more, but just gave the usual admonition. 10 years ago, when Lin Xue Ling broke through the realm of kings, Shui didn't stop her from revealing herself in front of people. It didn't take long for the Lin family to basically know about her breaking through to half-step king. All of them thought that Lin Xue Ling was a half-step king. No one ever thought, or dared to think, that she was a true king. Although her battle power was perverted, everyone thought that she was a demon that was one step above heaven's pride. The battle is strong and deservedly so. After that, as the Lin family's highest combatant, she had an additional responsibility on her shoulders and needed to hold up the sky for the Lin family. The land of Annan is the border of the Xia tribe. It's the defense area of Lin, Ji, and the Tianshan sword sect. Previously, the Lin family's old ancestor had been seriously injured. The Jinnan Legion had been destroyed, and the only two families left in the defense zone were the Ji family and the Tianshan sword sect, which had left them struggling. After Lin Jinnan's death, the Lin family only had a half-step invincible king who didn't know where the cat was, and even if they wanted to come over to look for someone and couldn't find them, they didn't dare to speak too heavily, so they kept dragging it out. But once Lin Xue Ling's strength was exposed, they refused to stop. The land of Annam always had a share of the Lin family. The Lin family, occupying a huge Lin county, was also definitely contributing. They were 3 counties, sharing a common ground, which was a responsibility, more than an obligation. The Lin family was without the Jinnan Legion, and Lin County had gone through a lot of turmoil, so they could understand a thing or two about the middle tier of the war effort withering away and needing to recuperate and replenish. However, if the Lin family, with 2 top-notch experts of the half-step king realm, the high-end battle force, still didn't come out to sit in the town, that would be unjustified. In the past, the land of Annam had been rotated by 3 half-step kings. 2 half-step kings sat down, and 1 rotated back. And after Lin Jinnan's accident, for almost 20 years, the Ji family, the 2 half-step king ancestors of the Tianshan sword sect, were dragged in the land of Annan, and were naturally very upset. After that, after some deliberation, Lin Xue Ling began to go to the land of Annan to sit in the town on a rotating basis. Chapter 21, The Phantom Nation. Forest County, Shaoyan Mountain. This is where the Zhang family land is. Since 20 years ago, Lin County was in decline due to the Lin family, thus triggering a great chaos in the entire county. Most of the first-class forces in Lin County had basically participated in the Battle of the Inverted Forest due to their respective intentions. At that time, the Zhang family was still just an insignificant second-rate minor power in Lin County. However, since that great change, the Lin family won and several first-class forces experts were annihilated, thus collectively fleeing the Lin County and vacating a large area of territory and resources. The Zhang family, the forces that were not involved in the battle to defeat the Lin, thus profited and gained a great deal of benefits from it. Rising rapidly, the development has been flourishing over the years, with experts coming out of the clan, and good seedlings continuously appearing in the young generation. A flourishing, developing in a good direction in a calm manner. However, just today, the Zhang family's peace was shattered. A group of mysterious figures covered in black robes forcefully intruded into Shaoyan Mountain, like a pass, all the way from the bottom of the mountain, scrapping ordinary disciples. After entering the mountain, crippling the first-line sequence disciples who had heard about it, and going straight into the back of the mountain, beating a bunch of clan elders who were still spitting out blood now. Even the current patriarch of the Zhang family, who was the last to appear, was now covering his chest, his face turning blue and purple, having been injured quite a bit. Who the hell are you guys? And what are your orders for coming to my Zhang family? Zhang Tai, the patriarch of the Zhang clan, covered his chest and looked at the group of black-robed figures across from him as he snapped in a deep voice. These people are inscrutable in their strength. At least wiping out their Zhang family had that strength, but they were only striking out to hurt people without killing them, so they obviously had something in mind. Do you guys recognize this? The leading black-robed man took out a black token with an evil ghost symbol on it, and with just one glance, the evil aura poured out, and it wasn't something serious at first glance. Phantom Order. Upon seeing this token, both the Zhang clan's patriarch and the clan elder who was spitting blood changed wildly. In the Zhang family, there is a big secret that has been passed down by word of mouth. This secret was only known to the level of the clan leader and the elders. The Zhang family's ancestors had also been brilliant, but the reason for that brilliance was that it would be passed on for years to come and there was a danger of the family being extinguished. Because of their ancestry, They were part of a sect that had colluded with the Fae. The Compulsive Heart sect, infamous and still hanging on the Xia clan's kill list. You're from the Phantom clan? Zhang Tai's voice was beginning to tremble with dryness. Ever since a big change a few hundred years ago, when the Compassionate Heart sect was destroyed, a group of Zhang family ancestors broke away from the sect and went into hiding, and had long since severed ties with the Phantom clan. Although it has fallen from grace and lost its former prestige, it is not a new birth. Unexpectedly, now the other party did not know through what means, and came to the door again. That's right, we're the Phantoms. The black-robed figure nodded and blandly said, What are you doing here this time? Zhang Tai's face became even heavier. Whatever the purpose of the Fae's search, he didn't think it would be good. The Zhang family was all well and getting stronger now, and no matter how it had been, at least now he didn't want to get involved with the foreigners. I am the protector of the Phantom clan, and by order of the clan elder, I have come to take over the former Compassionate Heart sect congregation, revitalize the Compassionate Heart sect, and bring you back into the embrace of the Phantom God. Sure enough, the light in Zhang Tai's eyes contracted violently. The Phantom's coming sent chills down his spine. Are you determined not to let the Zhangs off the hook? Or is it that the Zhangs are too good? Are they too easy to use? Running into the territory of the human race, he went straight to them. If you guys are so good, why haven't you thought about getting a new minion? Or go find someone else? There were quite a few people who escaped from the Compassionate Heart sect at that time. It's been hundreds of years. Why are they still thinking about their Zhang family? I've read the records before I came here. Your Zhang family's former ancestor was at least one of the pillars of the Compassionate Heart sect. How come so many years have passed and his offspring are so incompetent? Not to mention half-step kings in the clan. There's not even an innate invincible. There's only one innate 9. Weak. Too weak. The black-robed figure continued to speak while shaking his head full of disappointment. Zhang Tai's iron-green face surged with blood redness, making it even more unsightly. Not only to be used, but to be humiliated. If he hadn't been unable to fight, he would have exploded by now. His temper. It's not good. Now, you have two choices. 1. Submit. Or 2. Die. You choose. The black-robed figure continued to give choices. The voice was cold and unfeeling. Quiet. A group of people from the Zhang family stared at each other wordlessly. After half a second, they helplessly lowered their heads, expressing their willingness to return to the embrace of the Phantom God. The form is not up to the person. With the knife at their necks, they simply had no choice. This time my clan rejoined the Xia clan in order to use the resources of your huge group of people to build the foundation of the Great Tao for the 10 holy sons and daughters of my clan. What should be done? I don't think you have forgotten it yet. The black-robed figure sat on the main seat, looking down at Zhang Tai and a group of clan elders who stood obediently in 2 rows below. Zhang Tai hesitated for a moment and finally shook his head with a bitter face. Honestly, they don't know what to do. The cooperation between the Phantom clan and the Compassionate Heart sect had been interrupted for hundreds of years, and with the passage of time, if it wasn't for the long lives of the innate masters, it was possible that no one would even know about this matter. As for the specific details, the generation of the Zhang family that was involved in the Compassionate Heart sect's cooperation with the Phantom clan was secretive about it and did not want to mention it too much, and after they passed away, no one was clear about it. Humph. The black-robed figure let out a cold snort. He was dissatisfied that the Zhang clan could forget all the things that their Phantom clan had explained to him, but he didn't think too much about it. The Zhang family was approached to let them do their job, and now was not the time to settle scores. A strong lust-filled soul body. This is something my clan needs. I need you, the Zhang clan, to cultivate such a soul body for my clan outside, and when it matures, bring it back here for my clan's holy son to enjoy. There was a ghostly light flashing in the black-robed figure's exposed eyes, carrying an indescribable evil intent. The harshness of his voice was disconcerting. When Zhang Tai and the others heard this, their hearts couldn't help but jump. Cultivating a soul body filled with lust is not known to be a good thing, but just by the name, you know it's not good, and it's for the enjoyment of the Holy Sun. Isn't that just food? If such a thing was discovered by the Xia clan, their Zhang clan would truly die without a burial place. Sure enough, working with the Fae is not a good thing. Of course, working for my Phantom clan, there is no shortage of benefits for you. Several of you present, it won't be long before the innate invincibility I guarantee can be achieved. And even a half-step king is not impossible. To make a horse run, it is natural to give it grass as well. The black-robed figure made an assurance. Zhang Tai and the others felt slightly better in their hearts. Although being forced to do something was infuriating, being rewarded with a sweet date at the end was somewhat comforting. Chapter 22, Zhao Yuling. Lin family, book depository. Lin Xue Ling had gone to Annan, and the place seemed much colder. However, to Chu He, who had already been here for decades, it didn't matter. In front of him lay a pile of books made of parchment scrolls that looked out of place with the rest of the books in the cabinet. This was something he had asked Lin Xue Ling to bring out from the Lin family's hidden scriptures. The collection of books is full of some various martial arts warrior biographies, all kinds of strange records, but for some real hidden secrets, but always a pass. Instead, the caches are well documented. For the past few years, Chu He has been reading these books. Chu He pulled out a book from one of them at random, pulled over a recliner to the side, found a comfortable position, and rocked while flipping the book open. 500 years ago, when the Xia clan was at its peak, there were more than 1,000 half-step kings in the clan, and there were even 10 real king elders sitting in the town, and the strength around this barbarian domain could be ranked among the top of the 4th grade of the strength of the big forces. However, right then, a big change appeared, making the Xia clan's strength greatly lost, and almost can't survive in this barbarian domain. The living space was repeatedly squeezed. It is documented. 500 years ago, a foreign race called the Phantom Race infiltrated into the Xia race and formed a force under the guise of the Compassionate Heart sect, secretly laying hands on countless Xia race geniuses and prides. I don't know what tactics were used to make them change their temperament drastically, and the entire Xia race was in chaos during that period of time, and even more half-step king ancestors suffered from the underhanded hand. A king's ancestor personally made a secret investigation, eventually locking down the Compassionate Heart sect and uncovering the Phantom Race hidden in the shadows. A shocking conspiracy was uncovered. The Phantom Race actually feeds on the souls of intelligent beings after they have been contaminated, and the Xia race, which has a large base, became their target, and they are actually secretly plotting to captivate the Xia race. The 10 kingly ancestors of the Xia clan were furious, and at a great cost they completely catalyzed the mountain river and Jigaku diagram to find all of the Phantom clan, who had extremely strong hiding abilities. A shocking battle that swept across the entire territory of the Xia clan erupted, and in the end, most of the Phantom clan was killed, and the rest fled the Xia clan's boundaries in a hurry. But the battle also caused the Xia clan to suffer heavy losses, with 4 king ancestors falling, 3 seriously injured, 3 lightly injured, and an unknown number of half-step king ancestors falling as well. This is not the most fatal. The house leakage is not the reign of the night. Just in the Xia tribe's weakest, have not yet had time to collude with the foreigners to find out the traitors cleaned up, recuperate when the surrounding several communities that used to be hunted by the Xia tribe, was a 4th grade tiger tribe united, the Xia tribe territory to launch erosion, a period of more difficult years to come. The Xia tribe lost a large part of the fertile frontier, and it was only when the tiger race stopped its erosion and gained a chance to survive. Chu He looked at the information on it to reveal contemplation. The Xia clan was quite a strong race in this land of barbaric domains a few hundred years ago, and only fell because of a great change, which was vaguely documented in quite a few canonical books, only none of them were too detailed, and those books in the cache were occasionally mentioned in passing. Instead, this book from the hidden scriptures is documented in detail, and it's highly credible. Phantom? Chu He remembered this race, feeds on the souls of intelligent beings. Such a race is evil and dangerous in the extreme. Once you encounter it, it's better to just crush it. Just then, Chu He felt something in his heart and raised his head. Someone's coming to the stash. Are you Auntie's little Chu brother? It was a little girl, around 8 or 9 years old, powdered and with 2 crochets, looking very cute. She came to Chu He's side and tilted her head, blinking her big eyes in question. You're the niece of little girl Xue Ling? Chu He asked rhetorically. Yes. The little girl nodded her head and said, my mother is Auntie Xue Ling's sister. Chu He nodded. He had heard Lin Xue Ling say it. She had an older sister who was arranged to marry far away from Tianshan County 20 years ago before the Lin family's oldest ancestor passed away, and later gave birth to 2 girls. One must have been in his late teens, and this one of 8 or 9 was naturally the younger one. What's your name? Chu He had a wide smile on his face, and he couldn't help but reach out and pinch the little girl's face. The hand feels great and is right up there with her cuteness. Hello uncle, my name is Zhao Yuling. The little girl was unrecognizable and brittle. She didn't resent being pinched in the face when she smelled something nice on Chu He that made her comfortable and soothed her. A very nice name. However, you can't call me uncle. It's too strange. Why don't you do the same as your sister-in-law and call me brother Xiao Chu? Chu He smiled. Yeah, little brother Chu. Zhao Yuling nodded her head and called out very quickly. Good boy. Chu He reached out and rubbed the top of the little girl's head, satisfied by her good behavior. What do you come here for? Reading? Chu He asked with a smile. No. I came here to look for a high-ranking senior to learn the supreme art. Brother Xiao Chu, do you know where the senior is? The little girl craned her neck with an expectant face. Looking for someone high up? Chu He was stunned. It's not just looking for him. Who did you hear say there were high people here? Chu He asked suspiciously. Lin Xue Ling knew that he didn't like to be disturbed. and for so many years, his mouth was so sturdy that he never exposed his identity. And apart from Lin Xue Ling, no one knew that it was only right that he was a great expert hidden in the Lin family. I heard from my mother that my sister-in-law's talent used to be only fair, comparable to my mother's, but ever since she liked to come to the book collection pavilion, her cultivation began to soar, and the geniuses and prides were too much for her. And mother said that the Lin family has a senior who is hidden and has an extremely high cultivation level, and she guessed that it might be in the book depository. Auntie is his disciple, and brother Xiao Chu should also be his disciple, and a great disciple at that, right? Wisdom flickered in Zhao Yuling's eyes, though all of this she had heard. But the fact that she can remember it and say it in an organized way shows that she is intelligent enough, justified and convincing. Chu He nodded. It feels good to analyze this wave as well. That should be the guess of what most people out there think as well. It was just that they might not have thought, and should have been unable to imagine, that the real high person was him, the little handyman of the book depository. After all, his identity was too low and the traces of his life were too clear. It was really not good for people to associate him with a high person. To think of him as a great disciple of the higher power was already the greatest high opinion of him. This was still thanks to Lin Xue Ling's excessive closeness to him. Chapter 23, Giving a Green Bastard as a Gift. Then, little brother Chu, there really is someone high up here. Can you introduce me? I want to worship. Seeing Chu He nod his head, Zhao Yuling blinked her big watery eyes with an expectant face. You're still so young. It's the time when you should be carefree. Going to a high-ranking person to worship a teacher can be very hard work. Chui shook his head and lost his smile. But I want to become a Jedi. Linger isn't afraid of suffering. Zhao Yuling inclined her small head, her right index finger resting against her glossy jade-like chin, and said with a serious face, Why? Chu He asked. Because being a higher power can protect father and mother, and guard the Xia clan from being bullied by foreign clans. The little girl raised her voice, her little look solemn, showing that she was serious. I didn't realize you were so responsible for being so small. Chu Hao would smile. Once again, he couldn't help but rub Zhao Yuling's hair hard. Being so middle-aged and two-dimensional, it reminded him of the old Lin Xue Ling, and the even longer ago, existing in his memory, tying the red scarf and standing under the red flag era. A man's middle age is not a waste of youth. Chui couldn't help but let out an exclamation in his heart. Unconsciously, he had also reached the stage of seeing through the world, turned on sage mode and felt everything tasteless. Life does get a little less boring, though he was able to tolerate it and didn't think anything of it. But it is also true that such a life is too far removed from the world. Over time, problems may arise. Something touched his heart. It's a secret as to where the higher power is, but if you want to learn martial arts, I can teach you, and if you qualify, I'll consider whether or not to introduce you to the higher power. Chui's thoughts turned, and he suddenly smiled at Zhao Yuling. He decided to spice up his bland life. It just so happened that he had just made a breakthrough and his cultivation was in the consolidation stage, so he had a lot of spare time. Good. Thank you, brother Xiao Chu. I'll definitely try my best. Zhao Yuling's eyes lit up. If you want to practice martial arts with me in the future, what will you say to your parents? Chu he asked. Little brother Chu, don't worry. I just need to tell my mother that you're going to conduct an examination on me, and that after I pass, I can join a high-ranking person's sect, and they won't object. Zhao Yuling smiled. This girl has a clear, precocious mind. Chui nodded and didn't object to Zhao Yuling taking him out as a shield. The people outside suspected that he was the disciple of a higher power. He doesn't try to deny it or admit it. Just let the people out there make up their own minds. This also happens to save a little trouble. For example, some people who didn't know better were jealous of his handsomeness, and from time to time, they would put on a show, trying to come over and punch him twice in his handsome face like this. It couldn't hurt him, but it was disgusting enough to come every once in a while. Since that day, the cool collection of books has more than a touch of youthfulness. Chattering like the childish voice of a lark fills the air. At first it made the quiet Chu he a little uncomfortable, but after a while he got used to it and enjoyed it. It felt good to have a little girl for company. Just the thing to make up for the loneliness after Lin Xue Ling left. Also, the little girl was surprisingly capable of suffering. To be a higher power, she wasn't just paying lip service. People who can work hard for the goals in their mind are always a favorite. Chu He's teaching of her, from playing around in the beginning, became much more serious later on as well. Time rushes. Winter to spring. In the blink of an eye, it was 2 years that had passed. 2 years down the line, Chui's cultivation level after his 4-turn breakthrough was thoroughly consolidated, and his foundation was firmly laid. He began to move to a higher level. Compared to the 3rd turn, the cultivation speed of the 4th turn was even slower. Of course, it's nothing. He didn't feel anxious at all. Steady cultivation and quiet development. This he was good at. no difficulty at all. He was a very patient man. Most importantly, the higher the cultivation level, the longer the lifespan. Time was already the last thing Chuhi needed to care about. Now he felt that living for 1,000 years would not be a problem. Decades. For him, it's just a matter of sprinkling and getting over it. Maybe the king's bastard doesn't live as long as I do. Chuhi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The passage of time was simply no match for the speed of his cultivation growth. The longer he lives, the more vital he is instead. It's truly the more you live, the younger you get. Physically, the 9 revolutions golden body technique had cultivated to his current stage and already had a tendency to become immortal. Buster? Brother Xiao Chu, you like Wang bastard, don't you? Zhao Yuling, who was moving her sword-style martially next to her, said with a twitch of her ears and a flash of her eyes, concentrate on practicing your sword. The corners of Chuhi's mouth twitched. Yet the next day, Brother Xiao Chu, look what I've brought you. Early in the morning, Zhao Yuling breezed into the book collection pavilion. Her hands held up a large water tank with excitement, handing it over to Chuhi's eyes as if offering a treasure. Looking at the water tank, the thing with 4 claws and a green shell on its back, Chuhi was silent. He was now considering a question. What does it mean to be given a kingpin? It's still green. Is that a curse? Or is it meant to be? Like it, Zhao Yuling said with a smiling face. A quick compliment. She used to give Chuhi small gifts, but none of them interested Chuhi. Yesterday, when she heard Chuhi recite the word Wang Ba, she was instantly on board, and after finishing her cultivation, she went to look for one in the night. Chuhi seriously looked at Zhao Yuling twice. It was determined that the little girl just purely wanted to give a gift, nothing more. Okay, bastards will be bastards. It's a bit of a strange gift, but it's a thoughtful one. He read it yesterday and the little girl brought it over the next day. Sort of a come-hither person. Chuhi reached out, and in the instant before the watery kingpin could react, 2 fingers clamped its neck that was sticking out and lifted it out. He had just remembered something out of boredom. I always used to hear that a 1,000-year-old king is a 10,000-year-old turtle. Just heard about it, too. It's something that doesn't seem to have been begged for, on a whim, and most of all out of idle boredom. He wanted to give it a try and satisfy his curiosity, whether or not the king's bastard can really live for 1,000 years. Chuhi also wanted to see if the Wangba would live longer in the future, or if he would live longer. To be fair, it's a bastard he'll have to keep. In the future, other people jerk off cats. He jerks off the head of a king. Chapter 24, The Little Bastard with a Temper. In front of the book depository, the sun is shining. Chuhi sat on a chair, one hand holding a book and flipping through it, one hand clamped on the head of a kingpin, constantly twitching. The little Wangba's green bean-sized eyes glanced obliquely at Chuhi, and his white eyeballs kept rolling upwards. It's annoying. Brother Xiao Chu, why do I feel that little green is becoming more and more spiritual? Could something be wrong? Zhao Yuling, who came over to rest at the end of her cultivation next to her, followed Chuhi's movements and clamped on the king's head, teasing it for a while, looking at the little Wangba, his little eyes glaring fiercely at her, even his mouth cracked open, with a look that she was going to bite her if she did it again. Zhao Yuling couldn't help but speak out. This Wang Bang, she gave it to Chuhi for a year. It's been a year of great change, at regular intervals. In the beginning, the little king's 8 was afraid of people. Pinching its head, it struggled and wanted to shrink back. No other action. Then, slowly, it became moody, and when you pinned its head, it started to stare and grin, with the same stance as a puppy. By now, it will also look at people for different reactions. How Chuhi played with it. The little Wangba only rolled its eyes, without any other overreaction, and most of the time, it would even take the initiative to stick its head out. But when it was Zhao Yuling's turn, the little Wangba's reaction was out of this world. The slightest touch on his head makes him blow up and react violently. This kind of performance, it was very much like it was going to open up its spirit, and when it did, it couldn't be called a beast anymore. It would have to be categorized as one of the foreign races. Close to Zhu is red, close to ink is black. This little Wangji, after spending a long time with someone as knowledgeable as me, dabbling in a bit of Confucianism and opening up a bit of spiritual wisdom. It's a normal thing, nothing to be surprised about, and nothing will go wrong. It's tainted with Confucianism, not killing. Chuhi shook his head with a careless smile. Little bastard had followed him for a year, but he had gotten a lot of light. He had a lot of treasures in his hands, and many of them were still unused by today's him. A little feeding and inventory clearing for the little kingpins once in a while can be beneficial. A year down the road, it's no longer your average little kingpin. Spiritual intelligence has been opened. The body of the king's shell is also very hard. Unusual Hotian 4 or 5 layers of martial artists want to break open are difficult. What's more, it's ready to be completely dehydrated. It's fine with all the sun in the day. Yeah, but it's getting less cute now. Zhao Yuling pouted. The little Wangbong's forepaws wiggled in the air, resisting one after another. And it wasn't small. With her current strength of Hotian 9, she felt a little bit of weight. The little green at the very beginning was not like this. How she played. She had a timid look, soft little head, just a strong desire to shrink back inside the shell. And now it's starting to rebel. It's getting misbehaved. Chu He was dumbfounded. Little girl, I see that you've accumulated enough of the Hotian realm's underpinnings. Prepare yourself. I'll give you a guardian tonight to break the innate realm. Chu He looked at Zhao Yuling, who was still fighting with the little Wangba, smiled and shook his head before saying, Zhao Yuling's natural talent was good, at least a little better than Lin Xue Ling. Half a year ago, she was already at the 9th level of the Hotian, and Chu He had been making her suppress her cultivation. By now, Chu He felt that the fire was almost ready and there was no need to suppress it. It can break through. Innate. Zhao Yuling was suddenly stunned. The innate is already considered a party of experts in the Jianghu. In the general clan sect, can be counted as the town clan level of combat power. Even her Tianshan sword sect, and her mother's Lin family, this kind of expert, is also the mainstay. Zhao Yuling couldn't help but break her hands and count. 1, 2, 3, 12. Don't count it. It's a shock. She is only 12 years old. 12-year-old precursor. What a concept. At this age, the average family was still tonifying their bodies and laying the foundation for martial arts training. Even if it was their kind of children from big families and large sects that had already started cultivating inside their mother's womb because of special heavenly materials and treasures. They had only been practicing martial arts for 2 or 3 years. And 2 or 3 years. Too short. Those geniuses. A year a heavens. It's only the 3rd level of the Hotian. Even if it was a heavenly pride demon, 2 times a year, it would be 6 times at most. Such a heavenly pride was already in existence that the entire Xia clan was concerned about. It's possible to get on the Heaven's Pride list, a future half-step king, the Xia clan's township underpinning. But, what are these people? In front of her? She, Zhao Yuling, 12 years old. Tonight, an attempt will be made to break the boundary of the innate. What a sensation it would create if successful. I'm afraid the entire Xia clan is going to boil. Even if it didn't work out, her current realm would be equally capable of shattering one's 3 views if it was made public. She had been practicing for the past few years and hadn't felt anything yet. The cycle is gradual and natural. But today, he was suddenly told that he could try to break the innate realm. It took her a moment to realize. Turns out, she's already this good. What a genius. What a heavenly pride. In front of her, everything is nothing. At the same age, she can suppress contemporary times. Competing in the same generation, no one will be her one-time enemy. Zhao Yuling felt her little heart thumping rapidly, a small face red with excitement. She's too good. Ouch. Suddenly, just as Zhao Yuling was immersed in self-importance, the little Wangba that had escaped her clutches, found an opportunity to shiver a bite on the tip of her finger, and after avenging her death, hurriedly flung her 4 little short legs quickly, and burrowed into the trouser leg of the nearby Chu He. It's quite resourceful to take revenge and then slip away. Humph. Being disturbed in her excitement, Zhao Yuling's marvelous eyes glared, reached out, yanked out the little Wangba that still had half of its body unhidden, and in the midst of its struggling and silent protests, gave a tug at its neck. It couldn't be helped that all the little bastard had was his neck to play with, and it feels pretty good in the hand. Chapter 25, Instruction. With Chu He watching, Zhao Yuling's breakthrough was smooth. It wasn't a giggling watery mess, but it didn't take much. Little brother Chu, I'm precocious. Zhao Yuling was excited and thrilled. Her small fists moved in martial arts, tigers, and the strong wind struck the air with a hunting sound. Calm down. It's just a district innate. Chu He smiled faintly. You remember, until you are a king, you must not reveal your cultivation. It's too weak and prone to accidents. Chu He admonished again. This matter, although he had told the little girl about it long ago, but, young people are too ambitious. It's inevitable that the little girl will be bloated when she breaks through today. Maybe one is not paying attention and thinking about getting out of the limelight. So, every now and then, a reminder is in order. Got it. Little brother Chu. Zhao Yuling closed his fist and nodded. Aha! Chu He said with satisfaction. Your breath is leaking a bit too much. Stay in the book collection pavilion for this period of time, and raise your breath convergence technique to another level before going out. Yes. Zhao Yuling agreed with strange dexterity. She'd actually stayed in the book depository a lot of the time over the past few years, so it wouldn't be uncomfortable. Time rushes and spins fast. Another 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. After Chu He's cultivation was consolidated at the 4th turn, he began to advance slowly but steadily. It was now at the 3rd level of the 4th turn, Heading towards the 4th level of the 4th turn, the days of cultivation flew by. It felt fulfilling to tease the little kingpins and teach the little girls. However, the little girl's cultivation, to this day, felt a bit off. And it's something Chu-hee has no way of interfering with. Something was wrong with her mind. Now that she had reached the 9th level of the innate, she had also started to accumulate her reserves, which seemed normal. However, Chu-hee, who had a high level of cultivation and extraordinary eyesight, discovered that her foundation concealed a great flaw. It's something that the average person can't discover. If this trend continued, Zhao Yuling might not have any problems breaking through the king's realm, but her potential would end here, and it would be difficult to make any progress in the future. Now that the problem has been identified, of course, it has to be fixed. The problem with Zhao Yuling is that she's an energetic young person, completely incomparable to Chu-hee's elderly state of mind. However, over the years, she had followed Chu-hee and had been suppressed by him all the time, becoming just like him, resulting in her vigor not being released. Simply put, her strength had increased, but she hadn't gone out to pretend that her heart wasn't happy enough. "Come here, little girl." Chua beckoned. Zhao Yuling, who was vigorously trying to pull out the little Wangba's shrunken head from the side, hurriedly walked over. "You are now at the 9th level of the innate. You barely have the power to defend yourself, so you can go outside to relax and see to break into the jungle." Chu-hee smiled. Zhao Yuling's eyes lit up at his words. She entered the Tibetan book depository at the age of 9 to aspire to become a high achiever. That stay was 8 years, though she had a much better heart than her peers, but also in the end is the flower season years. Lonely for a long time, the heart of the dry heat rolling burning. To her age, Can Suppress did not take the initiative to propose to go out for a walk, has been counted as very difficult. Now that Chu-hee proposed it, of course she was happy to do so. But, little brother Chu, if I leave, who will stay with you? Zhao Yuling hesitated for a moment and said, although she couldn't wait to go out and make a break for it, she still had a bit of a conscience and could still think of Chu-hee who was all alone. Over the years, Chu-hee had taught Zhao Yuling, and everyone outside thought that this was a test to meet a high-ranking person. In order not to disturb them, it should have been the Lin family's arrangement that the entire book depository, including the surrounding houses, had been devoid of other people. Here, usually there is only Chu-hee and Zhao Yuling, additionally plus a small Wang Bao. If she left, Chu-hee would indeed be quite lonely. Okay, little girl, it's not life and death. You just go out for a walk. Don't you want to come back when you're gone? Chu-hee couldn't help but touch her head, shaking his head and losing his smile. Lonely? Lonely? There is no such thing. He, Chu-hee, was the least afraid of this. If he is really afraid, this book depository is not a cage. He can go out anytime he wants to. Take this and open it when you are in mortal danger. Zhao Yuling eventually left with the brocade pouch given by Chu-hee to venture into the world. The book depository went cold. Chu-hee took the book and sat on the recliner, rocking it as he read. The much grown-up little Wangba, basking in the sun outside of the book depository, looked up at the sky and pondered on the philosophy of life. One less of the most active. One man, one king and one queen. Rather quiet. Little bastard, come here. Chu-hee put down the books and suddenly spoke out. The little bastard's green eyes moved away from the sun and glanced at Chu-hee, then slowly crawled towards him. Chu-hee wasn't in a hurry, so he just kept staring at it crawling. A moment later, the little Wangba moved in front of Chu-hee, squatting up with its two hind paws on the ground, making the shape of listening to the lecture. Little bastard, do you want to cultivate? Chu-hee realized that he seemed to like being a teacher a little bit now. There's no one else here. Bored with idleness, he had a whim to point out the bastard. After all, this is to be compared to him, who lives a longer life of the cuckold, and has to be tended to better to be able to do so. The little Wangba froze, although it wasn't too sure what cultivation meant, but instinctively, it felt that this was a good thing. Therefore, the king's 8 heads nodded repeatedly, following their instincts and agreeing. Chu-hee nodded and stretched out one finger to point at the tip of the little Wangba's head, and with the intention of instilling it, a stream of subtle information was transmitted into the little Wangba's consciousness. What Chu-hee had imparted was a physical body cultivation technique. The level of this set of dharma was not high, but with Chu-hee's profound martial arts attainments, after analyzing it, it was the most suitable dharma for little bastard to cultivate. It wasn't human after all, and it didn't match most of the cultivation secrets Chu-hee possessed, so it was not bad to have one that fit. P.S. Thank you for the 200 reward from the big man of the 10 realms of the Taiwans. Thanks to Heki D the big guy for the 500 reward. Thanks for the cat's name is Bunny Big Guy 100 reward. Chapter 26, An Omen of Great Murder. 5 months passed. Little bastard's practice of following Chu-hee has begun to bear fruit. Although it was only an ordinary beast, its base, however, was not weak. One must know that it had eaten quite a few good things in the few years it had followed Chuhi, although most of it was wasted because it didn't know how to cultivate. What was left was enough to subtly make changes to it. Cultivating it was quite a thick and thin feeling, although Chuhi wasn't too attentive to its teachings. To be precise, he just passed on a cultivation method to it and didn't ask much about it. The rare pills that were occasionally fed to it were much more useful than any teachings. In just half a year, the little turtle could fight with Hotian 5th or 6th level martial artists, and with its sturdy Wongbang shell, even if it encountered a Hotian 7th or 8th level martial artist, it would be able to keep its life for a short period of time if it wasn't defeated. What's more, the speed at which its spirituality opened up accelerated quite a bit with the cultivation. It is, today, no longer an ordinary kingpin. For example, it was now walking, and had begun to learn from Chu-He, landing on the ground with both paws, and both paws doing the back behind the back shape, except that it had a small short tail dragging on the ground, resulting in the small mincing steps walking with a wobble, which looked a bit strange. The book depository is just like this, peacefully and quietly in an inconspicuous corner of the long river of time, speedily flowing by, until one day, the peace was shattered. Brother Xiao Chu, I'm back. Zhao Yuling's voice came in from a long distance. Chu-He put down the book and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This girl, going out for a trip. I can tell by listening to her voice that she has become much more lively. Going out for training is really useful. Chu-He nodded. It does seem to be useful to take a walk on the worldly side once in a while. It wasn't long before the fragrant wind hit his face, and Zhao Yuling, dressed in a white warrior woman costume, appeared in front of Chu-He with a long sword. Although it had only been a few months since they had seen each other, Zhao Yuling had changed quite a bit. The body is much more proportioned. It's true that running around outside is a better way to get a workout than staying at home, both in mind and body. In the past, Zhao Yuling ate too well, and her figure always gave people a sense of roundness, but now that she has abetted, she is a proper beauty. Aha! Nice! Chu-He issued his approval. A few months passed, and Zhao Yuling's foundation became even more solid. Little brother Chu, you don't know, the Jianghu outside can be fun. This time out, I participated in a martial arts convention, met so many masters, and made a name for myself. Now outside, I'm known as the White Fairy, and I've even made it onto the Martial Dao Earth rankings, rumored to be the #1 contemporary. Zhao Yuling chattered and began to tell Chu-He about the things she did outside. Powerful. Chu-He wore a smile on his face and listened quietly. This girl is still a tosser, and it's only been a couple of months, and she's going to be flipping out there. If she wasn't strong enough and had enough means, she might have gotten into an accident. Just then, a little thing with slow, broken steps walked between the two, its little green eyes looking straight ahead, its head held high in its shell. The afterglow of its eyeballs flickered continuously at Zhao Yuling. Obviously, it's making a statement of presence. It was only half a year that it hadn't seen it, and it remembered Zhao Yuling, who used to toss it around a lot. Ha! Little bastard! Why are you standing and walking? Zhao Yuling finally noticed little bastard and looked up and down, surveying him with astonishment in her eyes. The little Wangbang glanced obliquely at Zhao Yuling. The Wangbang's head was angled, and with his claws behind his back, he left with small, arrogant steps. The scholar is not a man of the world, but he is a man of the world. Now it's a kingpin that can only stand and walk. This head is much harder than it used to be. Zhao Yuling grabbed the little Wangba by the head and lifted it up. She bounced her hand in various places on the little kingpin's body with a thud. Snort! 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 The little kingpin grimaced, his forepaws dangling and flailing in protest. However, Zhao Yuling directly ignored it and caught it for a good tease. The little bastard was much harder than he used to be, and it was refreshing to her. After Zhao Yuling came back, the book depository was lively for a while. However, after she went out, she was a little bit wild in nature, a little bit of idleness. Chu-He saw it, and in order to make her mind polished better, he let her continue to go to the rivers and lakes to experience. Time flies like a shuttle, and another 5 years have passed. Chu-He is 67 years old. He's also been in the collection for 53 years. His cultivation had also reached the late 4th turn 5th layer, and he was steadily moving towards the 4th turn 6th layer. As for little bastard, 5 years down the line, he had long ago broken the shackles of the beasts and reached the level of the beast's transformation of the mortal, equivalent to a human's innate expert. It was even more humanized, and could already help Chu-He clean the entire book depository with a rag on its head. And Zhao Yuling hadn't returned to the book depository for half a year and didn't know what had happened. By all rights, she should have made a trip back by this time. Although Chu-He didn't stipulate it, it had long since become her habit. Every 6 months, it will come back on time, check in and give Chu-Ha some fun facts about what's going on out there to relieve his boredom. The little girl isn't in any trouble. Is she? Chu he muttered to himself. Although Zhao Yuling had made her innate foundation incomparably solid in these 5 years, and had already reached the innate invincible level where she could break through the king's realm at any time, and if it wasn't for Chu He's desire to polish her state of mind, she could have long ago broken through to the king's realm, and even then her cultivation was considered to be top-notch in the entire Xia clan. But that was if the half-step king was not out. Once she messed with a half-step king, her strength today was still a bit up in the air. Although Chu He had given her a forbidden art for defense, he was afraid that she wouldn't be able to use it in time or forget to use it. After all, it was given to her a few years ago. Chu He's mind moved. His sudden heartfelt suspicion that Zhao Yuling was in danger was in no way due to him worrying too much. At his current level of cultivation, he had a metaphysical sense of the blessings and misfortunes of those around him. Every whim is never simple. Just like some ordinary people, when a loved one dies, even if they aren't around, they have sudden heart palpitations or nightmares. Thinking of this, Chu He took out a piece of Bagua jade plate, which was a treasure that he had gotten from a signing, and with his cultivation, he could calculate the fortunes and misfortunes of the vast majority of living beings below his realm level. Chu He's mind manipulated the jade disc and began to calculate based on Zhao Yuling's birth date. Eventually, the trigrams show a sign of great evil. Chu He's face changed slightly as he frowned. It's really in danger. He got up from the recliner and said to the little bastard, I'm going out for the day. You stay home. Little bastard looked up with a confused, uncertain face. Chu He didn't care whether it reacted or not, and with a single movement, he took a step out of the book depository and rushed up into the sky, disappearing. This was the first time he had left the book depository after decades of continuous check-ins. Gotta make this quick, get it over with, and be back by 12 o'clock tomorrow night to keep punching the clock. P.S. Thanks to the cat's name is Bunny Big Guy. For another 100 big rewards. Chapter 27, A Slap, Request for Recommendation. A wilderness in the middle of a dense forest. A group of martial artists carried swords and knives and walked cautiously. Their target was the Zhang family above Shaoyan Mountain. In these years, Lin County, and even the entire Xia clan, has been in a constant state of turmoil, with all sorts of doggerel occurring constantly, friction between the various forces in the Jianghu becoming increasingly serious, and the number of missing people also climbing. Some of the older generation sensed something wrong and suspected that some strange force or foreign race was working from it, and the counties formed their own joint investigation organization among themselves to start clearing up the matter, and they are one of the teams in charge of this in Lin County. Brother Morong, is the news reliable? The recent disappearance of the great warriors in the rivers and lakes of our Lin County, as well as some various strange and bizarre killings, could it really be made by the Zhang family? Don't be mistaken. As he traveled, a burly man spoke in a whisper. Next to him was a middle-aged man with a figure-8, two-handed beard and a thin figure. He was Morong Bo, one of the clan elders of the Morong family, a large family in Lin County. Because of that battle of the fallen forest, after the previous top powers of Lin County were wiped out, a large area of vacant territory was left behind. As for the Morong family, over the years, because of the turf issue, many frictions have arisen with their neighboring Zhang family, and the two families are extremely hostile to each other, to the extent that they are already incompatible. And this time, they were the ones who found out that the Zhang family was not right, and in the absence of concrete evidence, one had to wonder if they were suspected of killing someone with a borrowed knife. After all, this kind of thing had already happened several times in the Xia clan's territory during this period of time. Sure, can I lie? Morong Bo obviously knew what was on the other side's mind, and his tone was not very good. Then, in order to increase his persuasiveness, he continued with a cold grunt. Brother Lin, I know that before, within the territory of our Xia clan, several unpleasant things happened one after another. It's normal for you to have doubts in your mind because of that, but you should also understand that it's precisely because of those things that a half-step king Ancestor has already sent out a message that whoever else dares to take the opportunity to intentionally set up a trouble will, depending on the circumstances, be struck down by all the people concerned if it's minor, or the entire clan will be relocated to the 3 major borders if it's major. You think I'd dare to talk nonsense in this situation? Morong Bo's expression turned solemn, and rightly so. The burly man nodded. During this period of time, all kinds of rumors were flying all over the place, and there were even some clans that didn't know how to live, and their brains made a mistake, taking the opportunity to cause trouble, making the situation even more chaotic. And there were some half-step king ancestors that couldn't stand to see it and sent out their words, and the situation was only a little bit better. But with everything there are pros and cons. The half-step king ancestor had spoken and set the punishment, which led to the fact that even if someone really suspected a certain power, they would be less daring to report it without solid evidence or certainty. And now the Morong family in this situation. Can real name public report? Think is certain. Suddenly, an unseeable blurry figure appeared, blocking their way forward. What a guy! What the hell? Asterisk 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 asterisk. The group of martial artists were taken aback. Hurry up and sheath your swords in a guarded position. It was too scary for a blurry silhouette to appear out of the cold in these wild mountains, and so on. A blurry figure? Waiting for them to return to a little bit of God from the shock. The color of their faces all turned horrified. In front of the roadblock is clearly in front of them. Why can't they see it? Their eyes turned blurry as if they had been dazzled by gold. Being martial artists, and in their group, they were all at least innate sect master experts. Sharpness of spirit, eyes like a hawk. These are base drills. There is absolutely no such thing as old eyes. Even if sand was sprinkled towards their eyes, it couldn't stop the glare of their eyes. A glare, that sharp glow, could scare an ordinary person to death. But, now, a large living person stood before them and they couldn't see it for the life of them. They try their eyes elsewhere for a bit. Normal, no problem. But as soon as they look straight ahead at the figure, it gets blurry. Living hell. In the face of such a bizarre situation, a group of zone-sure martial artists didn't dare to make a move. Usually, they were all hot-tempered. But this time, in the rare case of being stopped, no one took the lead to lash out. This blurry silhouette was naturally Chu He. He had traveled a long way, crossing several cities, following the direction guided by the secret treasure, and finally arrived here. He had just stopped, in the sky, when he noticed something interesting, and dashed straight down. You know what's up ahead, right? Everyone couldn't clearly see who River was speaking to, but an inexplicable tug caused all of their eyes to focus on Morongbo's body. They also naturally understood that the question was addressed to Morongbo. What do you mean? How do I know what's up ahead? What are you? Morongbo's face was gloomy as he asked 3 questions in a row. Chui's figure was blurred, and it looked uncomplicated and not to be messed with. With a stance like that, odds are it's a strong one. Being stared at by such an existence, Morongbo's expression was ugly. Tough talk. Chui shook his head. He wasn't interested in grinding his teeth with the other party either. Suddenly a palm reached out and slapped forward. A giant golden palm appeared and flickered. A small hill ahead was directly flattened raw. Boom! It was only then that the sound of a loud bang rang out. Dust scatters in all directions. Boulders splash. And these scenes are not present at all. There was only a loud boom. And then everything fell into place. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who could believe that right under their noses, a hillside of 1 or 2 acres had been flattened with a gentle, written palm? The most horrifying thing was not this. The most horrifying thing was that, apart from a loud roaring sound, such a horrifying palm had not caused any other big movements. The boulders were scattered. The smoke was thick. The earth shook. None of that. There was just a boom. Then a small hill a few meters high was crushed into flat ground. This is the power of the hand palm force. Control absolute precision to do. In this way, it was highly likely that the person who had struck out had not yet used his full strength. It might just be a random slap. Terror. The others just blanched. Morongbo, however, was about to piss himself. The others probably didn't know what was hidden in that small hill and were just shocked at the power of that slap. However, Morongbo, who knew the actual situation, had his heart and liver broken. Why that little hill? Why that hill in particular? Is it a coincidence? This is a possibility that Morongbo couldn't even lie to himself if he wanted to. Combine that with what Chu He said to him. That's clear enough. This being who couldn't see his form clearly definitely saw through everything. He, who has been exposed. I don't know where the break was revealed though, but the truth is happening right in front of us. Morongbo's eyes changed a few times, and he forced himself to calm his mind so that his legs and stomach would stop shivering. Then he turned around and ran his light energy and quickly floated out. His body's true chi turned far to the limit. Even the strength of his milk was used. P.S. PK starts today. Big guys, vote. Send me up. Chapter 28, Zheng Family, Request for Recommendation. Escape. To escape as quickly as possible. The sooner the better. A great crisis, a great terror enveloped Morongbo's heart. On that hillside, there was a group of phantom races innate experts ambushed. And there were even a few innate invincibles. However, under one palm, those people were all enveloped without even reacting. By the looks of things, it had now melted inside the dirt and was a pile of crumbs. It was just a light slap. So many innate experts, without even reacting, they all became slags. What this meant was all too clear in Morongbo's mind. It was precisely because he understood that he was even more alarmed. This blurry figure was more than just seemingly inscrutable. It was truly terrifying. Him, really strong people, at least a half-step king hit the bottom, or even stronger. Facing such an existence, he didn't have any courage to want to fight against it. Even the question of whether or not he could actually run away was one that he didn't dare to touch within his heart. Just to think about it, it's endless despair. I'm afraid I won't even have the courage to try to run by then. Not to think about it in detail now. And still have the courage to run away. Maybe a miracle will happen. However, Shui shook his head and didn't give him a miracle. A finger pointed out. A finger chi energy shadow that was enlarged like a wooden stick slammed forward. Boom! Morongbo, who was drifting forward like a meteor. His body exploded in the air. And without even a single scream, his corpse was gone. Blood rains down. This bloody scene sent a chill down the hearts of the other martial artists. They didn't know the inside story and didn't realize that Morongbo had just tried to bring them to their deaths. Morongbo was still a companion in their hearts. Now companions are being killed in a bloody and brutal manner. They were terrified. Anger doesn't exist. Although Morongbo was a companion, they were just temporary partners with no feelings. It's not like it's family. His death just gave a group of people a feeling of a rabbit in the hat. There is also the trepidation of the chicken being killed and the monkey being made an example of. They looked highly alert. As for revenge, no kidding. Being able to flatten a small hill with one palm, and poking Morongbo, who was an innate 9th level expert, with one finger. Such a presence. They don't beg for death unless they want to. How else could the idea of revenge have arisen? If it's possible, some of them all want to. Just throw the knife, put your hands on your head, and get down on your knees and beg for mercy. The atmosphere was depressing. All the martial artists, breathing heavily. As innate experts, they had a cold and lonely image in front of people. At the moment it was like a weak little sheep facing a fierce tiger. Shivering, Chui swept his sight toward them. A bland glance. However, to other martial artists, it felt like there was an oppressive force as heavy as a mountain. Drops of cold sweat emerged from their foreheads and slowly dripped down. You have no problem. No need to be nervous. Calm down, Chui said blandly. He had just confirmed once again that except for the one he had just killed with a single finger, who had Fey evil energy in his body and was of the same origin as the Fey who had ambushed the small hill and plotted against him, all the others were normal. So, it's okay. His figure moved, with his hands behind his back, and with a flash, he disappeared from his original position, and in the next moment, he appeared in the position where he had been flattened by his palm, and without pausing, he flashed once again, and his figure had already disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Phew! Go away! How awful! All the martial artists couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. The shadow of death that loomed over his head slowly dissipated, and a sense of emptiness, arising from his mind, affected even his physical body. The group of people only felt that their bodies were sore and weak, and they couldn't move for a while. Just now only a few breaths of time had passed, but to them, it felt as long as a century. Although they hadn't done anything, it felt more draining than going through a life and death high-intensity battle. Is this the oppressive power from a strong man? Someone murmured out with a sense of powerlessness. Shaoyan Mountain, within the Zheng family land. At this moment, the Zheng family looks like nothing on the outside, but the interior is as heavily guarded as a marching camp. Open sentries, dark sentries all over the place, loose on the outside and tight on the inside. At this moment, in the Zheng family's core clan hall, a black-robed figure sat in a seated position, and a terrifying and evil aura emanated, making the entire hall look eerie. At the corner of the wall at the edge of the great hall, there was also a group of Zhang clan's clan elders, as if they were servants, bowing and standing by. More than a decade had passed, and this place had completely become a den of the Phantom clan and the Xia clan. As for the Zhang family members, they had also changed from being unwilling in the past to becoming submissive now. Saint Sun Wushuang, just now news came from the side of the Night Moon Holy Maiden. Their hiding place in Cloud County was discovered by the Xia clan. A half-step king stepped in. A bloody battle. They retreated in one piece, but most of the blood food that was close to ripening fell into the hands of the Xia clan. He contacted you. He hopes that you will step in and take back the blood food together with them, and when the time comes, she will share half of it with you. A black-robed figure came in from outside and bowed down to report to one of the two black-robed figures sitting cross-legged at the highest part of the clan hall. Ha! Half of me? A grim laugh issued. The peerless saint's son on the high platform scoffed at the matter, clearly not impressed by that so-called half of the blood meal. If it were before her conditions, this saint's son might be able to consider them. But now, this saint's son has more important things to deal with. Tell her that this saint's son is not available. Tell her to find another chimera. Yes. The black-robed figure at the doorway sniffed and hurriedly bowed in response to the order to retreat. Protector, how is the captured woman doing? The peerless saint's son looked towards the black-robed figure beside him. Anticipation in his gloomy voice. Everything that should be prepared is almost ready, and in a little while, the final touches can be made. A hoarse voice came out, and the black-robed protector looked up at the holy sun and said with an envious tone, "When the time comes, I'm afraid that your foundation will be the best amongst this batch of holy sons and daughters." And if you're lucky enough, you might have the chance to directly ask for the Supreme. That woman, her talent is too good. At a young age, she's already innate and invincible, one step short of stepping into the realm of a half-step king. And, most importantly, she didn't know what she ate to grow up. It's just that her flesh is flawless. Even her soul is filled with pure fragrance. It's a soul body that can be filled with the strongest single desire. Even I can't help but want to take a bite out of it when I see it. Truly tantalizing. The black-robed protector's mouth made a smashing sound, and his tone was permeated with greed. Protector. The peerless saint's son's voice changed. He seemed genuinely worried that the black-robed protector would go down on him. After all, at the protector level, the status in the clan was comparable to him, and the strength was even above him. He really couldn't help but lay his hands on him, and the peerless saint's son couldn't do anything about it. Don't worry, my foundation is set while yours is not. That woman is more useful to you. Our lineage. We haven't produced a first saint's son for a long time. This time, you have hope. The black-robed protector opened his mouth, causing the peerless saint's son to breathe a sigh of relief. Don't worry, protector. This time, the first saint's son. It's not me. He opened his mouth, confident. Yeah. Right after his words fell, a flat voice exploded in the void, coming from nowhere and echoing throughout the clan hall. Chapter 29, Instant Kill. Who? Bold. A group of black-robed phantoms raised their heads and turned their heads to look at the gate in reverse, their breath completely unleashed as they let out an angry roar. The entire hall's Inchi rolled and moved, forming substance, emitting ghostly cries and howls, and in an instant, it was as if it had turned into a land of demons. The black-robed protector and the Holy Sun similarly raised their heads to look at the gate in reverse, but they were not agitated and behaved calmly, sitting cross-legged with no movement in their auras. They are confident in their strength. As masters and big shots, they could maintain their poise and be calm in the face of anything. It's just someone coming to pick a fight. It's no big deal. Naturally, the staff will take care of it. All they had to do was cast a downward glance. Before the gate of the Zhang clan's land, the air twisted and a figure flashed. Shuhi stopped walking. His heart moved, his eyes flowed like ripples, and all the scenes within the Zhang family land were reflected in his eyes as if he was walking, quickly reflecting them, even the sounds. Those who patrol in the light, those who are vigilant in the shadows, those who flirt in the daytime, those who labor, all of it, as if the film was being shown in fast-forward mode. A moment later, a smirk appeared on Chui's face as he saw Zhao Yuling, who was locked up. It's a bit of a mess, though, but it doesn't seem to be a big deal. It's okay. Chu-He nodded. After determining Zhao Yuling's location, Chu-He didn't rush over. His eye fluctuations revved up as if he was pulling a mouse to a specific location, spanning the river of time, and looking towards a large hall that he felt uncomfortable with from an old distance. Just in time to hear a group of Fae talking about it, Chu-He let out a cold snort. With a flash of his body, he entered the Zhang family, and with a few more consecutive flashes, he quickly arrived before the main hall, and without pausing, with his hands behind his back, he walked straight in. What are you? A chorus of questions came. A phantom race expert rose. The rolling Inchi was like transforming into a severe ghost and pounced at Chu-He. Although the existence that broke in, the figure was blurred and the face could not be seen. It was very forceful and very much like that. However, he held himself that this was their territory and he had a protector to press on, so he was not a wimp. Their clan's protector, who was a half-step king's existence, might have to be careful when encountering a large-scale enemy in this Xia clan's territory, not knowing the situation, but when encountering a single one. There is absolutely nothing to fear. Over the years, they had long inquired clearly that the strongest members of the Xia clan were only 3 invincible half-step kings, and all of them were still sitting in the borderlands. And the strongest person who was active and sitting in the territory was only a half-step king. With such strength, with their phantom clan's power here, they could easily deal with it. And if a half-step king of the Xia clan really dared to come alone, they would probably still have to be beheaded by them here. At this moment, there was someone who dared to barge in alone, simply not knowing how to die. Chu-He didn't even look at him. His hand behind his back moved, sucking over a piece of gravel from outside the door. Flexing his fingers, the stone broke through the air. In an instant, a dull sound rang out, and the phantom race expert who had just stood up, before he could react to what was going on, was directly smashed by the stone that came across space. Blood rains down. An innate 9th level phantom race expert died just like that. No chimera reacted. Not even a chance to reach out for help. Watching the streaks of blood rain down, their eyes were shocked. The protector saint's son on top of the high platform was no longer bland. His eyes were grave, and he steeply stood up. An innate 9th level expert exploded right under their noses. They don't even know what's going on. Suffice it to say that the problem is serious. You're the Lin family's hidden invincible half-step king? The black-robed protector's thoughts spun rapidly. His mind flashed as if he had thought of something, and his voice suddenly changed. The Lin family had hidden half-step invincible kings, something they had heard about, but that being, not knowing the bottom, not knowing where he came from, as if he had appeared out of nowhere. Not to mention the Zhang clan, even the people of the Lin clan who were captured by them couldn't say what was going on. The only time he had ever made a move was also when the Lin family encountered the scourge of extinction more than 10 years ago, and it's still spaced out, not even showing his face, killing 5 half-step kings in one move. It sounds like a legend blown up. There was a huge gap between half-step kings and invincible half-step kings though, but to kill 5 in a second with a single move in the air, as a black-robed protector with half-step king strength was disbelieving. Half-step kings aren't that weak. A half-step invincible king wasn't that strong. Multiple sources were summarized, and eventually, they came to a conclusion. That Lin family ancestor. It's a myth. It was hyped up. The so-called 5 half-step kings were dead. It must have been the ambush laid by the Xia clan, who had long ago discovered their identity as foreigners, to lure them out and surround them in one fell swoop. Then the Lin family was weak and came up with this solution, and it just so happens that the situation in the borderlands of Annam is unstable. The other forces of the Xia clan then went along with it, cooperating with the Lin clan to fabricate a non-existent half-step invincible king to shock the borders. The black-robed protector thought that he had seen through everything long ago. But, now, what was going on with this being whose form he couldn't see? Could it really be the Lin family's hidden half-step invincible king ancestor? Could he be wrong? That being, it's not something the Lin family bragged about. Rather, it's real? The more the black-robed protector thought, the heavier his heart became. And upon hearing the black-robed protector's shocked question, the peerless saint's son next to him, his heart and mind shook as he took a step to quietly retreat. Whether or not it was really a half-step invincible king, it was always right to step back a little. It's taking responsibility for your life. A half-step invincible king? Shui shook his head and lost his smile. He didn't really want to explain. Though, there's no need for anything. These people had been corpses in his eyes for a long time. The reason why he didn't do it straight away was just that he had one thing to ask. Listening to you guys, there are a lot of your clan that came to the Xia clan's territory this time. I want to know their exact location, as well as their strength, preferably in more detail. Shui moved his palm and took out a stack of white paper from the system space, which he had nothing to do and used to write novels. With the force of his hand, the white paper flew about, looking chaotic, but with a clear goal. Each piece of white paper had its own object. Just a breath passed, and a white sheet of paper floated in front of all the phantoms. All the turmoil returned to peace. Be nice and cooperate. Shui carried his hands on his back as he hiked through a group of charmers, like a teacher who was proctoring a test, and a group of seated chimeras are the students. Don't look at it. Bleed and write. Shui system space only has a brush. It did not take out. Can only let a group of chimera aggrieved, their own blood to solve the problem of the pen. They'd be dead and their blood would be wasted later on anyway, so they might as well play a little bit of residual heat at the end. Chapter 30, Calling for Justice. Within the Zhang family hall, the group of chimera looked at the white paper in front of them and fell silent. Finally their helpless eyes looked at their own protector in unison. An expert of the 9th level of the innate was killed in seconds without realizing it. And then there was the offhand comment from his own protector. You're the Lin family's innate invincible king. The information contained is horrible. In the face of such a presence, they are really afraid to venture out. You can only let the taller guys go to the top. Obviously, the black-robed protector was the tallest one. Black-robed protector. He doesn't know what to do now. Does he? What are they looking at him for? The pressure's on. This senior. Our phantom clan is full of experts. Those like me are insignificant in the clan. There are many half-step invincible kings, and there are even real king ancestors sitting in the town. This time we have no intention of offending. Much offense. How about we leave right now, and swear to never set foot in the Xia clan again? The black-robed protector's thoughts spun rapidly, and he finally gritted his teeth. He thought it through. With what they had done, the person who came would definitely not let them go if they were really the Lin family's hidden ancestor. So the only way to live today may be to show muscle. While showing doesn't necessarily mean you'll live. Not showing will certainly kill you. King, your strength is not bad. Shui looked silent. But I told you to write. I didn't tell you to talk. His voice was steeply cold as he suddenly struck out. A slap swung out. Snap. The black-robed protector spun in place a dozen times, spitting blood as he did so. However, compared to the pain on his face, he was even more appalled in his heart. There was no resistance. He was beaten without resistance. Not to mention making a move to resist. Not even a subconscious defense. It was to the point where he couldn't even stop his spinning form if he wanted to. The slap went down. and he felt like his entire body was numb. The change is not in the body. It kept spinning until the inertia stopped. Then, his entire body swayed twice as if an ordinary person had been spun around in a daze, and finally staggered and sat down on his butt. Solid hammer. This is the hidden ancestor of the Lin family. It's scarier than the rumors. A half-step king was no better than a chicken in front of him. Pinch if you want, kill if you want, life and death are all at his whim. This is definitely not a half-step invincible king. The black-robed protector growled in his mind. The rumors are indeed wrong. Not exaggerated, but understated. The half-step invincible king-level clan elders in the clan had never given him this kind of feeling and pressure before. It's the difference between a mole cricket and heaven and earth. You're the king. The black-robed protector leaked blood from his mouth and shook his head, slurring his words with a suffocating despair. If it's the king himself, I'm afraid this time it's really over. There is no longer even a slim chance of life. How is it that the Xia clan still has a king in town? Even if there was, instead of suppressing the borders and forget about it, they were harboring in the middle of this seemingly unimportant forest county. It just doesn't make sense. The other Chimera clans in the hall, as well as the Zhang clan, were stunned. Such a powerful protector was dumbfounded by a light slap. Unimaginable. This isn't a dream, is it? And what did the Lord Protector just say? King? This man is a king? With a brush, the figure of the person of the Phantom clan was concealed in the black robe, and no obvious change could be seen yet. On the contrary, the Zhang family members standing in the corner, their faces turned pale all of a sudden. They realized the problem was big. The king of the Xia clan himself. They can't be forgiven for colluding with the foreigners. Dead. They shivered. Suddenly, with a plop, someone fell to his knees, grabbed the ground with his head, slapped the ground with both palms, lost his voice, and choked. Elder, please do it for our Zhang family. These ones in black robes, they're not people. They're foreigners in disguise, suddenly appearing in my Zhang clan's land, forcing us to be slaves and maidservants. We were not strong enough and our clan members wanted to fight to the death, but they were stopped by the villain. It's not that I'm afraid to die, but I know there are more important things we need to do. These foreign races are not good people, and they must have something in mind when they come to my Xia clan's territory. Yet the outside world knows nothing about this. That's why the little man thinks that if we die in vain, we can certainly fulfill our own purity. But it doesn't make any sense. Alive. Getting this message out is what matters. However, these foreign races, powerful and extremely vigilant, we have not been able to find an opportunity, and some of the clansmen who wanted to take the risk of trying to get out, were found by them and tortured alive to death. My heart is dripping blood, and yet, it keeps on enduring it and forcing a smile. I keep telling the clansmen who can't help themselves that for the sake of my Xia clan's righteousness, what is the humiliation of my Zhang clan's district? Be patient. Fortunately, our wait has not been in vain. Wait for the light. Wait for the seniors. Zhang Tai, the patriarch of the Zhang clan, hissed with tears in his voice. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. His expression sad, his choked tone tinged with sincerity. In the great hall, the only sound was Zhang Tai's choked voice. Not to mention the Phantom clan. Even the Zhang clan members froze. They only had these two big words in their minds. What do you mean by upside down? What do you mean by opening your eyes? They've seen it all today. The Zhang family aside, the Phantom clan, if they weren't sure, had never imprisoned any of the Zhang family members after they had done their work on them. These words were going to make them wonder if the Zhang family was really enduring the humiliation. Spoken with so much sincerity. Said with too much sincerity? Sentimentality. Poof. A resourceful member of the Zhang family reacted. Following Zhang Tai's example, he grabbed the ground with his head and raised his hands to shout, "Please do it for us, elder." He was crying too, only he was crying from fear. The mood is not right, not as vocal as Tai Zhang. Poof, poof, poof. No one in the Zhang family is a cutie pie. Someone has made a start. They naturally know what to do. One by one, their knees weakened and they fell to the ground. Hands in the air. All hail. Please do it for us, elder. There was a sudden change in the picture within the clan hall. Chapter 31, Ruthlessness and Ruthlessness. Dry tongue. Shui turned his gaze indifferently toward a group of Zhang family members kneeling on the ground. If they didn't speak, He wasn't interested in hitting on them yet. The moment he opened his mouth now, he drew Chuhi's attention. What do these guys think he is? Idiot? And cry foul. Thanks to them for shouting. The one in the lead also performed quite perfectly, with a genuine emotion, and it was almost impossible to find a break just from the expression and the tone of voice. But what level of existence was Chuhi? There are also countless secret techniques on his body. This little trick, there can escape his eyes. Besides, it's not like anyone else is performing well except the leader. Others laid their heads on the ground, the corners of their mouths twitching, obviously stifling laughter at their patriarch's reaction, which amused one of their own. Ha! Chui shook his head. Then, he raised his hand. Above his palm, golden light blossomed, transforming into a golden chi that flowed around him like a dragon and snake. He moved his hand. Whoosh! 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 A streak of golden light exploded out from Chui's palm, like a divine dragon coming out. Senpai! Zhang Tai happened to look up and saw this scene, and his face, which had grief flowing against it, was replaced by a look of horror. This is clearly not right. Seniors don't seem to be fooled, and not even asking for confirmation. To get right down to it. Too decisive. Looking at the oncoming golden chi energy, Zhang Tai realized that he couldn't even raise the courage to run away, not to mention resisting. My life is over. The Zhang family is finished. No! Some Zhang clan members similarly realized that something was wrong and let out a desperate yell. All the screaming, however, did not help. After an instant, all the Zhang family members present were all blasted by the golden power chi. The entire hall's bloody aura was diffused, washing away the monstrous chi. Don't write yet. Chui swept a glance at the group of phantoms and said indifferently. So hard. Terror. A simple prodding scared a group of chimeras to death. To this kind of Chui, who was highly powerful, didn't talk a lot of nonsense, preferred to take direct action, and had cruel means. They felt a deep fear. Finally, a phantom couldn't stand the pressure of Chui's powerful aura and stretched out a black hairy claw from his wide black robe. Trembling, he lifted the hood and put his claws into his mouth with a vicious bite, black blood moistening out. And then, using his claw as a pen, he began to write on the white paper. You, very good. Chui looked towards the phantom who had started writing at the very beginning and voiced his approval. Being complimented, Phantom, who was writing, shook his body, and just like a chicken blood, his writing speed was steeply accelerated. Seeing this, the other chimera one after another began to move their claws to write. Shuha looked up, looking towards the black-robed protector and the peerless Saint Sun on top of the high platform. These two charmers haven't even started to move their claws yet. I'm not going to be happy if you guys don't cooperate like this. He spoke, his voice bland. However, in the ears of the black-robed protector and the peerless Saint Sun, it was like a hypnotic demonic voice, carrying an oppressive force that made Phantom terrified. Eventually, they compromised. Under that powerful aura, they couldn't even bring up the courage and strength to resist. The body was too heavy to move at all. Why do you need to hold on for dear life? Poor Taoist is dying. Then there is still a need to go to the Gu Taoist friends. We can all die together. A few moments later, all Phantom finished writing. With a wave of Chui's hand, all the blood paper filled with black blood returned to his hand. Brush. With a movement of his palm energy, the thick stack of blood paper, like a booklet, quickly flipped over one by one. Ripples flowed in Chui's eyes. With such a fast flipping speed, the content on it, too, could be read and memorized by him without a single mistake. It's just small potatoes to him. The reason why he usually reads books slowly is that he is savoring the loneliness of life. At the book depository, he reads not books, but life. Just a few breaths passed. A thick stack of bloody paper was flipped through. The above is much the same. This was expected. After all, this wasn't piecing together a treasure map. The reason why Chui had all the charmers write a copy was just for comparison. Chui reached out and pulled out 2 sheets of blood paper from among the many, and then with a movement of his palm's energy, the other blood papers ignited without fire and turned into flying ash. Except for the 2 copies left in his hand, the other blood papers did not contain many things or details. He can understand. After all, it can be seen, the 2 on the platform is the main perpetrator. Other charm just minions. No, the information gap is normal. That's good. It still satisfies me. He nodded, then suddenly raised his hand. A familiar scene. The black-robed protector and the peerless Saint Sun were horrified. This master is so uncouth, so unseemly. If you're going to do it, you don't say a few words first so they can get ready. What's the point of being so direct? Roar! At the moment of life and death crisis, the black-robed protector finally broke free from the trepidation from the depths of his heart and soul. He opened his arms and let out a loud roar. The black robes on his body tore, revealing his body with rolling in chi. It's an enlarged, D-winged, hairy, large bat that rises upright, sharp mouth and fangs, covered in pitch-black in chi hiding around the flow, turned into substance, like black pus, emitting breath or with a stench. Let a person is very uncomfortable. As for the other phantoms, they only felt that as the black-robed protector's powerful aura spread out and hardened against the aura coming from the mysterious figure's body, the pressure on their bodies lightened and they were finally able to move. And they looked joyful, revealing hope. In the next moment, they got up and, unanimously, broke the wall close by, preparing to flee the place directly. They didn't have the slightest idea of wanting to join forces with the black-robed protector to fight back. The black-robed protector had obviously burned his entire potential after bursting his seed. And even more so, he had used a secret method before earning to barely hold on to the restraints. But that's just aura binding. The black-robed protector used all his strength. As you can imagine, the two sides are not on the same level at all. Staying and resisting is a death wish. Might as well be able to run one. Everyone will remember the Lord Protector in their hearts. His spirit of self-sacrifice for the sake of the phantom will live on in the hearts of all phantoms. Though he was cracking up now, but that doesn't matter. He revealed a look of surprise. I didn't expect a mere half-step king to be able to break free of the slight aura he had revealed, although the strength of the breath was only at the beginning king level. But it's also remarkable. As expected, no matter what kind of living creature, between life and death, it could force out its ultimate potential and explode its small universe. However, small universes, just small universes, meet him, any more outbursts won't help. A mere half-step king, even if he could burst out with a power that surpassed his own by several levels, he could still suppress it with the palm of his hand. Chapter 32, One Man Destroys a Clan. Useless resistance. You know nothing of power. He spoke out blandly. Immediately, he raised his palm and pressed downward. The black-robed protector, as well as the phantom race who had just broken free from their bindings and wanted to escape, were all enveloped as the heavy field of power dispersed, and in the entire hall, gravity was steeply enhanced by more than 1,000 times. Boom! With a roaring sound, the entire hall turned into powder, and even the ground sunk a layer deeper down. A group of phantoms that still wanted to run away were instantly crushed to death by gravity, and the black-robed protector of the half-step king realm only lasted for one more breath, and in a roar of unwillingness, his body shattered into slag inch by inch. He, who had long since dodged into midair, glanced at the ruins below and determined that there were no more life fluctuations inside before moving his gaze away. He looked towards the Zhang clan's children who had sensed the commotion and were pouring in from all directions. Running over so consciously saved him the trouble of having to kill them one by one. These people have fey power in their bodies, and one by one, they are haunted by bloodshed and grievances, and they have obviously killed many innocent people who have no grievances with them. And in the Zhang family's land, the tired white bones are the best proof of this. These people, they don't deserve to die. He waited quietly with his hands behind his back. He waited until the people were almost here before he struck. With a wave of his hand, thousands of rubble on the ground rippled with it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A stone, like a falling meteor, cut through space, carrying a tail flame that tore through space and burned up, blasting towards a group of Zhang clan's children who still did not understand the situation. Blood is flowing. Today, the Zhang family will be exterminated. He was silent. He suddenly realized that after decades of reading books in the book depository, his mind had changed a bit. In the past, he'd wanted to sign in peacefully until Go became the strongest. Any idleness doesn't want to be bothered with. Good guys, bad guys, what's he got to do with it? This was his mindset when he first arrived. And today, he first took care of an idle matter at the bottom of the mountain. Then when he came up, he saw the Zhang family's heinous sins, and then directly took action to wipe it out. There was a slight change of heart. He stroked his chin and analyzed. It shouldn't be all about reading the book either. There was also the fact that his strength became stronger, and a change of heart ensued. Change as you go. It used to be weak, that's why it was careful. Not anymore. Simply put, bloated. Forget it. It's just a small matter. Don't dwell on it. Release the little girl and go back to the book depository to continue. Shui's figure moved and disappeared in place. Zhang family dungeon. Zhao Yuling was imprisoned in a cage made of gold and copper. She was in bad shape at the moment. A mess. Both her hands and feet were imprisoned by black chains, which were chains of forbidden spells, suppressing all her true chi, and even her body became weak and couldn't lift its strength. The entire cage was enveloped by a greedy yin chi, which penetrated towards Zhao Yuling's body from all directions. She was mentally fuzzy and confused. Little brother Chu, don't run away. A dreamy murmur escaped her lips, and her fair face was covered with an excited scarlet. Just then, the space behind her twisted and Shu He, who had his hands behind his back, appeared. Looking at Zhao Yuling's shy face at this moment, she shouted his name. Shu He was astonished. What's this girl dreaming about? Shu's nose twitched. The yin chi in this entire dungeon carried the power of greed, capable of tickling the desires of one's heart and amplifying them infinitely. Zhao Yuling was eroded by this power, and it was only right that she should be mad, roaring, and grimacing. What's with the look now? Shu He was curious. He couldn't help but sense it with his heart, and then he raised an eyebrow, his eyes looking wry. This girl, what was provoked was surprisingly lustful. I'll go. What's this little girl doing calling him names when she's aroused by lust? Guilt. Chui thought about it and didn't directly interrupt. Of course, it wasn't that he realized Zhao Yulin was masturbating him and wanted to enjoy a sense of accomplishment. He didn't have the bad taste. The reason for not interrupting was because Chui realized that now was the best time for Zhao Yuling to make a breakthrough. Over the years, her cultivation accumulation had long been sufficient, and it was only because of her state of mind that she had been suppressed. After so many years had passed, her mind had become more and more stable, and this time when she was captured and boiled by the Phantom Clan with greedy Yin Chi, if it had been a little longer, she might have had to be wasted, but now it was just right. Her mind was on the verge of breaking down, but equally on the verge of being worked to the limit. Fortunes and misfortunes are one step away. With a wave of Chui's palm, the chains that trapped Zhao Yuling's body crumbled apart. At the same time a bead appeared in his hand, the pearl of the Dao realm, combined with Zhao Yuling's situation at the moment. It could bring her mind cultivation to the next level. Chui reached out and pressed, and the beads melted into Zhao Yuling's glossy jade-like forehead, entering the sea of her mind. After 3 King's Realm breaking pills, the medicinal power melted in Chui's palm before being driven into Zhao Yuling's body. I've done all that needs to be done, so the rest is up to you. Chui sat down on his knees, wrapped his arms around himself, and quietly watched. Zhao Yuling, who was wildly chasing Chui, had a sudden chill in her heart and mind, and her conscious thought slowly turned back. She recalled where she was today. LOL. She sighed, looking unimpressed. However, now is not the time to reminisce about those. Now in danger. Have to get out of danger as soon as possible is the proper thing. She knows how to lighten up. Just as she was contemplating with her eyes closed, trying to think of a plan to get out of the situation, a metaphysical thought appeared in her mind, reminding her, urging her, breaking the boundaries. At the same time, the originally suppressed true chi in her body began to operate on its own, striking towards the realm barrier. There was no time for her to ponder whether this was a good time to break the boundary or not. It has begun and there is no turning back. Innate to King was the first appearance of the fledgling will of martial arts. The process of compression and condensation of true chi to condense true essence. Once you start, you can't stop. Once it stops, it's a failure. Once it failed, it would suffer a backlash, which could result in severe injuries or death. This was something that Zhao Yuling understood very well. Therefore, realizing the problem, she began to actively control the true chi in her body and run her gong methods to try to break through. The timing of the breakthrough came suddenly, though. However, Zhao Yuling didn't panic. What to do when breaking the boundary? Chui had already told her long ago. The cycle is gradual. Zhao Yuling had accumulated enough, and with Chui adding a few layers of protection for her, the king's realm was not difficult for her. It went well, accompanied by the whistling sound. A raging force, like waves, lifted up in layers, striking the golden bronze dungeon with a clanging sound. The realm of kings. It's a done deal. Chui showed a smile on his face and placed the 2 blood papers in his hand on Zhao Yuling's hand before his figure moved and disappeared. What's done is done. Go back and keep signing in. Chapter 33, Weirdness. A few moments later, Zhao Yuling's eyes opened, and a flash of essence exploded out of them. Extremely dazzling. She got up, a smile on her face as she felt the terrific feeling of power inside her. With the success of breaking the boundary, it became easier to get out of danger. She can't be trapped here anymore. The person she is now is not the person she was before. Fei, humph. Zhao Yuling let out a cold snort, her body burning with battle intent. She tightened her hands. It was her habit of holding her sword ready for battle. Only this time there was no sword in his hand, only 2 pieces of paper, and the touch coming from his hand turned strange as a result. She bowed her head, looking at the 2 bloody papers in his hands. He felt puzzled. What's that? Her jade-like forehead wrinkled slightly as she spread the bloody paper out with curiosity. Read the above to the end. Zhao Yuling was dumbfounded. The distribution of the Phantom Clan's manpower within the Xia Clan's territory is accompanied by a detailed record of their strength. What does this mean? And who put this in my hands? What? A series of question marks appeared above Zhao Yuling's head. She recognized every word on the paper and understood the meaning. But after reading it, why did she just feel confused? She looked startled. This time, she realized something else strange. On her hands and feet, the handcuffs and anklets that bound her. When did they break? The first thing that can be ruled out is that the Fae have suddenly taken a turn for the kind. Also rule out the handcuffs and anklets breaking on their own. So, is it man-made? Zhao Yuling scanned around with vigilance. Nothing suspicious was found. A few moments of thinking down, and no clue. Instead, the more I think about it, the bigger my head gets. Things are too mysterious. It's spooky everywhere. Forget it, whatever it is, let's get out of here first. In the end, Zhao Yuling placed the blood paper into her arms. Then, the wariness that had just been drained down once again blazed up. She struck out. Against the golden bronze gate. He slammed. The surging chi energy penetrated through his body. And in a rumbling sound, the golden bronze gate was blasted open with a huge force. It's easy. The door was unlocked. Things were even stranger when even the door opened so easily. However, Zhao Yuling didn't relax because of this. And she walked out of the cell with a highly alert expression. Outside, there are no guards. To be precise, the guards are dead. Only a few puddles of scum remain. White Fairy, you're out? Great. Help us. Open the cage chains. This underground cell, apart from holding Zhao Yuling, also held other martial artists captured by the Zhang clan. It's just that they weren't held in special custody like Zhao Yuling. They're just chained up, groups of them in ordinary cells. The spirit is still awake. It can be loud. It can scream. And it can curse. As soon as they saw Zhao Yuling appear, someone let out a surprised yell. He was arrested in the same batch as Zhao Yuling and knew him. Who killed these guards? Zhao Yuling asked with a frown. The guards are dead? The prisoner's eyes looked to where the guards used to stay, only to find a pile of slag on the ground. You don't know how the guards died? A group of prisoners in an ordinary cell, separated only by iron bars, could see the guards when they raised their eyes, but they didn't even know how they died. Things are even weirder. Like it's haunted, combined with the eerie surroundings of the place. It was mind-numbing. Got to get out of here. Otherwise it always feels alarming. I'll let you out later, so don't even mess around and kill your way out with me. Zhao Yuling said in a deep voice. She, who had already broken through the realm of kings, was rightfully the strongest person here. Her aura radiated out, and all the trapped martial artists were aghast. This was not the aura that an innate master could have. They realized that the white-clothed fairy had broken through the realm of half-step kings. It made them jealous and happy. With such an expert, their hopes of killing their way out would be greater. Zhao Yuling struck out and shook the iron door of the cell with her chi, and the chains on the prisoners were broken by her one by one. Deterred by her strength, no prisoners messed around and appeared to be in order. Those who were rescued first helped along, while others collected the bars and actively prepared for the bloodbath that would kill them later. Half an hour later, a group of martial artists rushed out of the dungeon. They all froze when they saw what was going on outside. Not a single living soul. They had their auras out and were waiting for a bloodbath. But what is it now? They searched carefully and finally confirmed that the entire Zhang family had been slaughtered. Oh my god. All of them are dead. And I don't know which senior is the one who made the move. What a cruelty. These people were all killed by a single blow, and it looked like they didn't even have a chance to resist. There's a palm print here, and it seems to be the only place where there's ever been any sign of a battle. You see, the whole ground has sunk down a layer, and the soil has become harder than stone, as if it had been squeezed raw with a huge force. Just what kind of existence has struck out, capable of causing such a terrifying scene? Everyone felt deeply shocked as they looked at the original site of the Zhang clan hall. The terrifying giant palm. It's not humanly possible. Even an ordinary half-step king might not be able to strike such a shocking attack. White Fairy, can you tell what level of expert is the one who struck this attack? A martial artist looked at Zhao Yuling and asked curiously. He was only at the 5th level of the innate, and could only feel that the aura remaining on that huge palm was exceptionally terrifying, causing his heart to palpitate, but he was unable to accurately judge it. Very strong. Terribly powerful. I feel that I can't match it. It might be left behind by a half-step invincible king senior. Zhao Yuling thought he had broken through as a half-step king. From the aura left behind by the giant palm, she thought she couldn't match it, so she boldly guessed that it was left behind by a half-step invincible king. She simply couldn't have imagined that it was left behind by Chu He with the strength of a king level. Her eyes are still too narrow. In fact, at her current level, if she had secret techniques, she could also strike a scene with the same power. Only by then, her body would be drained. Even her foundation would be damaged, and she might even fall from the realm she had just advanced to. A half-step invincible king? Could it be that the foreign races have made too much noise, and there are old ancestors sitting in the 3 major borderlands who have returned? There was an exclamation of surprise. In his perception, the Xia clan only had 3 half-step invincible king ancestors sitting at the borders that had such great power. Have you guys forgotten? The Lin family also has a hidden half-step invincible king ancestor. This is Lin County. And more, but it's a foreign race that has alarmed his old man. And his old man has stepped in. Someone spoke up as if remembering something. The words came out. Zhao Yuling had a flash of inspiration. Chu Yi's figure appeared in his mind. Then various mortifying images surfaced one after another. Her cheeks flushed, and the thoughts in her head turned chaotic for a moment. White Fairy, there's an investigation team coming over, asking us all to make a trip. At this moment, an innate martial artist stepped forward and said respectfully, Chapter 34, The Golden Body of the Dharma Phase. Everyone followed Zhao Yuling to the front of the Zhang clan's mountain gate. Here, the group of martial artists that had been scared away by Chu He came with reinforcements. Once the information between the two parties is summarized, they concluded, the Zhang family has defected to the foreigners, and the Murong family also has problems. A mysterious senior discovered the problem and came to this place, killing the Zhang family as well as all the foreigners. I just went to check. There was blood and flesh left on the hillside that was blasted away by Elder. There should have been an ambush by the foreigners. Elder realized the problem and saved us. Someone went down the hill and then came back, excited about his discovery. What? There is such a thing. I felt strange at that time. How could an expert like Senior kill innocents indiscriminately at will? That Morong Bo is not a good person at first glance with his sharp tongue. There is really something wrong. It's fortunate that we met Senior, or else I'm afraid we'd have to fold here today. The martial artists who came in support reacted by revealing their hindsight. From the information from Zhao Yuling and the others, they already knew that the foreigners here were very strong. There were many innate invincibles, and there were even half-step kings as townspeople. If they fought, they were afraid that none of them would be able to be spared. At this moment, they were filled with endless gratitude towards that mysterious senior. Mysterious senior? Zhao Yuling murmured to herself as she tightened the bloody paper in her arms. She was thoughtful, thinking back to the oddity in the cell and combining it with the available information. She finally found the trace vein, those dead guards, her handcuffs and anklets, and even the sudden feeling that she was going to break out of the realm. These are man-made. The spear was pointed straight at that senior. Is it Brother Chu? Zhao Yuling felt it was very likely, but that senior appeared. His figure was blurred. No one saw his real face. It was not good to judge accurately. Many people suspected that it was the hidden ancestor of the Lin family. But does the Lin family really have a hidden ancestor? By now, Zhao Yuling had long had suspicions in her heart about this matter. In all the years in the book depository, she had never seen any traces of the mysterious hidden ancestor. On the contrary, it was Chu He who felt more in line as her cultivation grew stronger. First go around and clear out the foreigners, then go back and ask little brother Chu. Zhao Yuling secretly made up her mind. She did not publicize the contents of the bloody paper on her hand. For one thing, there are a lot of people, so if you say it, word might get out to that loudmouth, and then you'll be spooked. Secondly, these people weren't strong enough either, so it was useless to tell them. At this moment, Chu He had long since moved away from the Shaoyan mountain where the Zhang clan was located and returned to the book collection pavilion. From Shaoyan mountain to Lin city, there were more than 100 kilometers, and even if it was the fastest warhorse, or if an innate patriarch exerted his light power at full strength to catch up, it would take almost 3 to 4 hours. But with Chu He's martial arts cultivation, even if he went back and forth, 10 minutes would be enough. When he returned to the stash, just over 4 hours had passed since he had gone out. This was still because he was escorting Zhao Yuling to break the boundary, as well as looking at the scenery along the way when he returned. Squeak! As soon as Chu He came back, little bastard happily stepped on his 2 short legs and greeted him. Usually see every day. Not yet feel. Chu He suddenly go out for a while. It instantly feel insecure. Just realize that you, little guy, are so timid. Chu He felt funny. When I saw it every day. This little bastard. But no enthusiasm. Day after day then he is still calm. Touching its head is still disgusted. Now that we haven't seen him for a few hours, the guy is jumping for joy. Sure enough, the saying that distance creates beauty is not an empty one. Chu He lifted the little wangba, walked inside the book collection cabinet, casually took a book, sat on the recliner, found a comfortable position, and jacked the wangba's head while flipping through it. As for those demons and monsters outside, just leave them to the little girl. She was now a king's realm martial artist, and she had no problem solving those foreigners whose highest cultivation level was only half-step king. It's just the right time to hone and consolidate your cultivation. Chu He wasn't worried that the information given by those foreigners was fraudulent. The Xia clan's highest realm on the surface was only a half-step invincible king, and if those chimera clans had stronger existences with strengths that were truly beyond imagination, they wouldn't need to be sneaky, but rather, they would be open and aboveboard. Time passes and some people carry the weight of the years. Beautiful. For a month in a row, Chu He read books, jerked off the king, cultivated, and signed in, calm and relaxed. This day, in the morning, Chu He finished his cultivation and habitually checked in. Signing in was soon completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining a Dharma phase golden body. A purple and gold colored book appeared in the system space. Chu He revealed a look of surprise. It was the second time that a purple gold grade martial arts aptitude had appeared. The first time was the 9 turns golden body technique that he had gotten when he first signed in. Over the years, He had obtained feats of martial arts as well as divine abilities. There are 7 levels: white, blue, green, black, red, gold, and purple gold. White was the most trashy. He didn't even want to look at it. And purple gold was the highest and rarest. This Dharma phase golden body, without mentioning anything else, was bullish just by looking at the level. Chui hurriedly took it out of the system space and tapped it to his forehead. A vast sea of information appeared in Chui's spiritual sea of consciousness. This Dharma phase golden body was a spiritual cultivation method and an offensive divine ability of extraordinary power. The Dharma golden body effect looks simple, but the effect is extraordinary. Shape a golden body with the power of the spirit. In the process, the power of the spirit soul will get a horrible exercise, repair to the end, strong and terrible, can let the spirit soul eternal immortality, even if his physical body explodes, the soul can survive in the world, can be used to shape the physical body with the soul, to live again in the world. This point overlapped with the cultivation of the late-stage soul method of the 9-turn golden body technique. However, the 9 revolutions golden body technique always majored on the physical body, and there was a huge gap between the strengthening of the soul and the Dharma phase golden body. The golden body Dharma phase can also leave the body to kill the enemy 100, 1,000, 10,000, or 10,000 miles away. It was evident that one could cultivate the soul to such a strong level. It was naturally very difficult to cultivate such a ranked technique. Ordinary people are afraid that they will never be able to get started in their entire life. However, this was not a problem for Chui. The system space is Gongfu. He only had to make sure to cultivate it to get started, and comprehending it was twice as easy. In the following days, Chui began to focus mainly on cultivating the Dharma phase golden body. Thanks to his current cultivation realm, the cultivation of the Dharma phase golden body was smooth. Just 10 days passed and the first layer was complete. That night, Chui stood on the roof of the book depository. With a movement of his mind, a golden shadow left his body and floated up into midair. The shadowy glow was faint, so faint that if this wasn't night, it would be barely visible. However, when it appeared, a dignified and domineering aura spread out with it as the center. One moment, with the book pavilion as the center, the entire Lin family, whether they were resting or diligently cultivating, suddenly felt palpitations. Some of those who were asleep were fine, just suddenly incontinent. Those who were awake, directly fell to their knees. There were others who couldn't help but vomit 3 liters of blood. Luckily, Chui was just a small trial and quickly withdrew the golden body void. The terrifying aura dissipated, but the Lin family was doomed to not be able to sleep tonight. Chui returned to the book depository, and with a movement of his hand, he took out a spirit-restoring elixir from the system space and swallowed it. This move's compulsion was high, but it also consumed a lot of spirit, and at his current level, it wasn't too practical to use it for sparring. However, in fact, Chui didn't want to fight and kill. What he coveted was to cultivate to the end and have his soul be eternally immortal. Immortality in the flesh. The soul is immortal. Eternal life. Chapter 35, Carelessness without Shem. 3 months have passed since the Zheng family was destroyed. Zhao Yuling contacted the Xia clan senior management, gathered all the half-step kings who were at home on rotation, and even secretly recalled the half-step king elders who were sitting on some relatively smooth borders in order to play it safe, and deployed them tightly before launching a purge on an unprecedented scale against the Phantom clan. There was a bloody storm. Countless chimera hiding in the shadows were rounded up and killed, and the clans that colluded with them were wiped out by the entire clan. But there were also phantoms who reacted and fled the known lands, unknown and hidden even deeper. In the most thrilling siege, a half-step invincible king of the Phantom race lurked and suddenly struck out, killing a half-step king of the Xia race, and countless martial artists who participated in the siege were killed, and the blood flowed into a river. This half-step invincible king of the Phantom race did not exist in the records of the Black-Robed Protector and the Peerless Saint Sun. He was a Phantom race elder hidden in the shadows, a shadowy protector, and even the majority of the Phantom race did not know of his existence. His outburst has shaken the Xia clan. The mountains, rivers, and Jigaku diagrams sent out the strongest sign of warning, and the 3 half-step invincible king ancestors of the Xia clan, who were far away from the border, were enraged by it. But, just then, learning of the news that the Phantom race had been massively besieged, the Phantom race's half-step invincible kings went crazy, wildly saying that he would return blood for blood and teeth for teeth. Blood slaughtered 3,000 miles of the Xia tribe's territory, to accompany the dead Phantom dead. He goes around making kills. Soon after, he encountered Zhao Yuling, who was leading people in besieging a Phantom race stronghold. Zhao Yuling's white clothes were snowy, and she held a 3-foot green blade in her hand, looking at the huge bat across the street with the demonic flames. She's nervous. The opponent was a half-step invincible king, and in her mind, She herself had only just broken through to a half-step king. The two are a level apart. It was like the difference between a Hotian martial artist and an innate master. The difference is desperate. It's a deeply ingrained notion. Ha! A half-step king of the Xia clan. The little girl's bone age doesn't look too big. Her talent is outstanding. The future is promising. It's a pity to fall now. Now this seat will give you a chance. Submit to this seat. You can live. Zhao Yuling's breath convergence technique was a skill Chui focused on teaching, and the realm was quite impressive. With a well-hidden breath, it made the half-step invincible king of the Phantom clan unable to see what was going on, and could only estimate the realm based on the fact that she could cross over in the air. After all, normally, less than a half-step king could not do airborne flight. He could see that Zhao Yuling wasn't very old, so he guessed that it was a half-step king. Seeing the hunt, he was not in a hurry to avenge his clan and wanted to take in Zhao Yuling as a servant. In the future, it might be able to give the Phantom clan one more half-step invincible king realm fighter. It was also a way to make up for the loss of several great prides in the clan this time, as well as the protector's death. Ask me to submit. Don't you dare. Zhao Yuling's voice was clear and cold, and her expression was determined. Her battle intent began to burn, and even though she knew she was undefeated, she would not have the slightest thought of meticulously surviving. Yes? Humph. The Phantom clan elder let out a cold snort. You know nothing about power. You'll never understand how powerful this seat is. Wait until you've seen it. Then make your choice. This seat will give you another chance. This is what a heavenly pride deserves. You will thank this seat. Now, this seat will let you see the power of a half-step invincible king. After saying that, he violently extended a claw at Zhao Yuling. In an instant, the rolling yin qi entwined around his body was pulled and condensed, unexpectedly transforming into a demonic claw that was dozens of feet square and grabbing towards the place where Zhao Yuling was. Space seemed to be torn apart under this claw. Those martial artists who followed Zhao Yuling stood on the ground, looking up at the sky with horrified faces. This claw did not come at them, but just watching from afar. It also made their hearts and minds shake as if they were facing the might of the heavens. In front of such a terrifying power, they were just ants. War. Zhao Yuling's expression was incomparably grave, and her spirit was on high alert. Such a powerful, incredibly loud strike was the first time in her life that she had ever faced one, though for some reason, it didn't give her the feeling of great terror of a life and death crisis, nor did they cower as expected, but instead their wariness was high. Right now, it doesn't matter. The most important thing today is to resist the blow. While she had little confidence, it wasn't in her character to tie her hands. Zhao Yuling struck out and swung his sword. Sword XXIII. This was the martial skill Chu He had handed over to her, and it was also her strongest means of attack. As a sword cultivator, Zhao Yuling wasn't good at defense, so she chose to attack instead of defend, striking out with all her might, using all the power she could muster at this point. 23 giant sword shadows appeared in the void, one stronger than the other. Sharp sword chirps shook the 9 heavens, and an intimidating sword intent rose from the dome of the sky, suppressing the heavens and the earth. The sword light flashed, and the amazingly loud demonic claws directly collapsed, scattering the yin qi in all directions. Such a shocking change caused the Phantom clan elder to fail to react for a moment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. His eyes widened and he let out a shriek. His so strong strike was as vain as it was, appearing so unbearable that it would shatter at the slightest touch. The sword light shattered the devil claw. The remaining force is not reduced. Came in an instant. Above the stern sword intent shocked Charmheart. Let the Charm clan old in addition to subconsciously issued a shriek. Surprisingly, there is no way to the first time to gather up the momentum of defense. In his horrified eyes, 23 sword chi, forward and backward, ferociously chopped at his body. The Phantom clan elder, originally a mighty body full of evil intent, instantly became broken and tattered. Black blood soared everywhere. His aura scattered, unable to step into the air, and fell towards the ground. Zhao Yuling stayed in place, momentarily forgetting to go up and make up for it. She blinked, looking at her hands for a moment, then at the sword in her hand. What's the situation? Was that one just now a half-step invincible king? She now felt even more confused than the Phantom clan elder. She had just struck that blow, even though it was an attack, but she was only trying to defend herself, so how could she easily break apart the Phantom clan elder's terrifying demonic claws? It also proceeded to waste him straight away with the remaining force. Could it be that the Phantom clan elder was just a flamboyant figure, looking like a bluffer, but in reality, he was just a weakling? Zhao Yuling couldn't figure it out and flew down with a heart full of doubts. How? The Phantom clan elder was still alive, and the half-step invincible king's vitality was still quite tenacious. However, even if he didn't die, he was still wasted, falling heavily to the ground. All the bones on his body were broken, Black blood was still bubbling out from various places, and the yin chi around him was escaping. His eyes widened, disbelief in his eyes. He was easily seconded with one move, recalling the sword intent that enveloped his entire body and made him not react for a moment. Looking at Zhao Yuling, who was flying, he thought of something. You're the king. The Phantom Clan elder issued a question in an almost breathless tone. If it really is a king, that makes sense. Damn it. He had been careless. If he had known that the other party was a king, he would still have been able to escape if he had been prepared. He was at least a half-step invincible king, and he had the power to contend against a newly promoted king. Even if you can't beat them, you can still run. Just now, when he struck out, he didn't use his full strength at all. He just wanted to deter Zhao Yuling and see if he could be subdued. Results. Shaded. The other side placed the pig in a poke. When he was careless, he instantly gave his full strength, so that he couldn't dodge in time and was seconded. Chapter 36, Clueless and Shocked. King? What king? Zhao Yuling, who had fallen down from the air, couldn't help but freeze for a moment when she heard the Phantom Clan elder's shocked question. Does the king mean her? But she had clearly broken through from an innate sect master to a half-step king only. It was common sense that an innate was followed by a half-step king. It was the cultivation realm recognized by all races in the land of the barbarian domain. But it's not right either. If she wasn't a king, how did she spike a half-step invincible king? Zhao Yuling was confused in the wind and felt her mind was confused with thoughts. Common sense told her that she should be a half-step king at this moment. But in reality, she had already secured a half-step invincible king. There was a high probability that it really was a direct break from the innate sect master to the true king realm. Zhao Yuling's three views were shattered. The demarcation of martial realms known to her since she was a child was now out of whack. Is there something wrong with the others or with her? Zhao Yuling really felt confused. It seemed there was only one person who could answer her question. A figure appeared in Zhao Yuling's mind. Not far. Looking at the Phantom Clan elder who had been knocked to the ground, and Zhao Yuling who stood alone and proudly in the void. A group of Xia Clan martial artists were also stunned. No! What's this? What's this all about? A newly minted half-step king who took a veteran half-step invincible king for a second? Let the two sides swap identities. Are they seeing things? Or are they hallucinating? This is clearly not common sense. It was as if someone had told them that a latter-day martial artist, head-on, had killed an innate master, who was in perfect condition, with a single move. That's the kind of thing that no one believes. A realm gap that large between the two sides was not something that could be leveled by talent. Hotian and innate. That's the difference between heaven and earth. A half-step king is the same as a half-step invincible king. When this kind of thing is said, people will only listen to it as a joke. And no serious martial arts biography would dare to write like this. If you dare to write like this, beware of the hot-tempered innate master carrying a knife and chopping people at the door. Because it was an insult to the ascendant patriarch. But as unbelievable as it was, it really happened in front of them. That's kind of shocking enough. However, the Phantom Clan elder's next shocking question shocked them even more. King? The White Fairy is a king? They have a king sitting in the Xia clan? The message is even more powerful, isn't it? Rumor has it that the White Clothes Fairy was the one who put her life on the line and broke through to become a half-step king when the Zhang clan was imprisoned by the foreigners? How did she become a king now? Incredible. Unbelievable. Stupid. The White Clothed Fairy must have been at the king's realm a long time ago. She's our Xia clan's hidden king's ancestor. She was just playing the world out of boredom, but was inadvertently captured by the unknowing Phantom Clan, and her old man killed them all in a fit of rage, and was annoyed because the Phantom Clan had violated the realm, and so she personally went out to hunt down and kill the Phantom Clan. But the White Fairy looks young for her bone age? Foolish. The realm of the king. Returning to the basics. Is it not for us to see through the reality? Nice. Makes sense. A group of martial artists couldn't help but analyze it in whispers and finally came to a conclusion. They feel it makes sense. Otherwise, for a half-step king to kill a half-step invincible king in seconds was really unacceptable. Zhao Yuling didn't give them an answer. Swinging out his sword, the mending sword ended the Phantom Clan elder's life as he hissed unwillingly. Then he greeted the other martial artists and flew away. She couldn't wait to get back to Forest City. After Zhao Yuling left, a news that exploded the hearts of the people spread out from this place, spreading throughout the Xia clan at an extremely fast speed. The half-step invincible king of the Phantom Clan who had plagued the Xia clan's territory was put to death. The one who struck was the White Clothed Fairy that had risen to fame in Lin County over the years. However, she is not as young as rumored. She's actually been alive for 500 or 600 years. It was the king's ancestor who had survived the last great change in the Xia clan. She was badly injured and has been healing in secret all these years. And now, she was able to kill a half-step invincible king realm expert with a single move. It represents that she has healed from her injuries and is about to return as king to lead the Xia clan back to its former glory. A group of admirers who hadn't even seen Zhao Yuling's face joined forces to strike a banner. The white-clad empress was installed to sit in the imperial city. The sound was overwhelming and momentous. The land of Annam, Black Stone Rock City. This was a heavy city on the border of Annan to defend against the foreigners. Lin Xue Ling stood at the head of the city. She held a Xia-translated newspaper in her hand, and looked at the news on it with a pensive look on her eyes. She sat in the land of Annan, rotating once every 6 years, and she had gone back once in the past 10 years. She naturally knew about Zhao Yuling, her little niece, who practiced with Chu He. There was also frequent contact between the two by carrier pigeon. The white-clothed fairy was Zhao Yuling. She naturally knew this already. But now, it said that the white fairy was an old ancestor-level figure who had lived for 500 or 600 years? That's bull ********. This one can be ignored. She's a king's elder? Decapitated a half-step invincible king of the Phantom clan? Lin Xue Ling looked at the back repeatedly, pondering. Zhao Yuling's realm she knew. The innate invincible had been around for a long time and could break through at any time. After breaking the realm, is it directly a king? Sure enough, others find it incomprehensible, boldly guessing that Zhao Yuling was the king's ancestor who had survived and hidden during that great change in the Xia clan a few hundred years ago. It didn't even dare to think on the side that Zhao Yuling was a true king when she broke from the innate realm. However, Lin Xue Ling, who had also broken through the realm under Chu Yi's teachings, had long had doubts over the years. Her breakthrough may be different from others. Over the years, after her breakthrough, the Xia clan's collection of secret information about the half-step king realm was available for her to refer to. She realized from it that the account on it was very different from her situation. Other than that, the key point, the information above the attack, the defense power of the base reference, and the strength of her shot a comparison, weak unimaginable. Even if these records, which were referenced to the weakest half-step kings, the gap was still too outrageous. Lin Xue Ling had also guessed at first that it was Xiao Chu's brother who was well-read, knowledgeable, and had a knack for teaching people, allowing her to be superb in battle. After all, in the Xia clan, there were also many famous teachers who could teach unrivaled heavenly pride in the same realm, though those people were only exceptionally dazzling in the Hotian and the innate. But by the same token, it was possible that little Chu's older brother was even more powerful and could make her equally invincible at the half-step king realm. But later on, she flipped through the battle power introduction of the half-step invincible kings and was once again shocked to find out, if it was really like the introduction, when she had just broken through, her battle power had already reached that level, and was even superior in some aspects. These years had passed, and her strength had long been thoroughly consolidated and had grown. Now if one were to go back and compare them according to the data records, a half-step invincible king would already be far from her opponent, except for little brother Chu, her, already the strongest of the Summer clan. This discovery, at the time, shocked her for a long time, thinking that something was wrong with her own mind, until the news of Zhao Yuling's instantaneous killing of a half-step invincible king arrived. Lin Xue Ling was still shocked at the speculation of her own strength. After all, things are too unbelievable. Over the years, the situation in the land of Annam has been stable, with no foreign races launching large-scale invasions here, letting Lin Xue Ling not have the chance to test it out. She had been diving into cultivation. There was no thought of taking the initiative to find trouble with the half-step kings of the foreign race. After all, in the land of Annam, the Lin family Jinan Legion was overthrown once, and its vitality had not yet recovered, so it was originally a time of weak defense. If she picks a fight over one of her guesses, things were going as she expected alright. If not, I'm afraid she's going to be a sinner. It wasn't until today, when she learned of the results after Zhao Yuling's strike, that she was completely confirmed. So, Jade Spirit and I, we are kings since the innate breaking. A true king. She gazed into the distance, her battle spirit high and her killing intent high. The Inuyasha. It's time to pay in blood. Chapter 37, Solving Confusion. Zhao Yuling returned to the book collection pavilion, only to see little bastard cleaning with a rag on top of him. Green. Where's little brother Chu? Zhao Yuling, who usually came back and had to catch the little Wongbang for a strong jerking off, did not make a move this time in a rare way. She wasn't in the mood right now. Only a head full of questions that needed to be answered. Hearing the familiar voice, the little king's eight had a jolt, flung the rag on his head away, excitedly resumed turtle crawling, for small short legs like a small motorized motor, bared a sound, like a small green rat, instantly scurried out of the old long distance a distance. A few moments later, hiding into a bookshelf, the little king's octopus felt that something was wrong. Normally, the moment it heard the sound, its head was going to fall into the clutches of the devil. There would be no chance for it to react. Even if it saw the person in advance, it was useless. And how did this one escape so smoothly? Feeling strange, the little Wangba cautiously poked out its head, and then, its green bean eyes could not help but show surprise. Zhao Yuling's eyes looked at it, and it was obvious that the place it was hiding in wasn't good enough to be discovered. But the other party had no intention of coming over and doing anything. It seems like it really just wants to ask it a question. The process is not right. That's not how we used to meet. Little bastard steeply felt out of place. The heart is empty and a little lost. Although jacked, it is resistant. But after getting used to it, the other guy stopped jerking off. There's always a sense of abandonment. It stared blankly at Zhao Yuling. Zhao Yuling's polished jade-like eyebrows frowned. What's that look in Green's eyes? It's just a question. It's not like you're making a move on it. What do you mean? That little look in your eyes? The little girl is back. Not bad. With more energy. Just as Zhao Yuling was being watched with the corners of her eyes protruding, the bedroom door on the inner side of the book pavilion was opened, and Chui walked out in time with his hands behind his back. Brother Xiao Chu, I've made a breakthrough. Zhao Yuling shifted her gaze and hurriedly said, Aha! Nice. Chui nodded and said. Zhao Yuling's gaze flickered. Xiao Chu's brother didn't react any differently than usual, which made it hard for her to judge the speculation in her mind. Her mind was spinning fast, trying to analyze the wave in all the little details. Stupid. In the end, she gave up. It was too much effort to guess. Just ask. Isn't the person right in front of you? Little brother Chu. I was imprisoned by the foreigners before. Then a mysterious expert came over and killed all the foreigners. And I always felt that my breakthrough was also hasty and related to that mysterious expert. Is that expert you? She asked the question in her mind. Yes or no? Does it matter? Chui shook his head and lost his smile. Looking inscrutable, he pulled over a chair, picked up a book, and read slowly. Zhao Yuling blinked twice. What do you mean? Why does little brother Chu always talk like this? Seeming inscrutable. Though that does seem very highbrow, but it's really not easy to understand. Zhao Yuling thought about it and didn't pursue it any further. She felt that the answer was more on the side of acquiescence. And the reason why Xiao Chu's brother had made his words so vague. Perhaps there was some unavoidable hardship as well. Just like the stories inside martial arts biographies. Some great masters, who were hidden from the world because of some unavoidable reasons, would cause unfathomable and great trouble once exposed. Right. That must be it. Zhao Yuling's thoughts spun. And the more she thought about it, the more it made sense. She felt like she had touched the edge of truth. No, this is something else I need to remind my sister-in-law about. Zhao Yuling secretly made a decision. And then she changed the question and continued. Little brother Chu, my cultivation seems to be out of place. I had just broken through not long ago when I encountered a foreign race half-step invincible king, and as a result of sparring with one move, the other party directly failed to block it and was completely crippled. Why is that? Chui raised his eyebrows when he heard that. I didn't expect the little girl to suppress a half-step invincible king. Phantoms? It's just a half-step invincible king. What's so strange about you being able to suppress it? You'll be a king after your breakthrough. It's only logical for a true king to suppress a false king. Chui said blandly. There's nothing bad to say about it. The reason he didn't say anything before was just laziness. On the path of cultivation, as long as the path is right, the realm name is no big deal. The king's realm could also be called the Tong Tian realm, the great emperor realm. Take whatever you want. Names are made by people, and the more people call them, the more they become conventions, plus a little bit of bad taste. As it is now, the little girl was initially facing an enemy who was a half-step invincible king, and thought that she was very nervous, and even carried the despair of seeing death as a way out. And after she won, I guess it was extremely confusing at that moment. Another thing, not to mention, is that I don't want them to get too puffed up, especially the Lin Xue Ling girl, who was so middle-aged. Once she was certain of her own strength, Chui estimated that the heavy responsibility of opening up the territory for the human race would automatically be next for her. It's going to be another big mess when the time comes. Middle-aged girls can't be messed with. After the innate, isn't it a half-step king? How do I? Zhao Yuling's eyes widened. Despite the speculation, it still made her feel incredible. Even if Chui said that under his teachings, her battle prowess was unrivaled and she was able to surpass common sense by killing half-step invincible kings over the level. She would still be a little more able to accept it. Who told you that after innate is half-step king? Chui asked rhetorically. That's what the ancient texts say. And everyone else. Zhao Yuling replied. Are ancient records always right? Chui laughed. In fact, the ancient texts state that the path is wrong, but it can't be said to be all wrong. The fact that one could directly break the boundary of a king after being innate, the Xia clan, and even the clans in the barbarian domain, might not be unaware of it. Previously, Chui didn't know the specifics of the Xia clan and the land of the barbarian domain. and only thought that they were too stupid to cultivate for so many years and couldn't even discover the flaws in their gong methods. But ever since he was able to view the various treasured secret texts of the Lin family, Chuha analyzes that the truth may not be what he thinks it is. The real reason may be a resource issue. Wanting to go straight from innate to king, the path was too treacherous. Even he, and the two girls, had used many treasures to accumulate their own reserves before breaking the boundary. When he broke the boundary, he even used the very crucial king's boundary breaking pill, the golden body shaping pill, and various auxiliary pills. The others had broken through, and it was thought that they would similarly need pretty much the same aids. However, the land of the barbarian domain was too barren, and if one wanted to refine pills that corresponded to the king's realm, just those materials alone would cause a headache. And even if the ingredients were gathered, the alchemist was another problem. Every alchemist was piled up with countless resources and experience, and if one wanted to become proficient in refining pills at the king realm stage, then one would first need to have enough corresponding materials to try. Then things are back to square one. Resources. Therefore, it should have been out of desperation that the various clusters in the land of the barbarian domain had modified the correct route of gongfu cultivation. In the middle of the king's realm and the innate realm, a half-step king's realm was added, and an alternative way was used to accumulate reserves. It's a lot of detours, but it's also a lot less treacherous. Perhaps, in the land of the barbarian domain, some great clans, those strong descendants, had enough resources and practiced the correct techniques, but these he didn't bother explaining much. Zhao Yuling froze. Yeah, are the ancient records always right? Were the ancients necessarily smarter? Little girl, don't think so much. Half-step king or king. It's just a name, so why get entangled? The key to everything depends on your battle prowess. Right now, you're able to subdue a half-step invincible king, and that's already enough. He smiled. Zhao Yuling nodded with seeming understanding. It's so deep and makes so much sense. But, to summarize, she would be the real king, right? By the way, little brother Chu, what realm are you in now? Zhao Yuling asked with sudden curiosity. Previously, she had always thought that he was a half-step king, but now it seemed obvious that he wasn't. He glanced at Zhao Yuling and smiled. A little bit stronger than you. Just a little bit. Alright, the questions are done. Sit down and read the books with me. Since you have already broken through the realm, your experience outside is considered enough. So next you should spend some time in the book depository to consolidate your cultivation. Chapter 38, The Phantom Resolution. At this moment, a year had passed since Zhao Yuling had subdued the Phantom clan's half-step invincible king. Land of the Pigs. This was the most barren and chaotic part of the barbarian domain, surviving thousands of communities below the third grade. These ethnic groups, no matter how they were before, were doomed to decline when they arrived here, and wanted to turn around unless there was a miracle. However, nothing is absolute. Some communities, born with strange cultivation needs, relatively weakened dependence on resources, suitable for chaos, in this land of swine, but can barely maintain their own community's grade. And, of course, just to maintain. After all, the situation in the land of the pigs was really bad. The 5 great third-grade upper clans, these were the 5 strongest forces in the land of swine, and the only 5 third-grade clans, and Phantom is one of them. They feed on the soul desires of living beings. In this land of swine, the last thing that was in short supply was weak beings without the blessing of the strong, which could be described as inexhaustible. However, it was true that there was no shortage of living beings, but the quality was so poor that Phantom choked. The desire to devour living beings itself should be their favorite, the most favorite thing to do. But in this land of swine, the vast majority of living beings, they see that they have no desire to go down the mouth. Just like a person sees the mind is straight guilty of nausea. Those that do go down are like chewing wax. Of course, being unpalatable is not the main thing. The main thing is that the more unpalatable it is, the less useful it is for them. Otherwise, what does it matter if it just tastes a little worse? If it works and you eat it for a long time, you might even get a different flavor. It's because the results are so poor that Phantom is constantly nostalgic for the years of centuries ago. The Xia, that's the group with the best soul taste at the same level of hierarchy. That herd, even the worst tasting of them, would rank high in this land of swine. The ordinary people among them were even better than most of the communities at the Hotian realm level. Those who were slightly qualified among them were already extremely rare to see in the land of swine, comparable to the taste of living beings at the innate level. As for those geniuses with demonic qualifications, heaven's pride, one couldn't find that kind of flavor even if one turned over the land of swine. The strongest among the phantoms miss it every now and then. Thus, after a few hundred years, the clan's supreme existence announced that he had completely removed the soul-tracking imprint that the Xia clan's supreme existence, using a clan-suppressing secret treasure, had typed into their entire clan. The Phantom clan couldn't wait to select a group of the clan's outstanding juniors and went to where the Xia clan's territory, which they were always concerned about, was located. It's a strategy they've set in motion. Sui. Utilizing the Xia clan and training the best descendants to become strong, batch after batch, a virtuous cycle, until they can completely crush the Xia clan, then they will be captive. It can't be like the old days, when the whole pack was out in force. That would be met with a fierce backlash, and blood would be spilled on both sides. That's not what they want. This time they seemed patient. However, just over a decade has passed. The first group of good descendants came with bad news. Most of them who entered the Xia clan's boundaries were exposed and killed, and they even lost a clan elder. It's only been a decade or so, and the program has only just begun, when it encounters this kind of blow. Not at all what they expected. Phantom Nation Land. The Great Hall of Deliberation. Dozens of figures covered in black robes sat down. Rolling yin chi churned, causing the entire hall to whine and roar. In the center position, Phantom Shadow, the contemporary patriarch of the Phantom clan, spoke in a deep voice. With Yuskar dead and only 2 of the 10 descendants sent out left, we are also exposed to the gaze of the Xia clan. What do you all think should happen next? As soon as the Phantom's words fell, the yin chi on the bodies of all the Phantoms turned over even more, and even more revealed killing intent. Exposed so quickly, Yu Shang also died. I think it's because of him. His breath is too prevalent. I have long said that the Xia clan may not be without reserves. It's best not to let experts beyond the boundaries to enter. He was greedy, and preferred not to listen to the discouragement. Alright, Yu Trace is dead. There's no point in pursuing this. We need to decide what to do next. It is to give up the figure for the time being and wait. Or go on. Wait? It's been hundreds of years of waiting. I can't wait any longer. Why does Yu Sheng insist on going? That's because his lifespan will end. And if he can't go further, he's returning to silence. And the same goes for me. But if we don't wait, now that the Xia clan has been alerted, all these years, although we haven't heard of any masters in their clan, and it seems to have fallen to the extreme, we can't be unguarded. This clan, what they are best at is hiding their clumsiness. 500 years ago, if it wasn't for our misjudgment, we didn't expect them to have so many experts. How could they fall into that situation all of a sudden? The Xia clan is already extremely wary of us. What should we do if we push too hard? In case we repeat the mistakes of a few hundred years ago? A group of clan elders began to discuss. Some of them have been waiting for this day for so long that they have long been hungry and refused to give up easily. At their level, ordinary living souls were no longer useful to them. They had already reached the limit of their current realm, and if they wanted to go further, they needed to devour an existence of the same level, and where an existence at their level was so well hunted. Moreover, for each of them to break through, it would take more than just devouring one. Therefore, the Xia clan's pride that could surpass the level became the object of their eyes. Beaten, caught, and in significant numbers. If they could capture all of the Xia clan's heavenly pride, the strength of their Phantom clan could be directly raised by more than one level. But there are also charmers who are post-promoters and the wait is not too long and there is still time to go on waiting. In the face of the arguments from the left and right, the Phantom did not give a decision right away, but instead looked towards a figure whose eyes had been closed from the beginning to the end. The Supreme should already know about this. Right. And what does his old man have to say about it? The figure with his eyes closed is close to serve the Phantom clan Supreme, named Yu Xiu. His cultivation is nothing in terms of the whole field, but the special identity. No Phantom dares to look at it lightly. Yu Xiu opened his eyes and glanced at the entire room before speaking. The Supreme has long since visited the border of the Xia clan, and he said that the one from the Xia clan still remains alive, and now that he has been exposed, the plan can be put on hold. However, the Supreme has confirmed that the one from the Xia clan, even if he has delayed his return to silence by faking his death, he can still last another 30 years at most. At that time, the Supreme will personally lay out a plan to enslave the Xia clan and revitalize the Phantom clan. When these words came out, the eyes of the Phantoms lit up and suddenly turned uplifted, and the raging yin chi around them stopped churning. After so many years of being driven to the barren land, the Xia tribe's weakness deepened as time passed. The Phantom clan in the land of the swine, on the other hand, has maintained no decline in the strength of their community. However, even so, before the soul-tracking imprint that the Xia clan had laid down with the secret treasure was broken, they never dared to send their experts to try and destroy the secret treasure. Worrying about that existence, didn't they? There is now a definite time for that being to return to silence. 30 years. Bite the bullet, get a little more in, and you'll still make it through. Chapter 39, The Palace of the White Emperors. Spring goes to fall. It's 3 years in the blink of an eye. During these 3 years, Zhao Yuling peacefully followed Chu He in the book collection pavilion, reading books, jerking off wongbangs, and consolidating her cultivation. This also turned the hot debate in the Jianghu about the White Fairy's promotion to White Empress into a legend. Time is most unforgiving. 3 years wasn't a long time, but Zhao Yuling had only struck out once, and after that, she disappeared from the public's view, and it was more than normal for her to be forgotten. Of course, some people are forgotten by time. There will also be new people appearing in the public eye and becoming the new center of attention for all. The Ice and Snow Empress, Lin Xue Ling, was the focus of the Xia clan's most attention in these 3 years. 3 years ago, not long after the White Empress disappeared, just when people were unwillingly trying to go looking for her traces, a shocking event took place in the land of Annam. A man in red, a 3-foot green blade long sword. It appeared in the clan lands of the Inuyasha clan, which had a border with the Xia clan in the land of Annan. Blood flowed that day. The wail of the Inuyasha clan shook the heavens. A half-step invincible king's blood spilled into the sky, and 3 half-step kings' corpses and bones were nowhere to be found. In the end, the Inuyasha clan, the 3 remaining half-step invincible kings in the clan converged and struck together before they were able to withstand the killing pace of that one man and one sword. However, the Inuyasha clan, with 4 half-step invincible kings, 1 fell and 3 were restrained, allowing the clans around them to see an opportunity. Some of the packs couldn't resist striking, adding to the Inuyasha clan's woes. Under the double blow, the Inuyasha clan was nearly dead, and they gave up a large part of their territory, retreating again and again until they retreated to the most barren land. And only then did the other clans stop striking. Finally, the Inuyasha clan negotiated with Lin Xue Ling, willing to give substantial compensation, praying for a settlement. A veteran half-step king of the Xia clan arrived and convinced Lin Xue Ling to agree to this condition, because at this time, the Inuyasha were already the craziest trapped beasts and the most dangerous time, really pushing them to the point where they wanted to fish out of water. If they didn't have absolutely strong strength, leaving their 3 half-step invincible kings behind would be a legacy to the Xia clan. Just like the Xia tribe of old, when they were pushed to the end of their rope, their enemies gave up continuing to push. It wasn't that they were so kind. It was merely the law of survival of the clans in the land of the desolate domain. When there was no absolute strength to exterminate the high-end combatants of the opponent's group, the best thing to do was to compress the opponent's living space and drive them to the most barren places, so that they would die a chronic death. After all, a decrease in living space means a lack of resources, and without resources, decline down the road is almost doomed. That's the safest thing to do, and by rushing in and destroying the entire clan at the drop of a hat, unless the gap between the two sides' high-end combat power is too great, it's easy to knock your teeth out. After all, there were countless clans in the desolate domain, and if the 2 clans fought to the death, the ones who would benefit in the end would be the wolves that surrounded them. Just like the Xia clan a few hundred years ago, the battle with the phantom clans pouring clans was a bloodbath, and in the end, both of them lost, and they are still not even slowing down. In the previous Xia clan, it was possible for a small clan like the Inuyasha clan to do a complete extermination if they dared to offend them. At that time, the Xia clan's territory was a dozen times larger than it is now, and it was sitting on several cherished treasures. Now, it's all gone. The peace talks were successful. Although in the end, Lin Xue Ling did not accomplish the feat of one person destroying a clan, but her reputation was thoroughly spread. The Xia clan and even the other surrounding clans have picked up on her legend. For a while, the foreign races around the Xia clan were much more honest, not daring to easily friction with the Xia clan in the borderlands again. This is the deterrence of a true king. During these 3 years or so, Chui's cultivation had also broken through to the 6th level of the 4th turning in consummated, and was about to reach the 7th level. His Dharma phase golden body had also reached the consummation of the 2nd layer, and his soul golden body had solidified a lot, and was already able to start increasing his battle power. Little brother Chu, Auntie is so majestic now. Already crowned as the emperor in the imperial city. Zhao Yuling, holding little Wang Bao, rocking on the recliner, took a translated newspaper and read it. Looking up, if you're envious, you can go too. Chui opened his eyes and said indifferently, your strength is enough. If you want to, find a border and pierce a small community through it. No way. That's exhausting. Zhao Yuling shook her head as she continued. I still like to be like brother Xiao Chu, teaching people and reading books. Leisurely and fun. Little brother Chu. What do you say? How about I open a school palace? Outside? I've thought of the name. It's called the White Empress Palace. The more she talked the more her eyes sparkled. Propping his chin up he fell into a vision. It was as if he had seen the scene of the thousands of disciples under her seat, becoming pillars of the Xia clan, opening up territories for the Xia clan, and subduing the 10,000 clans with might. Go ahead if you want to. Teachers aren't that good. Looking at the giggling little girl, Chui shook his head and smiled. Didn't stop it either. The little girl was still young after all. It was always impossible to stay with him in the book depository all the time. Young people, you have to be out in the world to understand the vicissitudes of life. Shuhei suddenly felt a little envious. It's good to be young. There are ideals. There are dreams. There's also the drive to do what you say you're going to do. That like him? The man doesn't look old, but his heart is, without realizing it. It's 71. Been in the collection for 57 years too. I think. This time thing, it goes by so fast. Fortunately, as his cultivation level increased, his life became longer and longer. Otherwise, if it was like the former cash manager, at this age, it was about the same, maybe even hiccuped a long time ago. But, if I go away, little brother Chu, who will accompany you to talk and relieve your boredom? Zhao Yuling hesitated and said, the little girl is quite conscientious. Shuhei guffawed. You don't have to worry about me. It's colder and I still feel a bit more comfortable when I cultivate. Cultivation is all about purity. You, don't worry about being your empress master. Just come back to see me twice a year. This is not a comforting word from Shuhei. It's really the truth. He really wanted to have a quiet wave of seclusion to raise the realm of the Dharma phase golden body, striving to reach the same level as the 9-turn golden body technique. Also organize and summarize the practice. Chapter 40, The Bastard is Bigger. New Year 563. Winter, December. The white-clothed empress who had disappeared for 3 years reappeared. He set up his dojo on White Phoenix Mountain, which he called the White Emperor's Palace. The door of the mountain was open wide to receive the proud sons of the world. The heavens were shaken, and countless great powers sent out congratulations. Although, the White Imperial Palace, created initially, just a man, a mountain, a hut, and nothing else. But that doesn't stop the proud sons of the world from flocking to it, because that one person is enough. That one person can be worth countless master teachers of genius. That one man can be worth a clan. That one man, the king, it is the true king. That alone is enough. As for other extras, they can provide their own. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. The Xia clan, with the Ice and Snow Empress sitting strongly outside, deterring all clans. Inside, there is a white-clothed empress who preaches and explains, cultivates the pride of heaven, and strengthens the heritage of the Xia clan. A thriving scene. 10 years had passed, and Shui's 9 revolutions golden body determination had also reached the 9th level of perfection of the 4th revolution, moving towards the 5th revolution. His Dharma phase golden body, also cultivated to the 3rd layer of perfection. The Dharma phase, like God and Buddha, can destroy the enemy 10 miles away. Squeak! The great king's bastard clumsily topped off the rag to finish cleaning the stash. A decade had passed, and its cultivation level was already at the perfect 9th level of the innate, and it was now starting to accumulate its reserves. It grows and grows and grows, one day at a time. It used to be a little rat, now it's a big dumb elephant. It used to be a breeze to clean, but now it's squirmy, just like a fat person cleaning a crowded classroom, and it's hard to watch. However, this is the way it accumulates its underpinnings, and when its cultivation breaks through, it will use its underpinnings to break through the realm, and then it will be able to freely change the size of its form. Otherwise, with this growth, the stash wouldn't be able to keep it. The court is small and king-sized. If Chui hadn't laid down many neens in the book depository and accidentally confiscated the force, I'm afraid that the book depository would have collapsed. It's getting dumber and dumber. It's just a simple cleaning. The whole clunking thing. Chui looked at the big wangba with a look of disgust. It's such a big head that it's hard to jerk it off, and the bigger it gets, the uglier it gets. The big kingpin had a sultry look on his face. Can you blame it? It doesn't want to. It's having a hard time, too. It's so small it can't even turn around comfortably. And cleaning with a small rag on top is torture. That said, the place is so clean. Why does it have to clean it every day? The master didn't order it now, did he? How does it get up every day and clean with a top rag first thing? What's this for? The big kingpin suddenly froze and began to contemplate. Why do I get the feeling this asshole is going to get depressed? Shui looked at the big wangbang that had started to laze around again and felt that it needed to go outside to relax. From the beginning of his spiritual intelligence, this guy had stayed in the book depository and never looked at the outside world. Just like a canary kept in a cage. Sooner or later he would have to come up with a problem. This is the bastard who was going to stay with him longer than anyone else. Can't afford to hiccup in the middle of the day because of other issues. And it's really too big now. And on top of that, that's not the limit. Now all that needs to be considered is what to throw this guy at. Definitely not within the summer race. With such a big head, even if he didn't cause any trouble, he would surely be hunted down by the foreigners on the spot and would be in trouble. The other groups, which are equally alien, don't mix well. And in the neighborhood of the Xia clan, there was no word of the Wangba clan. Wait, wanker! Chewie slapped his forehead. The big Wangba had been out of the water since he brought it with him, and also sunbathed every day. Also that Chewie almost forgot that this guy was technically an aquatic. That would be nice. Find a big river, or an ocean, and it's settled. Come on, Green, let's show you home. Chewie also didn't care if the Great King's bastard agreed or not, and grabbed its neck, which was already thicker than a bucket, and flashed out of the book collection pavilion with it before rushing up to the sky. Blue River. It was a large river that spanned the 4 counties of the Xia clan, and there was a tributary within the territory of Lin County. Chewie carried the Great King's bastard and spent more than a minute to arrive at the edge of the Blue River. Then he patted the top of the big king's head and spoke. Green, this is your old home. For the next few years, just go home and stay there. Have fun, relax and go down. Big bastard was flabbergasted. What do you mean? What? Why would I go down there? It didn't move like a mountain. Its big eyes staring straight at Chewie. Go down. Chewie couldn't stand its little grudge and kicked it into the river. Poof, poof. Awkward things happen. As if he was afraid of the water, the big king's 8 fluttered in the water one after another, just like a dry duck that had fallen into the water, matching his size and the 2 big meaty claws that flapped like wings. His appearance was extremely comical. You're a cuckold, not a chicken. Why are you afraid of water? The big river is your home. Don't toss and turn. Relax, take a deep breath, and plow your limbs and claws together. Chewie stood on the shore and made a sound to teach Big Wang Bastard to swim, while gesturing his movements as he taught. He'd never taught anyone to swim, let alone teach a king's ass to swim. He pressed on with no experience and had to teach the way he used to breaststroke himself. Squeak! The great ace opened his mouth and kept bubbling, like ordinary people who have fallen into the water. Chewie's eyelids jumped as he watched. Can this guy really survive the water? But, fortunately, a kingpin is always a kingpin. There is an innate familiarity with water. After tossing and turning for a while, the big kingfish was able to plow through the water normally. All 4 limbs and paws at once. An authentic doggy paddle. And it's fast, just like a little motorized motor. With a whoosh, it made its way back to shore. Then the claws, which were thicker than Chewie's thighs, pulled on Chewie's pants leg. The bucket-thick kingpin's head shook vigorously. This time it would figure out that Chewie was trying to throw it outside. Don't look so pathetic. It's not like I'm going to throw you away by letting you relax outside. Go inside and stay there. Wait until you're at your maximum size and after you break through. Then go back to the book depository when you get smaller. Don't worry, I'll visit you often. It's just a little distance. Just come to the river to get some air. Remember, when I'm not here, you have to stay honestly in the river. Don't come up here, and no one is allowed to hurt anyone. Chewie opened his mouth. The great octopus now had an extremely high IQ, at least equivalent to an 11 or 12-year-old child. Chewie naturally understood his words. Finally, under Chewie's urging, he could only reluctantly swim back into the water. Squeak! After all of its body had disappeared into the water, a piece of its neck was exposed and it turned back to bark at Chewie. Don't worry, I'll visit you often. Chewie laughed. This guy knows to call him on his word. Chapter 41, The Holy Land of Martial Arts. Chewie returned to the book collection pavilion, and it wasn't long before Zhao Yuling breezed in. Before she stepped into the book depository pavilion, she still had a high and cold face. Her expression was serious, her eyes were full of majesty, and with her hand behind her back, a piece of black ring ruler was flipping in her hand. After all these years, she'd managed to sub in for the master, but as soon as she stepped into the book depository, she was a completely different person. The ruler is put away, bouncing around and transformed into a youthful beauty. Brother Xiao Chu, where is Xiao Lu? As soon as she entered, she realized that something smelled missing from the stash. He's grown too big and I'm letting him outside to get some air and relax. He casually said. Yao. It does grow a bit bigger now, and I don't know what it's been eating. It was normal 2 years ago. Zhao Yuling nodded. Her white clothes imperial palace was within Lin County, and with her martial arts cultivation, a round trip would only take about 20 minutes. When the white clothes imperial palace was first created, she was so fully committed and passionate that she only returned 4 or 5 times a year. That heat, though, lasted her 3 years. Moving forward, her passion grew lower and lower. The frequency of returning to the stash has increased. By now, it's pretty much just 3 days of running back and forth. Therefore, she was able to see the change in the little bastard. The kind of change that is almost like not seeing each other for 3 days. The size varies from day to day. It's not even good to jerk your head around. Can only ride this way for a bit. Little bastard wasn't even as fun as he used to be when he didn't like to cooperate with her again. She pulled over a lounge chair and, following Chua's example, rocked it. LOL. What are you sighing for? What's bothering you? He asked with a smile. It's not even my untalented disciples. They're too stupid, Zhao Yuling said in a mood that looked bad. In these 10 years, she had taken in dozens of disciples, and all of them are the heaven's pride demons of each county. But after 10 years, Zhao Yuling asked herself that she was still very attentive, but none of those disciples satisfied her. One cultivates too slowly. Right now, the highest cultivation level is only comparable to the innate. Much to her dismay, it's you who's asking too much, Chu, he said indifferently. Zhao Yuling's eyes are too high. Watching the disciples was modeled after herself and Lin Xue Ling. Even if it takes the requirements down a couple notches, none of that is comparable. And don't look at who the masters are on both sides. One is well-read and well-informed. A little girl who's just starting out. How do you compare? Brother Xiao Chu, do you think it's because I can't teach? Zhao Yuling pouted and began to doubt herself. After all, 1 or 2 apprentices not being taught well can be said to be the apprentice's problem. But if dozens of them are not taught well, then we have to wonder if it's the master's problem. Little brother Chu, why don't you give me some guidance? Zhao Yuling suddenly said. Chu, he then taught her and her sister-in-law, and now both of them were kings. The means of teaching is evident. Teaching disciples? This kind of thing takes time to sink in. Everyone has their own style of teaching people. Mine. You won't learn. Chui shook his head and faintly said. Zhao Yuling nodded with a sigh. Indeed, like Xiao Chu's brother, who is well-read, erudite and informed, and whose every move, word and action contains the level of the great Tao. Is it not so easy to reach? There is perhaps only one person in the world at this level. That's little brother Chu. Your sister-in-law sent a letter saying that a senior from the Xia clan was going to take her to the Holy Land. Why didn't you go? Chui glanced at Zhao Yuling and asked out loud. The Xia clan had a Holy Land of martial arts. Or Lin Xue Ling had made a move to suppress a clan with one person. And when she was crowned the Ice and Snow Empress in the Imperial City, there was a half-step invincible king old ancestor who personally told her the top secret. By the time she reached her level and was determined to be innocent of her birth, many things were already knowable. In fact, if her rise hadn't been too sudden, she would have been able to know a lot of top secrets by the time she was rumored to have broken through to a half-step king at such a young age. It was precisely because it was so sudden, so strange, with the presence of suspicion, that it dragged on until her coronation. That's when she was made sure she could be trusted. It is said that hundreds of years ago, after that great change, the Xia clan was forced to this resource-poor land. If the Xia clan didn't have a peak king ancestor sitting in their midst, I'm afraid they would have been exterminated. Even so, all of those blessed holy places with abundant resources were occupied by foreign races. At that time, the peak king ancestor, because he had been seriously injured in the great change against the Phantom clan, was a major reason why the Tiger clan would take advantage of the opportunity to strike. The Tiger clan was slowly eating away at the Xia clan, just to force him out. But at the end of the day, none of the old ancestors made a move. And even after the entire Xia clan was forced to this barren land, the few remaining king ancestors of the Xia clan hid themselves. It was only then that the Tiger clan gave up their intention of exterminating the Xia clan. Because of the Xia clan's experts, the attitude was already obvious. Fish death. If the clan was truly destroyed, those of their living experts would not let the Tiger clan have a good time. This area is already the bottom line of the Xia clan, and the Tiger clan sees it. This is a specific case of the Xia tribe going from strength to strength, and the reason the Xia, at the end, chose this place as a retreat. There are also considerations, because there was a secret realm comparable to a blessed land. This is the hidden underbelly of the Xia clan. 100 years after the Great Change, the experts in the Xia clan entered the secret realm one after another to heal. Going forward, the true heavenly pride demons of the Xia clan were all sent into the secret realm in various states of fake death. This is one of the main reasons why the summer race seems to be declining so quickly. The geniuses and demons were all hidden away. The green and yellow were not enough, and there were still 2 or 3 half-step invincible kings, which was already very good. It can't be helped. The Xia clan must slowly decline. There can't be the slightest manifestation of strength, and those heavenly pride demons that are hidden can't come out again, because there are eyes watching in the dark. Tiger Nation, having failed to completely exterminate the Xia clan, a group that had once been of the same rank, the Tiger clan would not be completely at ease, and they would quietly watch from the shadows. If the Xia clan slowly and normally declined, they wouldn't do anything, and would even pull a hand when the Xia clan was facing an extinction crisis. No reason, just because the aura of the Xia clan's peak king ancestor hadn't dissipated yet. When the Xia clan was exterminated, for whatever reason, he wouldn't look for trouble with any other clans, just the Tiger clan. It was a harsh word he had once laid down. Therefore, as long as the Xia clan slowly declined normally and the peak king ancestors were still alive, they would not push too far. But if the Xia clan showed signs of rising, they wouldn't watch. Thus, technically speaking, Lin Xue Ling's sudden strike had startled the three half-step invincible king ancestors of the Xia clan. After that, Zhao Yuling opened the door of the mountain in a big way, which was even more frightening to the heart. Originally, they had all planned to place the name of the White Empress on Lin Xue Ling together. As a result, Zhao Yuling caught them off guard just like Lin Xue Ling. The appearance of two newly promoted kings in the Xia clan was a great good thing. But if the Tiger clan became suspicious, that would be a good thing turning into a bad thing. But it's out there, word has gotten out, and there's nothing they can do about it. After that, fearing that the two would do something outrageous again, after determining that they could be trusted, they hastened to inform them of the hidden secret, and told them to be more restrained and not to be too high profile. Originally, the two had been exposed and were able to walk outside, and there was no longer a need to go to the Holy Land. It could suppress the world and ease the growing pressure of survival for the Xia clan. Just get a handle on it. But this time, Lin Xue Ling said that it seemed like something big was about to happen, and that the Holy Land had personally come to look for her to go over. Chapter 42, The Big Bastard's Good Brother. No one asked me to go. Zhao Yuling shook her head with a blank expression. Shu He's expression moved. Then with a flip of his hand, he took out the 8 trigrams jade disc. His mind manipulated it, and began to act out the calculations based on Lin Xue Ling's birth date. Final result. Auspicious signs. That's okay. Chua took his things back and picked up the book again, looking at it with a shake. It seems that the Holy Land is more optimistic about Lin girl. After all, she's middle-aged enough to guard the Lin family and revitalize the Xia clan. Unlike you little girl, who's heartless day in and day out and teaches her disciples as if it's a joke. He let out an exclamation. The hidden secrets of the Xia clan. Lin Xue Ling also knew a bit more. You can see that she is more trusted. Now that the Summer clan has something to do, they'll take her with them too. Zhao Yuling. This little girl, when she was young, she was just as middle-aged as Lin Xue Ling, but after following him around for too long, she had obviously changed a lot now. Turned salty. Zhao Yuling wrinkled her agitated nose, looking a bit aggrieved. Don't be depressed. It's quite good for you to be like this. Learn from your sister-in-law. Live a tiring life. Just be happy yourself. And in the future, you can teach a few promising disciples. And to the Xia clan, it can be considered a heavenly contribution. Not necessarily less than your sister-in-law. He smiled. People, personalities are always different, and that's what makes them human. Lin Xue Ling was a hot-blooded middle-aged girl by nature. Zhao Yuling's nature was to be fun-loving, and in the past, when she was middle-aged, it was due to the influence of her environment, but now she was revealing her original form. It's all about the character of each. Time flies, and the days of peace and quiet fly by, turning another 3 years. He was 92 years old. And he had also signed up for 78 consecutive years in the book depository. 3 years have passed, and the big kingfish in the water have grown even bigger. The figure had progressed towards the small hill, swimming up in the water. It moved quite a bit. Over the years, it has also gone from the uneasy reluctance to leave the cache in the beginning to now, playing in the water has flown. At first, he went to the river to see it, and it appeared as soon as the people arrived. It didn't stay away. A few days without seeing the Chu River can shave big holes in the riverbanks and extend the river a long way forward, and by the time it got to the back, it was already necessary for Chu He to go to it. It began to scurry and scatter inside the water. Based on the imprint left on the great king's bastard, Chu He stomped through the water with his hands behind his back, and wherever he passed, the river water retreated. 1 step down is 1,000 meters away. Soon he found out where the big ace was. He found out. For once the big bastard has a big partner. A big black snake. It's strange. How did the king's 8 play with the snake? Hiss. Brother A. I'll take you to get a big chance. As long as you succeed. Half-step king realm is just around the corner. At that time, we'll be the king of this entire river domain. The black snake's bucket-thick hind tail curled around the big king snake's bucket-thick neck. The snake's letter spitting outward in a mysterious manner. Squeak. Good. The great king's bastard nodded his head in recognition. The black snake's eyes flashed with an evil light and carried smugness. A serpent and a king and queen, followed noiselessly by a man, swimming quickly through the middle of the river area. Soon, it came to an underwater cave. The whole mountain here is bubbling with black evil aura. Not a decent place at first glance. When they reached the place, the black snake stopped camouflaging and revealed its hideousness. It curled around the big king's tail and threw it violently, slamming the big king into the mouth of the deep, black smoking cave. The cave, which was originally in a static state, trembled for a while, and a black tongue like a curtain, extremely fast and incomparable, tightly wrapped the big king's 8 around it. Hiss. I'm back, king. The blood food brought back this time is a perfect 9th level of innate and has a strong blood chi. The black snake's body landed on the ground and bowed its head to respectfully spit its letters. Squeak! Black snake, what are you doing? Wang Ba realized it was bad and struggled desperately. It sensed that there might be something wrong with this newly recognized brother. Jia Jia. Just then, the evil aura on the hill churned up even more, and a wave of water shook the ground. The cave entrance rises up out of the ground. It was clearly the head of a giant beast, and the great king's bastard was already in its mouth at this point. Very good. The blood chi is indeed sufficient and pure. This is the first time this king has encountered such a grade. The behemoth nodded in satisfaction and gave the black snake an appreciative look. Then, gusts of evil chi gushed out from its mouth, accompanied by green bubbling liquid, like sulfuric acid, wrapping the big king's 8 in layers. The big royal octopus struggled desperately, but the large tongue that wrapped around it was surprisingly strong, and it couldn't even break free with its strength. It panicked and squeaked out of its mouth. Within this river, most of them are just ordinary aquatic. Some evolutionary transformation began to cultivate, but also the majority of the latter day. The innate level are very few. Its breath emanation. No unenlightened dare to find it trouble. This was the first time it had been in danger. It looked at the large black snake that was spitting on the sidelines, fire bubbling up in its eyes. It swore that if it could get out, when it came across such lone-looking guys in the future, all of them would be crushed to death. Not a single one left. It's so hateful. After a few moments, this bastard is a bit hard. How come it's been so long and there's still no sign of being refined? The behemoth's 2 lantern-sized eyes blinked, feeling unusually puzzled. With its strength, and the specialness of the venom in its body, it wouldn't take long to refine the innate level, even if it was an innate perfection. However, after half an hour had passed, the struggles of this kingbird remained strong, not to mention the shell on its back. Even its head, which was sticking out, showed no signs of softening down. It feels a little off. Whoosh! There was another shaking of the water, and it stretched out 2 huge claws, grabbing the neck of the big king's octopus, trying to pull it off and kill it directly before practicing, although the effect would be a little less effective. But there was nothing to be done about it. It's too hard to practice on a living kingpin. It's been so long and it feels like there hasn't even been any progress. Hell knows how long it'll take to practice. Squeak! The great king's bastard showed its teeth and screamed at the behemoth. It hated having its head plucked, but there's no way. The ones that like to jerk its head around, it can't deal with any of them. Plucked for a while, the behemoth became even more depressed in his eyes. This Wongbang is different. Even if the shell was hard, even the soft-looking head was surprisingly hard and it couldn't pull it out. It feels carefully. That's right. This was an innate 9th perfect level Wangba. What the hell kind of a thing did you bring back? The behemoth's eyes glared at the black snake, irritated. Hiss. The king is sorry. I was wrong. The black snake's body trembled and slumped to the ground, lowering its head. The behemoth's eyes blinked and tangled for a moment. Finally decided to try again. A blood food at the 9th level of the innate sky was not something that was easy to see. I don't believe it. A blood meal at the innate level. This king will not be able to refine it. Chapter 43, the bastard is too big to stew in one pot. The behemoth sighed. A corner it couldn't notice. He quietly watched it toss and turn. The technique cultivated by Big Bastard was the main defense. He also ate a good number of celestial treasures that strengthened his physical body. The entire body had also been quenched more than once by a king-level treasure called the Golden Prana Yuan Stone. It fights maybe not, but the defense is leveraged. Even a half-step invincible king would have to spend a lot of time trying to deal with it, let alone this giant beast that was only at the half-step king level. He was also idly bored. The big kingpin was in no danger for the moment, so he simply propped his chin on the sidelines and watched the show. After a long time, he even took out a dish of elixir and used his spiritual power as a stand to drag it around and float it in front of him. With a golden chair constructed with his spiritual power underneath him, he sat in his chair, rocking and knocking back pills as he watched the behemoth toss the great kingpin in a different pattern. At the end of the day, the big Wangbang didn't even resist anymore. Finding an opportunity to shrink his head in, he didn't move at all, and he didn't know if he had gone to sleep or not. Roar! Finally, the behemoth couldn't take it anymore. It spat out all the venom in its body, and now it's all starting to spit acid. And this dead bastard's bastard shell is still intact. Too much bullying of the beast. It hates shelled contraptions. Pust! The great king's bastard was spat out, and then it gazed viciously at the black snake to the side. Damn! Bringing back such a thing. The behemoth let out a roar. It's tired and hungry now. Extremely appetizing. The gaze towards black snake changed to something wrong. Hiss! King! The black snake's body trembled as the gaze of the giant beast made it feel bad. Hiss! Great king! I'll go get you a good beast back later. It hastily stated, putting its own spin on it. Black snake was right when he thought about it. It wasn't easy to control a beast with excessive strength and a flexible brain. Swallowing it in one bite, it would have to go out and look for food on its own later. It's not cost-effective. It turned its head to look at Wang Yao, who was lying on the side, with eyes full of resignation. After all this effort, I didn't even get the flavor, so I lost a lot of money. Roar! Think of a way for me to eat this thing. The behemoth let out a roar. Viciously. Get a big pot. Big or it won't fit. And put it in the crater to give it a stew. It's best to add some onion and cumin if you can. And it's a pity you don't have any old hen, or it would smell even better. The behemoth nodded, feeling viable. Good idea. But ordinary pots won't work. You have to use an alchemy stove. But wait, there seems to be something wrong there. It turned its head again and looked at the black snake. How come you're speaking human? To be able to learn the language of other living beings, except for some special groups, most of them had to be at the half-step king level to have this ability. The higher the level, the faster you learn other languages. Hiss. The black snake shook its head, indicating that it hadn't just been the one talking. If it's not Black Snake, then who is it? Is there something strange mixed in here? The behemoth followed the black snake's eyes as they scanned everywhere, and then in an inconspicuous corner, they spotted the figure sitting on a golden chair, still knocking on something. Humans? The behemoth blinked its big eyes a few times in confusion. It turned its eyes around. That's right. This is underwater. It's territory. How dare the humans come running over here? To be able to be so cozy under such deep water, it naturally knew that the human in front of it must be extraordinary. But so what? Above the land, humans rule, and it can't beat them at the same level. But in this water, that's where it's at. When a human comes over, it's the other way around. At the same level, it's easy to beat 3 in a row, even if they encountered a human super expert, a half-step invincible king. With the advantage of the environment, it doesn't come with fear. If you can't beat it, it can run. Here it's ripe for the picking. As for the higher level masters, do humans have them? If it had, it would have died long ago. In the past, when it had just broken through the half-step king, it was still young, but it was very active, wandering on land every day. Going once, it was the sky that turned upside down. After it came back, it was often surrounded by human experts who came after it in the water, but it's not alive and well now. So, the corners of its mouth split in a grimace, just in time to get hungry. Humans are a bit smaller, but this one is supposed to be an expert, and the essence in his body is very replenishing. It's better than that hard-as-nails kingpin. In human terms, concentrated essence. Not bad. It's really a sleepy head that comes with a pillow. Beautiful. Roar. The behemoth let out a loud roar of excitement and no nonsense. The big mouth opens and the head flings over. Fast and furious. The fishy, giant mouth went straight for the tiny silhouette on the ground. Chu He frowned. That's a mouthful. He reached out and a giant golden palm condensed. This was the means of the Dharma phase golden body to condense a palm without exerting its full power. The whole horrible face was deformed as the hideous beak was taken and pinched. To it, time seemed to stand still in this moment. Its entire massive body froze, leaving only its 2 large eyes, dribbling. This breath. At this moment, the behemoth felt a kind of trembling from the depths of its soul. A cloud of death hangs over it. As small as the humans on the ground are, as huge as it is, the two are not on the same level of size. But, if that person wanted to, with the move of a finger, it could fly into oblivion in moments. Something clicked in the behemoth's mind. Sure enough, concentrated is the essence. It's too fine. Squeak. Attracted by the familiar voice, the big king's head stuck out from within the king's shell. Wait until you see that it really is the owner. Its eyes lit up with excitement. The claws of his 4 limbs stretched out, and with a shave in the water, he ran to Chu He with a whoosh. Stretching out his thick claws, he hugged Chu He's thighs. Its neck stretched out and it wanted to arch towards Chu He. However, its head was too big. 3 years had passed and it was already bigger than Chu He's entire person. Arching was impossible for it to arch. It was its 2 paws that were thicker than Chu He's entire body. So naturally, it couldn't be allowed to hold it. Otherwise there's always a strange feeling. So, trying to show intimacy and looking for security, the great king's bastard's forward lunge was blocked by an invisible force. It squeaked anxiously for a while, and only subsided when it finally saw Chu He ignoring it. Then it raised its claws and pointed at the behemoth, full of aggression and accusing in a squeak. The behemoth's still rotating eyes suddenly rounded, and so on. Listen to this. This asshole knows this human? Does it have an owner? Chapter 44, Nostalgia, Request for Recommendation. So, this human being, whose horror was condensed into an essence, hadn't come specifically for it? Instead, you're here for the wingbang? So the culprit is the ing wangbang? The behemoth suddenly felt out of breath. Humans, if they were coming specifically for it, had no emotions other than fear. But knowing that it was because of this Wangba that this calamity was brought about, it felt that it could not rest in peace even if it died. So angry. Blame it on the damn Wangba. No, most of all the black snake. Told it to go get some blood food and come back with something that hard. The key isn't wild. It's still owned. The owner is still horrible. It's Big Brother. Assholes. I should have known that I would have eaten it alive in one bite to relieve my heart in advance. Black Snake also sensed the strong aura of resentment in the Great King, but it didn't have the heart to care right now. It was shivering too. The snake's letter hangs out so far it can't even retract. Geez, it just brought back a stupid asshole. How did it attract such a strong person who could restrain its Great King with a single move? Stupid bastard. You have such a great master. You should have told me earlier. I'll really be a brother to you. How could it still count? That's when we were all just brothers in arms. The kind where love is stronger than gold and the sea is dry. Blacksnake is so sorry. Little Green. You've accumulated enough substrate. Take advantage of today to make a breakthrough. These 2 heads of blood food are just the thing to make up for you first. Chu He voiced out. This time he had come to find Wang Yao, originally wanting it to break through. With a movement of his hand, the huge palm condensed by the Dharma phase golden body became even bigger, as if it could cover the sky, and grabbed the entire body of the huge beast the size of a small mountain, as well as the black snake on the side. With a poof sound, in his golden palm, the energy flowed, as if it had turned into a burning golden flame that rose up. Roar! Roar! The behemoth felt like it could move and scurried around, trying to escape. However, it despairingly realized that no matter what it used, it could not escape from the range of flames lit up by the giant palm. And as time passed, it realized that its body, and even its soul, began to turn scorching hot, as if it were in purgatory. Its body was condensing, its massive body twisting violently as it continued to become smaller and smaller. Amidst the nuisance sounds, the evil chi in its body, the poisonous chi was being rapidly refined. Practice removing the dross and leaving the best. It's going to be distilled to its essence. The giant beast was very reluctant. It didn't want to be condensed, and it constantly threw its head back and let out a shocking howl. It rampaged through the golden giant palm, using its full strength to try to escape. He saw what happened to Blacksnake. Being practiced alive, it melted into a fist-sized Dan pill and threw it into the mouth of the big king's octopus. It doesn't. It can't. The behemoth wanted to burst its seed to resist, but it despaired and realized that its strength had dropped too quickly, and it could no longer do so even if it wanted to burn its talent to burst its seed. Even if I die, I can't fall into the mouth of a king's. It was the last of the behemoth's stubbornness. The king's bastard didn't get eaten, but was eaten instead. You can't die in peace with such a result. It stopped struggling and stopped, and the little evil energy in its body began to frantically coalesce. Blow yourself up? You're overthinking it. Shui raised his eyes and glanced at the giant beast. Then, a glance glared past, and a terrifying pressure passed with it. Pust! The giant beast's body stiffened, and the evil chi that had been gathered in the body with great difficulty directly scattered in all directions, and then was forced out by the golden power flames to scorch away. In the end, the giant beast was still completely refined in despair and went into the belly of the big king's octopus. Start breaking through! Shui opened his mouth. Then he slapped his palm on the top of the big king's head, guiding it to start breaking through. At the same time, several golden body-shaping pills melted in the palm of Chui's other hand and were driven into the king's shell. All of the big king's 8 limbs, tail, and head retracted into the king's 8 shell. Wisps of smoke vaporized over it. Its king's shell began to show cracks in a clicking sound. A flash of golden light flickered out from the cracked open area, breaking down and building up. The great kingfish began its metamorphosis. Time slowly passed, and the golden light became more and more prevalent, causing this underwater space to become blinding and eye-shattering, as if a rare treasure was about to come out. Eventually, boing, a small golden royal octopus, as if breaking out of a cocoon, scurried out from within the tattered green royal octopus shell. There's Chu Hien. It breaks through and cannot fail. Lord! Lord! A sound with a stuttering sound rang out, and the little Wangba, who had turned into Xiao Jin, whooshed and crashed into Chuhi's arms. It finally got smaller again. The little Wangba was very excited, and as soon as Chuhi pulled its head, it showed a rare face of relief. Nostalgia. It's got its youth back. It's still the same feeling. It's still the same flavor. Chuhi returned to the book collection pavilion with the little Wangba that had turned golden. As soon as it landed, it excitedly looked around for a rag. In the corner of the cache, it found the dusty green rag, its tiny nose sniffing gently at it with an enamored expression. Familiar flavor, with the mellow flavor of age. With a movement of his paws, he put the rag over his head and began to clean. Very upbeat and hardworking, over and over again. It wiped off a hard layer of skin from an already clean stash. Luckily, the rag on top of its head was a treasure signed by Chu He, a great emperor's personal belongings. Swords and knives are hard to hurt, and fire and water are invulnerable. After being tossed around so much by it, it's still silky smooth and not faded and broken in the slightest. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Little Wang Bao was like a golden rat, scurrying around the corners of the book depository. Even those books on the shelves, it wiped them down. Looking at Chu, he was speechless for a while. This mother After coming back from a wave in such a vast world outside, how do you feel instead? Like you're being suffocated? When Zhao Yuling returned from the White Emperor's palace, this time, the little Wang Bang took the initiative to meet it. The Wang Bang's head stretched out and landed in the clueless Zhao Yuling's palm. Jerk! Jerk hard! I'll let you jerk off once and for all today. The little Wang Ba blinked his little eyes and passed an encouraging look to Zhao Yuling. This is the first time it's been active. Brother Xiao Chu, you've raised another Wang Bang? This one seems a bit different. Zhao Yuling disgustedly swept the Wang Ba head away. There is nothing cute about a penetrating tawdry Wang Bang. It's still fun to be a little green. The little bastard froze. It's not. Isn't my head your favorite? What's with the dislike after not seeing you for so long? It's so welcoming. Only to get such a lukewarm result. So lost. Tossing his head, the little kingpin shrugged his head and walked out, finding a comfortable place to sunbathe. That's Little Green. The cultivation breakthrough changed color only. Call it Little Gold from now on. Chewie raised his head and spoke out, a smile at the corner of his mouth. P.S. Hit me hard with tickets. Chapter 45, Mountains and Rivers, Request for Recommendation. 1 month later. Spring is in full swing and the sun is warming up. 2 recliners, a man, a king's rump that shines brighter than the sun. Cozy up in front of the stash and squint at the warmth. Comfort. Sure enough, this is how bigots should live. A real bigot is not a fighter. It's being happy and comfortable with your life. However, just at that moment, a person in the distance came towards the book depository. It's an old man. His beard and hair were white, and the vicissitudes of life crept over his cheeks. He walked slowly and with a little tremor, as if he were walking. Chewie swept the rest of his narrowed eyes. This old man's cultivation was barely okay. The reason he acted as if he were an ordinary old man, it's not that he's pretending. Rather, he was in really bad shape at the moment. His entire body was like a funnel. Therefore, he did a self-sealing with a special means to prevent his true chi from leaking out. And the sealing was so thorough that even the injuries of the body did not bother to maintain it with true chi anymore, and only maintained it with medicines, making the entire body injuries deteriorate even more. And the lifespan flew by, like a badly decayed piece of rotten wood. In fact, if he didn't seal off his true chi and used it fully to maintain himself, it was certainly impossible to repair his injuries, but he could live a few more decades of life. The price, however, was that his strength, with the leakage of his true chi, would fall by leaps and bounds. So, what the old man did was to give up decades of his lifespan, which he used to ensure that he, at a critical moment, could give his full strength for once. That's right. In his current state, he could only make one strike. The seal was lifted, and the true chi returned to his body from the new, but it was no longer something that this remnant of his body could withstand. Facing an enemy, striking out once, win or lose, he couldn't sustain it for long, and soon afterward, he himself would explode. There will be no chance of survival. He was putting his life on the line to maintain his own power of intimidation. At the same time, in order to prevent unnecessary trouble, he was pushed into lifting his ban early. Chewie sensed that in the shadows of a corner not far away, there was a person who was equally not weak, following and protecting him secretly at all times. Little friend. Very leisurely, the old man walked up to the book depository and swept inside with deep eyes, then bowed his head and greeted Chewie in a very kind manner. Not bad. Old man, want to join me? Chewie opened his eyes, smoothly threw the Wangba on the other chair to the side, and made a gesture of invitation to the old man. Respecting the old and the young starts at a young age, and it's not witty at all. Chewie glared at the little bastard who rose from the ground and tossed his head to look at the old man with dissatisfaction. Little friend. Nice guy. The old man had a smile on his face, and without any pretense, he sat down directly on the chair. The two began to chat. The sky is the limit. The sky is the limit. The sky is the limit. Finally, young friend is erudite. The old man clasped his fists at Chewie, showing a very admiring appearance. The old man is truly a great sage of our time. Chewie returned the salute. He let out a long breath. It's been a long time since I'd blown it with someone like that. He had to keep up his image in front of the two little girls, and he always had to be a little more careful about what he said and not run a train. At the same time, he was certain that the old man had something for him. Otherwise it doesn't make sense for him to blow it off so much and the other guy is still a hoot. Is little friend Lin Xue Ling girl's senior brother? After pulling the strings with Chu-hee for such a long time, the old man finally brought the topic to the right path. Sure-fu? Chu-hee's gaze flickered. It seemed that he had thought wrongly. The other party should not have known his true identity from the mouth of the Xue Ling girl. That girl is still very tight-lipped. He didn't even account for it. He volunteered to know to keep it a secret. The old man was doing the same thing the Lin family had suspected. Think there's someone high up in the stash. 3 disciples were accepted. He's the oldest. Lin Xue Ling is the second. Zhao Yuling is the third. I'm her little Chu-hee brother. Chu-hee didn't deny it or admit it. Simulating a two-way street. May my young friend's master be present. The old man looked expectant. Chu-hee shook his head. He doesn't have a master. It's all about self-study with talent. The old man sighed with disappointment. And the whole person looked a few more points older. Little friend, do you know where your master is? Can you convey one thing on his behalf? The old man was upset and opened his mouth. What is it? Chu-hee's gaze flickered. I want to make a deal with him. The old man solemnly said. Tell me about it. Chu-ha said. The old man's face changed. He looked at Chu-hee with an unsightly expression. Misunderstood. Chu-hee's expression moved, knowing that it was the old man who felt he had overstepped his bounds. After all, the old man was trying to make a deal with his non-existent master. In the other's eyes, he was just a disciple. Now it's a bold-faced demand to know what the deal is. It's not appropriate in any way. Old man, I just want to know what you want to trade before I decide to say yes or no. Chu-hee opened his mouth to explain. The old man's face loosened, revealing relief. He felt that it should be because Chu-hee was worried that his so-called deal was a small matter that would alarm his master and attract chastisement. After thinking about it, there was nothing to hide about the deal. He moved his hand. A magnificent ink drawing with a savage flavor unfolded in front of Chu-hee. Ink, mountains and rivers. Crowds of people like springs, earthly smoke and fire, leaping off the page. This is a treasure map above the king realm. A supreme treasure inherited from the Xia clan. The old man opened his mouth. With pride. I would like to use this copy of the diagram to make a deal with your master. 300 years, guarding the Xia clan for 300 years. This map, it's his. The old man's voice was thick with reluctance, but his words were unusually firm. Chu-hee swept a glance at the mountain, river and goddess of mercy diagram. The things painted on it are very realistic and intentional. The water is flowing, the people are moving, and the smoke is rising. Hanging it on the wall and framing it is so forced. But it wouldn't be a good deal to trade being a nanny for 300 years. After all, the picture, to him, was just looking good. As for the role, I'm sorry, not at all worthy of the level he is at today. Moreover, he had numerous treasures on him, and there were some good ones that were of a higher grade than this picture. Looking at Chu, he shook his head greatly. The old man frowned. Can't see it? No, it can't be. It must be that this kid can't see the power of this mountain and river map. I don't know what the treasures above the king realm represent. The old man cleared his throat, feeling he needed to explain. PS recommendations, give it a go. Big brothers, so that I can go up. Chapter 46, Shock. This map contains the universe within. The old man took the book that the little king's son had placed on the chair, and threw it into the spread out drawing paper. The book disappeared, and the next moment appeared in the picture. He didn't say anything, and with a movement of his hand, a pot of tea and 2 cups appeared in his hand. Filling his teacup, he took a cup for himself, then reached out and made a gesture of invitation to the old man. The old man's lips twitched twice. There is a great deal of dryness within this map. He opened his mouth to explain. Shui nodded his head to indicate that he knew. Elderly. The old man suddenly fell silent, and Shui sidled his head feeling weird. Please drink a tea only. This is the basic courtesy of hospitality. Not seen guests for a long time. He just remembered. How come once the tea is poured, you stop talking? One internal dryness and that's the end of it? It feels like more than that, doesn't it? This map can diffuse the mountains and rivers of the heavens and earth, suppress chi, and view the world. And more crucially, it can view the world's mountains and rivers in their secular context, which is very helpful for the breakthrough of the realm. Even a king's 9th perfection can gain enlightenment in it and help in breaking the boundary. It was only after a few moments that the old man continued. This time, he finished all the features in one breath. It's a big price to pay to try to use this diagram, isn't it? Shui casually said. The old man's face changed. Indeed, the function of this figure wants to be opened, and every time, you have to pay a big price. Otherwise, with regard to the 2 points of suppressing chi and observing the intent, if there was no cost, the Xia clan would have taken off a long time ago. This copy of the mountains, rivers, and Earth's map, up to now, is also a function of watching the world, and is still half open state, only half-step king's realm. and above the realm of foreigners out of more than a certain limit, will show the alarm. As for calming the chi and observing the mood, the summer clan used to be able to move occasionally. As for now, there is no longer a heart. Old man, have some tea. You actually don't need to work so hard. You've already labored for most of your life. It's time to retire. Just leave the next things to the young people. They have energy and drive. And I believe they also have the ability to resist the pressure and carry the weight. Shuhi opened his mouth. Everyone's older. Got to open up to each other. Little friend, please pass it on. The old man clasped his fists solemnly. Shuhi nodded. Feeling helpless, the old man still didn't hear the advice. And he couldn't afford to get an old man older than him in a hurry. It's a matter of ideology. Just relay it. It's impossible to say yes anyway. Don't ask him why he's so sure. Because the person to whom it is conveyed is himself. The old man breathed a sigh of relief. Then reaching out, he lifted his teacup up and solemnly drained it in one gulp. Hiss. This tea. Once the tea is down, the old man sucked in a breath of cold air. The body shook violently. He was shocked. A rich life force, along with the tea, dispersed within him and merged into his flesh. A long drought. His entire body, every cell, was making a soothing sound. The old man couldn't believe it. A cup of tea. It was just a cup of tea, yet it felt better than the effects of any heavenly material he had taken. Over the years, he clearly felt that his lifespan, because of this cup of tea, could be at least 3 years longer. This was still because he was seriously injured and had wasted a lot of medicinal power. Sure enough, this place was secluded by a Zhenshe powerhouse, probably more powerful than he had imagined. A disciple, casually taking out tea for entertaining guests, was such a supreme treasure. One can only imagine the extravagance of the man himself. At this moment, while the old man was excited, he was also worried about whether or not that treasure map would be able to move that great power again. This is the Jedi power. I also don't know if it's a human senior from that frontier. Old man, the tea is good, isn't it? This pot is a gift from me. Take it back and drink it slowly. Shuhi had a smile on his face and handed over the teapot. This old man he had a soft spot for, and there was nothing wrong with giving a little gift to an old sunset buddy. This is too expensive. The old man shook his head. The tea was helpful to him, though, but it wasn't his style to take things from people for nothing. It would be fine if he encountered a disobedient one and went to rob it, but this little brother was quite obedient in taking something. It would be a favor owed, and he didn't have the appropriate thing on him to return the favor. No harm done. I still have some of this tea. We had a good conversation today. You're very much to my liking. Old man, isn't tea just for entertaining friends of the mouth? The old man's face twitched. The mouthpieces are really hitting their stride today. He struggled with his demeanor for a moment before finally taking the teapot in his hands. Whether or not that senior will say yes is yet to be seen. It would be good for him to live a few more years. If senior agrees, let little snow spirit inform. The old man left with the teapot. Couldn't help but turn around and bark a final warning. Shuhi nodded. A send-off. Not a bit of eye candy. Looking at the little wangba that climbed towards the chair again as soon as the old man left, Shuhi threw it down again. The little wangba rose from the ground and looked at the old man with a grimace. Following it outside, the old man's eyelids fluttered. What's wrong with this bastard? It's his master who threw him down. How can he direct all his grievances at him? Wrong person. The little look in his eyes was genuinely overwhelming. After thinking about it, he took out a bottle of pills from his pocket, poured out one, and handed it to Wang Ba. Shuhi was able to casually take out a pot of tea that he was coveting to give away, so he must be a broad-minded person. He wanted to return the gift but felt he had nothing to offer. Now it was possible to give the spirit beasts he had raised a little favor, to bring them closer together and increase their goodwill. And most importantly, get the little bastard to put away those affectionate little eyes. When the little wangba saw the elixir, its little eyes first lit up, but after its nose came over and sniffed it, it retracted its elongated head held high, paws behind his back, green eyes looking at the old man once more. The old man found out. The little bastard's eyes changed. That? Despicable? Really? Such a precious elixir. You took one sniff and you're sick of it? Any insight? So angry. The old man threw the elixir into his mouth, and his trembling pace quickened, taking 3 steps and leaving quickly. It felt like if he was looked at by Wangba 2 more times, his newly increased lifespan would drain away again. Chapter 47, Luck. This old man is an interesting man. Shuhi picked up the mountain river and Jigaku map that was placed on the chair by the old man and couldn't help but shake his head. For the Xia clan, such a precious thing. The old man certainly wasn't demented and forgot to take it. Put it here just to give it to him straight. Of course, in the old man's mind, it was the Mojo's predecessor who gave it. Isn't he afraid that the seniors will take something and not do anything with it? Maybe it's worried too. But it's also clear from this that he has really run out of options. That's why it seems so hoity-toity. The Xia clan is about to face a great threat. Shu He made a guess. The old man had come over for help out of desperation. He was too badly injured to return, and would only last another 10 years or so at the most before he could prepare for the aftermath. His injuries were injuries of origin, much heavier than the old Lin family ancestor from before. Shu He could see that this old man might have even had his own physical body in the past, which was in a sealed state, suppressed with secret treasures, and only recently did he break the seal. With the Summer clan in turmoil, I'd like to sign in peace and quiet, and I'll probably be disturbed from time to time as well. Think about it. The little Wangba came back. It walked to the bottom of Chu He's feet, and like a pug, squatted on the ground, raising its eyes to look at him, its little tail wagging. It's hungry. The old man's elixir just now was not to its liking, but it had whetted its appetite. Eat, 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 just know how to eat. No use at all. Shui glanced at it and said without a good mood. In passing, he took out a handful of golden dog food and threw it into the little bastard's mouth. It's something he's gotten several times for signing in. There are already a couple of large packages inside the system space. The introduction was simple. Royal Cannon, Sand of Gold, is nutritious and sweet tasting, which strengthens and exercises baby king dog's physical body for healthy growth. Special note, it is also suitable for other living beings besides dogs, and people can eat it too. Yo, people eat a hammer. The moment he saw the name, no matter how fragrant the flavor wafting out of it was impossible for Chu He to put his mouth on it. Then it becomes a specialized ration for the king's eight, and it loves it. It's like a cat eating peppermint. Every time I get a whiff, I start to get restless, excited as hell. If it wasn't for the fact that this dog food was truly magical, a treasure that corresponded to the king's level and wasn't easy to digest, the little Wangbang would have eaten all of it in a day. Shin Chi luck? Get rid of the little bastard. Shu He once again picked up the mountain river and Jigaku map. Looking at it, he showed interest, although the old man didn't tell him how it worked. But the well-read and knowledgeable man, he just looked at it and knew it in his mind. Though I don't know how the Xia clan turned on this function of suppressing chi luck, but Shu He had his own methods. He moved his hand. A golden swimming dragon rose up to the sky. It released a bright golden light throughout its body, and its body soared above the sky and earth, growing larger and larger. But a few breaths passed. It had grown to a size that covered the sky of Lin City, hovering in the sky, its dragon eyes flashing open and lifelike, as if it were a real dragon. However, it is only made of chi. Unusual people can't even see it. The golden dragon soaring in the air, its head slightly drooping, looked from the sky to the earth to confront Chu He. Chu He waved out the treasure map. Mountains, rivers and earth and grain map. The body flowed Qinging Wanza, reflecting a layer of light curtains not visible to ordinary people, on which, as if someone to pen, a collection of books was sketched out. And then the Lin family, Lin City, the wilderness rivers beyond Lin City, and up to the entire Lin County. As the images on it increased, the curtain of light rose with the wind until it covered Lin Chang, corresponding to the golden dragon in the sky. A dragon and a figure looked at each other for a moment. Chu He flipped his palm and pressed. The golden dragon in the sky swung its tail, and its sky-covering body rushed down blatantly, falling into the light curtain manifested by the mountain river and goddess of mercy diagram. This scene is extremely shocking. It's like a giant dragon colliding with heaven and earth. The two impact, however, silently and unnoticed by the common man. A moment later, the golden dragon and the mountain river in Jigaku diagram's shadow completely merged together, and after, the screen shattered. The shadow of the mountain, river, and Jigaku diagram transformed into dots of golden light and merged into the mountain, river, and Jigaku diagram. After the fusion is completely finished, phew, an invisible force rippled through the void, like an aurora borealis. It instantly spread across the entire Lin County with the mountain river and Jigaku diagram as the center. The light in Chu He's eyes was deep, like stars hanging upside down, observing heaven and earth. He saw that, at this moment, golden chi power fluttered as far as the eye could see, protecting the entire heaven and earth. Chu He lowered his head, and there was a shrunken version of a small golden chi dragon hovering over him. The more the chi spreads, the stronger the strength, the better the talent, the more benefits one gets, and Chu He, without a doubt, was the strongest existence within Lin County. At this moment, Chu He remembered a word. Sons of the air, says the man. Outside of Forest City, in the middle of the wilderness, a date-red Tianlong horse, pulling a carriage, was smoothly moving forward on the mountain road. Inside the wagon, there were two men, one old, one middle-aged. Master, we haven't met Senior yet. Why did you leave the mountain river and Jigaku map behind? After a long time, the middle-aged man couldn't help but speak out. Can't keep it. The old man shook his head, his mind complex. The Xia clan has reached a time of life and death. When the time comes, the treasure map won't be cheap for that foreign race. Instead of that, it would be better to just give it to that unknown senior. Perhaps it would give him an extra favor. Even if he didn't protect the Xia clan for 300 years, it would be good to be able to make a move once. Even if the worst comes to pass and the seniors are indifferent. The treasure map was also much stronger in the hands of the human race than in the hands of the foreign race that had broken the Xia race. Just then, the old man suddenly spread his eyebrows. The whole body relaxes and emits relief. What's the deal? I was just worried sick. Why do you suddenly feel happy and excited? He turned his head sideways and looked at the disciple who also wore a comfortable expression. The brow that had just stretched furrowed again. There are questions. Quite wrong. His disciples are not generalized either. In this moment also perceived that something was wrong. He looked sideways and saw the wonder in his teacher's eyes. No hesitation. He instantly struck out, lifting the old man up, and with a loud bang, broke out of the carriage, and with a single movement of his body, he was about to go far away. However, at that moment, a mysterious portal suddenly appeared in the sky, and in a moment of inattention, he plunged headlong into it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The only thing left in place was a stopped and confused skirima, and a mid-sentence yell. Chapter 48 Brother Xiao Chu, I've come to my senses. Midnight. Take out the homemade statue of Guangong, the gold basin, burning incense and bathing. Tidy up your clothes. Shui stared and waited for 12 o'clock, when the check-in refreshed. Today he is a son of Qi. To be so solemn is to welcome the goodies that are about to be signed out by him. 12 o'clock. The check-in system refreshes on time. Shui directly clicked on the sign-in panel to sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the reward. Jinmu Tower. A purple and gold pagoda appears on the sign-in panel. Shui had a smile on his face. No matter how this stuff works, just look at the color. You know it's good. Shui moved his palm, and the devil-suppressing tower appeared in his hand. As soon as he appeared, a domineering aura was exposed. Space distorted, and with a click, a defensive forbidden art arranged by Chu-He in the book depository that could block a king's blow collapsed. On the side of the limbs stretched out, lying on his back and sleeping soundly, the small king's 8, body shaking, instantly become bigger. Limbs, head, tail, all shrink into the king's 8 shell. The original place left a big golden egg. Chu-He made a timely move, stopping all the outward leakage from the devil-suppressing tower. At the same time, a finger was pointed out, causing the king's 8, which had a tendency to continue getting bigger, to stop. Lord, Master, I sense a great killing aura. Wang Ba thievishly stretched out a big head, looked around, and said to Chu-He with a gloomy face, Chu-Ah, how did the good old hegemony get interpreted as a killing aura by this asshole? Chu-He ignored him and began to study the devil-suppressing tower. This tower is an all-purpose treasure. It can be attacked, defended, and suffered. Attack. The pagoda, with his strength, can cross the stage to suppress the existence above the emperor realm, press over and make the enemy form in spirit. The domineering aura on it can suppress the enemy's mind and soul, so that they can't hide. Defending, with a pagoda over his head, he could easily withstand the damage of all sorts of magic treasure attacks, and even divine soul attacks could be blocked and be invincible. Suffer, can suppress the enemy in this tower. 18 layers of pagoda, can town countless enemies. Decomposition of their power, stored in the pagoda, the imperial enemy, and the pagoda is placed. Those devils were the Jinmu Tower boiled to death. Can be gathered merit and chi, time, can create a cultivation of the Holy Land, which is the key ability of the Jinmu Tower. Good stuff. Chu-He joyfully took the pagoda in his hands and played with it. This will be his exclusive weapon from now on. Sure enough, today he is the son of Qi. This hand is unbeatable. Even Kryptonite would be fine if we could get a 10 in a row. He feels like he's in good hands today. Krypton doesn't lose. But unfortunately, the system didn't have a recharge button, so he couldn't even Kryptonize if he wanted to. 3 days later, early morning, Chu-He was still tinkering with the devil-suppressing tower. Brother Xiao Chu, I've come to my senses. Suddenly, Zhao Yuling walked in cheerfully. What did you realize? Chu-He put away the devil-suppressing tower, turned his head, and looked up and down on her with a surprised face. That's right, King Triple. There was not much change in the body's intent. What did she realize? I finally know how to be a good master. Zhao Yuling held her head high with a smug look on her face. Pose as if you're quick to compliment me. This girl, a while ago she was still agonizing over how to teach her disciples, and now she's come to her senses? I have only heard that martial arts realm moves can be epiphanized. I've never heard of teaching a disciple and having an epiphany. Isn't that determined by experience and talent? This thing has an epiphany? How did you come to your realization? Shu He felt strange. That feeling is so mysterious and inexplicable. But I just realized it. Shu He nodded. Indeed. Such things as feelings are generally esoteric, clear in one's own mind, but difficult to express in words. Anything specific has changed yet? Shu He asked. There is a great change. 3 days ago, I was the one who openly spoke about the way of martial arts, and the disciples under me, several of them realized it on the spot, and some even directly broke the realm. In these 3 days, I have been greatly encouraged to concentrate on teaching, and the disciples under me, one after another, have broken the realm of enlightenment. I'll be back in a minute to pick up where I left off. Zhao Yuling was excited. It was obvious that she had taken the time to come back specifically to announce her good news and ask for praise. Just a change in your disciples. No specific change in yourself. Shui's complexion turned as he felt as if he understood something. There is. The more I explain it, the smoother it goes, and the more relaxed I feel. Zhao Yuling nodded. That's it? Are you sure it wasn't that the disciples suddenly gave out and you were happy in your heart and talked more? And there was no anger in your heart and you spoke smoothly? After all, when the teacher, see the disciple to give strength, the heart is happy, full of motivation. The explanation has become natural. This is more than normal. Shui looked at the smug Zhao Yuling, didn't even have the heart to blow her off. 3 days ago, wasn't it the time he used the mountain river and Jigong diagram to suppress the Qi in Lin County? As for the little girl's disciples, even though they were left over from being picked by the Holy Land, they were each and every one of the heavenly prides of the counties, getting a little more out of it, for sure. Moreover, many people were on the verge of breaking the realm themselves, and it was normal for them to be refreshed and bared to break the realm all of a sudden. It was understandable that they were in good shape these days and practiced with half the effort. It might be better if they could go out for a sneak peek. Maybe someone would get a big chance. It has nothing to do with being taught well. At this point it's just a matter of pulling the little bastard over and roaring, and that does the trick. However, the disciples changed significantly all of a sudden, and it was normal for the little girl to misunderstand that it was her own doing for unknown reasons. Brother Chu, I'm going back. The little girl took the ruler and left in a flurry of wind. Not even jerking off the king's bastard. Chu, shake your head. Wait a few days for the most prosperous phase of this wave of Qi to pass. Then the disciples of the little girl, too, basically broke through the current stage of the realm and returned to the right track. It was time for her to start doubting life again. The little bastard who was cleaning the bookshelf had just shaken off the rag when he saw that the little girl had gone away again without even looking at it. It looked downcast and shook its head grimly, letting out a sigh as it tugged at the rag, flung it over its head, and continued to rub back and forth on the bookshelf. Chapter 49, The Tiger Realm. Tigerland. It was a complex mountain world, dozens of times more expansive than the Xia clan's territory, with countless communities living in it, but most of them are just food. Tiger food. The Tiger clan was one of the few fourth-grade upper-grade powers in the land of the barbarian domain, known for being strong on its own. They live in the same territory as a colony. However, before the strength reaches a certain limit, it is rarely gathered on a large scale. Most walk alone, and some, with female tiger children, drive them away when the children reach adulthood and the females senes. Of course, sometimes it's the other way around. At this moment, in the Tiger Realm, Heavenly Tiger Mountain, this was a place where a large-scale gathering of tiger clans was located, and these tiger clans, naturally, had all exceeded the boundaries of their strength, with the weakest being quite the 9th level of the innate. It is one of the cores of the tiger clan to be able to suppress the huge tiger realm, and also plunder everywhere, and to be able to suppress the barbarian domain. Roar! With a loud roar, a message was sent into the Heavenly Tiger Mountain. The Xia clan, that great clan frontier that was once on par with the Tiger clan, according to the Stargazer clan, which was captive to the Tiger clan, scouted out that there were visions coming out, and that it was suspected that there was a secret realm coming out of the world. This message is out. Tianhu Mountain shook. A newly emerged secret realm with undoubtedly great benefits inside. Even their Tiger clan had to covet it. Moreover, this secret realm still appeared in the territory of the Xia clan, which had wanted to be exterminated by them several times, and they had already made preparations to wait for a few more decades for the Xia clan's strongest Jin clan combatant to fall and completely exterminate them. After all, every pack that could become a 4th grade upper had enough potential. However, the appearance of a secret realm now would undoubtedly increase the variables. A tiger proposed that there is no need to wait. Mobilize the first legion of heavenly tigers now. Notify the first tiger lord, and kill directly into the Xia clan's territory. Rob the secret realm, and exterminate the Xia clan. But there are tigers who hesitate. The Xia clan's supreme warrior hadn't fallen yet. That was an existence that had many fancy tactics and had still subdued the barbarian domain's first Tiger Lord to the present day when he was seriously injured. It wouldn't be a good idea to go now, in case that old man still had a backhanded plan and inflicted a huge loss on them. Hundreds of years had been waited for, and there were still a few decades left to boil him to death with time, so going over there now was likely to cause trouble. Listening to the bickering at the scene, the current patriarch of Heavenly Tiger Mountain was in a dilemma left and right. Not a good decision. Just when the entire Heavenly Tiger Mountain was in a state of uproar because of a secret realm, a majestic giant tiger with a calm aura in its might, its chi energy transforming into clouds and hiding around its body, came stepping from the sky. The arrival of this tiger startled the entire Heavenly Tiger Mountain. All the tigers, no matter what they were doing, even those Heavenly Tiger Mountain executives who were in their caves discussing the disposal of the Xia clan's secret realm, all smelled the scent and walked out. All the tigers lowered their lofty heads, their tails whipping like long whips, huffing and puffing, hitting the air with snapping sounds. It was greeted with the highest of specifications. Greetings to the first Tiger Lord. After the giant tiger landed on the ground, the Heavenly Tiger Mountain Patriarch was the first to move forward and bow his head in greeting. This was the #1 powerhouse of the Tiger Clan, the #1 tiger of the barbarian domain, an existence that suppressed the Tiger realm and deterred the races of the barbarian domain. To the Tiger Nation, it is the sky, it is God. Any tiger who sees it, no matter what his status is, in the first instance, must honor it with the highest of courtesies. It's not just because it's the strongest, more so because it is the pride of the Tiger Clan. Having used 200 years to reach the peak of King's 9th level, it had now protected the Tiger Clan for exactly 800 years, and it would still protect the Tiger Clan for another 200 years. The Tiger Clan's existence at the beginning of the King Realm had a lifespan of 800 years, while the peak of the 9th level of the King Realm had a full 1200 years of lifespan. Things I already know. The first tiger of the barbarian domain, slowly walking on foot, passed through the tiger group, and wherever he passed, all the tigers avoided him. The Summer Clan is not enough to worry about. I have already felt it, and in 20 years, at the most, I will go further. Now, whether or not the Xia Clan has gained something in the secret realm, that doesn't matter. Don't cause trouble, because in the future, those things are still my Tiger Clans. Right now it's just temporarily placed in the Xia Clan for them to take care of it. 20 years later, the Xia Clan shall be destroyed. The Pang Clan shall be destroyed. The Lion Clan be destroyed. Yuan Clan be destroyed. The Congo Clan shall be destroyed. The Wise Serpent Clan be destroyed. Barbarian Bull Clan be destroyed. The Crocodile Clan shall be destroyed. Savage Domain. There will be only one voice. Roar. The first tiger of the barbarian region was full of energy and hot blood in its smoothness as it slowly made its declaration, finally tilting its head back and letting out a huge roar. The sound shook the sky for 10,000 miles. A powerful aura spread out and a storm swept across the field. A group of tiger clans that were originally said to be hot-blooded. Under a loud roar, the weak ones were directly paralyzed, and even the strong ones, they were not good and felt heartbroken. Speak properly when you speak. It all puts a quiver in their mouths. The excitement was overwhelming. Excitement and hot blood, whooshing upwards. Why are you yelling so loud all of a sudden? And not a word in advance. No preparation at all for them. If it wasn't for the fact that the one standing in front of them was the #1 strongest of the Tiger Clan, but any other tiger, at this time, they would all want to swing their whips, a tiger to a tiger. It took a while for them to regather their shock-dispersed fervor and continue to agitate. You can't not be excited. Look at what the first Tiger Lord said. It's going to break the boundary. Now the first tiger is the peak of the King's 9, and then break the realm. That is in the land of the barbarian domain. Has not appeared again for thousands of years. The Emperor's Legend Realm Until then, under the leadership of the first Tiger Lord, they, the Tiger Clan, will sweep through the entire barbarian region. In the land of the barbarian domain, all places are the hunting grounds of their Tiger Clan, and all treasures are their Tiger Clans, and as the top echelons of the Tiger Clan, the benefits they could receive were undoubtedly the most enormous. When the time comes to go further, there's no doubt about it. The first tiger breaks the realm. It's a great thing for the tribe and for ourselves. There is no way for them not to be excited. Roar! Roar! Giant roars began to ring out one after another. A dry and hot aura hovered over Tianhu Mountain for a long time. Chapter 50. The Sacred Land comes into being. 576th year of the new era. The Xia Clan. The secret realm of the Watch. The Holy Land of the Dawn. Something stonkingly great has happened. Old Ancestor Xia Yuan, who had just broken the seal and emerged, lost the news along with old Ancestor Meng Yi, who was guarding him. It's too sudden. The old Ancestor's whereabouts were not made clear to the others. Various speculations circulated in the Holy Land. One of the things that made the most people recognize it was the fact that the old ancestor had gone to the Phantom clan or the Tiger clan. After all, these two clans had the deepest grudges with the Xia clan and were the most threatening. And they knew very well that the old ancestor had broken the seal because his days were numbered. In this last bit of his life, he was bound to do something. With his character, it was very likely that he would go ahead and heavily injure the Tiger clan or the Phantom clan supreme at the cost of his life. A wave of sadness rose up in the sanctuary. Old Ancestor. The old ancestor who had guarded the Xia clan for hundreds of years had finally come to this point, and there's nothing they can do about it. Go out. Old Ancestor has done all he can do, and next, no matter what the outcome is, my Xia clan will not be able to rest in peace anymore. After staying in the Holy Land for so long, your hearts must have gotten tired long ago. Go out and get crazy. Kill. An old ancestor opened his mouth, and his voice spread throughout the entire Holy Land. With a chill, with a madness repressed to the extreme, no one spoke out against it. Walking out of the Holy Land, with the old ancestor's big day coming, this was something that had been on the agenda for a long time, and now it was just a decade or so ahead of schedule. On this day, the gates of the Holy Land opened. Countless demonic prides of the Xia clan that existed in the biographies of the young warriors and should have long since died in various ways had rejoined their respective clans. It's just that many of the people who return are long gone from being the teenagers they once were. With their return, a raging undercurrent surged through the entire territory of the Xia clan, as well as the neighboring clans. The surrounding communities that had friction with the Xia clan keenly smelled a murderous aura. The demonic prides of the Xia clan had long been suffocating in the Holy Land. And, as soon as they came back, many of them got bad news. The family had people they cared about die in battle. The strong returned to them. One can only imagine the mood at such a sight. Kill. Only by killing ruthlessly can their heart's hate be solved. These small clans will not have any possibility of fighting for unity. Instead, they will pounce on the Xia clan viciously and tear a piece of meat off of them after the Xia clan loses. So then, kill. Kill to your heart's content. Think of it as an orgy before the big battle. There was a message from the old ancestor not to prohibit the returning Heaven's Pride demons of the Xia clan from making a move. So what if you invite more enemies? Whether the Xia clan lives or dies will have nothing to do with these small clans. They don't decide anything. They don't even qualify to be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Innate or even half-step kings. There was still the possibility of numbers piling up to death. However, at the level of a half-step invincible king to a true king, apart from opponents of the same level, the weak were no longer even qualified to approach the battlefield between them. This time, when the Xia clan's Holy Land came out, there was a veteran true king pressing the issue. In their eyes, these clans without true kings were just small clans that could be exterminated at any time. It was foreseeable that in the future, after the fall of the Xia clan, these clans would surely respond to the call of the Tiger clan's Phantom clan, and their hands would be stained with the blood of the Xia clan. If you grab the first move now, consider it an early revenge. The Xia clan is in a situation today, so what if it's crazy? Kill him with a wave of blood. Land of the Pigs. Phantom. 13 years. 13 more years. Preparations can now begin to open the passage to the Summer clan from the Land of the Pigs. 10 years later, gather the entire clan's elite and set out with me. A low demonic voice exploded over the Phantom clan land. One Phantom powerhouse looked up. The corners of his mouth cracked open and a smile appeared on his face. Finally getting ready to go. They've been waiting for this day for a long time and they've been hungry for it. Book depository. Even though the storm clouds are changing outside, the peace here remains. Zhao Yuling hasn't been back for a while. Apparently, the disciple's sudden outburst had boosted her self-confidence and she was now energized. There was no telling how long the chi would last. Shuhi quietly sat down to cultivate. Little bastard ate a handful of dog food and likewise was beside himself with digestion. At some point, Shuhi suddenly opened his eyes. With a creak, the door to the book depository was opened. Lin Xue Ling, who was dressed in military attire, slowly walked in. The fiery red armor, which covered her entire body, had gusts of cold light flashing on it, and she had a long sword stuck in her waist. I hadn't seen her in a few years, but she had more of an English aura about her. Every move is military-like. Little brother Chu. Lin Xue Ling opened her mouth, and her taut face blossomed like ice melting. Shuhi nodded with an old fatherly smile of relief on his face. The little girl is growing well and shows no signs of aggression. That's good. But this girl, she doesn't even remove her armor when she goes home, which is not good. Just before he laughed he also looked grave, and it was obvious that something was on his mind. Why? What's bothering you about something? Shuhi pulled a chair and sat down and asked. Little brother Chu, the Xia clan is in big trouble. Lin Xue Ling's voice was heavy. The old ancestor is nowhere to be found. Seniors in the clan said that his old man might have traveled to the Tiger clan or the Phantom clan to do his last bit. No matter what the outcome is, the Xia clan will usher in a big trouble, with a life and death crisis. Ancestor? The old man? Chui's gaze flickered as he smiled and asked, where did he go without telling you? Old Ancestor didn't mention it to anyone this time he went out, so I naturally didn't know about it. Lin Xue Ling shook her head. Chu nodded. It seemed that the old man had not greeted Lin Xue Ling in advance about coming here. In fact, according to normal human interaction, if you want to seek help, you will usually bring along the person with whom the other party has connections, but the old man, for some reason, did not do so. This made Chu invariably rise in favor of him some more. At that time, if he had brought Lin Xue Ling with him, Chu wouldn't have looked at him too favorably. The two sides wouldn't have had such a pleasant conversation either. Do not panic in this matter. The old man is a lucky man. Maybe things aren't as bad as you think. Chu spoke out. It wasn't all comfort for him, according to what he sensed. At that time, outside of Lin City, after the spread of Qi, a secret realm was opened up and the old man and his disciples fell in. At that time, they were surrounded by Qi and were at a level second only to him. And this time they went in. The odds were that they would be blessed. That secret realm is their chance. Chapter 51, Change of Face. Lin Xue Ling had a conversation with Chu He, then left again. The first time she came out of the Holy Land, she came to see Chu He, and next, according to her, she would head to the already crippled Inuyasha clan's frontiers to destroy all the experts, repay the Anon Legion. 100,000 dead souls in heaven. This time, her strength, compared to more than 10 years ago, had progressed again. She was now a King's second-level expert, and having comprehended an overwhelmingly powerful killing move that Chu He had taught her, she was confident that she would be able to suppress the three half-step invincible kings of the Inuyasha clan with a single step, and kill all three of them. Looks like the world is going to be bustling. Chu He took out a pot of tea, pecked lightly and let out an exclamation. However, for the time being, the hustle and bustle had not yet reached the internal boundaries of the Xia clan where Lin Chang was located. It's time to prepare for the breakthrough. Chu He had no intention of trying to get together. Begin preparations for the breakthrough. His cultivation had long since been perfected at the fourth turn. It's also accumulated a good number of years' worth of reserves. He didn't think it was enough though. Got to be a little bit safer and do everything right. With 22 years to go, he would complete 100 years of consecutive check-ins and get an extra bonus, a super check-in. He felt that it was possible to build up the underpinnings to that point. Let's see if the rewards will help him when the time comes. The more Qi the place where you sign in, the more generous the rewards. Chu He took out the devil-suppressing tower. In the Xia clan's territory, he hadn't found a place where the Qi was particularly heaven-defying, and the strongest Qi right now was Lin County, a golden dragon of Qi. The effect is visible to the naked eye, but it's not enough. Therefore, Chu He wanted to artificially create a place with stronger Qi. This matter just landed on the Jinmu Tower, suppressing living beings that carry a foul aura and are tainted with countless grievous souls, condensing the Qi. Chu He got up and lifted up the king's eight that was sleeping on the side. Where to go to find beings who are overly cultivated and carry a fury of injustice? He had thought of it. You can't be too far away to avoid delaying the continuous check-in. So this matter can only be carried out within the boundaries of the Xia clan. Looking at the familiar Grand River, the little kingpin who had just been woken up and still had a sleepy look on his face. His tiny head threw itself around and shook continuously, instantly waking up. What is this? Throw it in the river again? And it didn't do anything wrong? You haven't grown up, have you? It doesn't. Don't be a wandering cuckold. The little Wongbang slipped out of Chu He's hands, then stretched out his claws and hugged his thighs with one hand, a pair of green bean eyes, looking at him pitifully. A hooded mist vaporized and condensed into a small teardrop. Chu He lowered his head and was speechless. What the is this asshole thinking? All right, this time I didn't come to let you go for a dip in the great river. It's me who has something to do. Chua scores with a leg kick. You didn't come here to throw it? That's good. Little bastard climbed up from the ground and followed behind Chu He with an exuberant face. The emotions of the sadness that had just swept away as if they hadn't existed. Chu He took little bastard with him, carrying a fishing rod and a sack behind his back, and stepped underwater step by step, 10 miles a step, easy and leisurely. His mental power spread out, sweeping through the river domain with him at the center. Once they found an existence up to the innate 9 level, the fishing rod would just fling it over. The fishhook crossed the distance of space and hooked a large feeding snake with one hand. Look at the long, shimmering line that leads nowhere, and the foreign object that was suddenly shoved into its mouth. Orochi was flabbergasted, a row of question marks on his brain. Then, before it could react, the line quivered. An irresistible force came from it, and the great serpent's body was pulled by the line. It panicked, tried to struggle, but it realized in despair that all movement was futile. The little Wangba was originally swimming freely in the water, constantly circling around to amuse himself, but as soon as he saw the big long snake that Chui had fished over, his body stopped, and his pair of green bean eyes suddenly widened, and his eyeballs bulged out. A yell! Its figure suddenly grew larger, and with a whoosh, it soared towards the great long snake. This breath. The big snake looked at the terrifying golden big Wangba that suddenly grew bigger and released an aura that made its soul tremble. Red-eyed, lifting up the waves and pressing towards it with a mountainous momentum. Clueless, what's going on? It was the first time we had met. Even if we saw that he had an appetite, this bastard didn't need to show that kind of look. That is definitely a look of hatred. A life and death feud. Orochi shook his head desperately. Buster, you're looking at the wrong snake. We don't know each other well. We've never met. Don't come over here. The serpent shivered and tried to slither back as hard as he could, but it's desperate to find out. Its figure was still being pulled forward, and it couldn't back up at all. It could only watch as a prime claw slapped at its head. This claw, with its terrifying power, even the water underneath this deep river was brought up in a storm. This claw carried a boundless might that made the snake's heart tremble. This claw, it kills. What the? At the critical moment, a bashful voice rang out, and a huge palm plunged across, blocking that terrifying giant claw. The great serpent, who thought he was bound to die, first froze and then rejoiced. Obviously, a former master of the road has stepped in. It used to hate meddling guys. Now it just wants to say, good job, this damned bastard. Relying on his strength, bullying the weak and shameless. It wants to charge its predecessor. The great snake's eyes rolled, and for a long time it didn't see where the former master was until its figure crossed the Golden King's massive body. Just saw a human with a fishing pole, that in the water at ease, out of the dust like immortal floating posture. Where? The water flow automatically separated shocking scene, indicative of who he is. This is the higher power, and so on. A tall man? Human? Something seems a little off. A closer look. Wasn't the long line that pulled it over step by step held in that human's hand? So it was pulled over by this human master? Then why did this human just save him? Or is there another senior who saved him? The various reversals in a split second threw Orochi's brain into chaos. So what the hell is going on right now? Big snake. Long. Not good. Kill it. The king's ape that had been restrained by Chu turned smaller and scurried to his side, clawing at the big snake that was already in a daze, his tone budding ferocious and ferocious. Chu was speechless. This bastard thing was quite vindictive. Having been pitted once by a big black snake, now he had a surprisingly big reaction to seeing a snake. Chapter 52, The River of Blood. There's no point in beating it to death like that. I'll save it for you, so you can beat it up later if you need something. Chu didn't care about the little Wangba, put the shivering big snake into the Qiankuan cloth bag, and continued on his way. But all the way up, little bastard was all looking at the cloth bag with a murderous look on his face, his green eyes refusing to move away. Chu cried and laughed, and finally couldn't help but open his mouth. This bastard thing is still quite stubborn at times, recognized the deadliest reason. After thinking about it, little bastard also thought it was quite reasonable, and it wouldn't move its eyes away again, and by the looks of things, the master's eyes didn't seem right. Finally, it averted its little eyes. Chu took it and continued fishing in the river. As a master angler, he's very skilled. Once you fish for one, if you want to fish for the innate 9, the one you catch will definitely not be the innate 8, and very fast. In just a dozen hours, the tributaries of the Blue River in Lin County were swept by Chu River's dragnet. Inside, as long as they had reached the innate 9th level and had sufficient blood-devouring chi in their bodies, all of the foreigners were fished by Chu. Together with the 2 half-step king level ones, the number of harvests Chu made on this trip was quite acceptable. However, the quality was less than satisfactory to Chu, but that's okay. This he had expected. Figured out the solution too. That's why he brought out little bastard. Chu searched for a section of the river close to Lin City. A secret spell was laid down to separate it from the outside world. Then he poured out all but 3 half-step king realm exotics from the Qiankuan cloth bag. That's right. He's going to be a fisherman, taking these captured aliens up a level before suppressing them. It doesn't take much to pay for it. For these deviants, Chu didn't want to cultivate them properly. He didn't need to lay down a foundation for them. Plucking the seedlings would be fine. Domesticated versus hormonal, both will not grow at the same rate. Chu took out a bottle of king level, ferociously potent elixir and dissolved it in his palm, then directly dispersed and struck it into a group of innate 9th level foreigners. The last finger was pointed out, and they were also given a quick fix cultivation method. You stay here and watch them practice well, don't let them fight. Chu opened his mouth to the little kingpin. These foreigners were not good. All of them were ferocious and powerful, full of blood and fury. None of them were good to deal with. It's easy to screw up if you don't watch. Originally, he thought that the little bastard would still pester him pitifully for a while. I didn't expect it to nod readily this time. He was thoughtful, then opened his mouth and warned, "Don't hit those snakes. When I come back and something happens to them, you don't want to eat golden dog food for a year." The little bastard's head hung down and nodded feebly. Shui gave it an uneasy look before turning around and stepping into the air to leave. Back to the stash. It was around 2 a.m. and the system check-in was refreshed. Chua clocked in and signed in by hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, rewarding him with a bottle of encounterless pill. It was a bottle of elixir that could be used at the Emperor realm. It's not bad, but it's not a surprise. Since the last time he signed into the devil-suppressing pagoda, although he still had chi wrapped around his body, the things he got from signing in had returned to normal, and were not different due to the boost of chi. After playing the card, he began to consider where to place the demon-suppressing tower. Put inside the bookstore. Locked up a group of demons and monsters. He does not feel good. Usually look at the mood affected. So he finally decided to put it outside. The place outside the book depository was quite spacious. Shui swept a glance. A wave of the hand. The devil suppressor tower landed under a willow tree. Shui walked over and with a thought, the devil suppressing tower opened up, and he then dashed and stepped in. On the first level, a huge space. As far as the eye could see, blood-colored waves churned, and a copper pillar with chains stood amidst the waves. Shui poured the Qiankuan cloth bag in his hand downward. The two behemoths then fell out. A giant crocodile, a coiled beast shaped like a hippopotamus the size of a small mountain. As soon as they came out from the Qiankuan cloth bag, they immediately made a defensive posture, just like a hen with fried thorns, glaring at Shui with vigilance, as well as the thick fear that couldn't be dissolved in their eyes. However, they only dared to use their eyes to kill, and their bodies did not dare to make a single movement. They knew deep down how terrifying that human who, in that feeling, didn't have a single breath leaking out of his body was. The two sides are simply not on the same level. Charge up there and there's no second possibility but death. Shui didn't care about their eyes and waved his hand. In the midst of the blood-colored waves, the chains on top of the two nearest copper pillars flew out with a clatter, wrapping around the bodies of the two behemoths with great speed, dragging them towards the copper pillars and tying them up. This was the interior of the devil suppressor tower, and there was Shui pressing down on them, so they were unable to resist at all other than letting out unwilling roars of rage. "Human senior, spare my life, I will submit." The giant crocodile screamed and uttered a plea for mercy. The blood-colored waves came crashing down, making it seem as if both its body and mind had endured a bone-scraping pain. Shui was unmoved. It didn't need henchmen at this level yet. "Elder, I was wrong. Really wrong. Give me another chance. Spare me. I swear that I will never dare to lay my hands on the great Xiao people again. Never dare again." The Discordian beast let out an agonizing wail and also began to swear and beg for mercy. It thought that Shui was looking for it because it often ravaged the edge of the Blue River and used humans as snacks. Me too. Me too. When the giant crocodile saw that Shui was unmoved by its submission, it also hurriedly roared its position. Shui didn't care about them, but closed his eyes and felt with his heart. Every time, the blood river washed over the giant crocodile and the coiled mountain beast, it would scrape off a layer of blood-devouring chi, which would then be integrated into the blood river, accompanied by a trace of mysterious power that was drawn away from the two beasts and integrated into the copper pillar, to be transformed and absorbed by the devil-suppressing pagoda. Shui opened his eyes and rubbed his chin in thought. Chapter 53, Fishing. It's 3 years in the blink of an eye. Shui draped the entire rivers within the Xia clan's boundaries. In the meantime, he had also encountered many foreign races that had been attacked and killed by the Xia clan and had strayed into the interior of the Xia clan's territory, wanting to make waves. The first floor of the Devil Suppressor Tower was already very lively now. Get in there and all kinds of there was a lot of noise. The sounds of begging for mercy and angry curses were endless, and there were even foreigners who were bent on seeking death. Jinmu Pagoda blossomed under the white snow with a glittering luster, and the willow tree beside it, with its drooping branches swaying under the snow, and the green leaves on it, were exceptionally eye-catching under the fluttering snowflakes. Brother Xiao Chu, it's so strange. The Lin family and also Lin City, the babies born in the last 2 years, their qualifications are generally good, and several heaven's remarkable demons have come out. Shui took Xiao Yuling to rock a recliner, take a book, drink tea, and bathe under the snowflakes. Zhao Yuling suddenly spoke out, looking at Chu He with an odd color. She always felt that these changes had something to do with Xiao Chu's brother. There must have been some kind of change in Forest City that she didn't know about. After the feeling of her epiphany disappeared in the past few years, Teaching her disciples that their status had once again slipped had put her in a bad mood. Therefore, after noticing the changes in Lin City, a few months ago, she moved the entire White Clothes Imperial Palace to Lin City, which was only separated from the Lin Mansion by a wall. Come over and dip your toe in the water. There was no way she could teach her disciples well, but she could take them to rub their chances. As a master, that qualifies. It was also true that after moving to Forest City, her disciples were, indeed, in much better shape. Moreover, she always felt that her state of epiphany these days, the one she had 3 years ago, was showing signs of returning. The aura is reviving, and a world of great struggle is coming. He said casually. A time of great strife? Zhao Yulin's jade eyebrows frowned. As you can tell by the name, it's an important, complex thing. An expert like Brother Xiao Chu would willingly harbor in this tiny place in Lin City. Is it just waiting for this so-called great controversy? So the starting point of all this, could it be Lin Chang? That's why little Chu's brother came over early to wait? Zhao Yuling's thoughts were racing, and she thought of many things in a flash. Truly, she was puzzled as to why Chu must nestle in this ordinary book collection of the Lin family, staying for decades at a time. Class time was about to arrive, and with a head full of thoughts, Zhao Yuling scaled a few walls and went to her white imperial palace quarters. He got up, stretched his waist, took one step, and disappeared in place. A few moments later, it appeared in his fishing grounds. The golden great octopus revealed its body, and at a glance, it was like a golden mountain, its breath spreading out and suppressing the entire scene. 3 years on, it has been honed into a competent fishery supervisor. In the fishing grounds, all the foreigners, trembling under its aura, didn't dare to have the slightest dissent, because there are role models. In a corner of this huge fishery, one that they had deliberately kept away from, 24 large snakes lay paralyzed and lifeless. The long snake's letters spat out, quivering. 1 small meal a day, 1 large meal in 3 days. A group of large snakes were really quite confused. This bastard, what's his grudge against them? Why does it always focus on snakes when there are so many foreigners in this fishery? People don't know each other well. Snakes don't like kingpins either. Plus, if there's really a life and death feud, please give it a shot. It's too much of a torture for snakes to be hung up and played with like this every day. If they didn't really have the courage to commit suicide, they would really like to bite their tongues. This bastard is so not a thing. At first it was fine, a beating at best, just physical torture. But after these years of exercise, dead bastard has become more and more skillful at playing with snakes, and is now able to play tricks. A group of snakes is tormented both physically and mentally together, truly experiencing what it means to live like a man. To live like a man. Chewie swept his eyes over the group of snakes, very speechless. Years passed and there were only more snakes here, not less, with the hospitality of that bastard. It was the hormone shots that didn't get the snake up to his standards and out of here. Whoosh! As soon as he saw Chu-Hee, the big Wangba became smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye, then quickly scurried in front of Chu-Hee, his tail lashing out and stretching his head with an expectant face. Chu-Hee pulled out a handful of royal dog food. This bastard thing, eating too much dog food, feels more and more towards husky. The little kingbird pocketed the royal dog food into the kingbird's shell with a look of contented pleasure. Chu-Hee took out his Qiankuan cloth bag. The group of foreigners backed up in unison. The cultivation is not strong. It's getting worse and worse. Chu-Hee shook his head. A group of Fae lowered their eyebrows, mentally cursing. Who gives a cultivation? They have seen with their own eyes. The first few times, they are thinking of breaking the realm of the bean batch of joint efforts to fight out. All failed. The most successful time, there were only 2 big fools advanced to the realm of true kings, leading a group of half-step invincible kings. Surrounding that silly king's 8, a thunderclang storm hammer. But even a layer of the dead king's 8 shells were not knocked off. In the end, they tried to get out first, and found that they couldn't break through this cage world. And then they were suppressed by the human who rushed in front of them with the flip of a palm, and were caught into the cloth bag without any resistance. The odds are that it's on the table now. I've heard that the best thing humans can do is eat. Steaming and frying. Patterns abound. They are now in darkness though the beast's life and cannot see a way forward. But you don't want to be made into a fancy dish either. Better to die than to live. It's not like they're that big group of snakes that get rubbed the wrong way all the time. They're not so bad to live with now. Dying instead could be a pretty miserable death. As long as you are not, you naturally know what to choose. Cultivation is non-existent. That is to say, eyes closed, body coiled, making a show of it under the watchful eye of the king's bastard. I'll be damned if I'm going to make any progress. They all want to take a few steps back if possible. It used to feel like practice flew by when I was just caught up in it. And there were ideas just like the bean batches that were already on the table. But ever since they saw that human, catching the true king as if he were a chicken, they lost all thoughts. So what if you practice fast and become powerful? It's not that yet. Eventually caught and put on the dining room table. Chapter 54, The Magic Frog Clan. Chuhi indifferently scanned the circle. The alien race is in full view. These guys, even the medicinal power that hit them last time was just naturally being digested. Most of it escaping. They didn't actively cultivate at all. Nice guy. How dare you give him a hard time? Not a lot of guts. Chuhi struck out and grabbed a foreigner shaped like a jackal. It was an innate 9 of the Inuyasha clan. The energy above his palm steamed as if it had turned into a golden flame. Let the innate of the Inuyasha clan, in the midst of wailing and agony, be directly practiced to death, and fly away in ashes. In the future, I will come once every half a month, and those with the weakest cultivation will be the ones who end up like this. Chuhi opened his mouth indifferently. The faces of the group of foreigners changed wildly as they looked at each other. They are contemplating who to push out first to die. Keep an eye on them, and whack any of them to death for bullying the weak. Bring out your watchman skill, Chuhi said to the little bastard following him. The little bastard nodded his head in understanding. The faces of the foreigners became even more ugly. The sighting skills of the little kingpins they see every day. That's just not a king's rump. Going forward, among you, the one with the highest cultivation can stay here all the time. Work hard. Cheer up. As long as you keep the first place, maybe one day, you'll be able to fight your way out of here. The punishment was given. The next step had to be a little more sweet. After all, it was for them to try to cultivate and grow. There was always a little bit of light to be given. A mallet and a sweet date. Double-barreled. Chuhi took out a pile of gold and refined it into an exquisite token in his palm. He joined his fingers into a sword and wrote on it, a medal of immunity. Four large characters jumped out at him, strong and powerful, with a sharp aura. With a wave of his hand the token flew to a foreigner with the highest cultivation. It's a big goldfish. The body was nearly 10 meters long and about 3 meters tall. It's a building when you put it up. As long as you can keep this token, there will come a day when you have enough cultivation to be able to break this cage and walk out. Chuhi spoke out, with encouragement. A martial artist of my generation is to have the heart to go against the heavens. This tiny cage is the test of your path against the heavens. When you succeed, the sea is wide and the sky is high, and you can breathe free air. Moreover, you can bring out your efforts here, and then you will be the bearer of the river, calling the wind and the rain, becoming a king and an ancestor. Chuhi poured out a bowl of chicken soup. The goldfish holding the gold medal of exemption from death was breathing heavily. His eyes were firm, and his 2 long golden whiskers were fluttering from side to side, reflecting the fact that at this time it was very excited. Right on. As long as it could keep having the gold medal of exemption, it would be able to break the cage and go out one day, and make the arrogant human regret it then. A bright light of hope flowed from its eyes, feeling that it could finally see some light in its own dark fish life. You all have a chance. Cheer up. Chuhi passed an encouraging look to all the Fae. This harvest can be postponed and we should come back next time with a small burst. Chuhi put away his Qiankuan cloth bag and took a step out of the fishing ground. The domesticated ones go wild since they are not ripe for the picking. Chuhi has time. It's the middle of winter. Think of it as a gym exercise for seniors. Being more active to live longer is the secret. With his hands behind his back, he stomped leisurely through the sky, a cloth bag in one hand and a fishing rod in the other. The stars were hanging upside down in his eyes, and his spiritual power spread out like an invisible net casting down. Wherever the blood fury was thick, his fishing rod flung over. As far as fishing is concerned, he is a master. Northland County. It is separated from the border by 2 counties. In the past, no matter how fierce the war between the Xia clan and the foreign clans was, it could not affect this place. Large-scale foreigners couldn't get in, and small-scale ones, unless they didn't want to live, wouldn't dare to come in. As a result, apart from every 10 years, when the major martial arts families and sects need to volunteer to send troops to the border, there has been internal peace for hundreds of years. But now, the Xia clan declared full-scale war with all the major and minor clans along the border, and fought a bloody battle. There were already several small clans that had all of their clan experts decimated by the Xia clan's heavenly pride demons joining forces. A clan without experts was already no different from extinction. Those foreign races that were exterminated were hunted and killed everywhere, and many of them united and infiltrated the Xia territory in order to avenge their hatred. If you can't beat the masters of the Xia clan, you'll find the lowers of the Xia clan. That's what they're about. In the past, when he hadn't completely torn his face off with the Xia clan, he still had scruples. Now, all scruples are gone. Entering the interior of the Xia clan, life and death are put at risk, and a bloodbath is killed. The moment. In the middle of a small town in Northlands County, the former prosperity was gone, leaving devastation and a pungent odor wafting through the air. A group of young men and women wearing white robes and carrying long swords on their shoulders appeared at this place. Looking at the situation in the field, their faces all turned unsightly. "We're late." The youth, who was leading the group, let out a sigh. "It's true that we're a little late, but there's no need to rush. We're waiting for you." "Touché." A grim, dark voice with an obscure twang rang out. The faces of a group of young men and women changed, and they quickly leaned their backs, making a defensive stance. "Brush, brush, brush." A group of large, dark-bodied frogs took a few bouncing steps and jumped out. They had lances in their hands and surrounded a group of young men and women. The Demon Frog Clan. There's still a commander-level existence. The leading youth's expression turned incomparably grave. His gaze skirted around the common demon frogs and looked to the top of a large tree. Where? A dark green, translucent evil light oversized devil frog, holding two front paws sitting on top of a large tree branch, two back paws, right paw resting on top of the left paw, trembling, the corners of its mouth raised, its eyes looking down with a meaning of interest. That wasn't the point. The point was that it was draped in a black battle robe with a large handsome character printed on it. That was the sign of the Demon Frog Clan, the innate 9, commander-level experts. Its body's aura was introverted and could not be seen in depth, but as soon as he saw the battle robe, the youth knew that he was in big trouble. The Demon Frogs are a clan with deep hierarchies. If it was not the commander-in-chief, it was simply impossible to dare to hang the robe of the commander-in-chief. That was blasphemy of the commander-in-chief. It would be forbidden by the community, and would die an ugly death. Very young, with such a cultivation level. It's a genius of the Xia clan. The Demon Frog Commander bounced down from the tree, speaking an obscure and difficult summer language, and looked over the young man and woman with his head held high, nodding, satisfied with the haul. "I'm going to capture you all and play you to death slowly, to ease my heart's hatred." Its tone was icy cold, carrying a skyrocketing hatred. "I'll hold it off. You guys break out with all your might. Don't mind me." The leading youth's stony face revealed a determined momentum. "Ha!" Magic Frog let out a snort. "Stall me. You're worthy of a tiny innate 5th level? Griffin, I'll let you see the power of my Demon Frog Clan's commander today. Let you know what it means to be strong." The Devil Frog Commander's aura spread out. His body was windless and his handsome robe fluttered up. Put. It looked up and tried to let out a roar that shook the room. However, it suddenly felt that something strange had been shoved into its mouth all of a sudden, and the loud roar that was about to be emitted turned into a dull sound, like a loud fart that was being held back. Chapter 55, Gooby. What's going on? Felt his own body, involuntarily, floating up into the sky. The Demon Frog Commander was confused. It just wanted to roar and show its expert demeanor, shocking a group of Xia youths. How can you open your mouth and have something strange shoved into it, and then even your entire body is pulled towards the sky? It's not right, quite out of place. Its body shook violently as it tried to go down, only to find that no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't go down, and instead was pulled up into the sky at a much faster rate. It panicked. Intuition tells it that this is not good. There is a great terror ahead. It tried to scream for help. Its mouth was so stuffed it couldn't scream anything. Magic Frog Minion? A group of young summer men and women? What's going on? How did the Demon Frog Commander, who was so imposing just now, get hung up? Where did that thin white rope come from? A lot of question marks floated over their heads. What was that? Fishing line. Fishing for toads is fine. Two youths, with their heads up, asked and answered questions. Then they were even more confused. A fishing line suddenly floated out of nowhere from the sky and fished the innate 9th level Demon Frog Commander straight away? That's the kind of thing they've never heard of before. It's a long time coming. It's less common for this to happen on land than for someone to be struck by lightning. No, it's not seen at all. One must know that the one who was fished away was a frog marshal of the 9th level of the innate sky. Not an ordinary fish or frog. It had intelligence. And it wasn't low. To be able to learn the Xia language across races with a cultivation level of the 9th level of the innate, this was considered a frog pride. It was unlikely that it would take the bait or something like that. What's more, the 9th level of the innate, in the case of those clan elder level existences not making a move, was already a top level expert. Such an existence had an inscrutable strength, and ordinary swords and knives could no longer cause any damage to it. Even if it was a half-step king, although it could easily kill it, it would be unrealistic to want to capture it alive without injuring it. But now, it was being hoisted unresistingly into midair by a thin fishing line that came from nowhere. It's really beyond imagination. Elder brothers, you don't know about it on the mountain, but I've heard about it over the years when I've been practicing under the mountain. In recent years, this kind of thing has been happening a lot to our Xia clan. A fishing line that appeared out of nowhere in the void and specializes in catching foreigners. There are rumors that this is the Holy Land's Xin clan ancestor striking out. It's just that things are too unbelievable, and although there are a lot of rumors, there aren't a lot of people who believe in it without seeing it with their own eyes. A youth opened his mouth as if remembering something. In the meantime, quick, save Lord Commander. A magic frog reacted by jumping up and yanking on the claws of the frog marshal who was still in the midst of ascending into the air. The other magic frogs also reacted successively and popped up unevenly. However, at this time, the frog marshal was pulled so high and far away for a distance that most of the magic frogs could no longer reach it, and only some of the frog generals managed to grab onto it, and finally disappeared following the frog marshal. The group of magic frogs that landed on the ground jumped anxiously, not knowing what to do. The frog marshal and the general in charge were both fished away. They don't know what to do next, feeling confused and dumbfounded by the future. So sudden, so strange. What happened? Kill. The leading youth of the Xia clan returned to his senses, skipping over his senior brother's explanation, and with a swing of his longsword, he was the first to cut a fallen devil frog in half. That fishing line thing can be heard later, slowly shocked and confused. Now all the masters of the magic frogs are being fished away. It's the perfect time to flip the script, so naturally it can't be wasted. The remaining young men and women reacted, suppressing the shock in their hearts, and similarly swung their swords to kill a group of demon frog minions who were still in a daze. A bloody battle instantly erupted. Dozens of miles away, Chewie couldn't help but be happy as he watched a string of black frogs being fished over. Buy one get 20 free. This is so enthusiastic. However, the quality of the giveaways is terrible except for what he needs. The frog marshal looked at the human figure with the fishing rod, floating in mid-air, getting closer and closer, and realized that it was completely over. There was no chance of survival. The one who stepped in was surprisingly a big brother of the Xia clan, completely beyond imagination. It had previously, after barely calming down, also thought about whether there was a mighty generation that had taken a liking to it and wanted to take it as a servant. Or maybe there's a bigot playing the game and it's even got lines brewing about begging for forgiveness. It just didn't occur to him at all that it would be a Xia clan expert who would strike. If it was said that the Xia clan had an expert who could crush it to death with a single slap, it was completely convinced. But a mere thread pulls it from so far away to here. It wouldn't be something that an ordinary king would be able to do. It's only possible with an existence beyond imagination. How could the Xia clan have a great power at that level? Completely unimaginable. But now, the truth is that it does. The Xia. It's amazing. Frog Marshal was in tears of aggravation. Previously, it only thought that the Xia clan was a small clan like them. Recently, the Xia clan's sudden outburst and simultaneous extermination of the neighboring clans had made it unimaginable. Only then did he realize that the Xia tribe, which had been hammered by all kinds of hammers for so many years on the back of its belly, had turned out to be so bullish. It was a great clan that had at least reached the 4th rank level. This has been remarkable, but I didn't realize that it still didn't have enough imagination. The Xia clan, it was much more terrifying than it had imagined. You don't know until you come in. You're in for a shock. Within the Xia clan's boundaries, before even surfing for a few days, a random Xia clan bigwig that he encountered was an existence beyond the scope of imagination. The Xia. It's inhuman. You guys are so good. Tell me earlier, why hide it? So capable of pretending, and pretending like it's real. A bunch of goopies. The frog marshal wept, his hind paws twitching vigorously as he tried to shake off the clansman grasping at his paws. Although the chances of escaping in front of such a big man should be rare, but you have to try everything, don't you? What if? Unfortunately, the miracle didn't happen. None of its clansmen could get loose and fall until they were grabbed by the human bigwigs. It was like being firmly welded in place by an invisible force. Frog Marshal's eyes showed despair, and wave after wave of tears bubbled out of his eyes. The tears in its eyes are not the tears that fall from fear when it is about to face death. Instead, it's tears of collapse. The Xia. It's too much. Chewie casually stuffed the battle-robed Frog Marshal into his Qiankuan cloth bag. Then look on a bunch of frogs will. It's so dark that I don't even feel like eating it when I take it back to stir-fry. He reached down, crushed them one by one, and threw them down casually. These guys, with enough nutrients on them, can fertilize the land very well, so he didn't raise ashes for them, but chose to waste and utilize them. It is incumbent upon us to plant trees and beautify the environment. 56th, rotation system. Patting his Qiankuan bag, Chewie carried his hands behind his back and continued to step forward. In one day and one night, he swept the land of 5 counties in a row. The next day, when the blackness was deep and sullen, Chewie rushed back towards Lin County. At 12 midnight, before the sign-in refreshed, he returned to the book depository, completed the sign-in, and waited another hour afterward to sign in again. Obtaining 2 bottles of golden spirit ** in a row also helped him at the current stage. Chewie was in a good mood. He pulled out his Qiankuan pouch and headed out. The same could be said for the harvest from this hit. Nowadays, the number of foreigners running in, within the Xia clan's territory, is somewhat high, just circling around within the 5 counties, just harvested 3 dozen in 8-9, and even a half-step king. Shuhi walked into the first floor of the Devil's Suppressing Tower, and as soon as he entered, all kinds of mixed ah-ah sounds pierced his ears abnormally. Be quiet and scream later. Shuhi coldly snorted and exited. The voice didn't sound big, but it was unusually clear in this noisy space, and it reached every alien's mind. At the sound of a familiar voice, the group of Fae looked up, seeing the Shuhi who came in. Their bodies all trembled twice, obediently shutting up and trembling, hardening themselves to endure the physical and mental torture. Shuhi poured out the half-step kings he had harvested this time from his Qiankuan bag. In the middle of the sea of blood, a vacant copper pillar with chains flying out of it tied it over. Rest up. Time to change. Shuhi looked toward a corner of the Devil Suppressing Tower that wasn't infested by the river of blood. There's food and drink in Paigao. A group of Fae, who were lying down and relaxing wherever they were, sniffed and their torsos trembled violently. No, don't. Some of the Fae fell to their knees and desperately shook their heads. With praying, pitiful eyes, he looked at Shuhi. Don't you hammer. It's been 3 days off. It's our turn. My lord. It's my turn. Come on. I can't take it anymore. In the river of blood, a foreigner on top of a copper pillar broke into a rage. Saying that, it excitedly looked towards Shuhi, its huge body, trembling in high amplitude, appearing impatient. Shuhi nodded. With a wave of his hand, the 20 foreigners who were resting were dragged over by the chains that flew out from the river of blood amidst their unwilling pleas for mercy. With another wave of his hand, 20 more foreigners were sent up the blood river in chains. They lay on the ground panting violently. Finally I can rest again. It's too hard. They show the pleasure of regaining their lives, tears of excitement coming out of their eyes. A rotation once a month or so is the only thing they live for now. Nah, this is for you guys. Rest well. Shuhi walked over. Between his palms, he took out a small mountain of meat, vegetables and fruits that he had collected by hand outside, and also dispensed a few of his self-practiced pills per person. In the Devil Suppressing Tower, these foreign races worked hard a little bit, but the treatment was still good. Shuhi is not black-hearted at all. Thank you for the reward, my lord. A group of Fae fell to the ground and worshipped. Shuhi nodded. Knowing how to be thankful was not a waste of his hard work to find food for these guys. Now that the team is getting bigger and the expenses are high, he's under pressure too. No, now he's even started refining his own pills. But these guys, while still alive, seem to be producing something that's not nearly as effective as it used to be. There's a feeling of being drained. Shuhi stroked his chin and felt carefully in the direction of the 20 foreigners who had just been tied up, discovering the mysterious power that had been broken down. All 20 of them were no match for the half-step king that had just been captured in. Strength is important, as is the bloodbath. Shuhi rubbed his palms against his chin and thought. The devil-suppressing pagoda suppresses devils and transforms chi. This is considered an alternative way of acquiring merit and chi. What's a devil? By the standards of the Zhenmu pagoda, it was tainted with the grievous fury of a large number of intelligent beings. The demons are boiled, tortured, and given punishments to wear out the fury to produce chi. And for every devil, the baneful chi on his body was not endless, and the chi that could be produced naturally became less and less with the passage of time until it was drained. Shuhi pondered for a moment and thought of a solution. He took out his Qiankuan pouch and poured out 10 and 8 ninth level foreigners. Then with a wave of his hand, a Fae who had just been tied up was sent to him. My lord, whatever you want from me, I will cooperate fully. It's a fox demon. It had just been tied up and immediately put down again. This was the first one he had encountered after coming into the Scarlet Space. He's the first to have it, but he was thrilled. I had heard before that many of the Xia clan liked their fox clan, and there were frequent disputes between the two sides because of this matter. Unexpectedly, this time he gave encountered. If it had been before, this kind of thing, he would have been extremely repulsed and disgusted. If he encountered it, either he would die or the Xia people would die. He'd rather die than give in. But now, a year of torture, it smoothed his diamonds, his ambition, his youthful fervor, and made him no longer young. When such things do come, he gave in. Not only did he not show any resistance, but with a pleasing smile, he voluntarily puckered his ass. Chua! His lips quivered twice as he looked at the pouting fox in front of him. What is this? What the does that mean? Want to die? Phew! Chewie struck out and slapped the fox back, imprinting it directly on top of the copper pillar before being locked up. Not bad for a vixen. Tai. Chewie secretly said that it was bad luck. Grabbed at random. It's a jitterbug. He frowned, reached out, and grabbed one of the stouter behemoths over. Witnessing what happened to the fox, the behemoth trembled and stood honestly to the side. Not daring to speak, Shuhi nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, It's better to be stronger and more masculine. Shoot these loads, gently, slowly, one by one. Chuhi reached out and pointed at the 10 and 8 nines who were paralyzed with fear by the situation around them. That's what he's all about. Wanted to see if the bloodbath, too, could be artificially created. The behemoth looked startled. However, it didn't dare to slack off. This Xia clan big brother had an eccentric personality. If it hesitated, who knew what consequences would be ushered in? The behemoth struck out and grabbed one of the innate 9 on the ground and slowly pressed it to death as Chuhi had said, one after the other. Chuhi's eyes flashed with a strange light as he saw that the already weak blood fury chi on the giant beast's body slowly grew by a hair. When the last innate 9 was pressed into a meat cake alive, Chuhi waved his hand, and in the midst of the behemoth's dumbfounded face, slapped it back on top of the copper pillar. The chains bounded once more in a solid knot with a clatter. Chuhi gazed incensed. After the behemoth endured a wave of blood river impacts, it was discovered that the mysterious power that had been flushed out this time had indeed been enhanced. Feasible. A bright light flashed in Chuhi's eyes. In his hand, a golden fishing net appeared. Chapter 57, Meetings. The gears of time turned and another 3 years passed. The Xia clan also swept away the neighboring clans of all sizes one after another. For this result, to be honest, a group of Xia clan ancestral existences were dumbfounded. They held several meetings one after the other. But every time, I don't know what to say. Before and after 6 years, there is no obstacle to the Xia clan's surroundings swept away. Even within the Xia clan's territory, only the first 3 years there is a little chaos, and after a year then a year of peace. Things, through and through, are weird. Imperial County, Imperial City, Council Hall, the Tiger clan's territory. I have gone to explore it several times, and confirmed again and again that there is no movement. The changes in our Xia clan, they are definitely aware of it, but they don't have the slightest intention of stopping to pay attention to it. Even when we wiped out the 3 affiliated clans that they had planted in the periphery, there were no tigers that came. This is not like their style. A middle-aged man wearing a purple robe opened his mouth, his tone filled with astonishment. Inside the hall, the rest of the Xia clan ancestors also felt puzzled when they heard the words. The Xia clan and the Tiger clan, after that battle a few hundred years ago, were already deadly enemies. It was fine if both sides were equally strong. They could still understand if the Tiger clan didn't act recklessly and be cautious. But the situation now is that the Xia clan has not recovered its vitality, and the Tiger clan is especially better than before. In such a situation, if the Xia clan honestly declines a little bit, for the sake of the old ancestor, it would be reasonable for the Tiger clan to tolerate it. But now, the Xia clan suddenly exploded, and also expanded their territory by 24 times in a row, with the momentum of re-emergence. Such a thing, the Tiger clan is absolutely impossible to tolerate is right. No matter how we'll come to insert 2 hands. The last thing the Xia clan wanted to see when they re-emerged was them. However, the reality now was that the Tiger Nation was indifferent to this, not even interested in coming over to take care of it. If one said that it was because the old ancestor ran to the Tiger clan and severely injured the Savage Domain's first tiger at the cost of his life, that would be even more unlikely. They knew about the old ancestor's situation and could only make one strike. If he had really sought out the Barbarian Domain's first tiger, regardless of the outcome, he would have fallen by now. The Tiger clan, then, will have even less to fear. After all, the Xia clan was in decline and had not recovered its vitality, and with the loss of the top-end battle force that had a deterrent effect, then the gap between the two sides would be even greater. Yufeng and I have also looked carefully around the neighborhood and have found no trace of the phantom race, and they don't know where they are hiding, and it doesn't look like they have any intention of showing up nowadays. A moment later another old ancestor spoke. Things are just so unbelievable. This time, the Holy Land out of the world. A few old ancestors, but the hot blood is mentioned to the extreme. All kinds of means armed to the teeth, come out of the time or killing. They've been waiting. Even the bravura laughed before death was brewing. Last words ready to be inherited for 1,000 years are also written. But in the end, it turned out that the two communities that they had always regarded as life and death enemies didn't even want to come and take care of them. It's a good thing, though, but why does it just feel empty in my heart? The Tiger clan was even. Let's just say that they had gotten stronger and swelled up, and now they didn't put the Xia clan in their eyes, so they could use this reason to barely go through with the explanation. But Phantom, that bizarre group that had suddenly appeared in the Barbarian Domain, the Xia clan's ancestors, clearly understood how great of a threat they were. Feeding on their human souls could rapidly increase their strength. This community, in this situation, could not possibly have any possibility of peace with the Xia clan. It's a natural-born deadly enmity. This was also the reason why the Xia clan had paid such a great price in the first place to be immortalized with them. But now, they have similarly disappeared without a trace. except for one appearance a few decades ago. It boggles the mind. Stop the fighting. Tell the offspring to stop continuing the battle. Regardless of what the Tiger Clan or the Phantom Clan means, now that they really haven't come over to trouble us, then we'll have to change our strategy. Continue to keep a low profile, digest the newly expanded boundaries, gather resources, and properly cultivate your descendants. An old ancestor spoke. The others nodded in agreement. Now that the smaller clans that had a grudge against the Xia clan had basically been cleared out, the territory had expanded enough and was still basically untouched to be digested. Continuing the campaign at this point would do more harm than good. Still haven't been able to get any clues about that giant net. Just guessing it's the same thing as the fishhook incident that came up 3 years ago. With the external matters settled, they began to discuss the internal matters of the Xia clan. In these 3 years, the giant net has appeared frequently, and each time, it has wiped out the foreign races that appeared in the Xia clan's borders, but it's certain that not once has it rushed our Xia clan members. Many of the descendants suspect that this is a case of who is striking between us. However, that kind of means, to our kind of level more should be able to understand the horror of it. That is not something that can be realized by the king level, even if it's an old ancestor at its peak. I'm afraid that it can't be done. This whole thing is even weirder, and while it's equally good, it's never completely reassuring until you know the specifics. Like a sword hanging over your head. There's also Lin County. It's now completely confirmed that there's some kind of big change happening. The babies born inside have better qualifications year after year. Going in to cultivate is much more soothing than being outside in terms of essence, and it's very helpful in breaking through the realm. Those 2 little girl children who broke the realm of kings. Their master is a strong person to be sure, but perhaps not as strong as we imagined. He may be the first to discover the secrets of Lin County, from which he received a big benefit, and the 2 little girl children had a destiny with it, and dipped their hands in the light together. Forest County, a secret place with a big secret. The several clan elders of the Xia clan were once again silent. This time, when he came out from the Holy Land, he was originally prepared to meet a great disaster. But I didn't expect that the big trouble didn't come. But the good news came one after the other, and one after the other. But also one is weirder than the other. There isn't a single thing they know the reason for. It feels inexplicable, makes them rather uncomfortable. The world is now a very difficult place for them to see. Could it be that the fate of heaven is upon us now? An old ancestor spoke out with a shocked tone. The others sniffed and felt justified. The kinds of things that were happening today were very similar to the kind of situation they were in when they were young. The kind of people who were destined for heaven. It's just amplified from an individual to a community. No matter what, there will always be a reason for everything. We can't let up until things are clear. The Tiger Clan and the Phantom Clan are still going to continue to go after them. As for Lin County, the major mountain gate sites can be involved toward it. That expert hidden in the dark should be the people of the human race. The 2 female children of his things do not want to mention too much. Think because he does not like to be disturbed. Both so followed his will, not to avoid the cross. Such as no need. Do not have to go to try to explore. The old ancestor sitting on top of the main seat opened his mouth, and after he finished speaking, he paused for a moment before his expression was tinged with gravity as he continued. As for the matter of that giant net, just let nature take its course. Don't go forcibly probing. That kind of level of existence. Not something we can mess with. Now in our Xia clan is harmless. This is the best situation. If we forcibly peep and cause unhappiness, the consequences are difficult to anticipate. Instead of being beautiful, that one being is just too inexplicable. Good and evil we have no possibility of resisting, only to endure. The old ancestor on the main seat, his voice revealed a strong sense of helplessness at the end. Chapter 58, Tranquility. Book Depository. 3 years of continuous and diligent sweeping outside. Chui felt much more relaxed body bones, holding back some of the depression accumulated over the decades swept away. Feeling refreshed. It's true that older people still need to be active once in a while to benefit their bodies and minds. Holding a book, sitting on a recliner, with the dense branches and leaves of the willow tree above his head, shading the blazing sun that shone down from the sky, Chui began to live a leisurely and comfortable life again. After all the waves, he now wanted to continue to return to peace and be honest. When an ordinary 98-year-old man, read a book, get some sun, practice, beautiful drops, little brother Chu. It's been a long time since I've seen you so laid back. Zhao Yuling came over the wall. Seeing Chui sitting there, his eyes lit up. He moved a stool, took a book, and similarly sat down. You girl, why do you always like to learn from me? Looking at Zhao Yuling, who was striking the same pose as him, Chui couldn't help but make a sidelong glance out. Because it's comfortable. Zhao Yuling smiled and said, I don't know what's going on. Usually I'm always too bored to read. But when I follow you around brother Xiao Chu, I'm so chipper. Yeah, Chu he lost his smile. Yes, Zhao Yuling nodded affirmatively. Right at this moment, in the distance, a figure with a long fiery red dress came walking in style, and it was none other than Lin Xue Ling. She stood at a distance, looking at the two chairs, the two people, creating a very special, wonderful sense of mood in the shade of the green. She froze for a moment, a little smitten, a different flavor flooded his heart. Lin girl, back. It wasn't until a familiar voice rang in her ears that Lin Xue Ling was brought back to her senses. Yes, Lin Xue Ling nodded her head, bringing a bit of constraint with her. In this situation, it always felt like she was the one breaking some sort of mood. Come and sit down, sister-in-law, and read together. Zhao Yuling cheerfully went in and took out another chair and a book to greet Lin Xue Ling. Lin Xue Ling revealed a smile and nodded her head, following her instructions and walking over to take the book and pick it up. Sitting down. You're not wearing armor this time. Are you planning to rest at home for a while? Chui sized up Lin Xue Ling and asked with a smile. The old ancestors said that the opening of the frontier ends here, and that nowadays our Xia clan has to keep a low profile. Lin Xue Ling nodded. This is good. You girl, too, not letting people worry. These years running around outside, the cultivation has not even grown, and the body is also cloudy. Take advantage of this time to recuperate. Remove the turbid qi from your body, and then raise your cultivation level. Shu he nodded his head. Today's Lin Xue Ling's cultivation was only at the second level of king now, while Zhao Yuling, who had cultivated much later than her, was now at the fourth level of king because she had often followed him around and had come after him. Moreover, because he often conquered outside, his body was full of bloodthirsty aura, which was comparable to that of many great devils of foreign races in the Jinmu Pagoda. This is not a good thing, and if you don't clean it up, it can have a big impact on you. Aha! Lin Xue Ling nodded in agreement. Now that there is no war in the Xia clan, things have returned to peace. Although her cultivation level was in the Xia clan, which was considered to be the top group, and she had also been crowned as an emperor. However, in front of many of the old ancestors in the Holy Land, she was still a junior, and she had no experience in many of the major events that concerned the future of the clan. It was a little better for the old ancestors to decide. As for those little things, they couldn't trouble her. The emperor of the Xia clan was only a symbol, an honor, given to the true king, but there was no need for the true king to really manage a clan personally. Of course, there was a true king who really wanted to manage it, and no one said anything, but this kind of thing, except for the ones with a particularly great desire for power. The true kings simply didn't care. Even most half-step kings didn't love to meddle in these matters. It's delaying things too much. Those all sorts of chores, and chicken skin all sorts of tug-of-war things. The true king to see all the headache, day after day to deal with. Even the cultivation of kung fu are gone. Whoever was able to cultivate to a true king, who wasn't obsessed with the way of cultivation, had a different kind of obsession. No one would be willing to let them give up their own cultivation to take care of chores. Therefore, the day-to-day running of the Xia clan's internal affairs used to be held by half-step kings who held the general direction, and some specific implementation and management was presided over by a group of cabinet corps who were not talented enough in cultivation, but wise enough. In the following days, Lin Xue Ling stayed peacefully in the book collection pavilion. Every day, Chu he brewed a pot of tea, and the two of them sat under the willow tree with a game of Go, and it was a whole day at once, while Zhao Yuling watched from the sidelines. 3 whole months passed. It was only then that Chui felt that the blood fiend qi on Lin Xue Ling's body had been worn down by a very thick layer, and there wasn't much left. Xu Hua thought, the nourishment is over and you can practice normally. Time flies, and it's another year in the blink of an eye. Shuhi had also been in the book depository for 85 years. He has also reached the age of 99 this year, and in a year's time, he will be 100 years old, but he is still young and virile, and his vitality is growing stronger every day. This year, he spent a lot of time mentoring the 2 little girls though, but that was only a relaxation. His own accumulation of underpinnings never slackened, and a year had passed, deepening once again. In fact, at this time, if he chose to make a breakthrough, there was a great possibility that he would succeed. But now that all was well, he didn't want to take any chances. As far as he was concerned, that was quite unnecessary. He could also continue to accumulate his reserves, so that the chances of a breakthrough failing could be much lower, and the benefits he could receive after the breakthrough would be much greater. There's nothing to be anxious about. He's only 100 years old now. Cultivation is all about taking your time and being in a hurry. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. This year, Lin Xue Ling stayed quietly in the book depository without going out. And at the end of her nourishment, her cultivation reached the 3rd gravity of king very smoothly. She had experienced a lot out there, and it was a kind of backbone, and with enough replenishment, a breakthrough would be natural. If Chuhi were to raise her as a foreigner in the fishery, then, with hormones, it would be possible for her to directly break through to the 5th or 6th level, but that would be too damaging to the foundation, and would be detrimental to the future. It would be self-destructive. There's no way Chu Ha would do that. Little brother Chu, what exactly is your cultivation level? Are you at the peak of the 9th level of king? Sitting on the recliner, Zhao Yuling's eyes emitted a bright light and once again couldn't help but ask curiously. The question was really suffocating her. Nowadays, she was also a great expert at the 4th and soon to be 5th level of the king's hierarchy. In the entire Xia clan, it could rank in the top 3, but even so, she still couldn't discern a single shade of Chuhi's depth. Moreover, the most important thing was that the strength she had nowadays was taught by Chuhi. Lin Xue Ling similarly looked sideways at this question, a question that she was also curious about, and even more so as her cultivation insights increased. She now knew what it meant to directly break the realm of a king, and that too at such a young age for them. A little bit better than you guys. Just a little bit, Chuhi said with a smile on his face. Come on, you guys strive to be my age and surpass what I am now. He took the opportunity to offer encouragement. Boom! Right at this moment, outside of Lin's city, a loud boom was heard, and a reckless aura, like a shocking thunder being detonated, spread out at an extremely fast speed, shaking the heavens and the earth. Chuhi looked up, and stars seemed to flash in his eyes. It is! Chapter 59, The Dragon. That secret realm was completely opened. Chuhi withdrew his gaze, and the figure that had just sat up, lay back down again. He wasn't going to go along for the ride. Little brother Chu, do you know what happened? Zhao Yuling asked with curiosity as her eyes flashed with light at the words. The prelude to the great controversy is drawn. Chuhi replied casually in a lofty manner. Another one of those mysterious times of great strife? Zhao Yuling's face turned serious as she sniffed. What is the prologue to the great controversy? Lin Xue Ling was curious. Zhao Yuling pulled Lin Xue Ling and processed the words that Chuhi had said to her, making them even more vague and mysterious. In short, this is the precursor to the recovery of a mysterious era. The opening of an unprecedented great world. The heavenly pride suppresses the world. The demons are invincible. This is the best of times. The martial arts path blossoms brightly. This is also the worst of times. The tired white bones are the stepping stones on the way to invincibility for the heavenly pride demons. The reason why little brother Chu has been staying here is to wait for the beginning of the great world struggle, to seize the first opportunity. She had a serious look on her face at the end. This girl, who did you learn to talk and make things up from? He was astonished. He didn't say those words. As an older man, he spoke in a way that was usually quite minimalistic, although he liked to appear profound and sometimes make things up, not in so many words. Yeah, Lin Xue Ling's blood boiled at the words, and her eyes revealed a desire to leap into battle. Unlike Zhao Yuling, she wasn't one to live idly. Loves a challenge. Brother Xiao Chu, should we go now? Get a head start. Lin Xue Ling raised her head to look in the direction where the pale reckless aura came from. You two go ahead. I won't need to. This opening is not yet worth my hand. Chuhi didn't want to correct her abducted crooked thoughts and spoke blandly. Lin Xue Ling nodded. She gets it. The masters are all about the finale. Just like in the biographies of the warriors. A big chance. There must be quite a number of experts spying in the dark, and they were holding each other back. And until the final chance came out, no one dared to take the lead and expose it, causing a siege. At times like these, it's the chance for them. The juniors, the high rollers are aiming for the biggest one, and no one will care if they have soup. She said goodbye to Chuhi, pulled Zhao Yuling, and with a movement of her body, rushed up into the sky. This secret place looks like a bit of something. The starry river in Chuhi's eyes hung upside down, spanning space and looking toward the place of dissension beyond Lin City. This is the second time this secret place has come up. The first time it was just a flash that brought that old man who visited him in. Chuhi just cast his gaze over and swept it at that time. And when the secret realm closed he didn't force his way in to explore it. It was a hasty glance, just a glimpse of the edge. It has some nice gadgets in it. He only thought it was a place of chance inheritance. At this time, the secret realm reappeared. And this time it stayed completely solid. Chuhi gazed at the whole realm, discovered how uncomplicated it is. It wasn't just as simple as a secret place of inheritance. It's also interspersed with oddities. Chuhi crossed space, ignoring the distance as he gazed at a golden giant tower, directly penetrating through and looking at the source of the oddity underneath the bottom of the tower. It was a phantom spring that was subdued by the entire golden giant tower. The water of the spring, like boiling water that has been brought to a boil, rises and falls at the mouth of the spring. Wisps of ethereal chi, like hot air, escaped from it, but it was blocked by the golden giant tower, unable to spread out. Chuhi sighted over, and even if he was just looking, separated by a far distance, the tip of his nose smelled an unpleasant stench. It was even stronger and more unpleasant than the odor from the 5 foreign race half-step invincible kings he had struck out to blow up in the sky above Lin City earlier. If anything, the 5 face smelled like dozens of pairs of black stockings worn by burly men for a month. Then this one glimmering spring is a few thousand pairs of black stockings worn for a year by a strong man. The smell was so bad that even if Chu He just looked, he felt a sense of suffocation. However, he didn't flinch, he smelled a familiar odor in it. His gaze shifted downward, like a man falling down a well. His vision descending rapidly, black depths flickering rapidly as far as the eye could see. This scene, if an ordinary person were to experience it, they would immediately vomit, and the person might even have to faint. However, in Chu He's case, this wouldn't produce any sensation, and even, he was able to see clearly what he saw along the way. Eventually, his gaze came to the bottom of the spring, where the light was even more ethereal. A flash of golden light swept through the huge underground phantom spring, taking in everything. Dragon! There was actually a hideous dragon coiled here. The light at the bottom of the spring, which was even more ethereal than the water of the spectral spring, came from it, its entire ethereal black body coiled up in layers, squeezing the huge space at the bottom of the spring so full that there wasn't even a single gap. It looked like its massive body could cover the sky and the heavens if it expanded completely. Chu He gazed toward the huge dragon head. At this moment, although the huge dragon's eyes, which were as huge as a small house, were open, there was not a single fluctuation. And the profound light was fixed and motionless. It's like a white eye rolled over by a dead person, but it's just ghostly black. However, Chu He was certain that the dragon was alive and not a dead thing. Chu He detected the fluctuation of life in it. So, the dragon just fell into a deep sleep, but probably because of habit, it slept with its eyes open. Chu He met the eyes of the giant dragon, and it was as if it hadn't realized that it still hadn't moved in the slightest. Chu He, who was in the book depository, increased the power input of his mind and soul, and carefully felt for confirmation. This dragon was only at the beginning of the Emperor's realm. No more questions. With a flip of his hand, the golden fishing net appeared in his hand. The familiar aura that Chu He had just detected was emitted from this dragon. That's the fury. To be able to penetrate the fury from a spring that deep and that strong smelling to the mouth of the spring. The concentration of fury on this dragon was visible. Chu He observed it from a close distance, and the baleful aura was so piercing that it was able to impact his mind and soul. This dragon is definitely a sinful dragon, with a baneful aura on its body that all the foreigners in Chu He's devil-suppressing tower combined can't compare to. This kind of concentration is only possible after slaughtering several races at least. Such devils should be executed by everyone. Although Chu He was light-hearted, he was also unable to look away. This dragon, it's descending today. The golden fishing net flew out from his hand, rising against the wind and cutting through space. Chapter 60, Lifting the Lid. In the middle of the golden giant tower, Xia Yuan, the strongest old ancestor of the Xia clan, was sitting cross-legged behind a huge golden door, a pot of tea in front of him, a cup in his hand, slowly sipping, and in his eyes, there was a strong sense of worry, as well as even stronger anticipation. He's been waiting here for 6 years, also tasted tea for 6 years. In the secret realm, he spent a year with Meng Yi and gained a great deal of benefits before he finally came here. There is an amazing legacy here. Originally, the two of them had arrived together and were required to compete to obtain that inheritance. In the end, though, all tests were waived, and it was Meng Yi who went in to obtain the inheritance. It's not that Natsujin is being modest. Rather, he was disliked by whichever senior who had only a wisp of divine thought left. In the words of that senior, a body that was seriously injured and even had its foundation damaged, it would be of no use to pass on the legacy to him. Natsujin had nothing to say. The heart is not willing, that's for sure, but it is also quite acceptable. To obtain the inheritance as his disciple, he finished this pot of tea, and then kowtow a little bit of Meng Yi from the hands of that predecessor to beg for pills, and can last for a few more decades, and by then Meng Yi also grows up, and can become a pillar of the Xia clan, and he can go without regrets, and be more at peace. It was only now that he was worried that he had suddenly disappeared for 7 years, and those in the clan didn't know the situation and might think that he had gone to fight for his life with the Tiger clan or the Phantom clan, without him watching. When the time comes to feel the crisis, they might do something crazy. I only hope that there is still salvation. Those guys can keep their sanity and not be crazy enough to do things that touch the bottom line of the Tiger Nation. Just as Xia Yuan's thoughts were drifting, a loud bang came out, and the golden gate was knocked open. His eyes lit up as he gathered his thoughts and stood up. Master, I've made it. Mani came out of it excitedly. You two losers. You're pissing me off. When I just entered this place, my chi was entangled in my body, and I wanted to transform into a dragon several times. I was also blind. thinking that you were people of great chi, and letting you enter this place, even skipping the test, and giving the benefits directly. But I didn't expect that just 7 years had passed, and the chi on your bodies fell clean off. And there was also some mold mixed in, looking all bad luck, simply for nothing. What the hell is wrong with you two losers? I still can't figure out why old grandpa is high as a kite. Also, I didn't count on it in the first place when I saw that your chi was wrapped around you. How the hell did you two get in here? Within the cavernous door, a skeleton inside stuttered and opened its mouth with teeth-gnashing syllables. Agitated. Its bones were shaking, and you could tell it was having a hard time. Xia Yuan, Moni. They gathered their excitement and looked at each other. And I don't know what to say to that. Inexplicably coming in here, they themselves were confused. As for the chi haunting them, who knows how it came to haunt them. However, with the benefits already in hand, it wasn't good to make a sound to irritate skeleton elder whose mood was clearly off. Just a couple of curses. After all, eat your heart out. Ugh, the skeleton let out a sigh. It contained a strong sense of depression and helplessness. Kid, the inheritance is given to you. Our karma is considered to be knotted, and after taking the benefits, naturally you need to pay. No problem, the skeleton stuttered and spoke. Before the inheritance, it didn't say anything. Naturally it wasn't that it saw that Meng Yi and Xia Yuan were truthful people. Being an old monster, it's not that simple. It didn't say it before, but now, naturally, it has a backhanded response if Meng Yi doesn't agree. It's natural. Natsujin nodded. There is no such thing as a free meal. This was something he naturally knew. The moment he learned that there was a shocking inheritance, he was already prepared to pay the price. There was even the warning that this could be a trap. Only, by that time, they had no choice. Fortunately the legacy is true and so far so good. As for paying the price, this has been a good outcome that the mind has been able to accept for a long time. Regardless, the current benefits were obtained and could solve the Summer Clan's immediate needs. The skeleton nodded in satisfaction at Xia Yuan's sense of humor. This is the sacred pagoda, underneath which a great demon is suppressed. And I want you to come back and help me reinforce the seal when you've cultivated to the Emperor's realm. This is actually nothing to you. The skeleton spoke. But be quick. 100 years. You have to become an emperor within 100 years. Otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. Don't try to be slick. In the inheritance I'm giving you, you need the aid of a vital thing. Otherwise even if you become an emperor, you won't live long. Where the thing is placed, you'll naturally know when you come back after becoming an emperor. Skeletor sullenly opened his mouth in warning. Don't mind if you do. This is just a little precautionary tactic on my part. After all, after this matter, I'm going to return to my silence as well. So if I meet a person who doesn't keep his promise, it would be regrettable to die even if I die. The skeleton then sighed again. There was helplessness in his voice. The depths of Xia Yuan's eyes were permeated with astonishment. But he didn't show anything. Instead, he solemnly nodded his head and looked at the skeleton with an expression of respect. Alright, the secret realm has opened. So go out by yourselves. It's time for me to return to silence as well. It's not easy to hold out for so many years. The skeleton brought a sigh. Then his neck lolled and he didn't move as the golden gate began to slowly close. The suspicion deep in Xia Yuan's eyes increased. This skeleton elder's residual soul was a little too dry when he said it would be destroyed. Or in front of them. It always felt like it had a strong deliberate flavor. However, this place was the other party's territory. Even if he didn't feel right, he didn't dare to let Meng Yi make a move to test the waters. And even his expression had been carrying a strong respect, facing the skeleton without the slightest change. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? But just as the golden gate was about to close completely, with only a sliver of a gap left, there was a clunk, and it was quickly and heavily punched open again. The skeleton, whose neck was already crooked, jumped up at once from the stone bench it was sitting on. Xia Yuan's body trembled. Even with his heart nature he was startled by this sudden change. Seems to have happened what important big things. The skeleton also do not care about the emotions of Xia Yuan Meng Yi. Two people, originally early in the morning said that only the remnants of the soul, moving are difficult. It, whoosh, hurriedly flashed out from the golden secret hall. What asshole thing is trying to lift my lid? Its form was far away, and only a furious curse remained in its place. Master, this senior seems to be, Meng Yi voiced out with surprise, but halfway through his words, Xia Yuan covered his mouth. Shoo! Xia Yuan's middle finger was placed on his mouth. Boom! Just then, the place where they had gained a foothold shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. Something might have gone terribly wrong. Let's get out first, Natsujin voiced. Meng Yi nodded, picked up Xia Yuan, and scurried out in the direction of the exit. Boom! As soon as they arrived outside, there was a shocking bang, and they saw a shocking scene. The golden giant tower was lifted up. The black flowing water rushed up to the sky as if a gate had been opened, and the earth shook violently, as if something within it was about to break out of the ground. Chapter 61, Breaking the Seal. Roar! A heaven-shaking roar caused the entire secret space to fluctuate violently. Who? Asshole! Come out! Who broke my mighty array? The stuttering voice of the skeleton roared, appearing as if it was furious, but no one responded. The earth trembled even more violently, and in a clicking sound, the mouth of the spring that gushed black spring water was widened continuously, and finally, in a boing sound, a huge dragon head was pulled out by a golden giant net. The awakened dragon continuously roared, the sound forming a storm that swept through the entire secret space. The golden giant net pulled the dragon, pulling its huge round body, regarding the lubricating spring water, a little bit out of the deep hole. Don't come out! Don't come out! The skeleton's stuttering voice seemed to carry a sob. It rode the faucet and kept pushing down, trying to tuck it back in, but it was no use. The dragon was pulled out not quickly but steadily, little by little. Outwards. Who on earth is it that wants to cross my Saint Wuji? Have the guts to show yourself openly and honestly. The skeleton gritted its teeth at the sight of the large golden net and went up for a tear, but it didn't do any good. The dragon suddenly stopped roaring. One of its giant eyes rolled up in an attempt to look at Saint Wuji, who was atop its head. Ha! So it wasn't you who was up to no good? It seems that a strong person has stepped in and cut you off. Saint Wuji you also have today. The giant dragon opened its mouth, and its voice was so loud that it produced a sonic boom, carrying a strong sense of taunting. Silly dragon, what are you so proud of? Who made a move to save you? It's all just gluttony for your body. Saint Wuji let out a cold laugh. The dragon froze, as if that was the case. If it was saving it, there was no need to trap it with something. Just break the formation and lift the tower off and be done with it. And be a dragon to have self-knowledge. It asked itself. Those who know, there is one who counts. Who is not hated hate. Save it doesn't exist. To see it in trouble and not fall on its sword would be the best thing for it. That's better than being in the hands of a shameless man like you. The dragon roared again, looking mortified, and the top of its head suddenly cracked open, and with a poof, a column of thick liquid impacted on the skeleton standing on top of the dragon's head. With a clanging sound, Saint Wuji was directly sent flying by the impact, his skeletal body emitting the sound of iron and stone striking, spinning a few times in the air, and snapping and falling to the ground. In a nuisance sound, its skeleton frame was corroded by the liquid spewed out by the dragon, and black smoke rose straight up like a flicker of electricity. The giant dragon froze, and with a twinkle in his eye, he looked towards Saint Wuji, who was lying on the ground, with a look of surprise in his eyes. That's it? It seemed that it was also not expecting that just a thick bubble of phlegm would blow down this old miscreant who was craving its body. It seems like you're already on the verge of running out of gas. So what's the point of being arrogant? The dragon grunted coldly, with disdain. A Saint Wuji in this state, without the array boost, would be nothing more than scum, and so arrogant, just don't know what to do. Still letting that existence that secretly made a move come out brightly. You simply don't know how to write the word death. It seems that after staying here for a long time, you have problems with your head. Crippled. As the dragon spoke, its mouth didn't delay, and a burst of thick phlegm spewed out, impacting at Saint Wuji, who was lying on the ground. To make up for it, the thick phlegm it spews is a means of attack. Wherever it passed, even the air was corroded, creating a nuisance sound. Falling on the ground, a single drop could pierce through gold and crackstone, corroding a large hole in the ground, and a long column sprayed over, directly causing the ground to collapse, and the entire secret space shook as if it was about to crack open. Xiaoyuan Meng Yi hid in the distance. Looking at such a scene, his heart and mind shook to the core. Come on, get out now. Xiaoyuan opened his mouth. Existences at this level exchanged blows, and as they watched from the side, they could easily be affected by the aftermath. Looking at this movement, I'm afraid that the entire secret space will be smashed later. Meng Yi nodded his head and picked him up and flew out furiously towards the exit of the secret realm. Loud noises continued behind them, as if the sky was collapsing, and the entire secret space was like water waves, rippling. Meng Yi was horrified and brought his speed up to its maximum, not daring to look back at the situation at all. However, he didn't dare to turn back, and Xiaoyuan, who was picked up by him, didn't have to hurry himself, so he had time to look back. Just see this moment. The dark spring water rushed up to the sky, spilling down to flood the sky, and a special flavor wafted out, causing Xiaoyuan to develop a suffocating sensation that made him want a vertigo a few times. That's not the point. The most shocking thing was that in the midst of the fluttering ethereal rain, a huge dragon, which was huge enough to cover the sky, was slowly pulled out by a huge net that shimmered with golden light. The spectral spring collapsed, the sky and the earth collapsed, a giant dragon crossed the sky, and the underworld aura overflowed in all directions. With viciousness building up in its eyes, the dragon didn't struggle, allowing the fishing net to pull it out. It wasn't that it was resigned to its fate, but it was building up its strength, waiting for the moment when it would completely break the seal, and then use its full strength to break free. A dangerous aura gathered at great speed, incomparably oppressive. Hurry! Xiaoyuan sensed the danger and voiced his urging. Finally, a space that had been torn open appeared in front of them, like a cavernous portal, revealing a mysterious and gigantic passageway with a black hole inside. Feeling the increasingly violent and dangerous aura surging behind him, Meng Yi didn't hesitate and held Xiaoyuan with a poof, diving in headfirst. It looks like something's coming out. Subdue it and find out what's inside. Before Meng Yi could land, he heard a familiar voice. Before he could figure out what was going on, just popped up. Palm shadows, blade lights, sword chi, whip legs, iron ropes, hoods, splitting heads and faces smashed towards him. Misunderstanding. Stop it now. I'm Man Yi. Meng Yi voiced out as he struck out to dismantle his moves. Meng Yi? Old Ancestor? A group of people heard a familiar voice and immediately stopped their hands in shock. By the time Meng Yi completely came out of the black hole portal with Xiaoyuan in his arms and landed on the ground, they still looked incredulous. They couldn't imagine that the two people who were originally thought to have gone to fight for their lives would come out of this secret realm that had just appeared. It's a rather bizarre situation. Why are you guys in here? Old Ancestor? Someone asked out loud. That will come later. Get out of here, Xiaoyuan said in a deep voice. As soon as he spoke, the black hole portal behind him shuddered violently. The space rippled, and a gust of ethereal aura wafted out with a horrifying smell. Move! Meng Yi roared, holding Xiaoyuan in his arms as he scurried far away first. Although the others were uncertain of the reason, seeing that the two of them were in such a hurry, they similarly followed behind and fled into the distance. Boom! They hadn't run far when there was a loud bang that shook the entire heaven and earth twice. A reckless aura revived, looking down on heaven and earth. Roar! A huge dragon head was abruptly pulled out of the black hole. A deadly aura of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood surged out wildly from the sky, directly dispersing all of the pale and reckless aura. That's right. The crowd turned around and couldn't help but lose their voices as they looked at the shocking scene. Chapter 62. What grand curtain! Space trembled, the earth trembled, and countless beings felt the emperor's might as they knelt in worship. A huge dragon that covered the sky was pulled out, its dark scales, with a grim, shimmering ghostly light, shrouding the entire heaven and earth with a shadow. The powerful aura spread out. Kings would have their hearts pounding, and ordinary beings would even be crushed to death alive by its aura. But at the moment, it was the object of capture by a mighty being. A layer of shimmering golden fishing net on its body trapped it firmly, and the giant dragon kept flipping its body to struggle, swinging above the sky, hitting a loud rumbling sound like a burst of thunderbolts, wanting to break the golden fishing net, but it seemed powerless. The fishing net blossomed with golden light, like lightning flickering and swimming, suppressing the giant dragon and continuously closing in, causing its massive form to slowly be crushed into a ball. A ball of dragon flesh penetrated through the dragon scales and bulged out from between the gaps in the fishing net, and there was even purple-black blood dripping from it. What a shock this is! It's that fishing net mysterious mighty elder. A Xia clan ancestor let out a shocked cry. Fishnet mighty? Xiaoyuan was astonished, listening to the tone of voice. Someone from his own family knew the senior who had struck out at the giant dragon and disturbed that skeleton's arrangement. At least that's what I've heard. But how is that possible? That giant dragon, with the prevalence and ferocity of its aura, was clearly not something that could be compared to a king, and even if it was him in his heyday, he was probably just an ant in front of it. How was it that they, the Xia clan, were fortunate enough to be able to befriend a great power that could hunt such an existence? Even if he had only heard about it, he had lived for hundreds of years and had never heard a word about it. So where did his own descendants hear about it? As far as the books are concerned, he's Xiaoyuan full of books, erudite and informed. The Xia clan's serious books he has almost read, and there is no record of this. Could it be that the record of this great power came from those immodest little yellow books? That's not bull ********. However, this was not the time to ask questions. The giant dragon in the sky was struggling in the fishing net, shaking the sky and the earth. Their distance today was still not enough to ensure that they would have to continue to back away. Otherwise, if you were to be scraped by the aftermath, you would be either dead or crippled. Roar! The dragon roared up to the sky and struggled with all its might, with very sufficient strength, and earned itself a bloody mess. The dragon's blood spilled and dripped onto the ground like a rain of sulfuric acid, making the ground nuisance, and wherever it fell, the grass withered and the rocks rotted, and the trees died and the mountains crumbled. Roar! The dragon's roar changed from a mid-energetic roar to a sad roar. It was very upset. The existence that had struck out at him hadn't even shown its face yet, and it had forced it into such a sorry state. So one could imagine that the two sides weren't even on the same level. It resisted and seemed so powerless. It's like a soft woman facing a big man with coarse hair. All resistance, other than roaring your voice out and yelling no, only evokes greater oppression. The dragon clearly felt that the more joyfully it struggled, the more forcefully the fishing net closed in, as if in response to its struggles. But, although resisting, one would be oppressed even more forcefully. But the dragon would not give in easily. Above the sky, the dragon's eyes became more and more tyrannical, dark and deep, huge eyes like two abysses hanging upside down in the air. A ferocious, as if killing hundreds of millions of living beings of blood and death gas, rolling and stirring away, shaking the sky. It's going to fight for its life. The kind where the dragon dies. Trouble. Shu He, who was in the book depository, frowned when he felt the aura rising from the giant dragon. Though even that doesn't change the end result. But when the time came, it would be unattractive for the dragon to fight for its life and injure the flowers and plants of Forest City. After all, the fishing net was manipulated by him from space. And this giant dragon was also extraordinary, unable to fish it out easily. Compared to those ordinary foreigners, it was the difference between a shrimp and a whale. Shuhi closed his eyes. A golden shadow came out of him, stepping far away across space. His figure soared with every step that fell, and by the time he reached outside of Lin City, he was already a 1,000-foot giant that could compete with heaven and earth. His body shimmered with golden light, making it impossible to look directly at him and see his exact shape. A few years had passed, and now, with his Dharma phase golden body, he had already broken the 4th level of the realm. Roar! The giant dragon raised its head and locked eyes with the golden light. It sensed an equal to it in this golden light. It was not surprised but pleased. I thought that the one who made a move is a higher level of existence? Did not expect that after the main lord appeared. Not as expected. Irresistible and strong. Though there were still some things wrong with it, such as why the other party had made it fight back so hard without even showing up. But for now, that's not important. Getting out first is the way to go. The giant dragon let out a provocative-like roar at Chui's Dharma phase golden body. The body rolled with fury and turned even faster. But just as the giant dragon's aura was brewing to its peak, the golden giant, stretching out a palm, was flat, without fireworks, without sparks and lightning, without sonic booms and thunder. It was just a simple stretch of his palm, a press forward, and a slap on top of the dragon's head. At once, the huge dragon that originally had a stern face felt a stabbing pain coming from the depths of its soul, and its huge dragon head shook twice, and was dumbfounded for a moment, and the aura that had just been brewing just now leaked out in 1,000 miles. It doesn't make sense. What kind of gap is this? The gargoyle's chaotic mind had only one disbelieving thought. With its defense, it didn't even resist a single move. Pop, pop, snap, the golden-colored giant palm, pressed down with several successive slaps, slapped the dragon straight on the top with gold stars. This was a blow that came mainly from the soul level. The damage to the flesh was instead secondary, and it had little effect on the thick-skinned dragon. The giant dragon's soul produced a feeling of vomiting, which directly affected the flesh, and purple and black dragon blood, like rain falling, poofed out and began to spray out, like a fountain with an open gate. The other palm of Chui's Dharma golden body stretched out and grabbed into the void, getting a large bowl that had broken out of the sky from the book depository and placed it under the dragon's mouth, pocketing all the dragon's blood that was spewing out. This dragon's blood was too special and extremely polluting. So much blood spilled. I'm afraid it's going to be 1,000 miles of red earth and 100 years of repercussions. This is a serious damage to the environment and it is natural to stop it. Only when the giant dragon was almost dazed from the blow, dazed and the blood spat out turned into thick phlegm, did Shuhi stop. He grabbed his hand into the void and picked up the Chinkuan cloth bag that had flown from the book depository, and as if he were loading a mud skipper, he hardened the giant dragon into it. And then, his phantom golden-backed cloth bag turned into a flash of golden light and disappeared. All is calm again. If the scene wasn't still full of devastation, I'm afraid no one would dare to believe that a giant dragon had been hunted here moments before. Against the dragon's might, the Xia clan's strongest members, who had run out a long distance with difficulty, raised their heads to look back at the sky, which was already calm at the moment, and remained speechless for a long time. I didn't expect that the curtain had only just been drawn, and there were strong people of this level out to engage. It seems that with our cultivation level, it's risky to even try to drink the soup. Slipped away. It's too dangerous. Better go back to teaching in peace. It's good to be an ordinary person honestly and live for thousands of years. Lin Xue Ling opened her mouth, her heart palpitating. Big curtain? What curtain? Xia Yuan's face once again turned surprised. This girl seemed to know some secrets he didn't know. And it's important. His heart fluttered. Could it have been revealed by that being? Chapter 63, Time to Go. Outside the book depository. Under the willow tree. In the Devil Suppressor Tower. On the second floor. Rolling waves of heat surged and turned into substance, as if flames were born between nothingness and burned in the air. A mouthful of iron pots like a huge mountain, erected on top of the flames, inside the rolling black oil, constantly rolling, bouncing up and down in the nuisance sound. The heat waves emerging from it burned between nothingness. Chui took out his Qiankuan cloth bag and poured out the giant dragon. This dragon was very unfaithful, constantly struggling inside the bag, causing the Qiankuan cloth bag to stretch and shrink, with a tendency to burst open. So it made Chui very upset. The gargoyle was taken directly to a frying pan and dumped into it, eliminating the need for a chain flying procedure. Poof, poof, poof. The black oil washed over the dragon with an audible pop. Roar. The giant dragon was pained both physically and mentally, letting out a roar, and its body swayed as it tried to fly out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without Chui's hand, the underworld chain that was hidden around the frying pan flew out, locking the giant dragon's body and pulling it back into the frying pan. And the firepower under this frying pan steeply increased, frying the giant dragon fiercely. The dragon rolled from side to side straight in the frying pan, earning the chains to clatter and the oil and water in the pan to splash up in all directions, causing the flames to burn even more fiercely. It sprayed thick phlegm from its mouth, trying to douse the heat of the frying pan, but instead, it made the height of the flames go up even higher, and the black oil in the frying pan even poured in, flying directly into its mouth, unable to block it, and it was useless to shut up. Its mouth breathed fire, its ears smoked, and its entire body was colored red from the inside out with branding iron. Instead, the black oil burned directly inside its body. Vicious cycle. The giant dragon roared sadly. It sensed that the harder it struggled, the more ferocious punishment it would attract, and after a few times and 3 times, it was directly blown out of its soul, and the dragon's body trembled, tired and sore. A moment later it stopped its feeble struggles. Start thinking. It felt puzzled by the current situation. How could that mighty one throw it into the frying pan when he had gone to such great lengths to make a shocking commotion? That doesn't make sense. After it was arrested, it thought of many ways to end up. The only thing I didn't expect was to get into the frying pan. A person of great power, who wants to capture it, is supposed to get benefits from it, its body, its secrets, nothing more than that. But now, how do you throw it in the frying pan without saying anything? What's this about? You want some deep-fried dragon jerky? That's impossible. The body of its Psy Dragon clan is poisonous everywhere and smells bad, even if it dies outside. Apart from making the burial place a forbidden zone of life, not to mention the mouth, no living creature is willing to get close to it. Even those beings that were also covered in poison were not fond of the corpses of their Psy Dragon clan. Had it encountered a great power with a unique taste that was hard to come by among the billions of living beings? To do what? What do you want? Just say it. Whether I answer or not is one thing. Tell me what you're going to do first. Will you? Ah. The dragon finally couldn't help but growl out. Resentment, anger, and a bit of aggression. Having been suppressed before, he had a bottom in his heart and still knew the situation and how things were going to go. However, this time it was caught and it knew nothing. It feels inexplicable, empty in my heart, and I always feel suffocated. It needs an explanation, a reason. Even if you really want to fry it into dragon jerky, say so and tell it. Unfortunately, no one responded. There was only nuisance black oil, rolling back and forth, rubbing against it. At this time, Chu He had long since gone out. He stood under the willow tree, staring at the green smoke that came out of nowhere, transfixed. I don't know whose family's grave this place used to be. At this moment, when the green smoke rises, the whole family is going to ascend to heaven. What a dip! That sinful dragon was really something, and it wasn't in vain that he wasted so much effort to save it. Only just beginning. The practiced Qigong turned into substance, rising out of the green smoke. More power than the first tier. A whole tier of waste combined. It seems that quality is king. Chui suddenly felt bored. He toiled for years, catching and raising at the same time. In the end it's not as rewarding as this one. Forget it, read the book. Chui pulled the recliner over to where the green smoke was coming out, and the man sat on it. He deserves the most credit for the smoke coming out of this place, and it's not too much to ask for a little celebration. Time rushes by, and it's another 3 years in the blink of an eye. In these 3 years, Chui's accumulation of the 9 revolutions golden body techniques underpinnings had been sufficient, and he focused his cultivation on the Dharma phase golden body and some secret techniques. Although the realm hadn't improved, the battle power had been increasing. There was no reference to the number of means he had, but from the chat with the sinister dragon, Chui felt that his battle power, in the same realm, To be modest, should be quite forward. To be bossy, that's invincible. One could even contend with a Saint Exalt. Of course, that waste of a dragon, not being strong in its own right, might not have enough insight, and the credibility of its words was up for debate. Overall, however, he has not changed much. 3 years is too short for him. It's also a matter of closing a few times. In these 3 years, the one who has changed the most is rather Lin County. Now, this place had become one of the centers of the Xia clan, and some of the major big factions and clans had one after another brought some of their power over. Several old ancestors of the Xia clan were even resident here. The reason for this was in addition to some mind-blowing narration by Zhao Yuling, there are also benefits that actually happen that make it more compelling. It was easy to cultivate here to calm the mind and break the boundary more easily. Go out and wander around the mountains and rivers a few times, and you might get a heavy treasure. Someone was chased by his enemies and after jumping off a cliff, he got a king's inheritance. Some people carry blood feuds and run 2 laps inside the mountain, and then they run into the secret realm and get a heavenly creation, and so on and so forth. Lin County was already developing in the direction of the Xia clan's cultivation mecca. Forest City, which has the most magical places, is now a treasure trove. There were rumors that by sowing seeds within Lin City, the qualifications of the next generation would generally rise a few notches, and with more effort, anyone would have the chance to create a heavenly pride demon. Throughout the Xia clan, forces with a bit of strength knew that this matter was not an empty rumor. As a result, the current Lin City was the place where the children of all the great families held their great rights and united. House prices rise 7 times a day. In the big families, the big powers, if they didn't have a house prepared in Forest City, the wedding of the family's children were too embarrassed to make a big deal out of it. Listening to the festive sounds of drumming outside, Chu He sighed. It's so annoying. Every day someone is a groom and every day someone is a bride. Day after day people are paired up. Don't these people pick their days? The Zodiac doesn't know anything about it. In the meantime, the distant land of the pigs. Phantom Nation land. Time to go. A low voice rang out. The 10-year period has come and gone. Chapter 64, Life. As the Phantom Supreme voice fell, the Phantom Clan land instantly shook. The cheerfulness washed away all the gloom that had filled the air over the Phantom Clan's land. A group of chimera that had been prepared for a long time slipped their equipment and belongings to gather in one place. It's fast. It was a day they were waiting for in a pinch. Counting the days. A command. 1,000,000 Phantom elites were assembled. By the road that had long been cleared by the clan's experts, they headed towards the Xia clan's borders and marched in great numbers. After this time, our Phantom Clan will dominate the barbarian domain. For 1,000 years, just 1,000 years, we will have the chance to kill our way back to the empty domain once again, and recreate our clan's former glory. High above the sky, the Phantom Race Supreme spoke to the left and right. The Phantom Clan is immortal and will prosper for all time. A group of Phantom Clan elders excitedly chimed in. They are confident beyond belief in the road ahead. The Xia clan's vitality has not been restored, and the Supreme is about to fall. And they, Phantom, are still alive and supremely healthy. Such a situation, such a contrast. The Summer Clan is in the bag. Nothing will change. When the time comes, they, the Phantoms, will have a great future with this as their foundation. In the book depository, Shui blocked out the clamor outside. Sitting on his knees, he quietly began to cultivate. Countless shadows flashed in front of him. Boom fist, split palm, stab the sword, swing the sword. The entire book collection pavilion was surrounded by Taoist rhythms. He was multitasking, practicing multiple martial arts at the same time. Other people practiced martial arts in terms of refinement, but not in terms of quantity. While he had a lot of arts, it was no difficulty for him. The Dharma phase golden body was a top-level cultivation of spiritual power. Make his soul strength. Not reasonably. Ryoko. Chui opened his eyes, ended his cultivation, and stood up, straightened his coat. Mentally sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, rewarding him with a bottle of purple blood pill. A bottle of elixir appears on the sign-in panel. Good stuff. Chui had a smile on his face. This elixir, of which he had gotten 2 bottles so far, was very effective for him at the current stage, and according to the introduction, it was even helpful for the 4th turn to break the 5th turn. It was one of the upper-grade batch of treasures he had signed up for now. Chui walked out of the book depository in a happy mood. Cultivation is really a great way to blow out the smell of the world. He had previously been quieted by the various noises outside, the entire restlessness of his mind. At this moment, he completely blocked out the sound from outside the Lin mansion. It's so much more soothing not to listen, not to hear. Little brother Chu, Zhao Yuling came over the wall. It carries an air of cheerfulness. What's so delightful? Chu he asked with a smile. My sister has given birth again. a boy. With a king's worth, Zhao Yuling said happily. Your sister had another baby? Chu He was dumbfounded. If I remember correctly, last year, the year before that, and the year before that, the little girl seemed to be talking about her sister giving birth. That's a bit of a high yield. Aha! Zhao Yuling nodded. How many is this? Chu He couldn't help but ask curiously. It's only the fifth one, Zhao Yuling said carelessly. What do you mean only? That's still less? Chu He's face twitched. If nothing else, my sister will have another one next year, Zhao Yuling said. Hiss. Chu He sucked in a breath of cool air. Are you addicted to having babies? Why is your sister so fertile all of a sudden? Chu He couldn't help but ask again. Which, actually, she didn't want any more after she had one before. But a few years ago, the children born in Forest City were generally better qualified. So I went home and mentioned it to my sister. She just came here to try. I didn't expect to give birth to a little niece. The talent can really be. There is the capital of heavenly pride. Growing up half-step king is expected. And then in a fit of joy, he asked for another one, a boy, with demonic qualifications, with the qualifications of a half-step invincible king. My sister's brother-in-law is even happier. Another one is wanted. The qualifications are equally demonic. Now it's the fourth born in Forest City, the fifth in line. And I've read that it has the qualifications of a king. My sister is so accomplished and confident right now that she's going to build on it. My brother-in-law said that his next child will have the qualities of a great emperor. So awesome looking. Chu He was uncertain. He had expectations for the kid who was in the middle of the reservation and hadn't come out yet. It suddenly occurred to Chu He that if he gave birth to one, he didn't know how qualified he would be. It's a shame. He couldn't get born alone. Chu He pulled the recliner and sat under the willow tree. Is your brother-in-law's last name Wang? He suddenly remembered something and turned his head sideways toward Zhao Yuling to ask. No, the last name is Lin. Zhao Yuling shook her head. The last name is Lin. No wonder. Chua glanced toward the underside of the recliner. The children born in Lingchang in the past few years did have good qualifications. However, like the little girl's sister, the children born were either heavenly pride or demons, or even kingly talents, one more perverted than the other, which was also unparalleled. By the looks of it, this underground, what is buried is the direct ancestor of the little girl's brother-in-law. Smoke from the grave does give it away. And that green smoke is getting stronger every year. They refueled to give birth. The green smoke refueled to emerge. Two combinations, and it is really possible to hold a child with the capital of a great emperor to come out. When the time comes, the little girl's brother-in-law will be able to say it proudly and loudly to everyone. My son has the qualifications of a great emperor. The image came out instantly. Little brother Chu. I don't know why lately, in terms of cultivation, I've felt a bit of a bottleneck, and I haven't advanced any further in a long time. Zhao Yuling then added. It had also been a long time since she had broken through to the fourth level of king, and her current realm had long been consolidated and perfected, but she had been slow to break through, though she was actually fast enough, breaking a record that the Xia have held for thousands of years. But for the cultivation of the road all the way through her, there is no feeling, but that in the ordinary king's view becomes normal cultivation speed. In her is not normal, is the bottleneck. Let her produce a sense of depression. All these years, you've become addicted to teaching your disciples, and you haven't even settled down to cultivate properly, so how can you possibly make any progress? Chui shook his head and stood up, pointing at the recliner. Lie down. Zhao Yuling's pretty face instantly turned red. She didn't refuse, though, and with panic, and nervousness, and anticipation she squirmed and lay down as instructed. Chua, this girl's mind is getting stranger and stranger lately. It's not the first time, and I don't know what the stimulus was. She was told to lie down just to let her feel the scent of her ancestors, to quiet her mind and cleanse it of impatience. There is a scene under the chair that the average person can't see. There's a dazzling green smoke rising, but it's very cool, and it's penetratingly cold. Chapter 65, Spared from Death. Waiting for Zhao Yuling to understand Chu He's intentions, just trying to quiet her mind and wash away the restlessness. Her face went even redder, her heart fluttering, and even sitting in a chair with a really cool, cozy feeling in her heart couldn't keep her still. Chui shook his head, knew there was no way the little girl was going to be quiet today. Then he took the initiative to ask her to go back and teach his disciples. Zhao Yuling nodded her head in agreement, red-faced, and quickly went far away over the wall. Shame on you. These days, it's a daily disgrace, but you can't blame her for that. Right now, Lin City was hosting celebrations every day. The sects, the Lin families, the disciples' families, all sorts of wedding invitations, were floating in front of her every day. It confused her thinking to look at her. LOL. How did the good old forest city become what it is today? It's getting immodest. Now there is no war in the Xia clan, and the borderlands are stable. It's true what little Chu's brother used to say. Satiety ***. It's all idle. Even the grandfathers are now encouraging more births and more children. The boundaries of the Xia clan are too big now. There simply aren't enough people. Chu watched the little girl go far away. Having just slumped back into his chair, he suddenly remembered something else. His fishery, it seems, has not been visited for a long time. His interest in farming has faded since that sinister dragon was able to produce at a high rate. There happens to be nothing going on right now. Go check it out. Chu got up, took one step, and disappeared in place. He hurried with all his might, but in an instant, he arrived at the fishing ground. Inside, the great King's Eight's body unfolded like a giant golden sun floating in the sky above, and the might of the King's Eight overshadowed the entire fishing ground. And it's asleep at the moment. Floating in the sky doesn't even require it to use its own power. 9 big snakes stood up like pillars in the sky, their soft bodies straightened up as if they were stiff, not moving at all. 8 in a circle, one standing in the center, holding the huge body of the big king's octopus against it. Chu looked speechless. This mother **** knows how to play with snakes. The gesture, he didn't even have such a big row. Chu couldn't help but feel sympathy for these snakes. It's all been conditioned. Look at all the species in this fishery. Except for them, other beasts, who are not living their lives to the fullest. Look at that fish, swimming so happily in the water. Look at the toad, holding both claws, crossing his legs, rolling over, eyes closed, lying on his back in the water. Look at that dog, practicing under the golden light, looking up at the body of the king, observing the meaning, and working hard, playing, sleeping, practicing. That's what it's all about. Ahem. Chu let out a cough that spread throughout the room. The fish, which was swimming, stiffened, its stomach turned white, and floated up with a shudder. The toad, who was sleeping, went straight into the water with a jolt and a poof. The dog that was practicing cultivation, the chi flowing in his body leaked out and was directly reversed, as if he was electrocuted, and trembled. Most of the other fae were equally startled by whatever they were doing. There was a flurry of chickens and dogs, like ghosts entering a village. The most calm of all was instead the group of large snakes. The 9 snakes that held up the great King's 8 didn't even change a bit. Their bodies remained firm, and the rotating group of snakes, who were sleeping with their snake letters stretched out, glanced at Chu at the sound and continued to close their eyes, rather calmly. Didn't put Chu in his eyes at all. In his eyes, he revealed the arrogance of, if you have the guts, get me killed. These snakes, promising. However, these guys, who are not afraid of death, are still listening to Wong bark so much. It's also strange. Master, you finally come. The big king's octopus body shrank and turned into a small king's octopus. Scurrying over to Chu, his tone tinged with aggravation. It couldn't even remember how long it had been since Chu had last been here. It's been a long time, anyway, and its rations are all long gone. Now it's always hungry. Tough to kill it. Chu took out a handful of dog food and handed it to it, stroking its head to show comfort. Then he took out the Qiankuan cloth bag. He wasn't going to want this fishery after this one. Came here to pick up the little bastard back. By the way, pack up all these foreigners. A few years had passed, and except for those snakes, the cultivation level of all the foreigners here had reached the standard. After all, these foreigners, who could be captured and raised by Chu, were some Pekin 8-9, with some hormones, as long as they were willing to put in a little effort. 3 years down the line, breaking the boundary, couldn't be more normal. One by one, the foreigners, regardless of size or poundage, were stuffed into the bag by Chu in a brainless manner without any resistance. Mercy, spared. The big golden carp took the medal of immunity that hung around its neck and held it aloft with its fins. Look at the shiny gold sign. Chu froze. He'd forgotten all about it. However, since the sign was issued by him, Chu also recognized it. Though there were many ways he could have gotten the goldfish killed, such as having the king's bastard take a shot, and it wouldn't have been his kill. For example, if you put it in the devil-suppressing tower to slowly refine it, that also didn't kill him, just torture. This is reasonable and legal though, but Chu had no intention of doing so. If it was a threatening enemy, even if he had sworn on his fingers, he could turn his head and stomp on it without hesitation. But the goldfish was just his prey, and he didn't have to play around with such trivial matters. It's too much of a drop. Get smaller. Chu spoke to the goldfish. Then a finger was pointed out and a secret method was imprinted in its mind. This fish was now in the king's realm, so it definitely couldn't be released at will. It's the perfect fish to bring back and put in a glass box as a feng shui fish. Under Chu's guidance, the goldfish cooperated with the secret method and reduced its size. It didn't resist and was very cooperative. The deeper the contact, the more it understood Chu's terror. Unfathomable. Collecting all the foreigners and bagging them. He carried the goldfish and tucked in the wangba. Taking a step outside of the fishing grounds, he had wanted to casually remove the arranged secret arts. But then he thought of something funny, and with a sense of mischief rising in his heart, he turned to rearranging this place. He first took this locked area and cut out a portal to enter randomly, all based on luck, with the only one restriction being that only humans could enter. Then 9 flights of steps and 9 tests were laid out inside. Put 9 trinkets on it. At the very top, he pulled out a piece of gold and wrote on it with his finger instead of a pen. I am alone and defeated. 10 years old to cultivate martial arts. 12 years old innate. 18 years old to become a king. 30 years old to call the emperor. 50 years old to prove that the saint position. A lifetime of fighting in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Have not tasted a defeat. Climbed to the heights. Looking back at the world. Doubly lonely and lonely. Suddenly aroused passionate blood in heaven a war. This go. I do not know how the results, and how many years it takes. My life, and no heir. Very regrettable. Fear that the inheritance is cut off. Specially set up 81 test place. Through the test here. Cultivated to the emperor of the realm. Through the token guide. Go to the final inheritance place. To accept my true biography. After writing in a sprawling manner, Shui also sealed a blade intent on it in passing, making the ordinary gold token go up a few notches. After arranging it, Shui nodded with satisfaction and flashed back to the book depository. Chapter 66, Just Dabbling. 2 years passed in a flash. The Phantom's hordes had traveled the road that was most likely to create danger. A change of heart. For the rest of the journey, the closer we get to the Xia, the weaker the neighboring groups become. I will go ahead and find out if the one from the Xia clan has returned to silence. Phantom to high outcry. It wasn't a discussion. It was a notification. So after it was finished, its figure moved at an exponential rate. And in the sky, with a whoosh that produced a sonic boom, it broke away from the hordes and went far away. With its strength, without a large force to drag it down, it was just less than half a month before the Phantom Clan Supreme arrived at one of the Xia clan's borders. It took out a strange purple crystal in its hand and held it in the middle of its palm. The crystal ball, under the urging of the demonic energy, released a monumental luster, and the Phantom Supreme closed his eyes and felt it with his heart. This crystal ball is the Phantom Clan in the land of empty space, one of the family's greatest treasures, the soul bead. Originally it was not qualified to control, but a big change. The Phantom Clan encountered a great enemy, fell apart, and the community was scattered. A severely injured senior, hunted to the heavens and into the earth, passed by and threw it to it in passing from a distance. It was also by relying on this supreme treasure that it was able to have today's cultivation, and it was also able to gather so many remnants and come to this remote place, title supreme, and have this achievement. However, it was a pity that its cultivation was ultimately too weak, and it was only able to use some shallow might of this treasure, and probing large-scale range. The same realm expert breath is one of them, coupled with the intentional cooperation of the Xia clan's old ancestor. Every time it probes, it is very smooth. In fact, if it was a little more daring, it was possible for it to completely lock down Xia Yuan's exact location and strike to kill. By all accounts, it shouldn't be afraid of Xia Yuan's lingering body. This is something it has actually considered and actually acted upon. However, it seemed that the Xia clan also had a secret treasure in their hands, and in some unknown way, they had branded themselves in the souls of their clans, so that as soon as they got close, they could be known by them. This wasn't the main thing. The most important thing was that when it made up its mind to end the trouble and search for Xia Yuan, the soul beads signaled an alarm, and a strong sense of crisis welled up in its heart as well. After so many times, it was certain that Xia Yuan still had a backhand to seriously injure or even exterminate it. This situation had happened to it once in that one life and death battle with the Xia clan. But in the end, the Tiger clan made a sudden move to take advantage of the fire, and Xia Yuan retreated with hatred. I just didn't expect that kind of tactic to be used even after his heavy deterioration to that point. It is this scruple that has kept it honest for centuries. Soon the soul beads returned. The aura of being in the same realm as it did disappear. However, in the Xia clan, there was a blank area that was vague when probed in. But the soul beads didn't signal a warning. Instead, they conveyed a sense of pleasure. That's the smell of chance. Phantom Supreme decided to check it out. Now that the tracking brand that the Xia clan had struck in their souls had disappeared, it would go in quietly and would not be discovered. Besides, the strongest of the Xia clan had already returned to silence, and without the threat of opponents in the same realm, what else did it have to fear? So what if we do get caught? It is already invincible in this place. Who can fight it? Who can give it death? The Phantom Clan Supreme took out a black robe to cover his entire body, stepped into the Xia clan's territory, and headed towards the area where the soul bead had probed and the information was vague. It's invincible though, but it's better to be able to sneak around, so you can solve the problem more easily, though it likes to enjoy the taste of being high up. But it's not an arrogant charm. It's contradictory, but that's it. Aspire to dominance, yet act cautiously. The Phantom Supreme was not fast, traveling with the power of an innate martial artist, and did not choose to rush at full speed, because it knew that the Xia clan had secret treasures that could detect the aura of an expert. However, there was one thing: even if it was rushing with the power of an innate, its traveling speed was not comparable to that of an innate. This was because its speed was always even, maintaining the fastest speed that an innate martial artist could explode. In such a state, an innate martial artist wouldn't be able to hold out for long, and would develop fatigue and a poor supply of chi. But it doesn't, and it doesn't even consume as fast as it recovers. The Phantom to the High Commissioner took the wild mountains and climbed all the way up. It took 3 days to get to the area that smelled of chance. It circled around the periphery, found a few fallen innate martial artists, tackled and brought them to a remote place, and after some forced questioning, summarized the basic information. Opportunities do arise here. However, a few innate martial artists, their levels were too low, and they weren't too clear on exactly what kind of changes had occurred. But all in all, good things. In the land of the Forest County, opportunities are frequent. When exactly did it start? Those few martial artists each said something, but they were all very vague. They were not native Lin County martial artists. They had come here in admiration. Only now, Lin County has implemented control. In the open and in the dark, there are people patrolling outside the martial artists to go in. Need to obtain qualifications, otherwise caught is to be severely punished. These few innates just wanted to rub on the edge, and instead of rubbing on the edge, they waited for bad luck and got caught by it. Is it the chance of the Xia clan? Phantom to High. The voice drifted and seemed harsh. That's the change. However, the problem shouldn't be too big. This happened in a decade or so at most. In such a short period of time, it was impossible for the Xia clan to skyrocket in strength even though they had received great benefits. It's just the digestion phase now. The greatest fear was that the one from the Xia clan had also been benefited. His lifespan had been extended, and he was now alive and hiding inside. After all, the soul bead's exploration of the area showed a blur. It's not precise. It thought about it. Decided to sneak in and see for myself. Just take a quiet turn to see what kind of chance it is, as well as to ascertain the life and death of the one from the Xia clan. This is no danger to it, even if the one from the Xia clan is still alive. So what? It buggered right off. Can you do anything about it? Obviously it can't. Alas, I still can't change my old habit of being cautious. I am already the strongest in this domain. Everything can be broken by force. The Phantom Clan Supreme side performed the art of restraining breath, and found a remote place to step inside the Forest County. Brush. However, it went in only a few breaths later. A long line, pulling a thick and large gold and iron barb, hung abruptly upside down in front of its eyes. P.S. Built a group 945238763 Big Brothers to play Chapter 67, Decision. What's this? Phantom Supreme was in disbelief. At the same time, it didn't hesitate as its figure stormed back. It retreated hundreds of meters away in a single breath. However, it was horrified to find that the long line with the golden hook hanging from it followed like a shadow to its eyes. The distance is not even remotely close. This thing is well targeted to it. Phantom Supreme's eyes glazed over. Hooing out, the demonic clouds under his claws condensed into substance, like rising and burning demonic flames. One claw grasped at the golden hook, and one claw carried a stern light, like a cleaving sword light, chopping at the fish line. Fast, precise, and hard. However, it was fast. The hook was faster, and with a whoosh and a shift, it was at the back of its head. Not even a remnant was left behind. Phantom Supreme lunges in with a strike, looking left and right with alarm. Where's the line and the hook? It circled the spot twice with disbelief, but found nothing. But behind it, out of sight, the line turned in sync with the golden hook, always keeping a hair's breadth from the back of its head. Come out! The Phantom Supreme let out a hoarse roar, like a wild beast's terrified frenzy in the face of unknown danger. It was certain that it did have something in front of it just now. It composed itself in place and waited quietly for a moment. Nothing. Aside from the sound of the wind and the hissing of a few insects, the barren mountain was surprisingly quiet. The eye sweeps over all things and takes in all things as well. Everything looks normal enough, but the Phantom Supreme, who was used to walking on mountain roads, felt inexplicably panicked this time. It's depressing. It pulled out its soul bead and had a burst of sensing, but the message from the soul bead indicated that all was well, and that the pleasure was growing stronger and the proximity to the chance was shortening. Is there no danger? The Phantom Supreme put the soul bead away, and the one that usually had immense trust in the soul bead's ability was muttering at the moment. It always felt like the soul beads were wrong. The hairy feeling in its heart grew stronger at the moment, and the back of its head itched, like something was gently rapping. Cold, 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 and so on. It wasn't a mental effect. It was as if something was actually sparing it an itch. The pupils of the Phantom Supreme clan suddenly shrunk, and his face changed wildly. That can't be any bug. It is what it is. The Phantom Clan Supreme, the peak of King's 9, the top battle force of the barbarian domain. Not to mention something getting on it to spare the itch. Even if it was dust falling on it, it would feel it the first time. So there can't be any life that can fall upon it without movement. And that's what's happening right now. It felt an itch on the back of its head but couldn't detect what was causing it. It's like its skin is moving on its own. Snap! Phantom Supreme raised his hand and slapped a vicious claw to the back of his own head. Yet there was nothing, and it sulked and scratched hard twice at the spot it had just tickled before putting its paw down. However, it had only just been put down when the itching sensation continued. Phantom Tohai lifted his claws and slapped them, again to no avail. As soon as I put my paw down it started itching again. This is repeated several times, until the very end. The Phantom Supreme's mind completely collapsed and his complexion was vicious. With a snap, it backhanded another claw. This time it used enough power, fast and hard, and on the heart of the claw, there were still demonic flames rising. Finally something different. With a click, the skull at the back of its head resounded with the sound of cracking. It made it let out a grunt of pain, its teeth chattering and black blood oozing from the corners of its mouth. The body also shivered violently twice. Phantom Supreme was shocked and angry. Finally, it relented and stopped pretending. The aura completely exploded, revealing the cultivation of the peak of the 9th level of the king, and it didn't matter if the Xia clan detected it. It goes now. With a leap of his body, he rushed up to the sky, intending to escape from here as fast as possible. Go far away. There's definitely something weird about this place. Whether it has a chance or not, it doesn't want it. No more big don't. Life is the biggest thing in the world. Boring. However, a murmur sounded as if someone had attached themselves to the Phantom Supreme's ear and whispered. The Phantom Supreme's scalp tingled as he felt enveloped by a great terror. Brush! The golden hook that had disappeared once again came into view, and this time, without waiting for it to react, it hung straight up and shoved it hard into its mouth. It's useless with its mouth closed. Moreover, it tried to put up a fight, but was shocked to find that it was useless. In an instant, it couldn't move. One can only watch. Done. It is true that we have encountered a mighty being. The Phantom Supreme's heart went cold. Its premonition, for once, was indeed more reliable than the soul beads. This really isn't a good place to be. This time the soul bead pits it. There's a friggin' chance. Something good might be true, but it's definitely something with a master. There are old monsters living and hiding in this place. The Phantom Supreme was flustered and furious, but it was a critical moment of life and death, and it barely managed to stabilize its mind and began to organize its words in its mind, ventriloquizing its next plea for mercy. Whether it's useful or not is up in the air, but at least it has to be prepared. Maybe it's just life, but when its body, following the line, is caught above the clouds, while looking at the figure holding a fishing rod, wearing a straw hat, drinking tea, sitting on top of a recliner, jerking a king's rump, Phantom Supreme froze. This is surprisingly human. It's people. It's people. The Phantom Supreme heart was trembling. This was a situation it did not expect at all. The mighty being who fished it out turned out to be human. The words that had been brewing in its mind all of a sudden got stuck in its throat and could not be uttered. Completely confused. If it wasn't a man fishing for it, there's still the slightest chance it might have a chance of survival. But if it's a human, then it's dead. Phantom Supreme is very self-aware. But it didn't make sense. How could the Xia clan have a mighty expert of this level? Did they come from other great domains? It can't be such a coincidence. The Phantom Supreme's heart was like ashes, and in despair, he was stuffed into the Qiankuan cloth bag by Chu He. Truly there is a way to heaven that you don't go, and there is no door to hell that you come to find. Chu He shook his head and put the fishing gear away. He wasn't interested in fishing for fish anymore, and he had basically stopped visiting the rest of the Xia clan, but the land of the forest county. This is his shelter. Some small fish and shrimp is just. He does not care, but for an alien like the king's realm, it was simply a big light bulb in the darkness of the night, shaking the eyes so much that it was hard not to pay attention to it. It was all sent to the door, so Chu He didn't mind adding some material to the devil-suppressing tower by the way. Go back. It's time for a retreat. Chu He put away the recliner with the tea set, lifted Wang Ba, and took a step downward. He decided to close the door to impact the fifth turn, not waiting for the super signing of the 100-year period. He had accumulated quite enough reserves over the years, and there were quite a few pills signed to assist in breaking the boundary. Currently breaking the realm is 100% certain. There really is no need to drag it out. Chapter 68, All for You. Lin County, outside Lin City. A newly built small city in the midst of a chaperone. Center Council Hall. The 8 old ancestors of the Xia clan sat in a circle. These old ancestors, other than Xia Yuan Meng Yi and a white-haired old ancestor, Tang Shan, who had survived from that great battle to the present day. The others were all latecomers afterward. Lin Xue Ling, who was clad in fire armor, was naturally among them. She had now reached the 3rd level of king. Such a cultivation level is naturally qualified to be called an emperor and be an ancestor. If Zhao Yuling hadn't been uninterested in these matters, she would have been equally qualified to come here. Traces of a large-scale phantom race have appeared on the western front, with a demonic aura. I'm afraid that they're raising their clan to act, and judging by the route, they're rushing towards us. The Xia race. An old ancestor wearing a purple robe with a middle-aged looking face opened his mouth. His name was Hu Tuo, and he was the old ancestor in charge of the recent inspections outside. Is it still coming? Xia Yuan's expression was gloomy. Now that the Xia clan was flourishing, in time, it would certainly be able to surpass what it had once been and go to the next level. Unfortunately, that takes time. Although the Tiger clan and the Phantom clan had been untouched and celebrated before, there was always a thorn in his heart as well, like a sword hanging over your head. Now the sword, after all, has fallen. It's so not the time. Meng Yi had received the inheritance, and from being stuck at the 7th level of king for 300 years, he had successfully promoted to the 8th level of king. And his momentum was not decreasing. His cultivation was very smooth, and given a little more time, the 9th level of king would not be an obstacle. Yet now, he's out of time. The enemy has arrived. If only the Phantom clan alone, the Xia clan will be seriously injured again this time. With today's strength, he spelled Phantom clan to the highest level. The extermination of the clan is not so bad. But now that the Phantoms are here, can the Tigers be far behind? They watch the show from the sidelines and then sit back and reap the benefits. It was so hundreds of years ago, and now it's just another reincarnation repeating itself. Those fools from the Phantom clan, knowing that there's a Tiger clan next to them, now they're running their asses off to find trouble with us. Do they have any brains? Just so eager to find death. An old ancestor opened his mouth in a rather depressing manner. That life and death battle a few hundred years ago was because it was no longer possible to put it away. The Xia clan had discovered the oddities of the Phantom clan, and even if the Phantom clan wanted to run, they wouldn't agree to it. And at that time, the Phantom race was originally in the shadows. But not now. Phantom is coming over bright and early. It would be fair to say that the fall of old man Xia Yuan would give them confidence. But now old man Xia Yuan was still alive and well, can eat and drink. A few of them were originally most worried about the Tiger clan, at least until Xia Yuan fell. So the focus has been on being wary of the Tiger clan, but never thought that the first one to press on would be the Phantom. According to my original state, it is indeed the time to return to silence now as well. Those spirit medicines and precious pills of my clan that increase my lifespan are of no use to me, but I have the chance to extend my life by tens of years again at the last time. Perhaps this is what that head chimera didn't expect. However, on that head charm, there is a supreme treasure that can sense my breath, and I didn't deliberately conceal it. It should know that I'm still alive only. That guy is very cautious. How is it that this time, so impulsive? Xia Yuan, who was in the center, also frowned in disbelief. If there was no hope for the Xia clan, it wouldn't mind fighting with those chimeras. Before, when those chimeras didn't show their heads, at the last moment, he had the heart to find them out. After all, the Xia clan owed their existence today to them. It's a life and death feud, but not today. There is hope, and a lot of it, for the Xia clan. Bare feet will be ready for a pair of big, colorful, flowery shoes in no time. In this case, they need to develop and don't want a firefight. Now as far as the Summer clan is concerned, there is no point in fighting. Nurturing the next generation in Forest City in peace and quiet is better than anything else. There are now a few children of the king's gift. There was even a couple that had already established that they could produce heavenly pride demons in bulk, and even one of the only few children with the qualifications of a king came from their crystallization. Next year, they are confident that their child will have the qualities of a great emperor. Now, it was a time of prosperity for the Xia tribe. It is not our wish to go to war today, but, again, we have no choice. Then let's fight. Gather everyone in the Holy Land to prepare for war. This time, we'll take the initiative and stop the Phantom race on the road. Don't let the flames of war burn in our clan's borders. Xia Yuan stood up and spoke. The others nodded. When the war of the races comes, it has to be faced whether it wants to be or not. Little Kim, what is Brother Chu doing? Zhao Yuling climbed over the wall and came outside the book depository. However, The door was tightly closed, and a layer of invisible power enveloped it, isolating the book depository from the outside world. Zhao Yuling went over and lifted the little Wangba, who was walking slowly with small broken steps as she opened her mouth to ask. Master is in seclusion. Also, don't take my head, okay? Just ask nicely. The little kingpin tossed his head and opened his mouth in dissatisfaction. Yeah. Zhao Yuling was a bit disappointed. Little gold. I'm going to the battlefield. You tell brother Xiao Chu when he comes out. She put the little Wangba down and looked deeply at the cash before turning back and heading out. Going to a fight? Whoever dares to go on a date with you, I'll tell my master and slap him to death. Little bastard said fiercely. Zhao Yuling sniffed and suddenly turned back, as if she had remembered something, and looked at little Wang Yao, her eyes flickering. You, what's that look in your eye? Little bastard stepped back, a wary look on his face. It always felt that the woman was up to no good. Little gold, after following brother Xiao Chu for so long, you can even speak now. It seems that you have practiced as well. Your cultivation is not bad, Zhao Yuling asked with an expectant face. Cultivating with Chu He, both she and her sister-in-law were especially good at the art of restraining their breath, and their breath was so inconspicuous that even the several elder ancestors couldn't see their cultivation levels. Although the little Wangba felt like it was also ordinary, but it was brought up by brother Xiao Chu, now that she could still talk, and for a while was also soaring in stature. She wouldn't believe it if it was really ordinary. What do you mean? So what if it's cheesy? So what if it's not cheesy? Little bastard's eyes rolled in uncertainty before he finally asked out loud. By the looks of it, you're not vulgar. Zhao Yuling nodded. Then in the midst of little bastard's dumbfounded face, he naturally voiced out. How many weights of king now? Do you know it yourself? The little kingpin pulled out his paw and started counting, then replied uncertainly. I don't know. Like 2 weights. It's really not bad. Zhao Yuling nodded and lifted the little Wangba with a happy face. Come, go with me to the battlefield. Little bastard's eyes glared, his green eyes popping out of their sockets. This is really no good. So that was the idea. No, I'm not going. I don't like fighting. The little kingpin shook his head and struggled. It doesn't like to be hit. Let go of me, and I'll find you a helper to take my place in battle. See that fish inside the tank? It's King Triple. It's better than me in a fight. Also, inside this bag in front of my chest, there are 32 snakes. All of them are now at the 9th level of the innate. But as long as I feed them medicine and force them to work a little harder, they can break through at any time. All of them are for you. Chapter 69, War. A month has passed. Presided over by the sacred land ancestor himself, hundreds of thousands of martial artists above the 7th level of the innate within the Xia clan were summoned. A slight formation, in the ranks of the army, was assembled on the western frontier, prepared to depart and cross the boundaries of the 2 minor clans, sniping the Phantom clan midway. Whitey, what took you so long to get here now? And what's with you? You're carrying a kingpin in your left hand, a fishbowl in your right, and a bag on your chest. We're going to war now, not sightseeing. Zhao Yuling was the last of the several kings to arrive. Dressed in white, she descended into the air with a gleeful imperious look on her face. Looking at her styling, and the light-hearted look on her face, an old ancestor frowned, and his mouth eventually couldn't help but open. This girl, it's just that she's usually unreliable, but she doesn't look at what time it is. The battle of life and death was about to begin, and everyone had a sad face, but she was so happy. Also left hand Wangba, right hand goldfish, chest bag bulging, at a glance, loaded a lot of things. Is this the look for going into battle? Uncharacteristic. Zhao Yuling blinked and looked around. There's nothing wrong with her look. She's loaded with big killers. The reason why he was happy was also because those snakes, as expected, were all able to break through as Little Gold had said, and half of them were all direct boundary-breaking kings, while the others were all half-step kings. However, it seems normal that these other people don't know about the misunderstanding. Zhao Yuling was about to open her mouth to explain. Tang Shan, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. Spirit Girl is looking for outside help. Tang Yuan, who had dealt with the little Wangba, had his eyes lit up and opened his mouth first. This little bastard is extraordinary. It's a spirit animal raised by that mighty senior. For him to be disdainful of his precious pills, his strength must not be simple either. As for the fish in that tank, I think it's about the same. 2 helpers of at least the king join in. Couldn't have been better for the Xia. I'm not here to help you guys fight, just to hold down the fort. The little bastard opened his mouth and made an affirmation. It's not interested in fighting, unless it can be overpowered by force. Otherwise, it's all hit and miss. It didn't hurt, but it wasn't fun at all. Xia Yuan's eyelids twitched. You're going to hold down the fort, so aren't you the one who's going to get hit in the first place? Do you have some misunderstanding about the town hall? Little Jean, how do you talk? When we fight, Just follow me. We'll charge together. Don't be lazy. Zhao Yuling took the Wangba head and ravaged it for a while. Only then did he look up and nod at Ziyuan. Old Ancestor is right. I did get outside help over here. And there's quite a lot of it. With that said, she put the fish tank on top of her head, then took the Qiankuan cloth bag around her neck and poured it down. A group of large snakes with ferocious aura and huge size were poured out one by one. Fill the command deck to the brim. The wind and the fishy smell hit his nose. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Several Xia clan ancestors were startled and flew up in the air, looking down at those large snakes below that were tangled together in a heap with a horrifying aura. Their jaws dropped in shock. These snakes, which had no method of hiding their breath, had just broken through not long ago, and therefore, it was easy to be seen by a few old ancestors of the Xia clan to see the level of cultivation. They looked wary, although Zhao Yuling said that these were the reinforcements she had gotten. But it's not me, so who knows what's going on? 1 or 2 is nothing. A group that inevitably makes people uneasy. This time, even Xia Yuan was not calm. Half of this group of snakes and one more is a king. This strength, if not for the fact that all of them were only beginning to enter the king's realm, without looking at the quality, just looking at the quantity, at the level of the king's realm, it was even stronger than their Xia clan. Is this the same outside help you got from your seniors? Xia Yuan looked at Zhao Yuling with a shocked expression. These snakes are not the same as the obviously domesticated ones of the kingpin. It's a bit wild to look at the aura, but not necessarily. There was also a sense of oddity in these snakes, as if they had been tamed again. Taming and raising are not the same, so Xia Yuan didn't see it coming. Well, these are Little Gold's friends, who are close to him and play together every day, and came together to help this time. Zhao Yuling nodded with a smile. The little kingpin looked up at her with a surprised look on his face. When did these snakes become his friends? How is it possible to be friends with a snake? Something that will never happen again in this lifetime. If it wasn't for this month, to put these snakes on the battlefield, it wouldn't have folded. It must open this woman's eyes to how it plays with snakes. A group of large snakes spat their snakes and looked at the little kingpin stupidly. However, as soon as the little bastard's green bean eyes glared, the shadows in the hearts of a group of snakes rose again and lowered their heads, not daring to make a move. Although they had all broken through the realm, Wang Biao's lustful authority had been engraved in their souls for several years, and they had the guts to not be afraid of death. But they didn't have the guts to rebel against Wang Biao. Now what Wang Ba asked them to do, no matter how they thought in their hearts, in their actions, they could already do it immediately with complete instinct. The army opened up. Zhao Yuling stood on the head of a snake, her left hand on the kingpin, her right hand on the fishbowl, surrounded by other snakes. Under the shocked gaze of all the martial artists, he opened the way first. Tangshen tugged at the long beard on his chin, unsure of what to say. Good thing. Xia Yuan, who was on Meng Yi's back, nodded. Half a month later, a long distance away from the Xia clan's boundaries, a long distance away, the Phantom, who has been rushing for more than 2 years, stops at this moment. It's break time. There is movement in the Xia clan. A large army is gathering and coming in our direction. I'm afraid that we'll have to encounter it in another 10 days and half a month or so. This was the news brought back by the Phantom King, who had gone to scout ahead. We're not traveling very stealthily, and we're moving a lot, so it's not surprising that the Xia clan would notice. Just now, why hasn't the Supreme returned? It is strange. A Phantom clan ancestor opened his mouth very confused. The Supreme is there to determine if that being of the summer race has returned to silence. But now, the Xia clan had taken the initiative to deliver it. The Supreme, however, has yet to return, and even more so, there is not even a hint of news. Makes Phantom uneasy. Could something have happened? A Phantom uttered a voice. With gravity. The big battle is imminent, but the backbone is not there. With even a high level of battle power, if it meets with an accident and wants to leave, not to mention the Xia clan, but even the entire land of the barbarian domain, who would be able to leave it behind? Perhaps, it's the one from the Xia clan that's still alive, and its old man dragged the person within the Xia clan's boundaries, Aramizu said with less certainty. So what do we do now? The situation is unclear. Do we meet the battle or retreat? Let's fight. With the current Xia clan, why should we be afraid? Besides, without the Supreme's order to retreat backwards, the Supreme is furious. Who can bear this price? After deliberation, they eventually chose to take the fight to them. Although the situation was not quite clear, they were still confident in facing the half-dead Xia clan. Even if the worst-case scenario came to pass and the Supreme battle death of the Xia clan, that would still be able to spell out the Xia clan's top battle force. Just this situation. All Phantom had thought of it, but unspokenly no Phantom dared to mention it. In case the Supreme comes back and learns that they have deliberations about what happens after it dies, whoever started it will be unlucky. Chapter 70, the Phantom Supreme is still missing in action. Within the boundaries of a small clan, the Xia clan and the Phantom clan took up positions, using a large river as a boundary, looking away from each other. At this moment the Phantom army, in addition to those masters, the military formation, all Phantom, all just wrapped a pair of shorts, so that the sturdy and robust black gas hidden around the body exposed. In their claws, all of them were holding fish bone-strong knives covered with teeth marks, and their eyes crossed the river with fear, looking towards the Xia camp. Something's not right. What's up with those snakes? The Phantom clan has an old ancestor who exists, claws pointing in the direction of the Xia clan's camp, standing in front of the formation, standing up like a pillar in the sky, exuding bloodthirsty and ferocious might, and suppressing many innate phantoms, great serpents. It's fine. It's just a group of half-step king snakes, just a little bit bigger. Maybe it's the external help that the Xia clan has found somewhere. Look at the breath of those snakes. Their roots aren't firm. Their aura can't be restrained. They don't look like the wise snake clan. There's no need to worry about it. Don't we have outside help just the same? Another old ancestor of the Phantom clan stretched out his claws and pointed to his side's camp, being coerced by the half-step kings of the other clans that they encountered along the way, as well as some innate nine, and grinned broadly as he opened his mouth. It's better to be careful. I always feel something is wrong. There were still Phantom clan ancestors who frowned with a sense of unease. Across the river, several Xia clan ancestors were in the air. Spirit girl, I'll personally press you later to watch over that old charm. You find a good time to release the fish, the little Wangba, and the snakes inside the bag, and make sure to shade more than 2 in one hit. Everyone should cooperate this time. Cut the battlefield, and give Spirit girl a chance. All the old ancestors nodded their heads. For this battle, their confidence is already high. There were more than a dozen extra high-end combatants at a time, and they were also outside help that could hide in the shadows and remain unknown to Phantom. When the time comes, under a surprise attack, a few Phantom kings will be shaded to death. The two side strengths have been reduced, and the gap has widened once again. The only thing they need to be melancholy about is that Supreme of the Phantom clan, Xia Yuan's half-crippled state, in this kind of battlefield, still needed to be carried behind Meng Yi's back, moving at high speeds, avoiding the first surprise attack after blocking the Phantom Supreme's reveal, as well as preventing from being forced to open the ceiling ban by the other Phantoms. Xia Yuan could only strike once, so in this chaotic battlefield, at the moment when he hadn't faced off with the Phantom Race Supreme and unlocked the seal, instead of being able to help, he needed Meng Yi, the second expert of the Xia race, to protect him at all times. He was an indispensable deterrent, but until the Phantom Supreme stepped in, he was a drag. Compare that to Xia Yuan, who only had one option. The Phantom Supreme option is certainly much more flexible. It could have chosen not to rush towards Xia Yuan the moment it revealed itself, but to directly attack and kill the other kings of the Xia clan. The attack of a king at the peak of the 9th level, the top combatant of the barbarian domain. Those present, except for Meng Yi, who could barely block a few moves, and everyone else were almost instantly killed. The peak of a king's 9th gravity was not comparable to an ordinary king. In the barbarian domain, a community that possessed the peak battle power of a king's 9th level was only considered qualified to be ranked as a transcendent power on the 4th rank. Otherwise, with even more kings, it would still only be an ordinary 4th rank. It's also the Xia and Phantom that are more special. Otherwise, with the strength of their two clans, it would be impossible for them to be only on the 3rd rank of the district. The Xia clan was because Xia Yuan was seriously injured, and the Tiger clan was watching from the sidelines, so they had to play the coward and secretly accumulate power. After the rank was dropped, there was no desire to go back up. As for the Phantom clan, they were purely outsiders, and because of the special nature of their clan, they had little interest in opening up territory in the land of the barbarian domain. Eyes stayed fixed on the Xia. The hat with the 3rd ranking power on his head didn't mean anything anymore. After all, in the barbarian domain, forces under the 4th rank could give their own positioning as long as the high-end combatants of the community were qualified and the neighboring communities were fine with it. However, when it came to the 4th rank, it was only when one needed to stake out enough territory that several transcendent communities nodded their heads in recognition, and one couldn't claim it indiscriminately, or else one would get into trouble. Phantom, on the other hand, doesn't want to get into trouble. They only have the Xia in their eyes. The battle cry blows. Both sides' experts took their positions in the air, over the great river, glaring at each other. Xia clan, surrender. Don't worry, we won't exterminate your race. Instead, we'll cultivate you properly and take you to see higher landscapes and become stronger. The leading old ancestor of the Phantom clan swept a glance through the group of kings of the Xia clan Lingkong. When he saw Xia Yuan, who was being carried on his back, a shocking wave was set off in his heart. The Xia clan's strength today had already surprised it, but with only 3 old acquaintances, it wasn't a big deal. But on the contrary, one of them was an old ancestor of the Xia clan who was originally going to return to silence. It's kind of a surprise that he's still alive. Now it's even being carried into battle. Didn't the Supreme go to determine if he was alive or dead? How is it that people have come to the battlefield and the Supreme is still missing? What's it doing? The second strongest person of the Phantom clan, feeling bad, panicked a little. His heart went cold, and his hot blood cooled a portion. However, it didn't show its voice, but instead continued to speak out with cold arrogance to persuade. With the Supreme absent, it didn't have a bottom in its heart, so it didn't choose to make a direct move. Behind it, those newly promoted descendants who hadn't participated in that great battle a few hundred years ago were okay and confident. They were numerous. However, a few phantoms who had also survived that great battle to this day recognized Xia Yuan, and their hearts began to chill with a sense of foreboding. Though their eyes were glaring ahead, their after glances had begun to dart about, trying to find the figure of the Most High to give comfort to the soul. Pity. No matter how much they glanced, the familiar figure never appeared. Humph. The Xia people only live standing up. There's no such thing as dying on your knees. Besides, asking us to surrender. You guys are worthy. Donhill steps out and mouths off on behalf of the Summer clan before the battle. The others glared angrily at the group of Phantom Kings, but their eyes were equally darting about, always on guard. They didn't choose to do it directly either, but wanted to confirm the position of the Phantom Supreme. This way, Meng Yi could reduce his losses from the surprise attack by going directly up against Xia Yuan with his back. Each side had their own thoughts, but both were waiting for the same figure to show itself. A war of words unfolds between Don Hill and the second strongest man in the Phantom Nation. Instead of deliberately lowering their voices, they spoke louder and louder as if they were competing. The military formations on both sides of the river, led by half-step invincible kings, one person with a horizontal log that floated up on the water, were already preparing to cross the river, just waiting for the battle in the sky to start. They launched a charge. Their hot blood, their wariness, rose up with the sound of the war drums. However, as time passed, they realized that the rhythm was a bit off. What's going on in the sky? The shouts of rage from the ancestors on both sides drowned out the sound of the war drums. But you guys fight instead. Chapter 71, Concerns. The mouthpiece will always pass. With the battlefield below the two sides, led by the half-step invincible king, slowly stepping on the wood with his feet to the center of the big river, staring after a few turns, the Xia camp took the lead. They first kept retreating without a trace, introduced the phantoms into the maximum killing range of the strong crossbows of the banked military formation, and then retreat decisively. The Xia clan's shoreline military formation, bed crossbows issued a bang in unison, like a loud sound like a heavenly crash. In a flash, there was a whistling, and the sky was black with a rain of cold light arrows, shooting at the Phantom clan's side chasing after them. It's the riverbed strongbow, the Xia clan's army's big killers placed in the borderlands. In the open field, 10,000 arrows were fired at them, which could kill the innate 9th level sect masters, making them unable to hide. In this kind of big river battlefield, and a large-scale gathering range, the power of bed crossbow was infinitely magnified. Arm-thick steel-feathered arrows, manipulated by martial artists and fired from bed crossbows, had a maximum range of 2,000 feet. At close range, it could pierce gold and crack stone, and at long range, it could also shoot a large tree straight up. To an ordinary innate, its power was deadly. Only innate experts who had reached the latter third level could barely block and avoid the attack of such strong crossbows, but even if they were within the maximum killing range of 300 feet, they would have to be given in vain when they encountered a large-scale crossbow shooting in unison. At once, treading on the wood, the chimera that floated ahead fell like a layer of cut wheat. Black blood instantly blackened the river. Phantoms with slightly weaker cultivation, below the 7th level of the innate, were killed or injured under this kind of strong crossbow. Only those post-triple innate phantoms, who had the power of resistance when facing heavy crossbows, were able to block them slightly, but if they were to face several strong crossbow shots at the same time, they wouldn't be able to block them either. However, the Phantom clan side was not intimidated in the face of a strong crossbow attack of such power. Led by a half-step invincible king, a group of phantoms of the lowest innate 9th level topped the front, like sharp knives, plunging straight into the Xia clan's camp. On the shore, on the side of the Xia, there came only one round of crossbows fired again, and it was much less effective than the first raid. This was the army's killing weapon, helpless in the face of large-scale sparring at the innate level. These bed crossbows, which were huge in size, were inconvenient to move around, and it was fortunate that the ones who came to meet the Phantom race this time around had a cultivation level of at least the 7th level of the innate, so transporting the large ordnance didn't appear to be a strain. Otherwise, if it was just ordinary Hotian soldiers with these strong crossbows, by the time they came over, They wouldn't even know how long it would take, and it was inconvenient to maneuver. Hotian martial artists. From loading the arrow to pulling the bow apart, it would take at least a minute, and it was several people working together. Even for an innate martial artist, it would take tens of seconds. The assault from a distance ended, and soon it was a breakaway. The battlefield below was instantly plunged into white heat. The human brain, the chimera brain, has hit the fan. Naturally, the above can't continue with the name-calling. A cold glare passed, with the wind howling to its highest pinnacle. An audible explosion sounded, and a newly promoted king on the Phantom Clan's side found an opportunity to take the lead under the stoic aura. It couldn't help itself long ago. The Xia clan only had 9 kings as well, and they, on the side of the Phantom Clan, were 16 in number. The two sides are simply not on the same level. For the second Phantom, Soenki to argue with someone, if it wasn't for the fact that it couldn't be beaten, the hot-tempered one would want to point at the other's nose and curse. Old. Abrasive. It's already a clear case of you die and you live. Talking doesn't help. What do you need claws for if your mouth is going to be useful? Convincing people by reasoning, that's the lowest end. The way the weak use it. Those who are strong are crushed by force. No contest. Heads are blown off. The battle in the sky was fought instantly. There were technically only 7 that the Xia clan could fight against, and Meng Yi kept scurrying below the battlefield with Xia Yuan on his back, suspecting that the Phantom Clan Supreme was hiding in the river. Take 7 against 16. Every king of the Xia clan had to face at least 2 enemies. There were even those who had to face 3. They need to hold up to the immense pressure up front. In conjunction with Zhao Yuling, he attacked and killed a few Phantom Kings, turning the tide of the battle. Fortunately, the Phantom side, unaware of the situation, was cooperative. At first, he didn't attack with all his might, bringing out his best skills. They defended themselves against Meng Yi, whose terrifying aura spread out and scurried around at their feet. I'm afraid that when I open a big move, someone from below will pop up out of the cold and deliver a fatal blow. The Xia clan's pressure formation was so terrifying that only the second Phantom could barely resist it, but even if it was, it would have to be crippled under a surprise attack if it wasn't guarded against. Elder Shadow. What are the people of the Xia clan up to? Oddly enough, they're strongest, not coming up to join the battle, carrying a cripple around on their backs down below. A Hojin Phantom, who had joined forces with the second Phantom to surround Tang Shan, was relaxed and had the spare energy to take the time to ask questions. Shadow Old Dark Eyes rolled his eyes and didn't answer. Could he tell these juniors that the ones being carried below were crippled, but horribly crippled, and that they were defending themselves against the Most High? Can't talk about it. It's good that a few of them old charmers understand this matter in their hearts. Saying it out, these young charmers, revealing the cracks, letting the Xia clan notice something, that would not be good. At the same time, in this situation, it was certain in its mind that the Xia clan had not met with the Supreme. So, where's the Supreme? Just scouting for news. Just straight up disappeared. This whole thing is weird. It's not going for a solo meal, is it? But it shouldn't be. The Xia clan is useful to it. That is, these few kings, the others, it sucks every day, but it has no effect. The second charm feels distracted. It had its chance, but didn't lay a finger on Don Hill. In the current situation, without the supreme high-pressure array, after winning the fight, how to face that one lifeless Xia clan ancestor, it didn't think about it. But it could be Kenji. As the strongest of the current Phantom clan, it would be the first to die when greeting the craziest Xia clan ancestor. Shadow Lao thinks clearly. At least, not to win until the Supreme shows up. Otherwise, it would be the first target of the crazy old Xia clan, who called it the strongest. A few other old charmers thought the same. With the Supreme not present, but the Xia clan's old ancestor was, they really didn't have any bottom in their hearts. They knew too well how terrifying the strength of a king's 9th level powerhouse was when it exploded. At least a few of them old charmers will be left behind. There's no point in Phantom winning even if they do by then. That's not about them anymore. So, the battlefield in the sky turned weird for a moment. A few of the strongest people of the Phantom clan were madly releasing water, and the Xia clan, who should have originally been pressed, had a momentary back and forth with them. A group of newly minted Phantoms who were doing their best despite defending themselves against the Xia clan's powerhouses below them, held back their anger and wanted to break out in curses. A bunch of shameless old men. Also resourceful, sensing something is wrong, don't understand what's going on, but instinct tells them it's not good. Old Phantom is hiding something very important and secret from them. Chapter 72, The Might of the Great Bastard. The white-clothed Zhao Yuling, with a wangba hanging from her left arm, a fishbowl wrapped around her right arm, and a bag hanging from her chest, holds a 3-foot blue blade. Fighting against her was an old Phantom of the 5th level of King, plus 2 young Phantoms of the 2nd and 3rd levels. now that she had already broken through the king's 5th level cultivation. In that king's 5th level old phantom's state of paddling, she was able to fight 1 against 3, and she even appeared to be able to fight with ease against them. She looked for an opportunity to release a kill shot. Sword XXIII. The sky was filled with sword-like flying, and her figure turned extremely fast, like a lotus flower blooming, transforming into a trail of residual shadows, hiding the movement of her reaching out to rip off the cloth bag on her chest. With a poof, she raised the cloth bag up and spilled it at the old phantom at the 5th level of the king, the old phantom who was resisting the sword light with all his heart. His heart jumped, sensing a crisis, and his figure wanted to retreat explosively. Go ahead, Kim. Zhao Yuling's longsword picked up the little Wangba and flung it towards the old charm. There was a snap, and it was fast. The backfire crossed over a group of snakes that had run out of their pouches and paused for a moment, and slammed into the old chimera head-on. Squeak! The little bastard's eyes glared and his limbs danced about, his figure rising against the wind and growing larger. What was supposed to be a smash turned into a press. With a titanic momentum, it crashed into the old charm that had dispersed the sword chi and hadn't had the time to run away, pressing it down into the water. There was a loud thud, and the water column shot up into the sky as the waves rose. The snakes around them, too, were like vicious wolves hunting, and they burrowed into the water with a brain. Kill! Zhao Yuling took the goldfish out of the fish tank, and a terrifying aura leaked out of it, and it similarly grew bigger against the wind, and with a swing of its tail, it rushed down towards the location where Wang Beiji and Old Phantom had landed. Zhao Yuling didn't care about the 2 King's second triple triumph young charmers and similarly killed them with her sword. Mang Yi, who was wandering below, likewise followed closely into the water with Xia Yuan on his back, escorting the attack. Xia Yuan took out a black bead, ready to crush it and lift the seal. He had a premonition that in such a situation, the Phantom Supreme would definitely be unable to resist making a move. The sudden turn of events startled a group of chimera in sleepwalking. Their faces changed greatly, not realizing that the Xia clan still hid this kind of killing move. They try to rescue, but the change comes too fast. Even the 2 young phantoms who were cooperating with the old phantom didn't react in time and only had time to rush into the water together behind Zhao Yuling. The waves rolled over, like a wand being rising and falling in a flurry. By the time the group of chimera finally parted with their strength and tried to go into the water to rescue them, the waves began to gradually weaken, bobbing airily one at a time. They stopped their descent into the water. It looks like it's going to be over. Going down at this time is irresponsible with your life. Eventually, as the current nearly calmed, wow! The water waves surged up again, and a behemoth surfaced with a golden light around its figure. A huge head of various colors, like tentacles, stretched out. The snake's letter stretched out and retracted, and the terrifying bloodbath aura spread with it. A little bit of black flesh and blood showing between their open knocking fangs. The old phantom of the phantom clan of 5 weights, and the 2 small phantoms of 2 or 3 weights, were surrounded by them and split into corpses in a raw manner. This assault went smoother than expected. The old phantom of the phantom clan's 5th weight was pressed into the water by the king's 8th that had become bigger, and directly by the agitated king's 8th's smooth and elongated claws. He came into a bear hug, and his 4 claws pressed it to death. Big bastard can't fight, but he still has the strength. The heavy force that pressed down on the phantom race's 5th heavy powerhouse couldn't be struggled for a moment. It sensed a group of fierce and powerful auras approaching at great speed and knew that it was not good. Using the head as a weapon, the raging demonic chi, power, all coalesced in the head, and it was a clanging and slamming to the chest of the big Wangba, setting off monstrous waves of water. It wished to use its powerful strength to directly smash the king's 2nd level bastard to death. Although the king's 8 shell was hard at first glance, it was confident that with the 3-fold realm difference between the 2 sides, and it was concentrated in one place, it would be able to kill it with 3 hammers. However, the final result was that, like the lightning, like 5 hammers went down, the king's 8 shells did not do anything at all, but on the contrary, it was itself. The head of the demonic chi collapsed, and the skull bone was also cracked under the strong impact, and there was black blood flowed out. With its 5th level of cultivation, it was surprised to be knocked head over heels by the 2nd level of cultivation Wang Bao under the collision. The king's bastard shell is super hard. That's fine. This kingbird, it seems like it's just a little bit stronger, a little bit harder shell, and its attack power doesn't look good. 4 paws held it down, leaving just one mouth, which sniffed hard at it with a look of disgust, as if it felt like it had no way to get off. This situation, if it was just one-on-one, for beating this hard-shelled Wangba to death, it wasn't much of a sure thing. After all, the heavier the blow, the worse it was recoiled from itself. But if it was just to escape, it was still possible. But it takes time to struggle. But precisely it has no time now. A group of snakes swam after it aggressively, their eyes glowing red and green. their big heads scrambling to be the first to nibble at its exposed body beyond the king's 4 claws. These snakes are not like kingpins and don't mind it being physically dirty, nibbling on it under the encouraging eyes of the big kingpin. A phantom race king's 5th level powerhouse, in the midst of stifled screams, was directly split into pieces by a group of snakes with their bodies entwined together and their heads lined up, one at a time. The goldfish that followed behind, as well as Zhao Yuling, only saw the corpse that had already been let go by the big Wangba, and a group of snakes surrounded and gnawed on it. It's not even their turn to clean up the mess. Poof, poof. Then 4 more figures scurried down. Mengyi carried Xia Yuan on his back and began to scurry around the bottom of the river, searching for the Phantom Supreme, and no one paid any attention to them. All the gazes were gathered on the 2 kings' 2 third-tier little charmers. The eyes were fierce and hideous. A group of snakes, gulping their letters and fusing into the river with bits of black blood-stained flesh, looked particularly gruesome. It made their bodies tremble hard. It's like the innocent little student girl who wandered into a nightclub by mistake. Without hesitation, they turned and tried to scurry up. However, it's easy to come down. No one cares about them. Trying to get up there, the Zhao Yuling goldfish, who was not far away from them, struck out. A king 5 and a king 3, against the little charm that was only a king 2 or 3. How could they possibly run away? Only then did he turn around. He felt a strong crisis coming from behind him, and had to turn around again to meet the battle. And then he was only held back for a moment before he was surrounded by the subsequent Great King's bastard with a group of large snakes, following in the footsteps of the old phantom. Chapter 73, The End. Looking at the huge kingbird floating on the surface of the water, and a large snake head sticking out from underneath it, the already dark faces of a group of phantom kings, whether they were the ones who had vacated their hands or those who were fighting against each other, turned even uglier. When Zhao Yuling, dressed in white, carried the fish tank and broke through the water, standing proudly on the back of the king's 8. Already a phantom king has been discouraged. The tables are starting to completely turn. From 16 to 9 before, it became now 13 to 28. The difference is too great, especially a few of the Phantom Clan's veteran kings. They knew Xia Yuan and knew the gap even better. Without the supreme warrior power to press on, it was fine with the wind, but once the wind went against it, it was impossible to have a chance to turn the tide. Exploding your liver won't help. Therefore, several veteran phantom kings heartily drew their claws from their paddling state and threw the pressure to their juniors, while flying back at the same time. There was no negotiation, no agreement. There wasn't even any hesitation, because a group of snakes in the water, topped with Wangba and Zhao Yuling with a fish tank, had risen into the air and crushed through like a moving fortress of war. If you don't leave and get wrapped up, then you might not have a chance. A group of newly minted phantom kings looked at their predecessors who threw the pressure on them and instantly flew far away. Nor did he care about his seniors anymore, breaking into a fit of rage. They also wanted to leave. But at this time, without the pressure of the Phantom Clan's old kings, the several old ancestors of the Xia clan could already firmly entangle them, and they no longer had a chance to leave. Then, like a fortress of great kingpins, it crushed its way through. Wherever it passed, Zhao Yuling on its back released a sword move, forcing the Phantom King, who was still battling the other Xia clan ancestors, to scramble. And then the great snakes underneath it drew cold and swarmed up to the Phantom King for a while. Phantom's newest kings, including the 2 that died underwater, are 10 in total. Most of them were only at the 1st or 2nd level of king, and the highest was only at the 3rd level. There was no old king of the Phantom Clan to press the attack. Under the siege of a group of great snakes, and with Zhao Yuling, an expert of the 5th level of the king, assisting them, they had no power to resist at all. It was quickly cleaned up. The high-level sparring was easier than expected and went incredibly well. It's like a joke. So much so that after winning, a group of Xia clan king ancestors were still in a state of confusion. Things were quite beyond expectation. Originally, even with a bunch of outsiders on board. However, because of their strength, the highest goldfish was only a king's 3rd gravity, and the largest number of great snakes, all of them were only a king's 1st gravity, and their breaths were vague and weak, and their battle power was not strong. It's true that snow is a blessing in disguise, but it doesn't exactly keep out the cold. In the anticipation of the Xia clan's ancestors, as long as Xia Yuan managed to cash in on the Phantom Clan Supreme, winning was winnable. They have confidence, but it was also a disastrous victory, and death and injury were inevitable. This was something that they had already prepared for when they saw the number of Phantom Kings, and the strength on display. After all, each of them, before the raid was launched, needed to face 2 to 3 opponents. It's normal for someone to be unable to carry it, but now, no one's dying. Even Xia Yuan, who had already acquiesced that today was the day of the big day no matter what, was still alive and well. Things are weird. Those old Phantom Kings, It was as if they wanted to intentionally pit their group of descendants against each other. What happened to that old charm? Mang Yi, who had Xia Yuan on his back, turned his eyes around. The look was tinged with intense doubt. It hasn't shown up when it comes down to it. Not even a trace was revealed. This isn't hide and seek. Is it necessary to hide so tightly? He carried his master on his back, like a little cutie. Like, scurrying around and preventing a loneliness. It's like you're fighting the air. Perhaps, something is wrong with it? Xia Yuan played with the black beads and thought, those old phantom kings were very off today. After half a day of fighting, those guys, they never tried their best. Originally, although he had suspicions, he didn't think in terms of the Phantom Clan's supreme problem, but only thought that they were plotting something. After all, for this clan, the living Summer Kings are very useful to them. He had previously suspected that it was that old chimera, who wanted to use some method to capture a few of their king experts alive, and then feed back on himself. But now, things have come to this. His previous guess was clearly wrong. The reason why those old Phantom Kings didn't dare to use their full strength wasn't because they had some plan and wanted to be captured alive. Rather, they have scruples. They're afraid. When the Xia clan didn't show their killing moves at the very beginning, he was the only one who could make them afraid. In other words, there was no charm present that could stop him. It shouldn't. That old phantom is in trouble. What are these phantoms mad about? At a time like this, they still take the initiative to come over and find trouble with us? Meng Yi felt puzzled. The Phantom Clan didn't have their strongest battle force to press on, and without knowing their Xia clan situation, they dumped their nests and just ran their asses over to fight to the death. It makes no sense. What they want is to captivate the Xia to be right, not to fight to the death. Capture a few living half-step invincible kings to ask about the situation. Xia Yuan opened his mouth. Meng Yi nodded his head and followed behind the other old ancestors who were killing towards the battlefield below. With the addition of the king of the Summer Clan, a decapitation in the midst of 10,000 troops began. The half-step invincible kings led and commanded by the phantom race fell one after another, and those half-step kings, too, were killed by a large swath of them in passing. Facing the decapitation of a king level, and a veteran king at that, the phantom race, which had lost its high-end battle power to press on, had no resistance at all. Originally having the upper hand due to their numerical superiority, they turned into a disadvantage and collapsed at an extremely fast pace. The heads of the slain rollers were spread all over the river, and one corpse clogged the current. The war ended so much faster than expected and went incredibly well. The ascendants of the Xia clan who participated in the battle stood on top of the horizontal logs, amidst the rivers of blood, and uttered their voices in ecstasy. Heaven! Several phantom half-step invincible kings were captured. A group of Xia clan ancestors surrounded them, and first gave them an unceremonious beating, torturing them before they voiced their questions. From their mouths, they learned that they, the Supreme, had gone ahead a long time ago to explore the situation in the Xia clan's territory, and then had never returned. To date, his whereabouts are unknown. Upon receiving this reply, a group of Xia clan ancestors looked at each other in dismay. The first thing that came to their minds was a big golden net. The Xia clan borderlands. All this time, there have been former great powers catching fish. It looks like that old charm fell into the hands of that senior powerhouse. Xia Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. After determining the whereabouts of that old phantom, it was finally possible to relax a bit. No need to keep your heart tense at all times. I don't know. What realm is that senior in now? To be able to capture a giant dragon, to be able to subdue a Peak King's 9th level powerhouse without a sound. This strength is simply unimaginable. An old ancestor spoke out with awe. Maybe it's an old emperor powerhouse. Someone answered, making a guess. Lin City, Lin family, book depository. It's done. 9 turns golden body technique 5th turn. Chapter 74, Tough Choices. Shu He, who had been in seclusion for several months and managed to break through the realm, got up. At the 5th turn level, bones are like gold, contain immortality, and undergo a fundamental transformation. He got up, and there was a thick force spread invisibly, and in a burst of clicks, several seals in the book depository cracked and shattered like lenses. Every move he makes contains inexplicable power. Just some uncontrolled might could kill a king. Shui's mind moved and ran the art of astringency to collect the power in his body, and then he closed his eyes and began to take stock of the harvest from these months of signing in. During the period of closed-door breakthrough, he had set a biological alarm clock in his mind, and every 24 hours, he would awaken for a breath, silently sign in, and then continue to work for the breakthrough, and so on and so forth. He hadn't missed a beat in the last few months of signing on, but he wasn't sure about the rewards. Shu He was in the system space, looking at the row of newly signed items. A glance sweeps by. The harvest wasn't great, and those things that were useful to him in his current realm were extremely few. Shuhei looked toward a unique and conspicuous gold-level treasure. It was a 7-colored precious lotus, and Shuhei took it out of the system space. It transformed into star points of various colors and floated away in the cache. Shuhei stepped into the void, and wherever he passed, a burst with metallic sound effects echoed, and starlight bloomed, transforming into a lotus flower that blossomed in the void. Step by step, a lotus flower bloomed under his feet, and Shuhei walked on the lotus, while the murmured cheers of thousands of living beings carried in the void kept coming from who knows where and echoing from all sides. Greetings to the Most High. Worship immortality. Good stuff. Shuhei was satisfied. This treasure, no matter how powerful it is, just in terms of compulsion, it's worth having. The appearance comes with its own sound effects. It can be a great deterrent to the enemy. Putting away the golden lotus, Shuhei stretched his waist, waved his hand to remove the closed prohibition of the book depository, and took a stride to walk out. Little Kim the bastard eloped with the fish? A quick glance across the room showed that neither of the two raised loads were there. Shuhei took out his astrolabe and did some math. No big deal. He didn't care anymore and opened the door of the Devil Suppressor Tower and walked in. On the first floor, it was undoubtedly much quieter now compared to the previous bustle. There's no fresh blood coming in. A group of old devils who were subdued, with experience, shouted their voices, and naturally the voices that came out were not as powerful as when they first came in. Intermittent. Occasional AHS and AHS indicate that one is still alive. Ah, my lord, you've come at last. Quick, it's time for my rotation. I can't stand it. There were behemoths whose eyes had been fixed in the direction of the tower door, waiting for the man's figure. It's excited. Months. It had endured months of raw torture, and the day when it should have taken its turn to rest had been repeatedly postponed. Looking at the beast at the edge of the blood river, which had been resting for months, its mind broke down. It was so close. That good thing should have been it. Shuhei swept a glance at the group of foreigners. Then with a wave of his hand, he tied the Fae who had been resting on the shore for months, shivering with despair at the sight of him coming in, to the bronze pillar, and then he moved on, heading for the second level. Ah, my lord, you have things to do yet. Ah, my lord, don't go. The behemoth growled with excitement, beads of tears streaming out of his eyes. It's time for it to take its turn. How did Biggie forget such an important process? Be a man with a good memory and keep the rules. Be reasonable. Shuhei ignored it. The bogeyman in these guys is pretty much worn out, basically drained. There's something to rest on, dead or not. It's all the same. An early death. It's too tiring to live like this. Second layer. Endless flames rising, a nuisance frying pan, like a volcanic island in the sea of fire stands in the void. The only cauldron with any living thing in it. The black dragon's body was twitching from the bursting squeeze. The weak roar was tinged with raw desperation. This frying pan squeezed up. That is from the flesh to the soul without pain. With its strong flesh cannot withstand. That's just as well. But the point is, the frying pan is also rather odd for some reason. Squeezing it like that for a couple years just didn't kill it. It's uncomfortable to live and impossible to die. It's stuck hard. Of course, it might also have something to do with the fact that it gets pulled out to let off steam from time to time. Whenever it felt like it was going to be boiled dry, the human appeared, ran over and pulled it out. With good food and subsidized potions. The beauty of it is that it is a high-temperature allowance. The gargoyle really wanted to refuse. It wanted to die of hunger strike. Unfortunately, the courage to commit suicide. It lacked a little bit. The elixir still smelled good to eat, and it was happy and sad to feel the recovery of the trauma of the physical soul. Looking at the humans that came in, the giant dragon's heart rippled with mixed feelings. The moment. It's time to get tangled up again. Waiting to be pulled up is refusing to eat for a quick death. It's still hard to swallow those pills and live. It's a tough decision. Every choice is so difficult. It made the dragon's brain go haywire. As it was now, it was unknowingly pulled onto the shore, and then a pile of orb-sized, bubbling, scented pills was placed on the edge of its mouth. Its mind hadn't even recovered from the chaos yet, and for some unknown reason, its faucet lowered, as if it was pressed by an invisible force, and swallowed the elixir in one bite. But really, it doesn't make a decision. It's too hard. It hasn't figured it out yet, how the elixir had begun to be digested in its body. Its stiff dragon body began to recover, and its soul emitted a sense of pleasure as if it had been in a drought for a long time. It made it let out an involuntary moan of comfort. The dragon's body stirred, feeling hyperactive. Take it easy. Shuhei patted the dragon's head and voiced his care. It's a big treasure that hasn't been tapped clean yet. The gargoyle shivered his dragon face and held his exuberance down. Who wants to relax? It doesn't. It seeks only a quick death. The gargoyle looked at the huge space of bubbling flames and racks of countless frying pans. The dragon's body swam and moved a little further away from the body. As much as it wanted to die, It still didn't want to die from being drained. Starvation and death are acceptable. Senior, do you want to know a big secret? The giant dragon suddenly looked up at Chu-hee and opened his mouth. Chapter 75. You ask instead. Don't want to. Chu-hee shook his head blandly. This secret has a chance. A big chance. The gargoyle mysteriously seduced again. Knowing that great chance, why are you still so weak? Chu-hee reached out and warmed a cup of tea in the blaze, taking a clear sip without commenting. He took out a recliner and sat down. And then, between his hands, a whole sheep that had been skinned and cleaned. A set of barbecue ingredients similar to chili cumin that he had specifically collected when he had gone out. A stick that the system had introduced as being used by a holy Buddha-level powerhouse. Skewered the sheep, and began to concentrate on making the food. The temperature of the flames here was so high that ordinary meat coming in would basically end up directly turning into flying ash. But with Chu-hee around, it would be hard for this sheep to turn into ash. He didn't pay any attention to the dragon that had shrunk into a corner and focused on roasting the sheep. The technique is old-fashioned and skillful. This dragon, when they used to meet, opened its mouth and asked him to ask it questions. Chu-hee didn't have any questions, so naturally he didn't need to ask, and every time, he made it roar there in a hurry. In time, he began to actively tell him secrets. Not at all the stubborn condescension of a dragon. All he has to do is sit here and not have to speak. One by one, all sorts of so-called secrets inside the dragon's mouth would shake out. However, Chu-hee was also really not interested. He was also just purely using the dragon as a storyteller and him as a listener. Not to mention, this dragon has lived a long life, has seen a lot, and has a mouth that can talk and blow harder than he can. Chu-hee also did not care about the truth, purely as a pastime. Listen to books, drink tea, eat barbecue. Beautiful. The only sad thing is that this dragon is all talk. I don't know any other crafts, playing or singing. Otherwise it would have been nice to enjoy. A one-stop shop for dragons. In the future, if the opportunity arises, it would be a good idea to get a dragon with both talents in. Senior, this time, it's really a big secret, a big chance. If I hadn't been undermined by that old guy, knowing that chance, I would have been a peak emperor by now, with the possibility of impacting a saint ancestor. The gargoyle hurriedly said. It used to tell really little secrets, but this time it decided to break a big one. It can't take it anymore. Even if it is killed and silenced for saying it, it will recognize it. It's no fun living like this. In the past, when I was suppressed by that old man's shade, my eyes were closed and time passed, and I couldn't feel anything. It doesn't matter. But here, it can't close its eyes for a moment, can't even keep my mouth shut, flipping and flopping and getting fried on all fronts. And the consciousness was so overwhelming that even the soul was tumbling from being squeezed. It's too hard to live and too hard to die. It's too much torture for the dragon. Chu-hee didn't say anything and picked up the oil brush to apply it on the sheep. It's the kind of thing he could actually do with a wave of his hand. But that would be so pointless that it would take away a lot of the fun of barbecuing. Chu-hee brushes the oil brush very carefully, over and over again, all around without dead ends. The giant dragon looked at Chu-hee with bated breath. 2 big words in the eyes. Ask ah. 5 big words. Why don't you ask? It ends up being a big word. This is a secret that concerns the saint exalted level. Why not just get excited? Even if you come over, pinch its neck, force it hard and flog it. How come you're so calm? Asked. It will say conditions ah. It doesn't matter if you say yes or no. Let's just talk about it. Chu-hee didn't react at all. Chiron felt passive. Its body rose and fell like waves, and its gasps were ragged. Go ahead and say it. I'm listening. What's all the excitement for? Chu-hee gave the dragon a sideways surprised look, then turned his head and started putting in cumin and other ingredients. You asked. You asked. You wanted to know, right? The gargoyle was instantly agitated. The dragon's body trembled and shook like an old man in a hospital bed who wanted to jump up and down in excitement at the good news of being cured. This dragon. Chu-hee shook his head. He had a feeling that the dragon, perhaps, had a mental problem. It's getting silly. But yeah, it was first dead and imprisoned for hundreds or thousands of years. Then it just got out and went into the frying pan. Nervous breakdowns are normal and understandable. Elder, the secret I say comes with conditions. The gargoyle calmed his excitement and began to make conditions. You're making a deal with me? Chu-hee turned his head with a surprised face. The dragon's head shrunk, and its entire body shrank and curled into a pile once again. Elder, it's not a condition. It's a request for your favor. The gargoyle immediately shook his head and changed his words. Chu-hee nodded. That's more like it. Go on. He turned his head and continued to grease the sheep. The gargoyle blinked. What do the humans in front of you mean? Is that a yes or no? It kind of didn't figure it out. Elder, where is my boon? The gargoyle hesitated to speak. Despite the fear, this is a good question to ask. Shui smoothly tore off a sheep's foot bone and precisely threw it in its mouth. This is a leg of lamb that I roasted with my own hands, so people don't normally get to eat it. You taste it. After Chu he greeted the giant dragon. He tore off a leg of lamb and began to enjoy it with a big mouthful. The gargoyle froze with the goat bone in his mouth. The huge mouth quivered. So that's the gift? Who wants your roasted leg of lamb? A secret that concerns the sacred realm is worth a bone? Who are you looking down on? Think of what it didn't eat when it was running the world. The gargoyle felt as if its mind was not on the same path as that asshole human. Swallow the leg of lamb whole. It felt bad for the whole dragon. If it wasn't unable to fight, it really wanted to rush up, hoist that human up and give him a good beating with its dragon whip. The gargoyle was depressed, and he didn't rush it. He really didn't have much to look forward to in terms of the secrets that came out of the dragon's mouth, not to mention just the secret of breaking through the Saint Exalted realm, even if it was at a higher level. He wasn't interested. Doesn't it smell good to sign in quietly? Elder. In this one place, there is a Saint Elder's tomb. I saw it in an ancient treasure map. That's Saint Elder. A great name at the top. He is more than just a strong man. He is also a great Dan master. In his tomb, there must exist a large amount of treasures, elixirs, and there are also cultivation epiphanies. If you get it, Saint Elder can be expected. Eventually the gargoyle couldn't help but open his mouth with gritted teeth. However, before he had agreed to the boon, it still kept its heart and didn't tell the exact location of the tomb. The tomb of the Saint Exalted. That's the next door secret realm where you were suppressed, isn't it? Shui opened his mouth and casually said, "How do you know?" The gargoyle was dumbfounded. It doesn't remember telling the secret, does it? What can be hidden from me in this place? Shui spoke out blandly. I can tell you one thing, too, that you don't know. The one you hate so much is still alive. Shui smiled. It's like talking to an old friend. The gargoyle nodded. It's no bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It also knows isn't the person it hates with a passion right in front of it, still roasting a sheep, drinking tea, and cozying up to the dragon's teeth. Later today, I'm in the middle of rewriting a chapter that I'm not happy with. Signed to the Millennium How I Became a Hidden Ancestor of the Adult Race late today. It is being hand-typed. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. How I Came to Be the Hidden Ancestor of a Human Race in the Last 1,000 Years. Chapter 76, Just Call Me Bone Old Man. Get some rest and come over to see you in a couple days. After eating and drinking, Shui put away the barbecue stick, patted the dragon's head, and turned around. Better never come back. The giant dragon muttered in its heart and watched Shui leave. The next time it comes back, it's back in the frying pan. Not a good thing. It doesn't want to see you again. It's a month in the blink of an eye. Brother shout Chu, you're out of the gate. Zhao Yuling, with her left hand on the wangba, her right hand on the fish tank, and a qiankuan cloth bag hanging on her chest, made the rare step of walking in through the front door. Squeak! The little wangba broke away from Zhao Yuling's grip and scurried over to Chu, hugging his thighs and pointing at Zhao Yuling in a burst of squeaky accusations. He does talk now, yes, but a lot of times, when excited, he still likes to squeak. Chu ignored it and looked at Zhao Yuling. It's so much more refreshing to get out there. The mind that had been affected by those strange things in Lin Chang was also restored to normal. Zhao Yuling put the fish tank away and hung the qiankuan cloth bag back on the little wangba. The look suddenly turned formal. Brother Xiao Chu, I'm sorry I didn't ask for your permission to take little bastard and the others out. Zhao Yuling apologized squarely. It's okay, they agree on their own. Shui shook his head and smiled. I didn't agree. I didn't want to go. I resisted. Little bastard protested, shaking Chuha's pant leg. Read a book and meditate. Shui pulled a stool over for Zhao Yuling. Then the two of them read a book each, quietly under the willow tree. Willow branches swayed, providing a fresh breeze for the two. Complaints were ignored. Little bastard jumped in a hurry, scurrying around like a rat. Here. Shui took out a handful of golden dog food. Little bastard's eyes lit up, cupped the dog food with his paws, sat at Shui's feet, and began to slowly savor it one grain at a time. Shui gave it a funny look. Outside of Forest City, among the small-town chaperones. Teacher, I feel like my problem is getting worse. A trip inside is necessary. Meng Yi and Xia Yuan sat opposite each other as he spoke with a sullen face. Didn't you say that you need to go in only when you reach the Emperor realm? How is it that just now, you can't control it? Xia Yuan was puzzled. I don't know what's going on. After I came out from the secret realm, although my cultivation speed accelerated, I would inexplicably feel panicky at the end of every session. And there would also be some sort of voice telling me that it's time to take a trip back. Now this problem is getting worse and worse. I have a premonition that if I don't solve it, something big will happen. Meng Yi's mind looked unhinged. Can't go. Try to keep it pressed. Xia Yuan opened his mouth with a heavy expression. It's so weird how it doesn't feel like a good thing. Especially that senior. The more I think about it now, the more questions I have. I'm afraid that's not a decent person. Although he's dead now. But who knows what he left inside. Aha! Man Yi nodded. Looking hard. After saying some more words to Xia Yuan, he excused himself and left. However, after going out, his hand ring finger. A ring is hidden. A wisp of invisible breath dispersal. Meng Yi suddenly felt that the mind becomes a little hazy. He flew up. A few moments later, looking at the dark, mysterious portal, Meng Yi's consciousness woke up a bit, and his complexion changed drastically. How did you get to this place? He turned and tried to walk away. Sensing his thoughts, the ring on his ring finger manifested faster. Meng Yi's mind trembled as he stepped his feet into the secret realm. Outside the book pavilion, Chu He, who was reading a book, looked up with a smile on his face. Little brother Chu, what are you laughing at? Zhao Yuling asked with a curious sideways glance. Saw an interesting thing. Chu He smiled. He waved his hand and a dark green jade pendant cut through space. The secret space has long since stopped recovering its original appearance, and the entire space appears to be in a state of disrepair. The water of the underworld flooded with a thick and strange odor that wafted between heaven and earth. With resistance, Meng Yi stepped through the air and quickly arrived at the place of the Golden Giant Tower. At this moment, the original Golden Giant Tower that had been lifted off the ground once again stood back up. With Meng Yi's arrival, the closed portal of the Golden Giant Tower opened up and a skeleton stepped out from it. It looked at Meng Yi at this moment, and its empty eyes showed a full meaning of unwillingness. Eventually, it dissolved into a hoarse sigh. It raised its hand and carried Meng Yi inside, leading him to step into the deepest part of the Golden Giant Tower. Here, a mysterious pattern outlined a large altar. The skeleton lifted Meng Yi's body to the center of the altar, and then placed a few ink-black crystals that shimmered with ghostly light at several key nodes of the altar's pattern. After setting everything up, it sat face to face with Meng Yi on its knees, and with a final flick of its hand, a flash of ethereal light struck somewhere on the altar, as if a switch had been turned on. Several of the dispersed crystals flashed brightly. Meng Yi, who was already hazy in his consciousness, his eyelids became heavy and a strong sense of sleepiness rose in his consciousness. Meng Yi heart alarm bells ringing to the loudest. He is not willing, want to resist, but to no avail. His body as if out of control, cannot do any action. His eyes slowly closed and he soon lost consciousness, and in his last moments of unconsciousness, he vaguely saw that the skull head across from him suddenly exploded, and a flash of soul fire shot out of it and floated towards him. Meng Yi slept soundly. Since he had become a king's expert, it had been a long time since he had fallen into such a deep sleep, losing all sense of the outside world. I don't know how long it took, but he woke up slowly. The first moment he regained consciousness, he jumped up, his body's chi energy penetrating his body in a defensive position, looking at the headless skeleton on the ground, and the altar with an intricate set of lines carved into it. Thoughts turned back to Meng Yi in disbelief. That skeleton had made such a big show, and it looked like it was plotting against him. But what is it now? He was fine and the skull exploded? Boy, don't look. A voice with a mysterious sound rang out. Who? Meng Yi was startled as he reached down to the source of the voice and pulled out a dark green jade pendant from his pocket. Your skeleton elder. Meng Yi pinched the jade pendant in astonishment as he exerted force in his hand, but did not let the jade pendant be damaged. Aha! It's me. Boy, don't be so wary. If I had to harm you, I would have done so long ago. A cold grunt came from the jade pendant, speaking in dissatisfaction. Then, elder, why did I somehow come here? Meng Yi was stunned. Ugh! The skeleton let out a sigh and then said, my flesh is damaged. With the body of a skeleton remaining in the world, it was to suppress that sinful dragon. In the past, led you to the emperor realm to come here. It was to help me a hand to strengthen the seal, but now that that sinful dragon has been captured by the mighty seniors, and I have completed the task, this time summoned you to come early times. It is to bring me out of here, the rest of my life and then look at the outside world. And by the way, you teach you well, and pass on my mantle. Yes? Meng Yi always had a feeling that something was wrong, but then I can't say. From now on, you can call me Bone Old Man. Skeleton voiced. Chapter 77, Thriving. Master. As soon as Meng Yi came out of the secret realm, he placed the jade pendant in the secret room and then approached Xia Yuan. He opened his mouth and told what he had just experienced. Even at this point, he was still upset, as if he had just escaped from a great terror. After hearing this, Xia Yuan frowned, similarly puzzled. Listening to the first half, it looks like the skeleton senior does have a problem with scheming. But then, things reversed and he just wanted to follow out and pass on the mantle, which didn't feel like a problem at all. It's just that as a senior, it's acting a little odd. The heart is still good. Could it be that we misunderstood Senior? Are we judging people by their appearance? So paranoid? Xia Yuan muttered to himself with astonishment. He pushed it over and over again, always feeling that there were suspicions present, but the final result, which was clearly not what he thought, showed that he was overly concerned. At this moment, Xia Yuan wondered if he had lived too long, calculated too much, and had an impure heart. Complicates everything in the world. But master, the feeling of my heart pounding before was also real. At that moment I really felt like I was dead. The kind where your soul flies away. It was a warning from the depths of the soul. Man Yi also tangled his mouth. He didn't know whether to believe his feelings or the facts anymore. Xia Yuan took the teapot and slowly drank it in small sips. In that case, you should stop practicing the technique that Senior gave you, just in case. At the same time, ask that Senior, doesn't he want to pass on the mantle? See if he's willing to mentor someone other than you, to start a branch. If so, tomorrow, organize a large hall next to it, set up an offering table, and offer the Senior up there, so that everyone can talk about their doubts about cultivation. With the Senior, Xia Yuan thought about opening his mouth. Maybe that Senior had a good heart, or maybe he just had an accident. But no matter what, that Senior had once been an emperor-level expert. His insights were certainly extraordinary. Now that he was brought out by Meng Yi, it was impossible to worry about the risk and just lose it. And even if you lose it, if there's a real problem, it might still come to your door later. Might as well make the best use of it now. Instead of practicing the feats he gave, just let him solve the puzzle while adding his own thoughts. This is also considered to be enhancing the Xia clan's bottom line. Aha! Man Yi nodded. Spring goes to fall. The gears of time turn. In the blink of an eye, it's another 5 years. Chu He had also signed up for 95 consecutive years in the book depository. He is also now a senior elder of 109 years. There are no years in cultivation, and the past passes by in a flash in the river of time. 5 years. Soon, Chu He had only slightly consolidated his 5th turn cultivation, and had yet to make any major progress. At his level of cultivation, it was even slower to progress. Those with higher cultivation levels live longer, but likewise, it is more difficult to make greater progress and greater changes. 5 revolutions, corresponding to a martial artist's Saint Exalted realm. At this level, every step was like a large realm breakthrough. There were people with outstanding talent who quickly advanced to the holy realm, but after that, hundreds or thousands of years or even longer, there was no further progress. This kind of thing has happened from time to time over endless years. There were even Saint Realm experts who, when they had survived to the end of their years, went mad because of it and committed heinous sins. At this level of longevity, that comes from the soul level. There were very few ways to remedy the situation, and even those heaven and earth wonders couldn't delay the lifespan for long. Unlike the skeleton in the secret realm, he only had a shattered physical body and no way to continue cultivating. His soul was still protected by the secret treasure, and there was still a way to take back his life. As for the Saint Exalted realm, the flesh body already had immortal qualities and did not need to be changed. What really brought them to their great end was the depletion of their souls, which could not be compensated for by replacing any number of flesh bodies, but would instead damage themselves. But Chu He didn't change much because his level was too high. However, the entire Lin city and even the entire Lin county had undergone a drastic change. Almost every day, someone broke through to the innate realm. Those small families, at first the family, one after another. There are old ancestors, breaking the shackles, breaking the realm of the innate. They are still spirited. Self-doctrine. At this moment, the destiny of heaven is upon them. The rise of the family is in sight. And when they are spirited and want to be bigger and stronger and create glory, only to find out, the old rivals around them used to think the same way as they did, and also had the same ascendants sitting in their midst. As for stronger forces, their small family, it was the predecessors who had made it through to the innate. Those big families, big powers, were the ones that had successive heavenly pride demons that broke the realm at a young age. Without realizing it, Lin County has been innately inferior to a dog. Can't mess with it, can't mess with it. The small family put down their ambitions and honestly retreated. Continue to develop. In the middle of Lin City, the first batch of babies that benefited from the program had already begun to cultivate. However, now that it was the Hotian stage, they needed to focus on a little bit of their roots, and they couldn't see any obvious amazing things yet, but they could also find that their roots, compared to previous children with the same qualifications, were even more called solid, as if they had their own aura. Zhao Yuling's sister, too, managed to give birth to a child with even stronger qualifications, claiming to have the qualifications of a great emperor. After that, they finally decided to wash their hands in gold and quit Forest City. Even if the Xia clan has an old ancestor who personally intervenes to persuade them and promises that the children they give birth to in the future will be nurtured by the several old ancestors of the Xia clan who will jointly contribute their resources, without them having to worry about it in the slightest. All they have to do is 1 a year. However, Zhao Yuling's sister didn't agree. Having given birth to a child with the talent of a great emperor, she was already satisfied. The enthusiasm has died down. Continuing, she thought she would numb out. It's going to be skeptical. Several old ancestors expressed their deep regret, but did not force them to stay. If Zhao Yuling's sister hadn't been pulling her brother-in-law, the two would have stood together. In fact, a few of the old ancestors had another set of plans. They personally matchmaking to find more wives for her brother-in-law who only had one wife so far. Unfortunately, the wives of the rightful owners were watching, and with the thickness of their old faces, they didn't have the heart to open their mouths. A great emperor's talent? It's still almost interesting. Shui's eyes pierced through the walls and over the tiles, looking at the little boy who was in the White Empress Palace residence, coming over to visit his family and play with mud with the little Wangba. That's sister Zhao Yuling, the last child she gave birth to. The qualifications are really okay, but it couldn't reach the point of a great emperor's talent. The smoke coming from their family's ancestors' graves is still not strong enough. Chapter 78, Calm. What does that asshole want? Shuhi looked at it and suddenly felt that something wasn't right, only to see that the little Wangba mysteriously pulled out a grain of golden light, like a grain of rice, from the Wangba's shell. With a happy face, he handed it to the little boy. It's like sharing goodies between pals. That's his royal dog food. Normally, it was so precious that ordinary people couldn't possibly have the opportunity to enjoy it with it. And today, when it met the right eye, it was so excited that it pulled out a grain as if offering a treasure. Shuhi reached out, vaporized a golden palm, and took the dog food away from the little boy. It wasn't that he was petty. The stuff was given to the little Wangba. What it did with it was its business. Sharing it with whoever Shuhi had no problem with. The point is, it's not good to share it with a 4-year-old who hasn't even started practicing martial arts yet. This royal dog food was a treasure that was of great use to all king levels, and because it was acting on the flesh, the energy was too violent. It's like the perverted spiciness of food. Ordinary people can't digest it if they eat it. That's what happens when you choke to death straight away. Even if the little boy's qualifications were good, it wouldn't change the fact that right now, he was just an ordinary person. Even if he had a chance to achieve the position of emperor, it would be in the future. Now, a groundhog, a goose, a rooster, could chase him and whisk him away and make him cry out for his father. The little boy, who was just about to throw the dog food in his mouth, took a look and suddenly a hand appeared out of nowhere and snatched at stuff. Not happy on the spot, he grunted and brewed for a few moments. Then, with a wow, cried out, "Good boy." Chewie spoke out, his voice spanning space and appearing in the little boy's ears. And then, Chewie's golden silhouette palm snapped his fingers, and the dog food disappeared, replaced by a round and bubbling fragrant elixir. "This one's for you." The little boy was attracted by the aroma, and his tears, which were clattering, stopped immediately. He picked up the elixir, and his golden palm dissipated into bits of golden light. The little boy froze, his dark eyes rolling as he looked from side to side, cocking his head in serious thought. He didn't understand the situation, but, after all, he was a small child, and as strange as things were, he soon didn't want to think about it, and gave up thinking about it, attracted by the aroma emanating from the elixir in his hand. Swallowing down a mouthful of spittle, he didn't resist the temptation to swallow the elixir after all. So cozy. He yawned and flopped down on top of the king's bastard and fell right back asleep. In the future, don't give anything away, and it'll be on you if anything happens. This is something that ordinary people will die if they eat it, unless their strength is at the same level as yours. A voice came to the little king's ear, and it nodded its head in resignation after realizing that this was a mistake it had made with its own good intentions. He averted his gaze, looking towards the newly built chaperone capital beyond Forest City. There, a breath, from the 8th level of the king toward the 9th level, slowly but steadily advancing. In a few years, breaking the realm could be expected. It's the disciple of the old man who played mouthpiece with him back in the day. 5 years ago, he was being counted. Shui saw it and pulled him along. Otherwise, I'm afraid he wouldn't be him now. However, after what happened last time, he was blessed by the situation. That skeleton, wanting his body, set up a formation that added a lot of precious materials, and although the seizing of the body did not succeed, his body was still transformed according to the established process. A few years had passed and had begun to touch the threshold of the broken realm. Shuhi observed that he would be able to break through the realm in 5 years at most. At that time, the Xia clan, on the bright side, also had a true top battle force of the barbarian realm sitting in their midst. Shuhi withdrew his gaze, Sitting in his recliner, he glanced up again at the willow tree that gave him complete shade from the sun. It's getting more and more divine. It was years ago that the branches started to stop yellowing, and by now, the leaves on the willows had stopped falling off and new ones were no longer appearing. The shape, size, and number of branches and leaves have been fixed. I don't know when it started. As long as Chuhi sat under the tree, the originally stationary willow tree began to sway. The branches and leaves on both sides were like bushels of leaves, lifting the breeze one by one. This willow tree was greatly benefited because of the devil-suppressing tower. With time, it may not be impossible to become a spirit. Unfortunately, that sinful dragon, now, has had almost all of its fury squeezed out of it. Chuhi looked under the chair, and the green smoke that was rising was now getting weaker by the day. The initial burst is over. As if remembering, when the sinister dragon was just captured in, the green smoke could rise 3 feet, but now it's less than a foot. Strange, how everything is calm now. No villains are coming looking for trouble, and there's no way to get them to work off their bills. Chuhi looked at the weakening green smoke and shook his head. The Jinmu Tower, now, had basically lost its fresh demons. It was just a bunch of old devils being pressed, and a large portion of them, already drained, had been turned into withered bones on the bronze pillars. Now the only thing left that is still productive is the gargoyles. However, it's also so weak now, and with 3 days of having to put air in it, it's not as firm as it used to be. That's why Chuhi was eager to find another prolific demon. But alas, all these years have passed and no ungrateful runners have come through. His golden fishing net, which hadn't been used for a long time, being the top reading saint who had stayed at home for hundreds of years, Chuhi was a bit puzzled. He remembered that the protagonist should be the kind that, when he dozed off inside his home, there could be a villain who disliked his voice and ran to pick a fight, and then a conflict where things would get to the point of being out of hand, and finally explode into a large-scale extermination tragedy was the right thing to do. How is it that when it comes to him, no villains come looking for him? He used to be afraid of trouble, but now that he was stronger and in demand, he would like to have so many demons who were over the top and sent them over on their own accord. Don't have more than one. That's a pain in the ass too. A couple of them will do. Unfortunately, no. Could it be the reason for being too handsome? With a dusty air and a big brother demeanor, Chuhi touched his cheek. It feels like that's all that's possible. The other main characters, long as they are, look like bullies. That's like him, dusty and handsome, not to be messed with at first glance. Chapter 79, The First Tiger Breaks Through the Realm. Tigerland, Tianhu Mountain. It was accompanied by a loud boom. With the top of Tianhu Mountain as the center, like a volcano erupting, a powerful aura spread out and swept across the entire Tianhu Mountain. The might of a godlike Buddha transformed into substance, detonating the air with a roar that continuously echoed and exploded between heaven and earth. The top of Tianhu Mountain, moreover, directly burst open, and a layer of raw disappeared. On the heavenly Tiger Mountain, most of the countless tigers that were relaxing, or cultivating, as well as working on creating the next generation, were directly paralyzed. There were even some that were close that were shaken to death alive. One must know that the tigers that were here had a minimum cultivation level of the 9th level of the innate, and even they couldn't resist it, so it was evident that the terror of this might was evident. Several King Realm tigers quickly reacted and converged into one place. Eyes shocked, he looked toward the top of Tianhu Mountain. It's the aura of the first Tiger Lord, so terrifying, it broke through the realm. It's a few years faster than expected. The heavenly Tiger Mountain Patriarch spoke out with awe. No good. Suddenly it looked like it had thought of something. A tiger roared, its voice spreading loudly up and down the heavenly Tiger Mountain. Quick! Find a way to seal the sound sense. Quick! Be quick! Several king tigers also reacted, startled, and hurriedly landed on the ground, closing off their 6 senses and clawing their ears to death. Not more than a few voices later, roar! With a loud roar, the top of the heavenly Tiger Mountain was once again flattened by a cut, and the powerful sound waves traveled out for 10,000 miles, directly setting off a layer of air-exploding storm clouds. Rolling debris surged and dust flew, and a group of giant tiger corpses that were close by and had long been shocked to death by the might of the Realmbreaker were lifted up along with the debris, and were blown up in the sky by the whirlwind, spinning and flying. The Patriarch of the heavenly Tiger Mountain looked up, his tiger eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth. Nymphets, if Nyan's mother knows, now that the first tiger is not around, it can reveal its true inner thoughts. The strong resentment crushed the awe. The first tiger, this why should it run to them Tianhu Mountain to break through? Not to go to scourge a few other mountains. Look at what a scourge it's made of Tianhu Mountain. This time, heavenly Tiger Mountain had lost too much, and would fall too far behind at a time when the Tiger clan was about to rise. Not to mention those descendants who had been shocked to death. Even those who hadn't died, their minds had now suffered a heavy blow. This one is different than before. Although the first tiger used to like to roar randomly, at least it was still in an awake state, and it wasn't this strong before. Though each one shook the tiger's roaring mind, it wasn't enough to crack. But this time, this is really not going to control it, and so much stronger. With this roar, even his chi and blood were shaking violently, not to mention the other tigers. I'm afraid that they would directly crack. After this time, the Tianhu Mountain green and yellow, talented, do not know how many to be wasted. The strength of the future will fall a grade, from the Tiger Realm's top 3 mountains, into the top 5. It suddenly kind of reacted to why the first tiger didn't break the realm in Tiger God Mountain and ran to their heavenly Tiger Mountain. Presumably it was those pitiful things in Tiger God Mountain that made the suggestion. Those are not good to let the first tiger go to the wild mountains to break the realm? Why bother to come and wreak havoc on its Tianhu Mountain? How silly of me. Really, I only knew that it was a great honor that the first tiger was coming to heavenly Tiger Mountain to break the boundary, but I forgot that it had the problem of roaring. The patriarch of Tianhu Mountain hated it. Regret. No wonder Tiger God Mountain, letting go of the glory of the emperor's realm being born on its own mountain, did not have any opinion at all about the first tiger coming here to break the realm. I'm afraid it's just that they've lived with the first tiger for so long and know it too well. Unlike it, it was just yelled at once in a decade or so when there was a convention, and quickly forgot about it and didn't think about it. It suddenly remembers the name of the first tiger as a teenager. Slutty little white tiger. Rumor has it that it is particularly fond of making a splash, and likes to roar a bit when it's okay to be on the road. It's a problem that hasn't changed until now. I'm afraid that this was also the reason why Tiger God Mountain hadn't suggested that it go to the wild mountains to make a breakthrough, because they understand that the first tiger is definitely not happy about this suggestion. It certainly wouldn't do for the first tiger to not have a million people watching and a bunch of tigers bragging about him after his breakthrough. I'm afraid it's going to be a matter of habit to roar after it breaks through. Previously, its strength wasn't too perverted, and Tiger God Mountain withstood it. But this time it broke through. It was a legendary leap. The arc is a little too big. Tiger God Mountain felt unable to bear it. Just snub it to Tianhu Mountain. I'm so stupid. Really, I didn't even react at all. The patriarch of the heavenly Tiger Mountain sighed once again. It adjusted its mood and stood up. The sadness is over, and the next step is still to face reality. It will take on the form of a licking tiger, brewing up the wording for the first tiger after breaking the barrier. Although the first tiger had made a bit of a mess of Tianhu Mountain this time, but that doesn't stop it from being great. It's getting stronger again, just by virtue of its identity as the first tiger of the Tiger Clan, the first tiger of the barbarian domain, and the new emperor of the barbarian domain for thousands of years. It then deserves to be touted. Although deep down, the heavenly Tiger Mountain patriarch was filled with resentment. It could be suppressed. A group of gray-headed tigers were assembled. The lowest cultivation level among them was a half-step king. The other innate tigers are not yet qualified to join. Led by the patriarch of the heavenly Tiger Mountain, they tidied up their fur, brewed up their emotions, and with excitement, step by step, walked up towards the summit of the heavenly Tiger Mountain, which had already changed its appearance. Greetings to the first Tiger Lord. All the tigers roared in unison, seemingly agitated and venting. The first tiger, who had already managed to break the boundary and waited in the broken peak for a moment, heard the sound, shook its fur, and floated out with its head held high. It was surrounded by auspicious clouds transformed by chi energy, its body blurred and hazy, carrying mystery and majesty. My people shall rise. With the blood of the barbarian bull clan, I will notify the world that from this moment on, there will be only one voice in the barbarian realm. The first tiger spoke in a domineering manner. First Tiger Sama. The patriarch of the heavenly Tiger Mountain hurriedly shouted. The speech was all too familiar, and it had a sense of the rhythm that followed it, so it hastened out to break the first tiger's rhythm. Let it roar one more time, and Tianhu Mountain would really be completely finished. What the hell? The rhythm was interrupted, and the first tiger gave a disgruntled look at the patriarch of the heavenly Tiger Mountain, making its tail go limp and pinning it directly. The Xia clan. There's a big change in the Xia clan. They exterminated that strange alien group of the Phantom clan. Should we strike first to exterminate them? The patriarch of the heavenly Tiger Mountain opened his mouth. The reasoning was an impromptu one he came up with. Still, it's something that counts. There's no rush. So what if there's a change of heart? I am already an emperor. Lift your claws and you can subdue heaven and earth. A mere change is not enough to worry about. The Xia clan, too weak. After stepping on a few big clans and seizing more resources, then we'll destroy them in the process. Chapter 80, Destruction of the Savage Bull Clan. Without the knowledge of all the forces, the first tiger broke through the realm of Emperor, Barbarian Domain, South, Barbarian Bull Realm. It was a prairie where all kinds of exotic flowers and grasses bloomed. One of the barbarian domain's several top groups on the 4th rank, the barbarian bull clan with the peak of Kings 9, lived here. A brute bull, jousting, practicing, sleeping under the bathing daylight, eating those special exotic flowers and herbs, living a cozy and leisurely life. In the barbarian bull realm, they didn't have any enemies. Everything here belonged to their barbarian bull clan. Here, in the barbarian domain, they are at the top of the food chain. Moo! Suddenly, a hissing sound, tinged with panic, cut through the sky, but it soon came to an abrupt end. A herd of brutes that were comfortably enjoying their lives were startled and raised their heads. They felt that a dull oppressive force was rapidly condensing in the sky. Moo! The tiger clan! Damn it! You're starting a war! A robust, red-haired, supple and bright bull rose up into the sky, galloping through the void, rubbing the air with a burst of red trailing flames, and quickly heading towards the border of the barbarian bull realm. Moo! Moo! Countless powerful savage bulls rose into the air and roared up to the sky. A group of the strongest ones, spreading their limbs, had already galloped towards the border, while the rest began to organize and mobilize their herds to gather towards the border. Soon, countless brute bulls galloped up and down, crossing mountains and rivers at every turn. The entire barbarian bull realm echoed with a roar, and the earth shook in a burst. At this moment, a group of mighty and majestic giant tigers slowly stepped inside the barbarian bull realm at the border place of the barbarian bull realm. They weren't in a hurry and didn't launch a surprise attack. Instead, they were giving the barbarian bull clan's strongest members time to all gather. What they need is a clean slate. In this, they are confident, with the presence of the first tiger. At this moment, they, the tiger clan, were already invincible in the land of the barbarian domain. All the packs have become their prey. The era of their tiger glory has begun. Pulling back the curtain, plotting and scheming, they are no longer needed. It's only practical to break it with force. Go find them one by one. That would be too much trouble for the first tiger lord. He is a tiger that doesn't like trouble. Not long after time passed, a red cloud rolled in the sky and finally stopped in front of the tiger clan's army. The red clouds dissipated, revealing the figure of a red savage bull. A ferocious aura emanated, stopping the tiger clan's army in its tracks. First tiger, what are you doing? The red savage bull was the savage bull clan's #1 powerhouse, Savage Chang, Peak King 9. It stepped into the void. Its bull's eyes were red with a ferocious glow, looking down on the tiger clan's army. Its eyes roving, wanting to find that familiar tiger shadow to talk to. In its eyes, the other trash tigers were not yet qualified to talk to it. From this moment on, the barbarian cow realm will be the tiger clan's hunting ground. Hand over all resources, and all those above half-step kings will cut themselves. Otherwise, blood will be shed in the barbarian cow realm for 3 months. The patriarch of Tiger God Mountain, with the patriarchs of the 8 mountains of the tiger realm, stepped into the air from the group. It gave Barbarian Strong a condescending look with its eyes. It was as if the supreme powerhouse of this heaven and earth was looking down on the ants below. Barbarian Strong's bull's eyes glared. A tiger that had just been at the 8th level of the king's hierarchy was not putting it in its eyes? Talk to it like that. It's a death wish. People are not on the same level, okay? Only the first tiger of the tiger clan is worthy of communicating with it. When did the big man get to be the first to chime in before the little brother did? No rules. Barbarian Chang let out a cold snort, and with a stomp of his bull hooves, he stomped over at the Tiger God Mountain patriarch. It moved its hooves straight away, not bothering to talk nonsense to a weakling who didn't know any better. The Tiger God Mountain patriarch's tiger face changed, his steady demeanor turning messy. First Tiger Sama, help me. It opened its mouth to call as its tiger claws met the attack. Because of the first tiger, it could look down on the Barbarian Strong, but it didn't mean that it had the strength to fight against it. There was a world of difference between the 8th level of a king and the 9th level of a king. This realm sounds like it's just a small realm difference, but in fact, whether it was the difficulty of breaking the realm or the battle power after breaking the realm, it was already considered a large realm gap. King 7 can still tangle with King 8, even escape. Still only count the gap of small realm. Even there are battle strength peerless generation can cross the small realm battle and win. But the king's 9th realm was already the peak limit of the king's realm, and it was something that could be called a quasi-emperor. At this realm, in the barbarian realm, there hadn't been any examples of people who had crossed the border and won the battle. This was also why only communities with the king's 9th realm could be called the top communities of the barbarian domain, able to occupy the fertile and rich territory. It didn't matter even if the number of other king levels in the clan was small, and vice versa, because only at this realm, in the barbarian domain, could it be called a Jin clan in the true sense of the word. This was an existence that could abuse kings of other levels to death. Knock. Under one hoof, the Tiger God Mountain patriarch was directly trampled to the ground. spitting blood from the tiger's mouth, looking in a sorry state. In the event that it couldn't die in one blow, the first tiger didn't choose to strike. Its hazy figure came from the back of the tiger group, slowly stepping over the top of the head of a giant tiger, and wherever it passed, auspicious clouds drifted down from the sky, the aura on its body, as more and more of the strongest members of the barbarian bull clan gathered, slowly released and climbed until the apex. You, broken! Barbarian Chang stared deathly at the slowly approaching first tiger, his body trembling more and more frequently as time passed. Most of the first tiger's aura locked onto it. A cloud of death hung over it, thickening. No, it's impossible. It's impossible for the barbarian domain to produce another emperor. How could you possibly break the realm? Barbarian Strawn lost his voice and exclaimed. As far as it knew, the barbarian domain had made it impossible for there to be any more breakthroughs in the emperor realm since a great change a few thousand years ago. And now the first tiger has broken the realm. It doesn't want to believe. My qualifications are the best in the ancient world. In heaven and on earth, I am the only one who is the strongest. A mere shackle can't trap me. The first tiger spoke proudly. Roar! A tiger's roar set off gusts of wind that swirled in heaven and earth. A group of giant tigers that had prepared for this, even though they had covered their ears and closed off their six senses in advance, they still appeared to be in agony, their hearts and blood shaking. As for the savage bull clan powerhouses in the sky who were directly facing the impact, they were directly shaken and unsteady, and a good number of them even fell down directly. All tiger clans may revel in blood slaughter for 3 months, and then the other mountains will be withdrawn. And in the future, this place will be the hunting ground of Tiger God Mountain. The first tiger proudly divided the territory, and then his figure leapt up and kept surging, like a fierce tiger out of its cage, pouncing towards Barbarian Chang. Chapter 81, Brother. The news that the Savage Bull clan had been overthrown by the Tiger clan was quickly known by several top clans. After all of these great powers would have eyes planted around the powers equal to them. Originally, when the Tiger clan assembled, they thought they were going to find trouble with the Xia clan, but they didn't expect that it was the Barbarian Bull clan, whose strength was still in its prime, that was destroyed. A terrifying speculation surfaced amongst the Jin clan experts of the major clans. The first tiger broke the realm. The barbarian domain shook, and several of the top communities put aside their preconceived notions and coincidentally began to organize meetings to discuss countermeasures. Outside the book depository, under the willow tree, Shuhua looked up. He detected a peeping power with a calculating twist, hovering for a long time. Not at him, but it's also about him. What the hell? Shuhei frowned. He pulled out the disc, closed his eyes, and back-calculated back along the force of that reckoning. His consciousness spanned space, and it was only after a while, with his mental power, that he felt slightly overwhelmed, that he found the source of that power. It's a deep part of the ocean. There were waves rolling in and kicking up a storm. The two behemoths, at an extremely fast speed, broke the waves. Wherever they passed, their mouths opened, and the underwater creatures that couldn't avoid them in time all went into their stomachs. Shuhei swept his gaze over the two gigantic dragons that were the size of small mountains. He instantly had it in his mind. This was directed at the giant dragon in the devil-suppressing tower. They are of one race. Wait, why do I feel a shuddering sensation? As if I'm being targeted by some kind of existence. Suddenly one of the giant dragons stopped its fast scurrying form. No, the other dragon, which had already scurried some distance away, returned, its huge body turning around in place a few times, its deep dragon eyes, sweeping over the deep and unseen light of the seabed. It didn't notice anything different. You don't feel it? But I always have a feeling that my heart is pounding. The dragon opened its mouth, its head raised and kept turning with doubt. You're overly concerned. This is already a barren area. What could exist that could make you and I feel alarmed? The other gargoyle opened his mouth to counsel. Let's go. We have to hurry, or else the legacy of my clan's predecessors will be successfully plotted by humans. Damn it. I didn't expect that those two secret realms that fell into the spatial turbulence would be opened in such a remote place, causing us to search for so many years and pay such a big price. Shuhei withdrew his gaze and opened his eyes, a smile on his face. He had wondered earlier why no villain had come looking for trouble, but he hadn't expected it so soon. However, the distance also seemed a bit far. Without 3 or 5 years, with the speed of those two dragons, they wouldn't be able to arrive. But that's okay. That's how long it took him to close the door once or twice. In the distance, little bastard carried a little boy on his back and bumbled over. The little Wangba had been alive for a long time though, and his spirit had been open for a long time, but for reasons of less contact with the outside world, mentally, a little on the childish side. It's all fun and games with a little kid who still wears open pants. Playing with a clay can be fun and playful. Take its experience of playing with snakes and summarize it. This period of time, one person and one king, almost inseparable, have time to hook up together, living a pair of good friends. Hello Uncle Chu. The little boy came over to say hello. Call your brother, Chu-hua corrected. This kid is just a little bit bad. He always likes to call it uncle. For Chu-hee, who would always remain 18 years old, it was not good to call him that, though he lamented from time to time that he had lived a long time. It was only a lament. He preferred to be treated like an 18-year-old. Okay, Uncle Chu. The little boy nodded his head in a serious manner. Call your brother and give you candy. Between Chu-hee's flip of his hand, an elixir appeared in his palm. Brother! The little boy was very dry and took the elixir with a sweet smile on his face. He split the elixir into 2 halves and shared it with the little Wangba. One man, one king, baring his teeth, quite happy. Play aside. Chu-hee looked rather speechless. 2 males, and still a little kid catching the look of hard dog food. It's unbearable. One person, one Wangba, one person with a stick, happily walked to the entrance of the book depository, and teased the goldfish inside the fish tank for a while. The goldfish, who had been peacefully cultivating and struggling, opened his eyes and rolled his eyes at them. These two are at it again. When will it stop? It's fun to keep bullying the fish. This asshole didn't used to play with fish, just played with snakes. How is it that after bringing up a child, you change your tune? Click, click. The goldfish went down in 2 bites and ate all of the 2 sticks. Come on, come on. The goldfish flicked its tail, kicking up 2 strings of water to pounce on the face of the one-man kingfish. Little bastard's eyes glazed over. It smoothly clawed its way out of the cloth bag on its chest and pulled out a large snake. Keep the head of the snake small. Stuff it in the tank and churn at the goldfish. The goldfish was now at the 4th level of the king. How could a big snake at the 1st level be a bother to it? A few slaps of the fish tail, and the big snake was dumbfounded. There was no way to gain the slightest inch. It wasn't the slightest threat to it at all. Okay, stop it. Chewie raised his head and made a sound. Little bastard sniffed and put away the giant snake. Taking the little boy upside down, he ran to the corner of Chua's stool and sat down. It's cozy in here. The little octogenarian opened his mouth and addressed the little boy. The little boy didn't need to be greeted, so he crawled under the chair, sniffed the smell with a soothing expression, and fell asleep with his eyes closed. Chewie lowered his head, his eyes showing surprise. This kid, he's got a lot of spirit. Surprisingly, he could find the location of the smoke coming out of his ancestor's grave on his own, and his head was stuck right where the smoke was coming out. Sleeping, it was haunted by a stream of smoke that was generally invisible to the eye, and it was a good night's sleep. I also wonder if, in such a case, his ancestor can dream to it. Chewie rubbed his chin in thought. Suddenly a grin appeared on his face. He pointed out with a finger, and a set of illusory images of a white-bearded old grandpa appeared, organizing a passage of words, as well as a gongfu inheritance, which Chewie punched into the young boy's brow. P.S. Recommend an invincible text by a big guy. My dad seems to be a bit strong. Chapter 82, Silence. In the days to come, the little boy, Lin Teng, followed the little Wangba, and ran to Chewie every day, play around for a while, then run to the grave with a cozy face and go to sleep. A dream meeting with his old white-bearded ancestor. Under his tutelage, Yu stood up and began practicing martial arts. The tiny body, eyes closed, pranced and turned, looking at the little bastard. His eyes glazed up and froze. In the Xia clan, it was usually around the teenage years that a child with barely grown bones could start to go and try to practice martial arts. Even if it's a big family and raised from a young age, it has to be 9 to 10 years old. However, Lin Tang was the exception. He had eaten several precious pills that could not be seen in the Xia clan, and with his qualifications, coupled with the special gongfu, he could open the path of cultivation in advance. His white-bearded ancestor, first of all, taught him a method of restraining his breath and told him that in the future, he must not expose his entire cultivation until he had cultivated to the emperor's realm. The old ancestor's words seemed to have a magical power that made Lin Tang memorize them, and at a young age, he firmly remembered them, and subconsciously do as they are told. Plus, Chewie had personally made a move and placed a restriction on him, letting his cultivation be known to no one except Chewie and the little bastard. Time passes day by day. Once again, the atmosphere of the Summer Clan was becoming more tense by the day. No longer the relief it was after just starting to put Phantom out of business. News of great clans being broken by the Tiger Clan kept coming in. The kingly ancestors of those great clans couldn't even do it if they wanted to fish out of water. The difference between the Emperor's realm and the King's realm was too great. They simply can't hide and play guerrilla. The first tiger can find them easily. The gloomy clouds over the savage domain that were condensed by the Bloodbane were getting thicker and thicker. Every time the Tiger Clan breaks up a big clan, they will have a 3-day orgy of bloodshed before dividing the fruits of their victory. Rest and digest for a while before continuing the campaign. The Tiger Clan, which possessed the realm of Emperor, wanted to unify the barbarian domain and use all the boundaries here as the Tiger Clan's hunting grounds. 5 years have passed. All the rich frontiers of the barbarian domain fell under the iron claws of the Tiger Clan. The 9 hills of the Tiger Clan, 8 of them, all got satisfactory harvests and were given divisions. All of the Tiger Clan's mountain chiefs who had followed the first tiger and turned around for 5 years, with the exception of the Heavenly Tiger Mountain, were all satisfied. Heavenly Tiger, this last great clan of the Xia clan will be left next. That frontier will belong to your Heavenly Tiger Mountain. And everyone's harvest has been good for a while now, so they won't follow. Everything in the Xia clan's frontier is yours, Heavenly Tiger Mountain. We won't rob it from you. The Tiger God Mountain Patriarch patted the Heavenly Tiger Mountain Patriarch's shoulder and smiled. The other hilltop patriarchs nodded in agreement. Indicates that it's okay to not participate in this last 3-day collective orgy of bloodshed. Mother asterisk 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 error. I'm R and I know it. The tiger face of the Heavenly Tiger Mountain Patriarch twitched. The Xia clan is a big ING clan now. I don't even want to give that place to Tianhu Mountain. These guys give it a bowl of crumbs after they've split all the benefits. Hateful. And what was the matter with the first tiger? Why was it so assigned? Was it sensing the resentment in its heart? The Heavenly Tiger Mountain Patriarch felt puzzled, but it does not dare to question it. In the Tiger Clan, especially now, the first tiger was the absolute authority. After the Xia tribe is wiped out next, there are still some other groups to divide up the territory. Questioning it at this time will only make things worse. The Summerland is the Summerland, so let's just use it to stuff our teeth. The next distribution will be negotiated with the other hills out of the blue. Soon, the other mountains of the Tiger Clan, led by their respective clan leaders, began to retreat, leaving behind the Heavenly Tiger Mountain. Under the leadership of the first tiger, they headed in the direction of the Xia clan's territory. 5 years have passed. Under the teachings of the old ancestor of Chu He's incarnation, Lin Teng, who was only 9 years old, was already at the 5th level of innate. It was worthy of being a child who almost had the fire to be a great emperor. In these 5 years, Lin Teng came to the book depository every day, and his parents intentionally did not take him away. There is a mighty being in the book depository. This secret, in the upper echelons of the Xia clan, as well as the Lin family and the Tianshan sword sect, was considered a secret that could not be considered a secret. Lin Tang was able to follow little bastard to the book depository without being disliked. How could they miss this kind of chance? Nature doesn't take people away. Lin Tang practiced martial arts moves with his eyes closed. Chu He reclined on a rocking chair, drinking tea and enjoying the breeze brought by the willow tree. His eyes half squinted, enjoying life while cultivating the Dharma phase golden body, using 2 minds at once. Suddenly, Chu He snapped his eyes open and looked up into the distance. He sensed a familiar scent approaching, and it's strong. Chu He flipped his hand and took out the golden fishing net that hadn't been used for several years. However, he estimated the distance. It was a bit far away. It was easy to lose control of a cast net at this distance. After all, the scent wasn't considered weak in the sensation. Chu He's body shook, and a golden shadow appeared before rising up and slicing through the void. Now that Chu He's Dharma phase golden body had been perfected in 4 revolutions, combined with his strength, he was able to leave his body for a distance of tens of thousands of miles. It can cover the entire Xia territory. The moment, at the border of the Xia clan, Mang Yi, who had already managed to break through the 9th level of the king, led the Xia clan's strongest men and looked at the Tiger clan, whose army was pressing down on them, with a gloomy expression. Suddenly, he looked up into the distant sky. There, a cloud of various colors fluttered like a flurry of flowers, and a hazy figure with a terrifying aura slowly walked out from it. It's one step, walking slowly. His aura climbed a layer with every step that fell. It gazed at Meng Yi with indifferent eyes tinged with majesty. The Xia clan shall be destroyed. The first tiger opened his mouth. A bloodthirsty and ferocious might rolled up in the sky. The Tiger clan at the bottom slumped neatly to the ground. The paw deadens the ear. The Xia camp hadn't realized what was going on. And after, roar, a thunderclap exploded in the sky. This roar carried a terrifying power, rolling up rolling waves of air and impacting toward the Xia clan's camp. Everyone's brains went blank. Even Meng Yi's face changed drastically. It could be felt in that roar. There was simply no comparison between a king and an emperor. Sonic blasts, layer after layer. If the innate of the Xia clan's camp bear all the sonic power, this time, even if not dead, in the future the foundation is also ruined. Just then, silence. A voice blandly appeared from afar. Chapter 83, Surprise. With the sound of voices, the sound waves from the first tiger's roar instantly dissipated without a trace, as if it had never appeared, and a warm breath spilled out, like holy light shining. so that many innates of the Xia clan whose hearts had been cracked soothed their heart wounds. They let out a deep breath. The body shook. There was a sense of being pulled up from the brink of death to save his life. No one expected that while everyone was subdued by a tiger, with a single roar, in the distance, a light voice diffused the crisis. The voice sounded flat. It's like a teacher who dislikes the students underneath him for being too noisy and voices out a scolding. But it was such a flat voice. However, it made the first tiger, the tiger roar that contained fury in its blood and showed the power of invincibility, directly disappear. That's making the sound go away. Not as simple as cracking a move on the physical level. One move blocked is still imaginable. It's even understandable to resist the sonic blasts, but directly the sound waves, this spiritual dimension, the invisible and intangible power dissipates. Voices yelling against voices, generally in the human imagination. That's all like a hammering of iron and stone. It's only right that both lose and even hurt the innocent. But now, a voice that pooh-poohed the other, like the wind blowing a candle out. It's something who could have imagined. What kind of existence can possess this great power? One can only imagine how shocking it is to impact one's mind. The most profound feeling is the first tiger. The power of this roar was best known to itself. These past few years it had conquered the barbarian domain, and it hadn't actually made many claws. It was basically a roar that subdued the top powerhouses of the clans. Then pounce, swipe a few claws down, and you're basically done. Count on a massacre. With a roar from it, even a King 9 would have to tremble. In the barbarian domain, there hadn't been a time when he couldn't be subdued. The first tiger asked itself that if it was the time when it had not yet broken the realm and encountered such an invincible roar, it would have to be directly confused. But now, there is a presence from nowhere. Let it dissipate this roar straight away. What a horror this is. The first tiger knows best. This was much more terrifying than easily blocking one of its killing moves. The one who struck out was an Empyrean powerhouse at the same level as it. It was even an old emperor that was even stronger than it. But how is that possible? In a place like the barbarian domain, which was not only barren but also had its chief fortune cut off, how could there be an emperor other than it in existence? It is broken because of a great chance. Who are the other beings? And even if there really were beings that had similarly gained great opportunities, it should still be at the same level. But now, apparently not. The outgoing is stronger than he is. The first tiger raised its head gravely and looked in the direction from which the voice came. It sensed a threat. This was a feeling it had no longer felt for countless years, ever since it had achieved the name of the first tiger. Makes it very uncomfortable. Who? Come out. The first tiger revealed its huge body from the haze. Its body shook. Its white hair stood up like steel needles upside down, and the ever-falling clouds floating around it also turned into ripples and dissipated. For limbs in the void was curved pouncing trend, tiger head swaying, showing hideous, a circle of invisible power diffusion condensed into a substance, a huge fierce tiger shadow, from which was revealed, take your chances. Fancy is confronting the weak. You have to be serious about facing the strong. The heavenly Tiger Mountain's army underneath it was lying on the ground in unison, trembling. The terrifying Imperial might pressured them so much that it was hard for them to even breathe. The first tiger, who had gotten serious, was no longer restrained and no longer cared about the tiger clan below. This was the first time it had revealed its true prowess and erupted with true power since it had broken through the realm of Empyrean. However, under the might of such a powerful force, the 10,000 tigers were submissive and trembling and warring. But on the contrary, on the side of the Xia clan's army that was directly facing the onslaught, all of them, not to mention being pressed to their knees by the emperor's might, fell to the ground. They didn't even change their expressions. There were also voices out pointing at a group of shivering giant tigers. Don't understand how they suddenly wimped out like that. Worse than a cat. Obviously, they didn't feel a thing about the first tiger's outburst of imperial might. Simply don't understand how fierce the first tiger is at the moment. It was as if there was an invisible wall of transparent glass between them. Both sides can look at each other, but they can't smell each other. Even if that flavor kept intensifying, from 100 pairs of slamming stinky stockings, to 1,000 pairs of slamming stinky stockings, again, it wouldn't change the outcome. The first tiger felt even more grave, but equally unsettling. Depends. That unknown presence was not drawn out with a roar, as it had first thought. Instead, they came specifically to defend the summer race. But this is even more incredible. The Xia clan, a clan that was nearly destroyed by their tiger clan. How is it possible to have an existence of this level sitting there? Although they have not shown their faces, but with the display of these two means, it's obviously a veteran emperor. Not, as he was, just stepping in because of chance. Such a being, if the Xia clan possessed it, how come it didn't show up hundreds of years ago when it was forced to almost exterminate the clan? The first tiger looked agitated. An enemy that had only been heard and had yet to appear made it feel so much pressure. It's hard. It's very uncomfortable. This time out, it should be invincible in the barbarian domain. Here, in heaven and on earth, it's the only thing that matters. Roar! It once again showed its teeth and let out a dull roar, like muffled thunder exploding. I told you to be quiet. Didn't I hear you? The plaintive voice sounded again, this time closer. The roar that had caused the first tiger to exit dissipated once again, as if it had been shoved back in hard. The first tiger's fierce eyes fiercely widened, looking towards a dazzling golden light that appeared in the distance with the sound. At the time it saw it, it was still just a little bit, but just a breath later, golden light stuffed its eyeballs and enveloped heaven and earth. Like a golden curtain, it came pouring out of the sky. This figure was shrouded in gold, piercing and abnormal, and even the spirit would feel dizzy and twisted when gazing at it. The weak simply can't see straight. No one knew what kind of shape this being was and what race of beings it was, but just because no one knows, doesn't mean no tiger knows. The first tiger, being an emperor powerhouse and carrying an exotic treasure, saw through the golden light and saw the vague essence that existed within it. It made its heart skip a beat. Xia, human. It came out in a gravely voice. Chapter 84, A Slap. The Xia, human? In the Xia clan's camp, a group of king ancestors heard the words, and although they had guessed it earlier, they still felt uncontrollably excited. After all, this fishing net mighty, every time he made a move though, he was defending the Xia clan. However, he never showed his form in front of people, leaving people's hearts unsettled. This time from the mouth of the first tiger, it was accurately known that he was indeed human with them. How could they not be excited? It should be that senior from the book depository. Mani said to himself. He knew more about the situation that the other old ancestors didn't know. It was something he had discussed with his teacher early on. There was fishing in the Xia clan's territory, the incident of the great powers casting their nets, and the descent of that giant dragon. It all happened after they visited that senior. Therefore, they had long speculated that it was that senior who had taken the mountain river in Jigong diagram, and in accordance with the request, was protecting the Xia clan. Although that diagram, for such an existence, was of little use anymore, he was still willing to make a move. Maybe it's because of the same human race, maybe just in passing. However, despite their speculations, they didn't run to the book depository to disturb that senior when they encountered a crisis. It didn't even allow Lin Xue Ling and also Zhao Yuling to step forward. Xia Yuan had said that with the power that senior was currently displaying, all the things that happened in the Xia clan frontier should not be able to be hidden from him. If he wants to strike, he will naturally do so. If you take the initiative to interrupt at every turn, your predecessor may be more than just annoyed. It may be counterproductive. With his status, he had struck out so many times that it was more than enough to redeem a picture of the mountains and rivers. To bother at every turn would be to give an inch and not know what's good for you. Chic doesn't really matter, but proportion does. This was what Xia Yuan had lamented to him and taught him. So in the face of the crisis, Meng Yi had hope in his heart, but no bottom. It's contradictory, but it is indeed true. Seniors are interested in making a move, and the crisis can go. If his predecessor is not interested in getting involved, he just wants to wait for the curtain to be pulled back in his eyes, and that's when the building will fall. Fortunately, this time the seniors came. They also had an emperor sitting at the same level as the Tiger clan. Even stronger. The senior was a veteran emperor expert in his mind, an existence that can casually put a terrifying dragon into a cloth bag. It is not comparable to the first tiger, this latter Jin. While Meng Yi was agitated, Chu He had already approached the first tiger. That powerful aura became the focus of the entire room. Even if the light flashed people's eyeballs, it couldn't make people give up their awe-inspiring gazes. The first tiger's gaze, naturally, was also placed dead center above Chu He's Dharma phase golden body. There is never an undying hatred in the world, especially between races. Survival is all that matters. Since the Xia clan has an emperor, then let's shake our claws and make peace. The battle of the emperors will not be favorable to either race. From this moment on, in the land of the barbarian domain, the Xia and Tiger clans share the world, an alliance of brotherhood forever. The first tiger opened his mouth. It didn't choose to do it, since an existence at the same emperor level had appeared. Where this man came from and whether or not he could win was no longer the most important thing to consider at the moment. Stopping the war and making peace is what needs to be done first. When the high-end battle power, at the 9th level of a king, could already make both sides fear each other, let alone at the level of an emperor. At this level, an emperor could be considered a party's power, and it was the top kind. Above the 4th grade, the 5th grade transcendent power, it no longer mattered whether the community behind him was strong enough to match such status, even if, apart from him, there was not even a king among the clans. This ethnic group was still a 5th grade transcendent power that made countless living beings fearful and terrified. Emperor? This was the true level of the Jin clan. The first tiger, who had also reached this level, understood the horror of this level even better. The swelling power in its body was something that no amount of King's 9 could help. The Emperor realm could be considered to have transcended the world and could look down on the heavens and the earth. Ha! You're thinking fart food. Chui shook his head and raised his golden palms, which soared against the wind like 5 inverted peaks, and grabbed at the giant tiger. This tiger, with its fury and freshness, was strong and good. If you don't see it, then so be it. If it's delivered to your door, there's no reason not to take it. Why bother? Seeing that Chui didn't even discuss it, he made a direct move. The giant tiger growled, unable to comprehend. We are all Imperials. What reason is there to fight to the death? It is not beneficial to the individual community. So what if you're strong? We're all the same emperor. If he can't fight, can't he run away? The hatred of an emperor could not be withstood by any race. Does this one not even understand such a simple truth? Or have you been practicing for a long time and your head is broken? You think you're invincible and don't care about other emperors? The heart is not understanding. But the first tiger claws down is not slow. It was always wary of Chui. When the giant palm pressed in, the fierce tiger's silhouette condensed on its body with chi energy instantly impacted out and collided with the giant palm. Chui's palm clenched, and the fierce tiger's shadow was held by him. Rub it hard twice, spreading it out again. The fierce tiger's silhouette that the chi energy had transformed into had dissipated without a trace, and a few wisps of green smoke drifted away from it before the giant palm descended once again. The whole process was fast and incomparable, and even existences that weren't at the same level simply couldn't feel that pair of huge palms, just now having made the action of holding the palm. In the eyes of the common man, it was the giant palm that had been in the midst of descending, and the fierce tiger's shadow that had rushed out from the first tiger had disappeared before it could even meet with it. The first tiger stared at his eyebrows, his mind shaken. It was unimaginable that a move as fierce as it was would be directly nullified by touching it. At this moment, if it was possible, what the first tiger wanted to do most was to turn and run. Too bad it can't be done. The giant palm was already approaching, and it had to face it. Roar! The first tiger's figure soared. Its claws were like heavenly wax, and it struck at the 5 great mountains, the one in the center. The heavenly wax struck on top of the giant mountain without the slightest sound resounding. It was like a clay ox entering the water, not setting off the slightest movement. Then, the 5-fingered mountain enveloped the first tiger and began to close violently. A life and death crisis loomed. The first tiger's eyes glowed red. At the same emperor level, it was surprisingly not a one-on-one enemy. Even resistance seemed so pale. The veteran emperor was actually so terrifying. Unimaginable. The first tiger's eyes were fierce and he roared loudly. Elder Ancestor, come on out. Meeting a great enemy. I'm going to be finished. Chapter 85, From the Starlight. Don't scream. I've seen it. Tiger cub, you tart thing. It's only been a few days since you broke the realm. To be so arrogant and cause trouble everywhere. I've only closed my eyes for a while. A little bit of inattention and you've caused such a great enemy. An old voice rang out. The rage was immense, and it looked like it was in a bad mood. In the meantime, a boom. It resounded between Chui's golden palms, transformed into 5 5-fingered gigantic mountains that were about to close completely. An ancient and reckless aura revived, and there was a ferocious aura mixed within it. Brush, brush, brush. Wisps of pure white light, through the golden light, flashed out from between the fingers of Chui's hand, interlacing, while making his 5-fingered giant mountain, which had always been as stable as Mount Tai, begin to vibrate, as if something was about to break out of its shell. The golden light shook violently, as if Tarzan was about to collapse. Outside the book depository, under the willow tree, Chui snapped his eyes open. At the border of the Xia clan's territory, between his palms, a giant tripod appeared from the forehead of the first tiger, protecting it to break through Chui's capture. There's something weird about that tripod. The power wasn't considered much, but it was a strong defense against soul power. As for Chui's Dharma phase golden body, precisely the strongest thing was the soul attack method, and it was only at the 4th level of perfection. And there was a large realm gap with the progress of the 9-turn golden body technique. The power doesn't count for much, and it's a bit far from the present now. Surprisingly, he felt a little strained at the moment. It's been a long time since I've been active. Chui stretched out without haste and stood up from the recliner. He pulled out a cup of tea and heated it between his palms before setting it on the table next to the recliner. There was a dazzling heat rising during the period. Chui reached out and pointed a finger. Then, Lin Tang, who was moving his body in a martial manner with his large sword, stopped. At the command of the old white-bearded ancestor in his dream, he put down his greatsword, calmed his breath, and with a weary face went to lie down beside his ancestor. Chui patted the little Wangbaw's head again before taking a step and disappearing. Go Laozu, coming right out. Hurry! Harder! At the border of the Xia clan, above the sky, the 5 giant golden mountains shook even more. The white light that flashed out in a staggered manner also changed from a wisp to a piece. Finally, at some point, boom! A huge crack appeared in the 5-fingered giant mountain. It was like closed legs that had been hardened and wrenched apart from the sides. Whoosh! A bronze cauldron, covering the first tiger, flashed out. A curling white mist rose from the tripod, and the face of a giant tiger's silhouette materialized. It raised its eyes and glanced at Chewy's golden figure, a ferocity entwined between the tiger's eyes. It's a stare down between the big boys. Gotta keep the prestige. A golden aura blossomed in Chewy's eyes, and he didn't look at the virtual shadow. Instead, he took a serious look at the giant tripod. He saw a strong force of chi on it. Therefore, this was also a chi-like treasure. The grade is not below the mountain river in Jigaku map. It's a nice little piece. Within the tiger tripod, a giant tiger was carved and brought to life. It was like a real tiger that had been slapped alive on it. The stars in Chewy's eyes were upside down, and he was able to break through the reality. The tiger, a remnant spirit, once a real being, for some reason lost its physical body and fused with the cauldron. It is now a state of the tripod as a body. It was once not weak. It seemed to be an old peak emperor, now without a physical body, remaining within the giant cauldron. The strength of 1 out of 10. At the same time, it cannot do strenuous exercise. The power within the giant cauldron couldn't supply it with the power to wield. It had just broken free from Chewy's trapped beam, revealing no problems on the surface. The truth is that it has already been false for a while. At least a short 100 years of soul life. That's all there is to it. The eyes still dared to flicker with ferocity, revealing the king's defiance. This tiger, very temperamental. Chewy didn't strike again. Instead, he withdrew his giant palm. In fact, as the honored one approached, the light of his golden body became more and more radiant, and at this moment, he swung his palm over again, and had the certainty that he could pinch the giant cauldron steady and resist the resistance. However, the giant tiger in that cauldron, and the giant cauldron, and even the first tiger, would have to rupture and die of shock from the collision of souls. After all, the giant tiger wouldn't just sit there and fight back, and Chuha wants it alive. Therefore at this time, with the principal being close to arriving, he chose to use his power to break the law later, and directly collected them. It's a lot less work. Chewy's fleshly body's 9 revolutions golden body technique was 5 revolutions, equivalent to the Saint Exalt level. A mere remnant of a giant tiger can be captured with a wave of the palm. The breath's might would be enough to keep it from resisting. Go! The giant tiger silhouette glanced deeply at Chewy's Dharma phase golden body and turned its head to cover the first tiger about to leave. Yet just then, greetings to the Supreme. Worship immortality. In the void in all directions, the murmurings of thousands of living beings were constantly heard. In the distant part of the sky, an avenue of starlight condensed, like a river of stars falling into the 9 heavens, was laid out. Turning to the battlefield, a hazy and blurred figure that couldn't be seen directly came stepping from above the starlight avenue, and wherever he passed, lotus flowers bloomed and blossomed in the void, rotating and fluttering around his circumference. The murmuring worship above the void became even more eager, as if there were countless excited beings about to step from nothingness into reality. Again, there's another emperor expert. Mengyi's jaw dropped and he felt his brain buzzing. Everyone in the Xia clan's camp similarly raised their heads and began to wonder about life. So exciting! The Tiger clan's invasion of the Xia clan today has been nothing short of a flurry of activity. First, the first Tiger Emperor's might was revealed, causing them to deeply understand the gap and surge with a sense of powerlessness that could not be resisted. That was a feeling that could never be understood until one had faced the Emperor's might directly. And then just in desperation, an Emperor expert from the Xia clan's frontier descended, stopping and even nearly suppressing the first Tiger directly. I thought that was the end of it, but I didn't realize that behind the first Tiger there was also an old Tiger clan Emperor hiding in the giant cauldron. The situation instantly became 1-on-2. They have limited eyesight and simply do not understand the exact situation. Can't see the form. All they knew was that senior who had come from the Xia clan's frontier was afraid that he would be hanging in the balance when he had to face 2 enemies of the same realm. Was worried. Another emperor predecessor from the Xia clan frontier descended, and looking at the appearance, it was definitely not ordinary. It might be the same old emperor. So, on the battlefield, it was now 4 emperor dignitaries fighting against each other. What the hell? Isn't it said that the strongest in the barbarian domain is the king's 9th turn? The realm of emperor hasn't appeared for thousands of years? Why do I feel like emperors are all over the place now? Someone murmured out. Feeling trippy. Is this the time when the great curtain will open? Lin Xue Ling raised her head, her eyes filled with longing. When will she, too, be qualified to join this pomp and circumstance? Also, that hazy figure on that day, Why did it feel a little familiar? An illusion? Chapter 86, One Hand. Slutty thing, you did this. The giant tripod slammed onto the first tiger's head at once. You've stirred up a hornet's nest, a great clan with such depth, and you dare to run to provoke it. Guts. The giant tiger silhouette's voice was trembling. That one silhouette in the golden glow. It just felt a bit too much to deal with. Now out comes another being that feels even more terrifying. I'm afraid it's up in the air today. Pity it was in the tripod for thousands of years. It was not easy to have the opportunity to awaken. Only opened its eyes not long ago, and did not have time to recall the splendor of the world of flowers. It was such a big change. Originally, he found a descendant to help regather his flesh and get rid of the giant tripod. But now, what a thing to find. Having just broken the realm, he doesn't know how much he weighs and is showing off everywhere. Even a great clan with such a terrifying heritage dared to ruffle feathers. No, elder, this is just an insignificant little clan. I don't know why it's suddenly so scary. The first tiger was aggrieved. It can't figure it out now. What's the state of the summer race? Simply, the barbarian domain had been pierced by it, and there was no trouble whatsoever. How did you get to this one? Originally thinking of taking care of the already half-crippled state of the Xia clan in passing. That's what happened. It can't figure it out either. It is also puzzled. It is also desperate. Originally it was just here to go through the motions. Who knew that two such terrifying existences would appear one after another? And one is more bold than the other. The way that came out, it envied it. That's what a strong man should be. If it goes out, it's going to create that kind of scene someday. Woe to you. Solve it yourself. Giant tripod decided to leave the first tiger's woe-is-me thing alone. The hazy gas of the tripod's body bubbled straight up. It made a snap decision and decided to run away with a forbidden art. Even if I lose half my life because of it, I'll accept it. It's better to lose half a bar than one. However, whoosh, 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 a lotus flower, cutting through the void and spinning, danced and jumped around the giant tripod. A ripple spread, and space seemed to be built up as a thick wall at this moment. The giant cauldron that wanted to break space and go, with a pang, crashed into it and spun around twice in place. The tripod body roared, and the hazy aura shook. This means, the tiger-faced silhouette, his face changed drastically. Even space could be imprisoned, and even if it was, in its heyday, there were secret treasures that could barely do it. The presence that appears behind this, it's scarier than it thinks. It was only this time that it was completely flustered. No matter how dangerous it was before, it still had its cards and thought it could run. But now, as if, can't run away, it lowered its head to look at the first tiger again. Its eyes fierce. If God gives it another chance. In the first encounter with this tawdry tiger, it would no longer be mesmerized by the other party's qualifications, ensuring that it would fly straight up and smash to death with a tripod. It's too much of a pit for the old man. At this point, Chuhi came close since the starlight, stepping on the blooming lotus flower, and he casually stretched out his hand. Like schoolchildren on a trek, they bend over and casually pick wildflowers from the roadside. In one hand, he took the giant tiger as well as the big tripod in his hands, looked before his eyes and turned away. The tiger's shadow in the giant tripod felt even more terrifying. What's going on? Why isn't it fighting back violently? It's not a tiger that likes to be submissive. When it encounters even the most terrifying enemy, it is going to roar from its mouth and fiercely fight back, swear to die. But now, the human had picked it up casually, and it hadn't even moved. Not even a growl came out of his mouth. It was as if at this moment, the giant tripod had lost its connection with it. It's really just a plain neural on it at the moment. The first tiger's eyes rolled, equally at a loss for words. It was picked up, pinched by the human's neck, like a captured critter. A pressure from the soul level, as well as a horrifying pressure of power above the torso, made it tremble and unable to move. What greeted it next, I imagine, would be a very cruel end. Its bright and magnificent tiger life suddenly turned gray all of a sudden. But it's an emperor, the strongest emperor in the barbarian domain for thousands of years, in heaven and on earth. 5 years. It had only been just 5 years of breaking the realm, 5 years of prowess, 5 years of invincibility. It becomes a prey now. It was like being caught up in a cruel dream. Chuhi left with the giant cauldron, carrying the first tiger. The murmuring worship in the void disappeared, and the lotus flower re-emerged as a bit of starlight drifting away. There was only silence in the arena. Chuhi's Dharma phase golden body struck out and flipped his palm to take out the Qiankuan cloth bag. One by one, a group of giant tigers from Heavenly Tiger Mountain that were already paralyzed in confusion and above half-step kings were put into the bag. Then, carrying his sack, he also stepped away right behind him, leaving behind the shocked to clueless Xia clan army in the field. There was also a group of Heavenly Tiger Mountain innate tigers that had already been shaken by the pressure and killed or injured. and the rest were paralyzed on the ground, unable to move for a moment. That's it? An incredulous query was raised. It ended too simply to be imagined. Is this how emperors fight amongst themselves? It doesn't seem good. Idiot. The battle of the Empyrean emperors is not something that we can watch. You probably don't know that the Emperor Senior, who just came from the Xia clan's frontier, with his feet on the lotus flower and the power of rules entwining around him, every step he took was a life and death battle with the Tiger clan's emperor. I have counted. There are 12 steps in total, 12 life and death battles, the process of which must be horrible and thrilling. It is not something we can understand. Nice. Good point. A group of Xia clan ascendants who hadn't been affected by the waves of imperial might transformed into melon eaters and began to analyze in whispers. Mang Yi listened, the corners of his mouth twitching. Goddamn life and death competition. This is completely crushed. Okay. That senior's realm was too terrifying. Perhaps at the level of an old peak emperor. He began to think deeply about what was going on with the great curtain that would mysteriously be drawn back. That such a terrifying predecessor would be waiting here. Such a thing opened up in the barbarian domain, and it was unknown whether it would be a blessing or a curse for the Xia clan. At this point, Shu He had returned to the book depository. He placed the giant tripod, along with the first tiger, casually on the ground. Picking up the still steaming cup of tea, he took a drink. The tea has a lingering aftertaste. Not bad, just right. Then, his gaze, once again, went to the giant cauldron on the ground, and the first tiger. A smile appeared on his face that made the first tiger tremble. There are still 3 days to go, and 100 years of signing will be coming up, so you've appeared just in time. Chapter 87, Sealed Beast List. The edge of the barbarian domain, where it meets the endless sea. A large dragon's head lifted from the water, creating a wave. It was about to scamper into the sky and fly inland to the barbarian domain when it suddenly felt something was wrong. Glancing backward, he dug in again. We're almost there. Why did you stop? In the water, there was another giant dragon present. Its body didn't move in place, and its huge dragon eyes turned with suspicion. An aura not weaker than yours and mine just appeared. It's very powerful. The gargoyle spoke to his returning companions. How is it possible that this nook and cranny could have an existence equal to ours? Besides, even if there is, we, the underworld dragon clan, are invincible in the same realm in terms of battle power. You and I, both at the 9th level of emperor, can be fearless in the emperor realm, and even if we're at the same level, you and I can join forces and kill them. The gargoyle's companion spoke with disdain and confidence. Even in those great domains that prospered and thrived, they were synonymous with strong people, mighty beings that could traverse heaven and earth. In this barren, remote corner of the world, and that's what? Invincible. Do what you want, do what you want. Rampage. No problem. It's better to hurry over there and inherit the legacy of my clan's predecessors, to break through the secrets of the Saint Exalted. I can't wait. The gargoyle's companion voiced an urge, with frenzied eagerness. Monkeyishly. It was as if they didn't want to wait a moment. It's all here already. There's no hurry for a moment. I think it's better to be cautious in case something changes. The gargoyle opened its mouth and spoke out. Humph. Are you trying to leave me behind and go searching for the secret realm alone? I'm telling you, it's not going to happen. I'm stuck with you. You can't get rid of me. The gargoyle's companion suddenly grunted out coldly as if a realization had dawned on him. The location of the secret realm was something it didn't know, but it could follow the dragons who knew it with a deadpan. I'll be with you for the rest of your life. It was too difficult for a saint to break through, and without the legacy of its predecessors, it felt no hope. This opportunity, now that it had been made known, was impossible to pass up. It's impossible for the opponent to get rid of it, no matter what reason is given. It just has to recognize the point, follow it, and stay one step behind to stay the course. Other fancy words from the other side. It just has to recognize them. Don't listen. Don't listen. Just pretend the other guy is farting. On the line. The cautious gargoyle glanced up at his companion. The dragon's eyes were tinged with depression. And I didn't say I wouldn't go in. But it's crunch time, so it's better to be cautious. We're too big and our breath is too prevalent. To just barge in like this is a sure way to let the strongest inside know. It's likely to be extrajudicial. Therefore, when we go in, we should make our body size smaller, and collect our breath. I still have 2 breath-containing stones here to match, which can ensure everything is safe. The dragon's companion dragon head nodded. All right, listen to you. Outside the book depository, under the willow tree, Chui took out the homemade statue of Guan Gong, the gold basin, burning incense and bathing. Tidy up your clothes. Looking at the smoke that had begun to rise 3 feet high again, he nodded, slightly satisfied. Today is the day for extra super check-ins. On the system's sign-in interface, a golden button had appeared. Just wait for Chuhi to point down. However, he was in no hurry. gaze at the auspicious time. It wasn't certain if it would help, but he had nothing to lose by waiting. And it feels so much more comfortable and refreshing to sign in at an auspicious time. Finally, when the sun shines overhead at the zenith. At the time when the hands of the alarm clock that had manifested in Shuhi's heart had just clicked right in the middle. Sign in. Shuhi meditated in his heart. Then the super sign-on button on top of the system snapped open. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing his first super sign-in, rewarding him with a sealed beast list. A list appears on the sign-in panel with a purple gold rating. Shuhi had a smile on his face. The effects were unknown for now, but just looking at the levels he was satisfied. Not bad for a super check-in. Shuhi, who had had one experience, first returned to the book depository and smoothly arranged a few more secret forbidden techniques. It was only then that he took out the beast sealing list from the system space. An ancient and reckless aura instantly escaped. However, this time Shuhi struck quickly. The breath was cut off from him, and no forbidden spells were broken. Shuhi took the list and began to study it, and Du shook her head in disappointment. It was just an auxiliary-type treasure, not a big role for him. This list has 108 spaces for the enthronement of 108 beings. The stronger the chi of the place where the list was located, the stronger the enthroned being would be. Even if there was enough chi, it was able to directly enthrone a mortal to the realm of Saint Exalted. However, beings receive benefits and are equally constrained. Beings that were named on the sealed beasts list would form a flower pattern underneath their names. It is up to the person holding the list to decide exactly how many to coalesce. The more patterns you have, the stronger you are. But when the person holding the list, who is dissatisfied with that being, wants to punish it, he only needs to cut off its pattern. The more it was cut, the harder its strength would fall. And even if all of it was cut, it would be directly equivalent to being wasted. From the heights, down to earth. But what do I need this for? Cultivate power? But pull it. Shuhi shook his head. It's not like he needs to fight for supremacy. Besides, a strong man at his stage of strength really want to fight for supremacy. Hands were no longer useful unless they were at the same level as him, or even stronger. The other lower-ranking henchmen, except when they fight, yell 666. Go for it. Then wave the flag and grab the favors when he wins. Throw the flag and run for your life when you fail. What else can they do? As for going to seriously collect chi and train up men of the same level, that's even more amusing. With that time, wouldn't it smell better if he closed himself up for a few levels? However, the things are out. Even more waste has to find a way to utilize it. Otherwise it always feels like a loss. At least it's a purple gold level. A reward for the first super sign-on in 100 years. Shuhi sipped his tea and took the list and started thinking. He looked up, his gaze piercing through the book depository to the devil suppressor tower under the willow tree. Inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind. There! Shuhi had a smile on his face. He came up with a great idea of combining the devil suppressing tower and the beast sealing list. Perfectly. Chapter 88, Sanyu the Dragon. Shuhi walked into the second level of the devil suppressing tower. Inside, dragons and tigers echoed in symphony. One for you, one for me, 3 short and 1 long. The rhythm is good. It's only been 3 days and they already know to cooperate. The dragon and tiger's frying pans are in 2 locations adjacent to each other. Shuhi still thought about them. It's too far apart and too lonely in such a large space. The two together. It's kind of a comfort. It's good for the soul. It's soothing. They also express different meanings when they bark, which is kind of a chatty way to talk. They sympathized and chatted feverishly. And the gargoyles, which had begun to growl before, had gained energy in the last few days. The voice was loud again. Shuhi nodded in satisfaction. Although they were now considered to be at work, Shuhi didn't mind them chatting, much less withholding their high temperature allowance because of it. He was a man of conscience. Little Black, you've been here for many years. I've seen your efforts. And now, I have a reward for you. Shuhi waved his hand, grabbed the dragon to the shore and patted its dragon head with a smile on his face. Chiron shook his head vigorously. Shuhi's smile. It looked scared. Benefits and all that it doesn't quite dare to think about. At best, it's a little more heat allowance. Those are the things that it rejects in its heart. It actually wants to be relieved early. If it were not for the fact that every time the mouth cannot help, the heat subsidy it does not even want to see. Here, say what your name is. Shuhi asked. Cthulhu. Chiron answered honestly. Shuhi nodded and joined his fingers as a pen, writing these 2 words on the sealed beasts list. Then, under Tsanyu's heart-stopping gaze, he cut a slit in its claw, pressed out blood, and imprinted it on top of the written name. Don't fight it. It's a good thing. Sanyu closed his eyes, his expression tinged with resistance. Shuhi shook his head and lifted a slap on its head. The dragon's head spun 3 times, and Sanyu opened his eyes, feeling a blur in front of him, his mind not feeling quite awake. Then on the sealed beast list, The two words Tsangyu erupted with golden light, forming a mysterious character that flew up and stuck to the center of its forehead. At the same time, on the sealed beast list, behind the two words Tsangyu, a golden lotus flower began to coalesce, and soon 4 of them were formed. Sangyu shook his dragon's head as he regained consciousness. A metaphysical clarity made it understand what was happening. Its dragon face showed what seemed to be resistance, but also vaguely carried an expression of delight. Quite complicated. It was enslaved, which should have been intolerable for the high-minded. What it should do now is growl loudly and vow to die. Yell. The spectral dragons will never be slaves. But, to put it another way, enslaved is its own dragon, and it can get the hell out of here. No more suffering every moment of life and death. Whether that's a good thing, or a bad thing, it hasn't figured out. So it decided not to growl for now. It figured it wouldn't be too late to wait to think it through before barking. It's best to get out and let off some steam for a few days before making a decision. Little Black I'll give you a task. Go to the endless sea of the barbarian domain, Tongyi Valley. Get rid of the demons and clean up the place properly. Shui patted the faucet and said, these 2 places, according to the records, were the passages linking the barbarian domain to the outer domain, and were perennially eroded by demonic chi, and the living beings inside were basically devoid of spiritual intelligence, and were known as ferocious beasts. Those 2 places were mysterious, and there was no accurate statement on how many ferocious beasts existed, but a lot of them are just that. Remember, that place has a demonic aura, and if you're in there for a long time, it will pollute your soul. So come back once a year and I'll remove the demonic aura for you. And don't be lazy, I'll be watching from time to time if you don't do your best. Ha! Shui spoke out with a smile on his face. Sangyu nodded his faucet in understanding. Elder, in fact, I don't need to come back to remove the demonic chi. I'm already at the Emperor realm. A mere demonic chi can't help me yet. Sangyu hesitantly opened his mouth. It didn't want to come back and face the human who had traumatized it so badly. It's better to never see each other again. Once a year is too often. And it always felt like it wasn't good. No, you're coming back. That's all that matters. Shui spoke quietly, glancing at the giant dragon with anticipation. The Tsangyu dragon's body trembled. The human's eyes always felt like they had designs on its body. Its bad feeling grew stronger. It felt like its miserable dragon life going forward was going to be prolonged again. Is it an illusion? It's all its own dragon now, so there shouldn't be any tragedy that will be pressed upon it, as long as it does a good job and tries to get rid of the demons. It doesn't make sense that humans would still do it to it. Cthulhu decided that it was going to behave itself when it got out. Xiaobai, cheer up. This is just an examination place. Endure and pass. Now that Xiao He has passed, wait a few years and you can too. Go out from here. We'll have a far and great future. Shu He looked at the first tiger. It was covered in white fur that had been blown up and curled up with a black oily shine, and it was no longer visible. It doesn't seem to hold up as well as Pale Spectre. It's only been a few days since they were bombed, and they've fallen as low as Tsangyu, who was bombed for a year. Shu He was worried. After the dragon left, a tiger's mind would crumble, so the outcry gave it hope. The huge body of the first tiger, in the frying pan, trembled, and his eyes looked at the dragon, sad, and with a silent retention. Lung, who had only known it for a few days and already had nothing to say, was now leaving it. Didn't we agree that we'd be in the same boat? How do you just throw it away? The gargoyle gave it an unforgiving look with encouragement, silent in its expression. Come on, just get through it. Dragon is waiting for you out there. We'll be rich together. Shui packed Song Yu and brought it out of the devil-suppressing tower, took a step out to a deserted mountain and released it. This is the map. Go to the Endless Sea, or the Tongyi Valley. Decide for yourself. Don't make any trouble until you get there. And remember, you'll be back in a year. Shui took out a map and gave it to Tsangyu, not forgetting to voice out some instructions at the end. Only then did he pat his faucet, signaling that he was ready to go. Sangyu's dragon body trembled with excitement. It carefully ascended into the air, first slowly sliding, and then only gradually accelerating in speed. And at the end of the day, with a whoosh, it soared up, and in a blink of an eye, it was out of sight. It left a long way away before it let out an agitated roar comparable to thunder in the 9 heavens above. 2 lines of dragon tears flowed out, blurring its eyes. Pale Spectre's tail lashed out before the dragon's head, and he kept covering his face and wiping it off. It's finally relieved. It's not easy, after a year, with all the ups and downs. I hope this dragon's mind doesn't crack completely. Shuhi gazed across space at the agitated dragon, shaking his head with emotion before moving his gaze away. Chapter 89, Stop. It's a beautiful world out there. Today is the day. Well behaved. Already drained and released from prison today. Cthulhu, the huge body, prancing and rotating in the sea of clouds, followed the map and went all the way to the endless sea. It has a strong sense of the pleasure of flying high in the sky. At some point, it passes over a hill. 2-3 meter long, python-like dragons raised their heads. Looking at the gleeful Sonyu in the sky, they looked at each other. It seems to be a descendant of my clan. Show up at this place. And so happy. I'm afraid. They made a sound. And in 3 words a possibility came to mind. Go, cut it off. The 2 giant pythons soared up and chased after Sonyu, who had already almost lost his trail in the blink of an eye, and it didn't take long before they caught up with it, one after the other, blocking it. Cthulhu blinked his dragon eyes at the 2 shrunken versions of his kin. On their faces, they have the word incoming written in big letters. Look at the stance. It's either a robbery for money. It's either that or a sex robbery. Although it couldn't tell the depths of these 2, they still dared to come up and block the road with its emperor's might spread out. Cthulhu didn't think they were the cause of the crippled head. 2 brothers? What is this? The Sonyu dragon's body coiled up with a wary face. You're so happy. You've gotten a big chance. The dragon that was blocking the front. The dragon's eyes were glowing out. What? Question marks flashed across Sonyu's brain. Together, it was missed because it was so happy. But what's wrong with it being happy? Does something good have to happen? I've only heard of it before. Carrying treasures on my body and being robbed. First time today I've been mugged because I was too happy. And the target was still it. Looks like it thought wrong. These 2 are really crippled in the head. It's a day in the life of whoever doesn't have a good time. To be robbed just for this reason. These 2 shall not turn the entire great wasteland beings. One by one. Really sick in the head. 2 brothers. Don't be ridiculous. I'm just a bit more cheerful and like to laugh. Sonyu spoke up. Although it felt that the 2 that blocked the way were brain deficient. Their scent, Sonyu could not see it. And in a 1-on-2 situation, it chose to explain first and did not roll its eyes on the spot. Okay, let's say you like to laugh. So let me ask you, why are you here? The dragon in the back inquired with a cold grunt. Sonyu breathed a little more raggedly, feeling even more that there was something wrong with these 2's brains. This is a deserted mountain and there are no prohibitions around. What's wrong with it flying? What's wrong with it passing by? Even if the land belongs to your family, just say hello and it will go around. It has to do with it being happy and getting a chance. And so on. A chance? Sonyu suddenly reacted. In these 3 days, from the mouth of the first tiger, it had already known that this was no longer the East Wasteland Center domain, the East Song domain. Instead, it's a little place called the Savage domain. The secret realm it was trapped in should have fallen into the long river of space, where it was opened. According to the first tiger, it was already an invincible existence in the barbarian domain, and if it hadn't met the Xia clan, a bizarre race, and planted its head, it would have dominated the barbarian domain by now, achieved the name of Tiger Emperor, cast a throne in the sky and looked down on the world. In this place, there were no dragons at all. Therefore, the 2 homunculi that blocked the way were obviously not local dragons. Why do they come? And why do they conclude that it has been given a chance as soon as they see it? Sonyu instantly thought of the reason for this. These 2. I'm afraid that they came after the secret realm of their predecessor's inheritance. Take it. Sonyu slightly hesitated. The huge dragon that stopped in front of it directly moved its claws and greeted with a strong dragon might emanating. The dragon's tail was like a whip, instantly skyrocketed and lashed at Sonyu. Peak Emperor. As soon as it did, its breath leaked out, and Sonyu detected its cultivation and couldn't help but lose his voice in shock. Even at its peak, it was only at the 5th level of Emperor. Not to mention that after enduring so many years of imprisonment and torture, its strength had long been deflated. When he encountered a powerhouse of this level, Sonyu didn't think he could beat them, so it made a snap decision and tried to turn its head and just run. However, boom! Behind him, another terrifying aura emanated. The Sonyu dragon's body trembled. Another Peak Emperor's aura. It was instantly cold in its heart. Are you up? What did I do to you? After being imprisoned for so long and just getting out, he fell into the hands of humans. And now it hasn't been long since he became his own dragon and was let go. It was blocked again. Sonyu's aggrieved mind completely collapsed. Feeling sad and angry, a powerful aura exploded, and its dragon eyes were filled with hostility. It doesn't want to live. We'll die together. A few moments later, Sonyu was held down between the clouds and the sea by the 2 dragons. A round of violent pounding. His body was covered with scars. It didn't die. Strength doesn't allow it. Say, did you get the chance inheritance? Hand it all over. The 2 dragons, 1 dragon and 1 whip, asked while taking turns lashing out at Sonyu. I really didn't get the chance. Which secret realm you guys can find yourselves? I've forgotten where it is even now. Sonyu's body shivered as he was whipped, and he spoke out in grief. You just came out of the secret world and you forgot the location? You think we're idiots? The 2-headed dragon naturally didn't believe its words, and gave another lightning-fast violent whip. I really don't know. Son Yu was in pain, and proud as it was, it once again fell into tears. It wasn't all caused by physical pain, after all. It had been fried every day, and its resistance to torture had been pulled full circle. It is, right now, hurting the most, mostly from a broken heart. It was not a good day. It's not all rosy out there. Survival is so hard. Eventually, after tossing and turning for half a day, the two dragons, who did not get any useful information from Song Yu's mouth, one after the other, rolled it up, forcing it to converge its breath and its body to become smaller as it continued on its way. If the secret realm inheritance is gone, I'll have you to deal with. Half a day later, they wandered into Lin County, came to the entrance of the secret realm. With their strength, although their bodies were a bit larger, if they were to deliberately hide, ordinary Xia clan martial artists would not really be able to discover them. Why do I always get the feeling that I'm being watched? It's like there's a pair of eyes pressed against the side of my head. Suddenly the dragon in front of him stopped to speak. Humph, it's all the way to the place and you're here again. Get in there. The dragon in the back let out a cold grunt. Unimpressed. It's already in the place. Still want to play tricks. Think it's stupid. The dragon in front of him, with his head turned, did not find anything unusual, and with the urging of the dragon behind him, stepped into the secret realm with caution. Looking at the messy secret realm, the dragon in front coldly turned his head to look at Song Yu before continuing on. The secret realm is like this. The benefits must have been taken by this guy. So let's continue to press for more. The dragon in the back made a vicious outburst. Don't be anxious. This is the Twin Lives mystic realm. The one outside is not the place of the predecessor's inheritance. The one inside is. They move on. Soon came the end of the secret world. The dragon in front of him stopped, took out a bunch of special materials from the ring on his claw, set up a set of formations, and did some tinkering. Finally, with a thud, space made a sound like a piece of mirror shattering, and a dark, deep and wide portal appeared. The two dragons carried Song Yu and drilled in. Chapter 90, adding another great general. An endless sea of fire. A frying pan like a small mountain. A miserable tiger's whine was interspersed with the sound of whirring heat. It is. Song Yu, whose heart was like ashes, looked at the familiar scene with a surprised face. Wasn't that portal just now leading to the secret realm of the predecessor's inheritance? How to get here? Its dragon eyes scanned the circle and soon saw the edge of the sea of fire. A reclining chair, and a person. Grilled fish and tea, and fishing in the fire with a fishing rod. That pleasant, tart figure that it hated and feared was all too familiar to it. Its eyes swept over Chuhi, and the two of its kind. There you go. It had originally wanted to give Chuhi an account long ago, letting the three enemies fight to the death, and no matter what the outcome was, it was considered to have taken its revenge. However, it was limited by the sealed beast list, and was simply unable to say anything relevant. Trying to exit, a pair of terrifyingly pale and reckless eyes glared over. It had a premonition that as soon as the words left its mouth, that was what would happen to its soul. So keep it bottled up. I didn't expect the human to find it on his own. Not sure how he got in early though, but none of that matters. When two groups of enemies do it, there is always one side that can avenge it. It's just watching from the sidelines. Beautiful drops. This doesn't look like a place of inheritance. The dragon in the back, his body drawn up, took in the world of fire and sea from a high vantage point. Finally his eyes swept back and forth dead on the deep-fried white tiger, and the angling Chu-He. Brother Lung, you're so nice. Are you bringing your brothers to save me? Great. Enough bro. I swear, I'll be at your head from now on. At this time, the first tiger stopped roaring. It noticed the three dragons that came in. Although Song Yu had shrunk in size, the first tiger still recognized it at first. It was very exciting to be outright. It was really moving. I didn't realize that dragon, who I had only known for 3 days, was such a righteous dragon. Beyond it, after only 1 day out, help was brought in to save its little old brother. It was not in vain that it had spent the last few days, calling itself an old brother and willingly living under the dragon. The dragons in the front and back, their heads turned and their eyes instantly glared at Song Yu together. What is this place? You've been here before? They asked out loud. Song Yu glared at the first tiger with anger, before he could think of how to explain. Far away. This is the land of opportunity. Chu-He spoke blandly. The two dragons dropped their eyes to look at him excitedly. They had originally come in search of an inheritance and were sensitive to the word chance. As long as you pass the test, you will receive a great opportunity. Chu-He took a sip of tea and continued. The two dragons nodded their heads. The inheritance secret realm of the predecessors. The test is naturally there, about which they have long been psychologically prepared. Though there was always a feeling that something was off about this place. But that's okay, side issues don't matter. Let's hear what the test is first. What's the test? The dragon in front of him asked out loud. Find a frying pan and lie down. Whoever holds out long enough, the chance is theirs. Shuhi looked toward them with a smile in his eyes. The eyes of the two dragons looked towards the first tiger that was trembling in the frying pan and kept roaring. Senior, it's not right. Why is this tiger able to enter the frying pan? The inheritance here? It's only right that it belongs to my underworld dragon clan. It's a tiger. What qualifications does it have to challenge? The dragon in front of him questioned. Opportunity is given to all living things, including, but not limited to, the dragon race. Shuhi opened his mouth. The two dragons looked at each other in disbelief. Would they, the underworld dragon clan, have such a stupid senior? A homegrown legacy, cheapened by foreigners? I haven't heard of it in countless years, and their race has produced such a lack of heart. If there was, it would have been hung out to be flogged long ago. Shuhi sipped his tea without a hitch. Wait patiently for their decision. The dragons have come in, and the end is sealed. It's just a matter of one passive, one active. Elder, let's think again. The two dragons made eye contact for a moment, decided to go out and brutalize Songyu and ask for more information before making a decision. It looked like Songyu had been here before. It's only right to know something about it. If you come in, you can't go out. Looking at the two dragons that were carrying Songyu to head outside, Shuhi shook his head in disappointment. Having said that, or should he do it himself? Not self-conscious at all. It had originally wanted these two dragons to have something to look forward to inside the frying pan. After all, if one volunteers, one is being physically tortured. But there is still some solace in the mind. The anticipation of the road ahead can make them ache and be happy. Shuhi was very considerate for them. The original idea was to get them to go farther away, and how the mind couldn't fall apart without the tiger explaining the situation to them. Nah, they don't appreciate it. Whoosh! Chua made a move with his fishing rod. In the sea of fire, the chains around the two frying pans flew out and wrapped straight toward the two dragons. Roar! The two dragons sensed that something was wrong and let out a roar. Their bodies soared, and their dragon tails flung out, lashing out at the chains that were wrapped around them. Be good. Shuhi raised his head and gently pressed his hand downward. In an instant, the pressure in the space skyrocketed, as if several iron mountains pressed on the body of the two dragons. Their bodies, for a lurch, directly snapped and fell to the ground, and then was flying over the chains entangled and dragged away, clattering, into the frying pan. The two dragons felt wrong and desperately roared and struggled. Shuhi let go of the pressure and didn't stop it. Songyu struggled the same way in the beginning. There's always time to figure it out. Sure enough, just half a day has passed. The flames in the sea of fire had begun to rise in the frying pan as the two dragons realized the problem was slowly calming down. When the flames in the pan dissipate, resumed the normal frying rhythm. The two dragons raised their heads and looked at Songyu, who was following behind Shuhi, who was roasting a sheep, and their eyes glazed over. Humans, we don't want the chance. Let us out. One of the dragons opened its mouth. The bad feeling in its heart grew stronger. I'm afraid this place doesn't look like a legacy test. That human was too terrifying. Definitely a saint-exalted level existence. Such a great power was on the same level as the old ancestor it was looking for who had left behind his legacy. How could this kind of existence be just a janitor? So, it now suspects that it has been captured. Opportunity knocks. The only way to get out is to finish. Work hard. Shuhi passed an encouraging look. Human, if you have such means, you should be an old ancestor of several main veins of the human race. Now that your human race is being sidelined, there aren't many seats left in the council of 10,000 races. Do you really want to choose this time to cross paths with our underworld dragon race again? I and Phantom Devourer are the core clansmen of the underworld dragon clan. If something happens to us together, there will surely be an old ancestor existence that will act out the calculations. What will be the consequences at that time? Think about it clearly. Let us go now. Even if we hold a grudge, it's just the attitude of the two of us, but it won't affect the old ancestral existence's attitude towards your human race. Which is the lesser of the two? Think it over. Chapter 91, The Snapping of Fingers. Yeah, don't worry. I promise I won't take your lives. Shuhi nodded his head in understanding. Cheer up. Live well. Shuhi put away the things in front of him, packed Songyu again in his hand, gave the two dragons a cheering gesture, and took a step out of the devil-suppressing tower with the bag on his back. Behind him, a vaguely resigned dragon roar of curses rang out. It's very energizing. Shuhi nodded his head in satisfaction. He hoped that these two dragons could keep it up. Don't be like that punk tiger who feels like he's going to be on his knees in a few days. Outside, Shuhi put away the devil-suppressing pagoda that was placed on top of the black hole portal and looked back at the huge inheritance mystic realm. His heart stirring. Having come, it wouldn't be right not to help clean up this secret realm that no one had cleaned up for thousands of years. That dead dragon was pretty pathetic too. It's been thousands of years and no descendant has come to sweep its grave. Consider it a day's work. Chuhi carried his bag, took the tower, and stepped into the depths of the secret realm. After some serious cleaning, he picked up a few things that looked good and put them into the system space by hand. One bad thing about this place is that there are traps forbidden everywhere, and trials, and all of them require a side dragon to enter. Chuhi was not satisfied anymore, and was not fair for the dead old dragon. For thousands of years, those ungrateful descendants of the dragon clan have not come to pay their respects. Is this like that? The old dragon was definitely dissatisfied. So Chuhi fulfilled its wish and modified the secret realm conditions a bit. The secret realm that could only be inherited by the underworld dragon clan was changed to a human secret realm. During that time, a pressure drifted out from nowhere. Chuhi slammed a tower over, only to realize that it was the remnant spirit that the old dragon had laid down before his death that had awakened. Chuhi could only apologize for that. His hands are too smooth. It took a few minutes to give the secret area a good sweep. Only then was Chuhi satisfied and walked out, finding a place to release Songyu, comforting it, eyeing it to collect its breath, turning its body to its smallest, scurrying quickly on the ground like a swimming snake, gradually leaving. This dragon, having been dealt quite a blow, doesn't even fly toward the sky anymore, since it has begun to learn to crawl like a snake. The pattern is small. Chuhi shook his head. It feels like this dragon is wasted. It was still jubilant when it was able to get out before. The mind seems to be badly cracked now. How can you not be happy? With regret, Chuhi sighed and turned around to return to the book depository. After he placed the devil suppressor tower back under the willow tree, dazzling green smoke began to rise once again. And this one rises higher than ever. A full 10 feet. Chuhi sucked in a breath of cool air. It feels horrible as hell. This moment, the little girl's sister if regenerating, her kids, Chuhi guaranteed that there would be a great emperor. Unfortunately, her sister went gold. There's no telling who this one will be cheaper for. Chuhi took out the cauldron and threw the beast sealing list into it, and then found a spot to press the cauldron into the earth next to where the green smoke was coming out. Instantly, the green smoke rose a foot lower. Not a big problem though. After taking care of these trivial matters, Chuhi felt that it was time to continue working hard on his cultivation. So, he decided to go into seclusion. Time flicked by and 30 years passed. Another winter. Opened the door of the bookstore. Outside the silver drift rustling, the ground fell a thick layer. A white blanket. Only the willow tree in front of the door stood proudly in the snowy cold. A green color that stands out in a world of white. Dressed in a single thin green coat, Chuhi took a step out with his hands behind his back and came to the front of the tree. The willow tree branches swayed and closed in layers, completely blocking the falling snow. 30 years? What a change! Chuhi sat down on the recliner, took out a teapot, heated it in his palm, poured out a cup, and sipped it while letting out a sigh of relief. Since the Jinmu Pagoda, there were three dragons and one tiger that were able to supply energy for a long period of time. The green smoke under the willow tree never got lower than 5 feet. This willow tree has thus received a great chance and is now showing more and more spirituality. On top of that, the changes in Lin City, Lin County and even the entire Xia clan were also very obvious. In the past 30 years, opportunities have popped up from time to time in Forest County. Some originally normal places suddenly appeared as secret realms and the caves of predecessors. And I don't know how many people soared to the heavens because of it. Plus, the barbarian domain was now honored by the Xia clan. And the time was just a short 30 years. Although everyone had worked hard, struggling day and night under the call of the Xia clan ancestors, it still seemed that there was little land and many people. Throughout the Xia clan, there was a serious surplus of basic resources under the king. In this situation, several old ancestors announced the true cultivation method of innate to king, allowing many people to directly break through the realm. Now, the entire Xia clan. It would not be an exaggeration to describe the entire Xia clan as being inferior to a dog in innate nature, with kings walking all over the place. And there is a lot of backbone. Nowadays, the babies born in Lin County, one by one, grew up and began to blossom into the styles belonging to the Heaven's Pride demons, each displaying their own style. The Xia clan's subterranean dragon ranking was highly competitive. Meanwhile, the old kings are beginning to take a back seat, sitting back and watching the wind rise as they quietly develop. Lin Xue Ling, Zhao Yuling similarly began to fade out of people's sight and began to dive into cultivation. Now, both of them were at the 9th level of kings, beginning to accumulate reserves for the breakthrough to the Empyrean realm. They don't say anything about it, but they are all proud in their hearts. There are quite a few kings of the Xia clan right now, but all of them had just broken through the realm. And even the few veteran kings, with the exception of Meng Yi Xia Yuan, were all still some distance away from the 9th level of kings. The two of them were already at the bottom of the Xia clan, at the level of the strongest combatants. However, there was one thing they didn't know. Their little nephew, their aunt's grandson, Lin Tang, who had the qualifications of a great emperor, really was already a great emperor. This matter, other than Chu He and Lin Tang themselves, there was no one else who knew about it. In these 30 years, Lin Tang practiced martial arts every day in his dreams, and when he was tired, he slept on his ancestor's grave, and was smothered by the green smoke that Chi Luck transformed into when he was in the air. So he was more refreshed to practice, and it was much easier to break through the realm with a bonus. 2 years ago, he had already broken through to the realm of emperor. It was also the strongest expert of the Xia clan, other than Chu He. However, he honored his old ancestor's words and didn't go out to wander around and fool around when he was fine, keeping his strength hidden. In front of people, it only revealed a mediocre King 1 strength. Old ancestor, this should be the place. At the edge of the barbarian domain, in the endless sea, 3 ships as huge as small islands, riding the wind and waves, came all the way. There are both men and women on board. It didn't take long. The ship docked and, with a rumble, floated up and began traveling through the sky. Looking down at the land below the ship, they looked different. Some breathed a long sigh of relief with elation, but more of them were resigned. The Eastern Kingdom. One day, we'll go back. A few young-faced men and women at the stern of the ship looked back into the depths of the endless sea with deep eyes. Wait, what's that? They are feeling deep emotion. Suddenly it didn't feel right. In the rear, the slowly calming sea after the ships had left. Suddenly there was a loud boom, once again raising the monstrous waves. 2 powerful and mind-blowing auras then revived from under the water. A terrifying presence is approaching. Quickly, increase speed. Chapter 92, Training. The Underworld Dragons. Peak Emperor. Looking at the 2 huge dragon heads that were exposed to the surface of the water, and the terrifying aura that was leaking out, the 5 young men and women who had left the ship and stood in the void with vigilant faces turned ugly. In a remote place like this, it was possible to encounter 2 peak Empyrean dragons of the underworld. They don't think the other side is here for sightseeing. The odds are it's here to take advantage of the fire. A stoic aura appeared. The 5 young men and women in the sky began to build up their strength, ready to take on the battle. Although they don't have any confidence, but as family patriarchs, they had no choice at a time like this. Behind them are the lives of millions of clansmen. 5 people, 2 dragons staring silently at each other. The human branch, the Great Qin Imperial clan. The Phantom Devourer opened his mouth and looked at the 3 ships that were like small islands with a gloating smile on his face. These people, dragging their families to this remote little domain, must not be used to seeing the flowery world and want to live in seclusion. The probability was that he couldn't stay in the East Sung domain. It came out when there was a change in the human race. The seats in the council of 10,000 clans were reduced, and the cavernous blessed lands they occupied were looked at and suppressed by several clans that used to be of the same rank. The fact that these people appeared here now meant that the human race was in a worse position. It's all to the point of arranging for the offspring to run away. As dragons who have been tortured for decades, seeing people down on their luck, it's naturally happy, but it smiled and laughed on its face. Suddenly his face pulled back and a few tears flowed down his face. Feeling heartbroken, another year has passed. It's time for it to go into the frying pan again. The situation is worse than these people seem to be, and who is in a position to mock? It exchanged glances with its hardened brother, the phantom spirit. The double felt tasteless. If I could, I would love to walk away, but unfortunately my strength does not allow it. Don't even dare to stall for time. When the time comes, you have to go back into the frying pan on your own accord. Otherwise, if they let that horrible human come to them of his own accord, the consequences can be very serious. The once every 6 years mini vacation would be cancelled, and double the frying time. LOL. Survival is tough. These are poor people, uprooted from their homes. How are they both not poor dragons? They let out a dragon sigh. Then, no longer paying attention to the people in the sky, with a flick of his tail, he rose into the air and flew towards the middle of the savage domain. It's almost time. We have to hurry. We can't be late. Otherwise, the mini vacation that is going to take its turn a year from now will be cancelled. Stop them. The few Qin clan patriarchs who were building up their strength in the sky looked at the 2 giant dragons that were heading towards the 3 giant ships. Their complexion changed greatly and they flew after them. A few moments later, looking at the 2 giant dragons that bypassed the 3 giant ships and ignored them, zipping into the inland of the barbarian domain, out of sight, the 5 Qin clan patriarchs looked at each other, not understanding the situation. Things are a little weird. Those 2 dragons don't seem to be coming at us. They feel unsettled. There could be something wrong with this place. Find a good spot. Stop the boat. Send out men. Go in and scout first. And tell them not to make a big deal out of it yet. A patriarch spoke in a deep voice as he flew back. The others nodded in agreement. Chu He finished the pot of tea. He counted the minutes, and it was time for his once-a-year rotation. So he went into the devil-suppressing tower, packed Song Yu and the first tiger, and carried them on his back one step out into the middle of nowhere. By the time he arrived, 2 shrunken dragons, already gathering their breath, were waiting for him. Feeling them, the rich in fresh fury, Shuhi had a satisfied smile on his face. Now these 2 dragons are getting honest. The first couple of times he either tried to bolt or gave them the benefit of the doubt and went out on a limb. Shuhi gave them a few sticks and then gave Song Yu and the first tiger sweet dates to set an example. They are only slowly getting the hang of it. The performance made Shuhi more and more satisfied. Releasing Song Yu and the first tiger, he encouraged them a few times, and announced that their once in 6 years semi-annual mini-vacation had arrived. A dragon and a tiger, under the envious gaze of the 2 dragons of the phantom-devouring phantom sprite, happily departed. The dragon rode the tiger, soaring through the sky, gradually fading away, leaving only the roar of excitement, looming in the sky. Come on, one more year and it's your turn. Shuhi laughed as he bagged the 2 dragons, then returned to the devil-suppressing tower and threw them into the frying pan. Soon the mid-air roar began to ring out rhythmically. Today is another harvest day. Shuhi roasted the sheep inside while giving regular psychological counseling to the 2 dragons, and only after he had eaten and drunk enough did he clean up and walk out. Uncle Xiao Chu. Shuhi was reading a book and practicing under a tree. Lin Tang walked over and greeted him respectfully. It's not like being a kid anymore. Under the teachings of his elders, he had long since stopped calling Shuhi his brother. If Shuhi hadn't objected, he would have originally called his grandfather. Shuhi didn't like it, so he backed off and called it uncle. You're dressed so formally. You're going out on a limb. The Lin Tang who came over this time, unlike his previous casual dress, was dressed in a dry and sharp outfit, and the knife on his body was not carried, but tied behind him. Most importantly, the white-bearded old grandpa did have a dream for him a few days ago, telling him to go out and make a break for it. Aha! Lin Tang nodded. It was hard to hide the excitement in his eyes. After studying hard for many years, the old ancestors agreed that it was time to go out and pretend, to fight the sword in the rivers and lakes, and to be quick to revenge. The excitement out there was something he actually longed for. Uncle Xiao Chu, is it okay if I take Xiao Jin out with me? Lin Tang asked out loud. You should ask it that, Shuhi casually said. Lin Tang sniffed and walked into the book depository. Inside, the little ace is sleeping soundly, hibernating. Lin Tang woke it up and explained his intentions. Little bastard shook his head, indicating that he didn't want to go out. It's not a good moving bastard. Lin Tang left in disappointment. Originally he had wanted to be a companion in the red dust with little Wang Yao. Now it's just a matter of going down the mountain and making a go of it alone. It instantly feels a little less fun. Shuhi shook his head straight as he watched. Decades of his career have been spent on cultivation, and this guy, still with a child's mentality, hasn't gotten the hang of it at all. Go out and practice. Flower world. Flower beauty. It is the beginning of a singable story of the young warrior and the heroine, with a golden kingpin. Isn't that a walking golden bulb? At the critical moment, it is bound to be bad. Isn't it a good thing that bastard isn't going? What's so disappointing about it? If you really want to bring it on, you'll definitely have the heart to make stew out of the wangbang when the time comes. Chapter 93, Out of This World. The endless sea is not far away. 3 large mountains, crushed alive by 3 huge ships the size of sea islands, collapsed with mud and rocks, and the mountains broke. And then the giant ship slightly disguised itself, and 3 more large mountains with changed appearance appeared. 3 months later, the great Qin imperial clan, the experts who had dispersed out to gather information, came back one after another, and when they all gathered, under the auspices of several patriarchs, start analyzing and summarizing the news. The land of the barbarian domain, to be sure, is now honored by our human race. The people here, with surnames from all tribal branches, should be the remnants left behind after that change, now known as the Xia clan, dominated by the great Xia imperial clan line. But there is one strange thing. A few decades ago, the Xia clan was originally weak and was almost exterminated by the Tiger clan that had an Emperor Zun realm. At that time, the Tiger clan was so powerful that they already had the strength to unify the barbarian domain. And in fact, they did sweep away the top clans in the entire barbarian domain. But after traveling to the Xia clan, that emperor of the Tiger clan, including the elites it took out, all disappeared, never to return. After that, the Xia clan began to rise, and the mighty had been nullified by the Tiger clan, and there were no experts in the barbarian domain. But one thing is strange. After that, the Xia clan's masters, and the core, did not move to those places that were rich in comparison to them, but continued to stay in the barren places they were in before. Only a small amount of experts have been assigned to sit around and work with the various races to gather resources. We've talked to them, but those guys aren't exactly hardcore, don't know much, and one blows more than the other. All sorts of incredulity bubbled up in their mouths, and no one was consistent in what they said. Unbelievable. The truth of the matter. Xin Wu, the direction you scouted is where the Xia clan is. Have you tried to contact the experts among them to figure out the truth and news of the two dragons? Who knows? The Qin clan elder, who kept his face young on the main seat, finished the news summarized by the clansmen who had rushed back earlier, briefly, and then gazed at a few clansmen who had returned late. Their news. It hasn't been summarized yet. The dragon, I did see one. However, its breath was internalized and I couldn't tell if it was one of the two that were on the Great Sea. There's also that tiger you mentioned, Elder Yuan. I should have seen it as well. The aura is indeed at the beginning of the Emperor stage. Moreover, that one dragon and one tiger are very strange. I don't know why. They hooked up together, and it feels like a very uncomplicated relationship. What's even stranger is that they've been hanging around the Xia clan's borders. I stopped because I was afraid that there was something odd inside and that I would cause trouble after going in, so I don't know the exact situation within the Xia clan. Xin Wu, a man who maintained a middle-aged appearance with a stout figure, stood up and said, Xia clan, dragon, tiger, could it be that the Xia clan has colluded with the dragon clan? No, with the strength of those two dragons, even if it's us, they don't need to take a ride. The people here, their strength is at the highest king's 9th level. Even if they have something to hide, it can't be as high as that. At most, they only have the existence of a beginner emperor. The underworld dragon clan shouldn't have much need to use them. Several patriarchs spoke out to explore the matter, but the more they discussed it, the more they felt that the matter was permeated with strangeness. Otherwise, I'll go in and see for myself. A patriarch spoke up. It's not good. You're too strong. If there's really something odd inside, your trail will easily be discovered. The proposal was rejected. Without the whole thing with those two dragons, in a remote place like this, they wouldn't be so careful. But those two mighty dragons, it really scared them and they were not capable of facing it. Send some tight-lipped, wittier and 8-9 disciples and have them disguise themselves as Xia clan members and go in to scout. Tell them to be very careful. Eventually, the patriarch in the main seat gives the arrangement. A group of experts from the Qin clan, with the exception of the patriarch, led the order to walk out. The empty meeting hall was left with only a few patriarchs sitting quietly. Now, is it still on schedule to start? After a while, someone was the first to break the calm. Question. Postpone it. Shinan, go to the original location and explain the situation to the seniors of the Feathered Emperor dynasty, as well as the other imperial clans. If it's possible, I hope that there are seniors from the imperial dynasty that can come here to sit in the town. The patriarch in the main seat sighed. The underworld dragon clan, at a time like this, appearing in this place, is it an accident? Or, 3 months of carrying a knife in the jungle? Lin Tang experienced a flavor. The smell of loneliness. It's a flavor unique to being a master. This jungle, this world, the young generation, he is unbeatable. Cross-pressing contemporary. No one could make him give his full strength or even make him draw his sword. Lin Tang stood proudly on top of the mountain, letting out a long, lonely sigh. Behind him, a group of teenage boys and girls the same age as him, in pairs, grilled meat and spoke of love. Brother Lin, would you like an altar? Someone greeted Lin Tang. Lin Tang turned around and picked up the wine altar to finish it off in one gulp. I don't know why, but he's in a bad way right now. There is always a sense of transcendent loneliness. As soon as the night was over, he would suddenly feel out of place with this group of peers he had met in the jungle. Finishing his drink, he picked up his knife and began wiping it down in earnest. The other young men and women, on the other hand, ran into the tents one after another in pairs. Soon, only Lin Tang was left in the field. He stood up and sighed. It's time to leave for a stronger challenge. With his peers, he looked too out of place. 7 days later, beyond the border territory of the Xia clan, Lin Tang, who was carrying a sword, had the soles of his feet 3 inches off the ground, looking slow and easy, but in reality, one step was several hundred meters away. Not long after, Lin Tang suddenly looked up in a direction if he felt something. The roar of a fierce beast was vaguely heard there, and he also sensed a powerful might. No weaker than him. Fei. Lin Tang tightened the greatsword on his back and stepped into the air in the direction where the voice came from. It's time to show real strength. His heart began to glow, his blood began to burn, and his greatsword began to tremble. Chapter 94. Slipped. Not far from the border of the Xia clan, a carriage, pulling a group of young men and women came quickly. A huge dragon's roar rang out, and the horse pulling the cart, with a wail, softened its feet, and its sprinting form plunged toward the ground. Phew! A sound of breaking wind rang out, and in the next moment, a silhouette appeared. grabbing on top of the horse's head and lifting and stabilizing it. Genpu, it's those two dragons and the tiger. Qin Wu lifted the horse's head, raised his head, looked at the one dragon and one tiger that flew past from the sky, circling and leaping. His face was grave. Then he spoke to the mountain path behind the carriage. Have the juniors continue on, slow down a bit, and don't provoke them. Let's escort them here. A young figure emerged from a large tree beside the mountain path. He looked up at the sky with the same scorn. That's number 3, he muttered gruffly to himself. Qin Wu's level was too low, just the 9th level of a king, and he couldn't feel anything after the giant dragon's aura had been somewhat restrained. However, he was an expert of the 3rd level of emperor, so he could still vaguely feel it. That dragon, with his strength, wasn't too far off. It definitely wasn't the 2 peak Empyrean giant dragons that they had encountered that day at sea. But this, on the contrary, made him even more worried. He felt like things were getting even more complicated. What a nest of spectral dragons. The concept is different, and I don't know what these guys are doing here, but either way, it was a threat to their human race. Not a good thing. I'm afraid the rest of the plan is going to take another twist and turn. This matter must be clarified as soon as possible, and then inform the Imperial Dynasty elder who presided over the big picture, so that his old man could make a decision. Let's hope things don't get too tricky. Aha! That's right. The youth was deep in thought when he suddenly felt something in his heart and looked up sharply in one direction. A silhouette of a man with a sword was reflected in his eyes, and judging by the age of his bones, he was definitely not more than 100 years old. For martial artists after the innate, this is the juvenile stage. However, he sensed a terrifying aura that was slowly reviving in that teenager. Powerful and appalling, especially since this aura was still appearing on a teenager who was not even 100 years old. This age, this strength, even the emperor's son who came out once in 1,000 years from the emperor's dynasty, who had suppressed an era horizontally, was nothing more than that. If he had encountered it in the East Sung domain, his heart would have shaken, but he wouldn't have felt unbelievable. However, in such a remote place, one encounters a teenager of this level. Him, skeptical. What's he up to? Watching the teenager slowly step into the air, the greatsword on his back, as he moved his feet, bit by bit, he drew it out, the aura on his body slowly but steadily rising. Qin Ming was shocked. The direction the teenager is facing. Is he going to do death? He admitted it. In terms of breath, bone age, for a teenager to have this strength at this stage is truly remarkable and incredible. But he was young after all, and now that Qin Ming was up against it, he still had absolute confidence that the teenager was not his opponent. Can't even beat him. He also dared to challenge the dragon that he was even afraid of with a pair of 2. And he had to add a complementary tiger to the mix. What's this if it's not a death wish? Maybe he didn't see the strength of that dragon. Qin Ming muttered to himself, his expression tangled. Such a human demon, no matter what his origin was, if something happened, it would be a loss for the human race. He was tempted to voice a warning. However, the situation in the barbarian domain was unknown now, so if he raised his voice, what if he got into big trouble because of it? Especially at such a critical time. Just as Qin Ming was entangled, a dragon and a tiger, too, saw Lin Tang who was walking towards them with a murderous aura. They stopped circling freely in the sky, their heads lined with question marks. What's this guy up to? Song Yu spoke, with disbelief. He seems to be looking at us the wrong way. The first tiger thought for a moment. Did we yell too loud? Cthulhu makes a self-reflection. Although that human, he didn't put it in his eyes. He didn't dare to make a move. It's against the law to hit someone. By that horrible human knowing, it had the sufferings. If you don't get it right, you'll be looking for an excuse to cancel your 6-month mini vacation that's only half over. Let's go farther. Cthulhu spoke. The first tiger nodded his tiger head in approval. Humans, they can't be messed with. Slipped. A dragon and a tiger shut their mouths, tucked their tails, and with a whoosh, fled for their lives into the distance. In particular, the first tiger was not strong enough to fly slowly, so it simply grasped its claws onto the dragon's tail, allowing Song Yu to give it a ride. There goes. Lin Tang, who was slowly building up his strength and wanted to deliver the strongest strike, was stunned. This dragon and tiger are too wimpy. His aura hadn't even been completely released yet, and he was just scared off. Lin Tang hurriedly pulled out his greatsword and held it up, accelerating his speed, his figure chasing after him like lightning. Qin Ming, who was struggling with whether or not to remind him, blinked. What's the situation? A dragon and a tiger just glanced at each other with the teenager, and then skipped off at the drop of a hat. Could it be that it wasn't a teenager and I misread it because I'm not in the right realm? That's a human senior, famous in the barbarian domain. Qin Ming frowned in contemplation. He felt it was the only explanation. That dragon and tiger must know that human senior. Know his terror. It's only when you see it that you can make a split-second decision to run for your life. This savage domain. It's getting more and more mysterious. What's really hidden there? Qin Ming's eyes looked deeply within the Xia clan's boundaries. He felt there must be a big secret hidden there. Zhenpu. That's senior. Qin Wu came close and looked up at the backs of the dragons and tigers that were chasing one of them far away, his eyes showing awe. His realm was not enough to see Lin Tang's bone age or his strength. He only knew that the one dragon and one tiger that were at least at the Emperor realm were scared and fled just by looking at that senior, which was a testament to their terror. Go and remind that group of juniors again, before they see the real situation within the Xia clan's boundaries. Don't cause any trouble, and keep a low profile at all, and then keep a low profile again. Put back the arrogance that comes from the Eastern Sun domain and don't treat this place like an ordinary barbaric small domain. Qin Ming looked into the distance, his mind churning with thoughts as he opened his mouth to command. Aha! Qin Wu nodded solemnly. He was also getting the feeling that something wasn't right about this place. When he had just arrived, he had encountered 2 peak emperor dragons. Come over to scout for news, and you get to meet a dragon and a tiger again. Now there was even the existence of a human senior who could chase and cut down a dragon and tiger of the emperor realm. It's unbelievable. This place, it didn't look like a barbaric small domain at all. The emperor is all over the place, going out and bumping into them at random. It's a match for the East Sung domain. Chapter 95, The Present. Strange Emperor. Under the willow tree, Chuyi's gaze, across space, looked toward the border of the Xia clan's territory. Now, 30 years have passed. His 9 revolutions golden body technique had reached the 5th level of the 5th revolution. As for the Dharma phase golden body, it had similarly broken through to the 5th layer. The range of his unconscious vigilance was once again quite a bit higher. It encompasses the entire Xia territory, and a large surrounding area. These places, where things normally happen, can appear in his consciousness, but it's too tiring to perceive over a wide range like that. So, Chuyi's vigilant consciousness is perennially semi-closed, unless an unfamiliar existence at the emperor level, and above, or a person with a fury that rushed through the heavens appeared, his alert consciousness would send out a warning. Nowadays, outside of the Xia clan's borders, the emperor powerhouse that had appeared had a good cultivation level, and his body's fury was equally not weak. It should also be a ruthless character who has passed through a mountain of corpses and blood. In this world where the strong were honored and the weak were the strongest, most of the existences that could reach that level had killed their way there step by step. Basically, the breaks are all over the place. Various indices, all very much in line with Chuyi's standards. After all, not everyone was like him, an old father of the heavenly Tao, who could become stronger while lying down. Pity. Chuyi shook his head and put back the fishing net he had just taken out. The object is an individual. No matter where he comes from, as long as he didn't come to cause havoc, Chuyi was too lazy to care. Thought we'd have another bumper crop today. Happy for nothing. Chuyi felt tasteless. His fishing nets, which hadn't been used in years, it felt like the golden glow had dimmed a lot. Qin Ming, who was meditating on top of a large tree, suddenly shivered in his body. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes. It was as if some presence had just, secretly, struck him. This place is really not right. Gotta get out of there. And he, including a few others, can't come over until he knows what's going on. At his level of strength, other than his mind going into a trance when he was stuck in his realm for too long, any other time his mind was in a trance, it was definitely not simple. You stay here to receive those juniors. I'll go back first. Qin Ming lowered his head and opened his mouth to command Qin Wu. The carriage had already entered the Xia clan's territory, and it was too late to call those descendants back. It was only to be hoped that those juniors' realms were low enough that they wouldn't attract the attention of the existence inside. Remember, you stay away from the Xia clan's territory, and no matter what happens, don't go in. If it doesn't feel right, you can come back first. He issued a final admonition to Qin Wu before quickly leaving. He was using running, completely not daring to leak his breath, not even daring to use his true qi, his legs striding, scurrying fast in the wild mountains. As he watched the patriarch leave, Qin Wu was puzzled. Genji looks like he's in a hurry to run. Very unimaginative. The legs were striding and the hands were flinging themselves as if something was whisking him away from behind. But it's not right. Why would he run if he was in a hurry? Wouldn't it be faster to fly? Qin Wu shook his head. It feels like a contradictory scene. The 2 little girls, as well as Wang Bastard, are almost ready to break through to the Empyrean realm. Chuyi looked toward Wang Ba, who had recently eaten and drank more and was becoming more and more sleepy, as well as Lin Xue Ling and Zhao Yuling, who had already been enveloped by the formation as if they were in a small world and were in seclusion. Ever since the 100-year super sign-on, over the years, Shui's chances of signing on to get something good had become greater and greater, and the levels are higher end. Some nice auxiliary type treasures, and he had gotten a lot of them. Today's collection is still ostensibly just a house. However, in its space, several spaces that were like secret realms had already been opened and remodeled by Chu. Different small worlds of space have different functions. The space where Zhao Yuling and Lin Xue Ling were located had a good addition to Cultivation, plus some auxiliary type treasures inside that were buried by Chu. The two of them had accelerated their cultivation speed a lot. If they followed the pace of 30 years ago, they were afraid that at this time, they hadn't even reached the 9th level of kings. However, after the cultivation environment became better, there were more resources, as well as Lin Cheng's chi getting stronger and stronger, and the Xia clan being peaceful and war-free, they had more time to cultivate. Sudden progress in cultivation was actually inevitable. This was also the reason why Lin Teng had broken through to the Great Emperor realm at such a young age. His qualifications were certainly good, but he was still a little short of reaching the threshold of Great Emperor's qualifications, and was not considered a figure that could transverse an era. To be able to make a quick breakthrough, it was the good teaching of his white-bearded old ancestor who was well-read and knowledgeable. Moreover, he was daily washed away by the green smoke that Chi Fortune had transformed into, and there was not even much of a realm barrier in his mind. That's why it's possible to break through the realm so fast. However, after reaching the Emperor realm, it would not be possible for him to want to break through the realm like drinking water like before, unless he, the old white-bearded ancestor, can take it to the next level and give it more power. Ancestor's green smoke could also go up a few more levels. Unfortunately, at Chu's current level, there was no way to cultivate faster. 30 years had passed, and his 9 turns golden body technique was only 5 turns and 5 layers, and the further back he went, the slower he felt. For the remaining 4 layers, I'm afraid it's going to be another 30 years or so, coupled with the accumulation of underpinnings. The next time he broke through the realm, Shui estimated that 50 years would hit the bottom, and the smoke from the ancestors' graves is even more hopeless. After so many years, there wasn't even an emperor realm to pick a fight with. It's all thanks to the 3 dragons and 1 tiger, who work hard to get ahead, that they can barely stay afloat. Just in time. Today is a very auspicious day to break the boundary. Shui pinched his fingers, then stretched and got up from the recliner. With a single stride, he entered the book depository, picked up the Sleeping King's Bastard, and brought it into the secret space. Qin Ming returned to the giant ship and greeted the other patriarchs together, started to tell what he saw, and what he felt was wrong. When I was rushing back, I met that teenager again. He didn't catch up with the dragon and the tiger. His speed was not in the same level compared to that dragon. If what I've seen is his true speed, then even if it's me, he can't match it. I have a feeling that the speed at which he erupted is something that an ordinary Empyrean 2nd level could do, and the aura he erupted with is only Empyrean 1st level. Very strange. So I suspect that he's not a senior. It's really just a teenager who just came out of the world. That dragon. Scorned is not him at all either. Qin Ming opened his mouth. You said that for a moment you had a palpitating sensation and didn't know where it came from. In that case, your whereabouts must have been noticed. The patriarch on the Qin clan's main seat opened his mouth to analyze. Aha! Qin Ming nodded his head before continuing. But that being didn't make a move against me, and afterward I thought about it. Either that's a human senior, or he doesn't have me in his sights. However, I'm more inclined to the former. That senior should have been protecting that youngster's entry into the world, and was startled away by that dragon sensing it, while I was only noticed in passing. However, whatever the case may be, it is already certain that there is something big and weird about this savage domain. I feel that it's not even safe to have the seniors of the imperial dynasty come and sit in on the town. It's best to have old sage who come and take a look himself. Otherwise, the plan won't be able to be implemented at all. Chapter 96, Tricky. 3 months later, Zhao Yuling, Lin Xue Ling, and Little Bastard came out one after another. They had all managed to break through to the realm of Emperor. Strength has risen dramatically. The breath on his body was leaking out a bit uncontrollably. Those in lower realms might not be able to see anything yet, but those in the same realm could tell their cultivation at a glance. They had slacked off a bit on their practice of the art of astringency. He gave a special admonition for this. The art of astringency, in his opinion, was really important. It's not too difficult to cultivate and it's practical. Fantastic value for money. I don't know about others, but anyway, he was obsessed with the cultivation of the art of astringency. In this regard, he is now in a very high realm. The 3 of them lounged under the willow tree, one by one, in a chair, sipping tea. The little Wangbang was held in Zhao Yuling's hands and studied the king's bastard shell after the break, including its head turning a bit strange. It's flexible. No more of that. Bang bang, 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 bang bang. It feels like it's back to being as fun as it was when it was a kid. The kingpin tossed his head and squeaked in protest, but he didn't slink away. It was physically enjoying itself even though its mouth expressed reluctance. He took out the grill, the stick of the holy Buddha, a sheep, and various ingredients, and reached out a little. A strand of true qi transformed into a flame and began to slowly burn in the grill. The stick turned slowly in its hands, accompanied by the spices spilling down piece by piece. Soon a scent began to waft out and gradually became thicker. That's life, peaceful and beautiful. Survival is hard, very hard. A dragon and a tiger, with their heads hanging low, flew listlessly towards the endless sea. 6 months of mini vacations gone. It ended quickly. It feels like a moment of inattention and time passes. Now, they have to be a little more conscious and go to the endless sea and do the right thing for heaven. Though inside, they don't want to go in a million ways. Yet, in order to survive, one must fight. When will these days ever end? They feel bitter. It's that dragon and tiger. What are they doing in the sea? Song Yu's aura could be concealed. But the first tiger was not good at the art of restraining its breath, and its powerful aura, as it passed by, was discovered by the Qin clan patriarch. From afar, watching them enter the endless sea one after the other, he couldn't help but feel strange. Let's hope that the seniors from the imperial dynasty will come over soon. This place feels more and more bizarre. The depths of the endless sea, on top of a huge island that had been artificially transformed. A pillar of the sky pierced through the clouds. A mysterious chain that shimmered with light like an iron cable hung from the pillar of prime. 8 directions, 16 cables. Iron ropes were drawn, unknown lengths of them, connecting to distant places. This was the Yuhua imperial dynasty, with its subordinate 8 imperial dynasties, the advance troops that had retreated from the eastern Sun domain in advance. They're in the middle of a huge remodeling project, leaving a way back for the human race after they lost their power in the East Sun domain. In fact, it's not just them. All the major divine dynasties are already doing this. It's just a matter of different means and different places. Lord Yu, news has come from the Qin clan of the barbarian domain. They've had a change of heart there. It was a large hall where an imperial dynasty general was reporting the news that had just come from the barbarian domain to the imperial dynasty's Lord Jinsho, who was in charge of presiding over the general situation. What a change. Lord Yu opened his eyes. The head of the clasping general dropped, and then he repeated the news he had received. In the land of the barbarian domain, emperors appear frequently? The underworld dragon clan has 3 that have shown up? Lord Yu was an elder with a face that did not maintain youthfulness and looked rather serious, a divine light brewing in his eyes as if he was thinking about something. Got it. You can step back first. A moment later, he spoke, and the general sniffed and excused himself. And then, with a movement of his hand, in the center of the great hall, a gong was struck. The sound was not loud, but it shook out a strange ripple that traveled out a long way. Not long after, outside the great hall, a figure flashed out and stepped into the great hall one after another. They found a good spot and sat down. It was only after everyone had arrived that Jinsho Yu opened his mouth and explained the situation. The spectral dragons? What's going on? How did they appear here? And there might be a nest of them. Is this surely not a joke? Still, Emperor Profound experts are all over the place. Do they still think they're in the East Sun domain and haven't woken up? If that's true, I'm afraid it's not that we've gotten this message, but that they've lost contact and we've gone looking for news of them. After all, they made such a big deal out of it. It's a joke if they really encountered so many powerful people and they were still alive. Some people were startled, and their first reaction felt unbelievable. It's true that it's unbelievable, but we're going to talk about this now in terms of believing. Question, put it in mind. Yu Jinghua opened his mouth. The others nodded. Alright, if that's the case, this matter will be tricky. There are only 12 of us here today at the peak of Emperor. 8 of us can't leave, and we have to leave at least 2 more behind just in case, and then only 2 of us are free to move around. But the way things are now, the juniors of the Qin clan, there are 2 peak emperors dragons in sight, and there's also a powerhouse of some unknown level who has also shown a hint of his breath. And what's more crucial is that this may not be the full picture. Then the only way is to ask old Seiju to step in and take a look at the situation. But his old man's business is just as important. And once he's gone, in case something goes wrong, the consequences will be clear to everyone. A few old ancestors finished their discussion. A quick analysis concluded that if things were true, they wouldn't be able to cope with it with their current power. Xinan, Xia Xin, Zhao Wu, Lu Ji, the 4 of you go there, and bring along the 2 squads from the Jinwu division. Lord Yu spoke. Yu Jinshou, in that case, won't the power here be insufficient? The others were startled. 1/3 of the force at a time. Too much. Go on. I have my own way here, Yu Jinshou said. Otherwise, Let the Zhenwu division draw out one of its strongest squads to make sure before making a decision. It's too easy to draw too much manpower and have accidents. An old ancestor gave advice. No need. Just do as I say. Yu Zhenshou opened his mouth. A cold light flashed under his eyes. He was also skeptical of the news coming from the Qin clan. However, this is an opportunity. The tail is in the back. And it's always a hidden danger if you don't find it. Chapter 97, Discovery. Sacred Ancestor. The human race has assigned a few peak emperor to leave. As if they're going to take care of something. At this time, should we seize the opportunity to be halfway there? And ambush them. Endless Sea, a place under the sea. Two beasts shaped like giant crocodiles were in a huge natural cave formed by a rocky mountain crevice. A small crocodile like a savage bull reported the situation to a large crocodile with a figure like a mountain. Ambush what? Remember, this time, we're not here to wreak havoc. We're here to take over the nest, wait for the humans to get their stuff together, and reap the benefits. How bad it is to go and make trouble at this time and delay their progress. We can't do this kind of thing that damages people and doesn't even benefit ourselves. The giant crocodile shook its head, stirring the current. However, at such an important time, why did the humans still part with the peak of the emperor? There seems to be something wrong here. We have to keep tabs on the situation of the human race at all times, or else it won't be good if we're undermined by them at the end of the day. The giant crocodile muttered to himself, then looked up to the small crocodile and commanded, have Shadow Crocodile follow behind and see what those human experts who left are going to do. Remember, stay far away, don't expose them. The Xia clan borderlands. This day, Lin Tang, who had been walking outside and practicing for nearly half a year, hurried back from outside. Along the way, he arrived at the White Empress Palace in a hurry and met Zhao Yuling. It's no good, Auntie, I've discovered a big secret. At the edge of the Endless Sea, there is a powerful force hidden. They are very strong, hidden in the shadows, and I suspect foul plans. Lin Tang spoke out his important discovery. How strong? Zhao Yuling frowned. It's strong. I detect several auras that are not weaker than mine, and most importantly, there are a lot of them. Lin Tang had a grave expression on his face. Just like you? That's okay. A smile appeared on Zhao Yuling's face and she relaxed. Just the little nephew of a king's first level, the so-called great power in his eyes. Maybe it's just a small community. For her, a wave of her palm could suppress it. How strong the emperor was. The little nephew wouldn't even understand. You're too young to understand what it means to be strong. Zhao Yuling patted Lin Tang's head and let out an invincible sigh. Lin Tang had an odd look on his face. He sighed. In order to gain trust and make his sister-in-law understand the seriousness of the matter, he's decided he's not going to pretend. Anyway, the old ancestor only said that one must not reveal one's cultivation before the emperor. But he was now an emperor. There was no such restriction. So, he decided. Showdown. Boom. A powerful aura leaked out. Even though it was just a trace, it caused the entire White Empress Palace to send out vibrations. All the disciples felt appalled. Like the sky is falling. In that moment, it was like their hearts fell into a black hole all at once, suffocating bewilderment and fear. Luckily, the whole thing was only a breath away, and then all of it dissipated without a trace. It was as if a pair of large invisible hands appeared immediately afterward, pushing that terrifying aura away, and pulled them back from their withering silence, and incidentally soothed their minds as if they were being patted on the back and comforted. But even so, the girls, who were already considered to be notably strong in the Xia clan, still broke out in a cold sweat. What was that just now? That aura is terrifying. In that instant, I felt like I was being devoured by a flood of beasts. A group of disciples who had gathered together looked up in the direction from which the terror had come, their expressions unable to calm down for a long time. At the same time, sensed that something is wrong. Zhao Yuling's expression changed, and instinctively backed up quickly, her body's chi energy erupting in a defensive stance. Little sister-in-law, you're also an emperor? Lin Tang looked at Zhao Yuling with a surprised expression. Just now, when his breath leaked out, Zhao Yuling's true chi possessed his body in defense, similarly exposing his cultivation. Lin Tang was just surprised, and didn't find it that unbelievable yet. Zhao Yuling, on the other hand, was so shocked that her mind flipped over. This little nephew that I grew up seeing, without saying a word, it's already imperial. It's not. How old is he? 40 is still a couple months away. I think, the talent of a great emperor is as terrifying as it is. However, with her little nephew's cultivation being so terrifying, how come she hadn't realized it at all? And so on. This feels so familiar. You've learned the art of astringency well, haven't you? Zhao Yuling asked out loud. Lin Tang nodded. The art of astringency was the course that the white-bearded old ancestor focused on teaching. Normally, his aura didn't leak and no one could know his strength. Even if they suppressed their cultivation to strike, unless they were strong in the same realm, others would not be able to see the traces. And, really, for so many years in Lin City, he had been in cultivation. The summer clan has been too peaceful over the years, except for showy sparring matches. Haven't met anything yet that would make him use his true strength and strike. Plus Chu-hee watched. He cultivated with his breath not leaking out. Therefore, it was unlikely that anyone could know his exact strength. Zhao Yuling was shocked for a moment. It was followed by a quick release. Also right, the fact that the young nephew was practicing with brother Xiao Chu, along with his qualifications, to have this strength, although shocking, was not unbelievable. Like the previous king one, it instead seemed too ordinary and unworthy of his qualifications. After figuring it out, she also did not bother to ask Lin Tang why he was hiding his strength. Because of this kind of thing, she's familiar. Zhao Yuling began to consider another problem. Since his little nephew is so strong, the powerful forces in his eyes, that's really strong. After all, at the same level as him, there could only be emperor powerhouses, and several of them appeared at once. Things really aren't simple. Go on, check it out. Zhao Yuling opened her mouth and brought Lin Tang with her, telling Lin Xue Ling about the matter. And the three of them headed to the edge of the barbarian domain, the endless sea together. The forces in the shadows, and not bad strength. The moment Lin Tang's aura leaked out, it startled Chu-hee, who was reading a book. His consciousness cast over, just in time to hear the conversation between them. Chu-hee pulled out his fishing net. Take out the hook. His devil suppressor tower had not had an infusion of fresh blood for quite some time. Before Chu-hee hadn't made a breakthrough in the past. The chakra bubbling up inside helped him a little bit more. Now after the breakthrough, the current strength of Qi was no longer helpful other than giving him a massage and blowing him off. He had long had the intention of adding some fuel to the devil suppressor tower. Never got the chance. Now that several emperors have appeared, it's not to be missed. Chapter 98, Silence. Chu-hee took one step. Posteriority. He did not follow Lin Tang's trio, but directly left first. The three of them were too slow. Even if Chu-hee went slow, the gap between the two sides was huge. Not on the same level. With their speed, going to the endless sea and rushing with all their strength, it might even take a day or two. As for Chu-hee, if he rushed with all his might, a cup of hot tea back and forth might not have cooled down completely. Even if you take it slow and see the sights, that won't take more than an hour or two round trip. Thinking of this, Chu-hee suddenly turned around and returned again. He pulled out a pot of tea, heated it in the palm of his hand, and poured it into a teacup. Full cup. Not a drop less, not a drop more. Curls of heat rose up. Chu-hee nodded in satisfaction. Only then did he turn around and head towards the endless sea once again. Over the years, although Chu-hee was very homely, in fact, he had occasionally gone out. Every time the realm has progressed, he would go out for walks, combining work and rest to soothe his tight mind. He had basically strolled through the Xia clan and the surrounding territories. As for the endless sea, Chu-hee had also been there once or twice. It wasn't to go fooling around, but those two peak emperor dragons. When I was first released, I was a bit dishonest. For the first time, trying to slip up, they had signed the seal of gods, and the distance was off, so Chu-hee would naturally know. And they were caught, 1 mallet per dragon. Then he gave the honest Song Yu and the first tiger a sweet date in front of them. 1 dragon, 1 tiger, 2 days of mini vacation. Second time, late and late, playing mind games with Chu-ha, caught back again, double stick. Then a dragon and a tiger were given, double sweet dates, 7-day mini vacation. After that, the 2 dragons knew that they could not hide, and, while they suffered, the other dragon and the tiger were able to enjoy their vacation happily, and the more they thought about it, the less they felt, and they became more and more honest. The Endless Sea, Qin clan residence. After months of seriousness and trepidation under the influence of the top brass, today was finally a turnaround. Above the sky, a large black divine steed eagle cut through the void. On its back, it carried a carriage the size of a hut, and above the door plaque, the 3 words Jinwu division were strong and powerful, carrying a thick bloodthirsty aura. The divine eagle crossed the sea and landed straight on top of one of the huge ships hidden by the Qin clan. It's a strong man from the Jinwu division, and a few old ancestors from the divine dynasty. The Qin clan's high-level martial artists had gathered here. Seeing the group of people coming down from the hut on the back of the divine eagle, they're excited. So many powerful people came at once. It was finally possible for them to put their hearts, which had been lifted, at ease. 4 peak Empyreans and 8 Empyrean 6th and 7th level powerhouses. Such a lineup gave them a sense of confidence about facing unknown dangers. I always feel that it's safest if Senior Yusheng can come. The distant Qin Ming muttered to himself in his heart. He was also on the Qin side, the only one who hadn't put his heart on the line. That feeling from the heart that day was horrible. He was very skeptical. And he was afraid that that being was not as simple as an emperor. Otherwise, how could it have scared him so much that he didn't even dare to fly, and lost a big face in front of his juniors for once? Therefore, he repeatedly emphasized with the patriarch who had gone to deliver the message, hoping to invite old man Yu Sheng to have a look. His emphasis, it now seems, did not help. But yeah, without personally coming to feel it, he was able to directly draw 4 old ancestors over. It's actually been kind of a big deal. The matter of Elder Yu Sheng is too important. It really wasn't very likely that just a suspicion was going to distract him. Several seniors, otherwise, let's wait until we enter the Xia clan boundaries descendants and get a clear picture of the situation. Eyes had only just gotten off the back of the divine eagle. Without stopping for a moment, the group asked to lead the way to the Xia clan's territory. Qin Ming couldn't help but speak out after all, though that seems abrupt and presumptuous. But here, it was a full dozen emperor powerhouses, and there were even 4 more. Peak emperor old ancestors of their imperial dynasty's Jin clan level that existed. If something happened to them, especially now that the human race was in a stormy time, the blow was too great. Seniors, I'm worried that inside the Xia clan's boundaries, there are existences that must be dealt with by Yu Sheng. All eyes fell on him. Qin Ming was under a lot of pressure, but gritting his teeth, he finally simply chose to speak straight. It's a bad time to say that, but he couldn't care less. That was just a feeling he had though, but it can't be ignored. If he didn't speak up at this point, he wouldn't forgive himself if something happened, even if this thing is just possible. If there was an existence that terrifying, at this time, you wouldn't be standing here. One of the strongest members of the Jinwu division snorted coldly. There was disdain for Qin Ming's words. He didn't even really believe the Qin clan when they reported up that there were 2 peak emperor Zun dragons of the underworld dragon clan here. As for the so-called, feeling the presence of a Yu Sheng senior kind of existence, it gets even more ridiculous. That kind of existence, even in the East Sung domain, was at the level of the Jin clan, and it was very difficult to see it in an unusual way. How is it possible to meet casually in such a remote place? Plus, even if they did meet an expert of that level, their aura was not something that anyone could sense. If you don't want to, who knows how good he is? I'm afraid my head will be gone by the time I really know. Nope, just based on the other party's cultivation of the 3rd level of emperor, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even know if his head fell off. Still want to be alive and talking here. Dream on. It's not that he's demeaning, it's the truth. Wanting to know that it was that level of existence that had laid hands on him before his head fell off. It was at least something like him, the 6th level of the emperor, before he could feel it. Like right now, feeling coming on. There was a horrible presence that swept over their heads. Hiss. Wait. It doesn't seem right. The emperor martial artist from the Jinwu division suddenly felt a chill in his heart and felt his scalp go numb. One moment. It was sudden. The feeling just really came up all at once. At the moment, he just felt his body bones stiffen. Can't move. At the same time, there was a silence all around, and all living and breathing stopped at that moment. Breathing, sound beating, even the breeze flowing through the air. The terror that descended in an instant was like the silence of all living things. Pity. Most of them are human. The void let out a sigh. It seems to feel disappointment, but luckily, there's always one, and it wasn't a wasted run. Chapter 99, Your feelings are accurate. With a murmur of self-explanation ringing in the void, all of them, suddenly, felt their bodies lighten. The silence that had just been suppressed vanished. They finally regained their breath. Your senses are spot on. The Jinwu division's Emperor Zun 6th gravity expert spoke out of turn, voicing out to Qin Ming from the bottom of his heart. The other emperor experts, including the 5 emperor dynasty elders, all of them could not help but nod their heads subconsciously one after another. That was a truly terrifying moment just now. Even the several peak emperor ancestor existences felt that at that moment, they entered the edge of death with no way to struggle. It was a feeling of great terror from the depths of the soul. They felt that it was even more terrifying than facing Yu Sheng, and those foreign race saints that they had seen. Yu Sheng was imposing in terms of qi, and being peak empyrean, they would feel powerless, but at least they could still move. You can still run if you can't beat them, though you can't win either is all. But when there's a lot of people spread out, there's always that one lucky one. However, the suppression from the soul level just now prevented them from even escaping. With so many people, it could have been a straight shot. They were heartbroken, but there is no option to sit back and wait. Instead, after recovering, his body moved quickly and spread out skillfully. A terrifying aura exploded, enveloping the huge ship the size of a small island. Consciousness emanates and goes to the highest state of alert. Though that strong person, before he even showed his face, made them rise up with the feeling of being powerless to resist. But now that I can move, The struggle to do so is still there. Even if all that's left to move is your mouth, that's still a lot of yelling. The human race never gives up. What's that? They look up. Just see the sky above. A large golden net, and a hook pulled by a fishing line, crossed from the void, flying off into the distance. Next moment, roar! A roar with a riposte sounded. Those present were all strong men with good eyesight. They could see everything in the distance. See only. The hook fell first, and the long line that came through the nothingness was pulled straight. The silver glittering fishing line, even at a distance apart, could somehow give one an eerie feeling. Subsequently, it was as if they heard a stabbing sound as a crocodile, shrunken and reduced in size like a giant toad, only had time to open its mouth and let out a loud roar with a don't come over meaning before it was directly fished out. After its body was pulled up, it tried to resist and kept getting bigger and bigger, returning to its original size in the blink of an eye, shaped like a savage elephant. However, then the golden fishing net that shimmered with an eye-shattering luster came down and wrapped its body tightly, making it unable to move its huge body, which was pulled towards an unknown place by the fishing line. That's the shadow crocodile of the crocodile clan, which is the most skillful in tracking, sneaking, and breath-containing techniques, and its peak emperor. Several emperor dynasty elder ancestors existed, their gazes interlocking as they felt their scalps go numb. An existence on the same level as them was hooked away without resistance. Although the two sides were enemies, it still shocked their hearts, and the most shocking thing was that one mighty being, so far, hadn't shown his face except for his voice. It's too easy. That was a peak emperor-level shadow crocodile. It's no longer considered weak. Although it was indeed impossible for it to be a match for a Saint Exalt, the two sides were not on the same level. It wouldn't take much for a Saint Sovereign to kill a peak Emperor Sovereign, but it's not just a move or two. It was still possible for an Emperor Peak to slightly resist, just like a delicate woman, facing a big man with thick hair. Although she will be powerless, her body can still shake twice. But now, a peak Emperor Shadow Crocodile was easily captured alive directly in front of them. This is something more challenging than a hit. It's also more shocking. The main thing was that the being who had struck out had never shown his face until the very beginning, just spaced out. Such a scene made them feel suffocated. The scene was quiet as he watched the giant crocodile being pulled and disappearing into the sky. No one spoke for a moment. Whoosh! Suddenly, the golden hook, slicing through the void from the sky, pulled by a silver fishing line from the void, reappeared. A group of Empyrean powerhouses, their figures tensing up once again, witnessed the arrest of Shadow Crocodile. They understood very well that the hook, if it was going to come down on them, except for a shout of no, it seems like there's really nothing they can do. The hook slowly crossed over their heads, coming to the head of the great eagle that had just been so shocked that it spread its claws in a figure of 8 and released a handful of them. Saw the hook coming. The big eagle's eyes bugged out, the paws shivered and closed, and behind his butt, the feathers that had just parted instantly shrunk. It's got good strength and a decent spirit. What just happened? It witnessed with its own eyes, hooks floating over from the sky. It scares eagle, its innocent eyes, looking towards the crowd, with a request for help. Unfortunately it was disappointed. No one's coming over. People couldn't even look directly into its pitiful eyes. The big eagle closed its mouth and lowered its head, paws shivering. It was tempted to just fly away. However, it couldn't be done. The hook, which seemed to carry a magical power, made it unable to move its paws. Forget it. The next moment, the pressure disappeared. The big eagle had no time to think about the current situation, fluttering its wings and letting out a sharp, hostile whistle, instantly going far away. The way it flew by, it was like being drunk, swaying from side to side. It's fast, but very unstable. Chewie carried the shadow crocodile he had just captured and reached down to reel in the hook he had pulled back. That big eagle was domesticated. Not enough fury in it, and it looked timid. Caught back. No way to just boil it down. It also had to be released into the endless sea. Maybe, it wasn't even good at fighting, and it needed Chewie to teach it in the early stages. Otherwise the efficiency would definitely be low. Finally, it may have to be given some practice, or the mind will crack once it's fried inside the frying pan. In short, it's a pain in the ass. That's why Chewie didn't choose it in the end. That eagle wasn't qualified for the job and couldn't get the great opportunity he gave. Pity. If the great eagle knew that he had lost such a valuable opportunity, the eagle's life in the future must carry endless regrets. Chewie took out his Qiankuan cloth bag and stuffed the shadow crocodile inside. Then he turned, carrying the bag on his back, and stepped back in the void. The void rippled, and Chewie's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. Warm. Under the willow tree, Chewie picked up a full cup of tea and drank it. Good tea. The tea has a lingering aftertaste. What now? Should we all retreat together? Or should we first have someone go back and report to Yu Shang so that his old man can make a decision? On top of the giant ship, after a short silence, someone voiced out a question. Several Peak Emperor ancestors looked at each other in dismay. There were no words for a while. They carried themselves with a strong demeanor and had only just landed. Haven't taken 2 steps on the floor yet. Now it's time to start thinking about how to run. This is really moving a little too fast. Chapter 100, Eye-to-Eye Contact. The one who just struck out was perhaps our human seniors. He just apprehended the shadow crocodile that was following us, but have no intention of hurting us. And last time, when I went to the Xia clan's frontier, I should have been detected by the senior as well, with the means he just displayed. If one wants to, it's just like what the Jinwu Si senior said. I might have lost my head a long time ago, yet I'm still alive. And just now, senior has not made a move against us. Perhaps we can try to make contact with this senior, or at the very least, establish contact with the juniors inside the Xia clan's boundaries. Tell them to relay our plans to avoid any misunderstandings. Qin Ning spoke out, giving his point of view. Yes, however, since there are saint elders living in seclusion here, it's useless for us to stay. The Heaven Opening program still needs us to sit in on it, and you have full authority over this matter. The people from the Jinwu division will also stay and assist from the sidelines. But remember, act steadily, and don't make your predecessor angry. The leading emperor ancestor, Zhao Wu, nodded his head in agreement after thinking about it. The others didn't object. Just as Qin Ming said, that's senior. If he really wanted to have murderous intentions towards them, there was one of them here just now, and no one would be able to escape. It's best to try to reach out and relay the plan to avoid misunderstandings. This land of barbaric domains was always a part of the plan, and they could not give it up until it was absolutely necessary. A few months later, in the middle of a seabed in the endless sea, natural rock caves in clusters, a group of giant crocodiles slumbering here with their eyes closed. A green crocodile came hurrying from outside in front of one of the largest caves formed by a rocky mountain crevice. What? At the mouth of the cave, there were 2 crocodiles lying on the bottom of the sea, and when they saw a crocodile coming over, one of them opened its eyes and voiced a question. I have something important to see the holy ancestor, the green crocodile voiced. The sacred ancestor has fallen into a deep sleep. It said it would wait for the human race to get things right before calling it. Let us take care of the other things ourselves. What happened? The crocodile guarding the entrance to the cave spoke out. The group of strong people from the human race who went out have returned. However, the shadow crocodile that followed them has disappeared and has not returned to report on the situation. I suspect something has happened to it. The green crocodile spoke up. Is its natal bead shattered? The head of the giant crocodile at the mouth of the stone cave lifted. Nope, it's still fine. The green crocodile shook his head. Go, take its natal bead and let's use our secret techniques together to check its location and go look for it. Now that it's still alive, it's best not to disturb the holy ancestor with this little matter. The giant crocodile at the mouth of the stone cave thought about it, and his body floated up and swam towards another stone cave. The green crocodile nodded and followed closely behind. The Open Sky Program, prying 8 small domains together to synthesize a medium-sized continent. What a great stroke! Lin Tang took Zhao Yuling and Lin Xue Ling on a trip to the Endless Sea, originally to explore the situation, but later on, he didn't know what he talked about with those people on the seashore and brought back a group of people. These people met Xia Yuan, and after some trace back to the roots of the smooth talk, they were pleasantly surprised to find out. The Xia clan here is one of their royal branch clansmen. We're all family. Then the eyebrow-raising and frequent interactions began. Shui also knew a lot of things from Zhao Yuling. This should also be what those people, knowing that Zhao Yuling had access to the hidden seniors of the Xia clan, specifically wanted her to convey. Take the opportunity to test the waters. Brother Xiao Chu, those seniors are all so powerful. There are countless emperors, and there are even saint elders in existence. However, they're all very nice, sending resources, gongfu techniques, and even opening a school palace to clear up the confusion of a few kingly grandfathers, allowing them to improve their cultivation very quickly. And Grandpa Xia, a few emperor seniors, took out their treasures, but also personally together, for him to heal and renew his life, although it cannot be cured, but the strength can be used some, and can live some more years. Zhao Yuling moved a chair and lay down under the willow tree side by side with Chu He, looking happy. The words were favorable to those foreign seniors. They're going to remodel the continent with that much power. And yet, they still discussed with them in a consultative posture, and even came up with a lot of compensation, and it was made clear that if they did not agree, they would not be forced to do so. Most importantly, even if the continental merger and transformation is completed later, this land of the barbarian domain, the Xia clan needed as much as they wanted, or even all of it, and they had no problem with that. Possessing a strong strength, but with such a positive posture, it was hard not to let people have no good feelings. But the good feelings were pulled together though. yet many of them felt a bit unreal, especially a few old kings of the Xia clan who had already lived for a long time. Originally, he was faced with a group of human seniors who suddenly appeared and came with their clans. They were drumming straight in their minds. There's no bottom. Though within the boundaries of the Xia clan, there were definitively just 2 seniors waiting for the curtain to be drawn. But that was a human senior, not a Xia senior. When he encountered a conflict between the foreign race and the Xia race, he might still make a move. But when his own family was in conflict, it was not certain who the senior would help, especially after knowing the strength of those outsiders. And they were even more clueless. Kings were all over the place, and there were more emperors than one could imagine. And there were even saint-exalted seniors in existence. With such strength, even if those 2 seniors who were hiding and waiting for the Great Curtain wanted to help them, I'm afraid that they would still be unable to do so. A real clash might make it difficult for all of them to protect themselves. But what happened next turned perverse. Those emperor seniors from the outside were unimaginably good at talking. The meeting and negotiation between the 2 sides was very pleasant, as if it were a leveled conversation. The Xia are not in a position of weakness. It just didn't take long to meet, and the Xia clan gained untold great benefits. One of those 2 seniors waiting in the shadows for the Great Curtain to open may be much more terrifying than we thought. Xia Yuan let out an exclamation. Getting so many benefits. The other party also intentionally or unintentionally tries to test the mouth. Xia Yuan had already made a guess in his mind. In the face of temptation, he was simulating both, not recognizing or denying the fact that the Xia have predecessors. In this way, it wasn't as if he had pulled the tiger's skin from his predecessor. It's someone else's initiative to put it up. The senior knows and should not be blamed. A great world of struggle that can make an existence of that level need to wait. How wonderful will it be? I don't know if I'll be able to see it in my lifetime. Xia Yuan looked up, giving birth to infinite yearning. The more you learn about the depth of your predecessors, the more he looked forward to the great world that was about to open. The stronger the predecessor was, the more unimaginable the great world that even he had to wait for. Yes, master. Your fortune is getting better and better now. Every life and death situation has seen a turnaround. Perhaps you are the son of fortune that little Jade girl talks about, born specifically for the great world. The state you're in is called hibernation. Chapter 101, Chance. A mysterious force with tracking hovered. This is the 3rd time in the last 3 months. Shui didn't stop it and even helped a little. Otherwise, with his strength and means, it would be impossible for that force to find it, not to mention getting in. But people were coming to reunite with their little ones, and he could never say no. Good-looking people usually don't have very hard hearts. Shui looked at the green smoke that had risen to 12 feet and shook his head, not really satisfied. The current level of chi power was still of little use to him. Shui estimated that it would take at least 1 more litter, and it would be of the fury level of the underworld dragon clan, before it would have an effect on the current him. Casually throwing a mouthful of elixir into his mouth, Shui chewed in his mouth while dividing a strand of spiritual power, following the traces of that mysterious power and probing toward the source. Then estimated the distance. There was about a day or so left before those 2 crocodiles should be able to land in the barbarian domain. Shui stood up and decided to go outside for a slow walk, take a stroll, and greet his family's shadow crocodile buddies. At this point, the sun was high in the sky. Exactly the auspicious time he usually chooses to sign in. Shui walked into the book depository and clicked on sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the reward King's boundary-breaking Dan. A bottle of a still familiar elixir appears on the sign-in panel. Shui looked up at the sky. This geezer is not reliable. King-level stuff, for him who had been signing in continuously for over 100 years, was already crap that he could only come across with a small probability. This stuff does nothing for him today. Even as a sugar snap pea it didn't taste right enough. The few bottles left over from Shui's previous signing were separated by him and thrown to the cliffs, mysterious caves, and even hidden into the hidden compartments of some people's wall crevices. It's all up to chance who was made whole. Another batch of lucky people are about to appear. Shui pinched his fingers and moved. At this moment, the daylight was red with purple, a sign of purple chi heaven. It signaled that there was another son of fortune who was about to receive a great opportunity that would make people jealous. That would be a favor from the old father in heaven. Shui took a step out of the Lin family under the scorching sun, ignoring space, ignoring distance. In one step, he appeared directly above a street outside the Lin family. People come and go here, basically young boys and girls, and the most stores left on the street are baby clothing stores, except for leisure and entertainment places. On both sides of the road, there were not even vendors selling vegetables except for carriages with people. Nowadays, in Lin City, everyone inside was basically a martial artist, and their cultivation was not bad, and their families were rich. Those ordinary meals they can't use anymore. Even if you wanted to satisfy your appetite, you settled for the inn. There is simply no environment for hawkers to survive. Chui shook his head. Another step away from Forest City. Over the years, when he occasionally came out for a break and wanted to feel the fireworks, he had to go to the city next door. Forest City had completely changed its appearance, and now there are even more signs of a trend towards scale. It's getting smokeless. There was just a growing tawdriness. Arriving outside of Forest City, Chui returned to his usual speed, and his step was only a few hundred meters. Enjoy the scenery while walking slowly. There was one day enough for him to catch up and there was no need to rush at all. He was mostly on a break now, and picking up his giant crocodile sidekick was just incidental. Curbside, Chui saw a white horse, very divine, locking eyes with Charming. His mind moved. All those years as the big man, and yet he's always walked by himself. Haven't felt the sensation of a galloping horse yet. A little bit of a slight regret. Though the horse ran, and probably wasn't as fast as he walked, he needed to feel it. Speed doesn't matter. Do you sell your horses? Chua walked over to the man who was resting with his back to the side of the road, with a long sword stuck at his feet, a wine jug in his hand, gulping it down, and his long hair disclosed, covering half of his face. The teenage chivalrous young man with the image of a prodigal son asked a question. Not for sale. I'm not selling horses. The young warrior lazily raised his eyes to look at Chuhi, hit a wine barrier, and shook his head. Chuhi smiled slightly, and no offense. He sat down under a tree next to the teenager. Take out a white cloth and lay it down. As teenage warrior watched in confusion, a knife, a secret book, and an elixir were placed on it by him. Pick one for your horse. Of course, you can refuse. Chui took out a pot of tea and slowly sipped it, speaking out bashfully. You start by introducing me to these three things. Cheniwei's gaze swept over the three items. The knife, the secret book, and the elixir. He couldn't feel anything extraordinary about those three things, but was blessed with a heartbeat of opportunity coming his way. His heart thrilled. Inexplicable. It was also very sudden. You choose. Chui shook his head without giving an explanation. My horse, who has been with me for 2 years, has feelings. Cheniwei had only just opened his mouth, wanting an introduction. Chui didn't say anything and put away the knife on the white cloth. It has the bloodline of the Sweat Horse clan, cultivated well, and it has innate talent. Without waiting for him to finish, Chui silently put away the secret book on the white cloth. Chun Prosperity. Can he keep talking now? There's one piece of the above stuff left, being put away again. The only thing left on the floor could be the white cloth. It's a deal that came about in an inexplicable and odd way. For the first time in his life, he had experienced such a thing. It was clear that the other party wanted to trade, but now it seemed like he was the passive party. It made him feel like his head was spinning a little bit at once. I choose the elixir. In the end, Chen Ichio made a choice that honored from the depths of his heart. Horses aren't considered valuable, but to miss the feeling from deep inside, he probably won't be able to think about it for a long time. It's a blessing in disguise. He nodded. Standing up, he slapped his ass, leaped up, sat on his horse, took the reins off, clipped the horse's belly, and began to gallop. What's this potion for? Chen Ichio reacted a bit and hurriedly asked aloud. Oral. You can use it now. A voice came clearly over the distant hoofbeats. Cheniwei picked up the elixir, feeling speechless. Oral he certainly knew. What he was just about to ask was the efficacy of the elixir. Smells good. Strange to say, just now it had originally felt flat and uneventful, without any special elixir. After that strangely behaving person left, a rich, extremely tantalizing scent began to spread. Chen Ichio gulped down a mouthful of spit, and suddenly couldn't help but throw the elixir into his mouth in a ghostly manner. It's over. It's evil. He tapped his mouth. It felt like his own behavior today was so out of the ordinary. First, he inexplicably exchanged his horse for an elixir of unknown efficacy, and then he also threw it directly into his mouth without knowing whether the elixir was real or fake, and whether it was poisonous or not. After Chun Yiwu reacted, he originally wanted to spit out the elixir in time, but he realized that the elixir was melting in his mouth. And quickly. It is. Before he could think much about it, his face suddenly changed drastically and he sat down on his knees. 102, the vacationing dragon. I broke through? Sweeping around the area in a state of disarray, Cheniwei looked up at the sky. It always feels like a dream. He, who had just been at the 9th level of the innate heavens, had sold a horse and gotten an elixir. Just break through. Things were sudden and strange. This is even more of a ripoff than the ones that fall off cliffs and get their inheritance. Should we, get some more horses over here? Cheniwei began to think about the feasibility of this matter. If you sell a horse, you can get so much out of it. When he says it, I'm afraid all those friends of his are going to want to change their careers. All become horse sellers. It's said that Lin County has many chances, but it's too outrageous. Chen Wei thought for a moment. The operation of selling horses. Theoretically speaking, I am afraid that it is not realistic. It's a chance he's met, and I'm afraid it's unrepeatable. Unless the one just now rode a horse to death a day, and it needs a new horse. However, Chen Wu felt that regardless of whether it was now realistic or not, he had to go back and get a few more horses over. Waiting here for a while doesn't waste any time anyway. What if? And this cloth? Chen Wei picked up the white cloth on the ground. I can't see anything special about it, but it's a good idea to take it and study it. Chen Wu unfolded the white cloth. It felt a bit familiar. He put it to his chest and compared it. His face suddenly changed to an odd color, and then after carefully studying the Mandarin duck pattern on it, he looked even more surprised. This is Shui galloped from afternoon to midnight. High intensity. Extreme running. Finally the white horse couldn't take it anymore. Its speed dropped rapidly. Its breathing became rapid, and its legs began to shake. Shu He, who was holding a dog's tail grass and lying on his back on the horse, looking up at the starry river, flexed his fingers and a pill precisely fell into the horse's mouth. Hiss! The white horse then let out a rousing neigh. With his legs lifted, he took a jump, and just like chicken blood, his speed steeply accelerated, and he once again flew up. Ugh! Boring as hell. Shu Ha got up and stood on his horse. He was too strong to feel the galloping passion of steering a horse. This horse couldn't have spilled any more than he could have physically moved. Come on, I'll teach you to fly. Shui sat down, pulled the reins, the horse's belly clamped down, and the white horse's feet that were galloping on the ground slowly left the ground and started galloping with its feet on the void. The stallion's body and mind felt relaxed, and with his head held high, the more he ran, the more energized he became. It's the feeling of freedom. After a while, however, at one point it suddenly noticed that something was wrong. Looked down. Hiss. It couldn't help but let out a terrified hiss. The horse's head was spinning. All four hooves were trembling, and this time they were really soft. He is a divine steed, with the blood of the Khan horse clan and blood-colored eyes that can see at night. Now it found itself in the sky at an unknown height. As a native horse, he has never flown. Fear of heights. Useless. Shui shook his head as he looked at the stallion that had already started foaming. Flexing his fingers, a bottle of liquid drink was poured into the horse's mouth. Moment. Refreshing. The stallion just felt. Head clear, body strong and not afraid of heights. It also feels like it has wings on both sides, so it flies more freely. The edge of the endless sea. 3 ships as huge as islands were docked. Some people were constantly carrying things down. Some were on the shoreline, casting and carving. The division of labor is clear and orderly. The plan to open the heavens. The Xia clan had already nodded their heads, and the people of the Qin clan were now beginning to make preparations. It's a big plan and a big project, and if all goes well it will take decades, and if there are accidents, it could be about 100 years. Those 2 dragons. What the hell is going on? The expert of the Jinwu division stood high in the void, overlooking a far corner of the long coastline. There, 2 dragons whose breath was astringent, but whose gaze was still mind-blowing, like 2 small mountain-like bodies coiled together, bathed in daylight and lazily closed their eyes. It's like a relaxing vacation at the beach. Those 2 dragons had appeared some time ago, and a few Qin clan patriarchs stated that those were the 2 peak emperor dragons they had seen when they first arrived. Though as of now, they're not hostile to the human race. But how can we allow other dragons to sleep soundly on the side of the couch? It always felt heartbreaking to have such 2 dragons of unknown origin and terrifying strength, sleeping next to them and doing things. A few of their Jinwu Sea experts were watching in turn, though if there really was a problem, they couldn't stop it. But it's time to watch it, and it's meant to be an unblinking stare. Every time those 2 dragons changed positions, it made them nervous. Have you contacted the higher-ups of the Xia clan yet? Do they recognize these 2 dragons? Are they captive bred by the seniors of their clan? The time for the shift came, and the master of the Jinwu division inquired about the companions who had come to take over the shift. Asked. They said that they had only seen Elder catching a dragon before, and a tiger, which should be the one that drifted inside the sea and whose whereabouts are still unknown. As for these 2 dragons, they don't know. They haven't seen them, but we just discussed that they should be domesticated as well. Not wild ones, otherwise it's quite unreasonable to take so long without the slightest intention of coming after us. That's true, but it's hard to be reassured without definite information. The 2 Jinwu division experts talked and looked at the 2 dragons in the distance with an unpleasant expression. What did that senior think? If it's really him raising it. 2 dragons that scary let out, and they didn't say to bolt a chain, or put it far away and throw it somewhere off the beaten path. This kind of evil dragon people look at with fear. The heart trembles. No one can really put it down, even if they suspect it was raised. Elder wouldn't be suspecting that our intentions are impure and sent 2 dragons to keep an eye on things. One of them made a sudden guess. Maybe, at this point, far away, the two dragons, while comfortably enjoying the daylight, every now and then their eyes cracked open a slit and let out a dragon sigh. Time is running out, just as their blood is running out. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Even though it's the holidays, they feel less and less joyful. Every second that passes is a little more heavy, a little more depressing. I feel it. There are two guys coming. Suddenly a dragon opened its eyes and spoke. Yeah, how's the strength? The other dragon's eyes cracked open a slit and asked absently. It doesn't feel like it, but precisely because it doesn't feel like it, it's not simple. Maybe not less than you and me. Opening his eyes, the dragon spoke. There's another unlucky one coming through. That's good. The heavens and the earth are so big, and those who can still find their way to this place are lucky. Squinting, the dragon traced two tears from the corners of his eyes. Chapter 103, The Return. They're coming. The dragon, with its eyes open, raised its head and looked in one direction. In the endless sea, two crocodiles that had become smaller in size, with only their eyes showing outside, drifted from side to side, observing the situation on the coastline. In order to prevent accidents from being detected, they kept their aura dead tight, just sweeping and observing with pure gaze without using their consciousness. Suddenly, a huge mountain trembled and drew up, catching their eyes for a moment, looked over with alarm. The underworld dragons. How did they get here and mix with the human race? The two crocodiles, seeing the giant mountain, couldn't help but change the light in their eyes. It found us, and look at us with pity. It's not right. A green crocodile spoke out, scanning around with vigilance, and couldn't help but use its consciousness to probe the strength of the two dragons on the shore. Indeed, something is not right. The human race only came with one Saint Exalt this time. It's impossible for him to appear here, with the strength of the shadow crocodile, yet he's still trapped. I'm afraid it's related to the underworld dragon race. Go, hurry up and take this message back. The two crocodiles saw the dragon for a moment. On the spur of the moment, the decision was made to run away first. The underworld dragon clan was a large and powerful clan. Now that it's likely hooked up with the human race, it doesn't feel good in any way. This is big news. They're so resourceful. They just run away. Why wasn't I so resourceful when you said something was wrong? Narrowing his eyes without moving, Phantom Eater let out a sigh. Finally opening his eyes completely, he cast a complicated gaze at the place where the two crocodiles had disappeared. There was approval, envy, and more than a little remorse. You shouldn't have moved just now. The head of the phantom devouring dragon turned to speak out. It's only empathy when you're in the same boat, when you're down on your luck together. Same place. It fell into the pit and the other beings ran away. And it didn't feel good anyway. Pretty tough. At the thought of this, tears came out again. It's okay. They can't get away. The sprite looked up into the sky. A golden fishing net cut through the void and plopped into the sea. The water splashed and fluttered, and a harsh, shrill growl, with a muffled sensation, came out of the water. A few moments later, the nets closed and flew out of the water, and two crocodiles inside that were restored to their original, immense size were pulled out. The two crocodiles squeezed together, their bodies trembling and struggling feebly. Their eyes swiveled and came to meet the two dragons on the shore. Phantom Eater's huge dragon mouth grinned as he looked at the distant fishing nets and inexplicably got excited, breaking into a grin. The sprite turned his head and gave his companion a surprised look. Even if you want to gloat, you don't have to look like this. This guy's not out of his mind, is he? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The human experts who noticed the commotion quickly rose into the air and looked at the two crocodiles that were being fished out and gradually moving away. The mind vibrates. Here come two more crocodiles. Looks like a long tail following out this time. Send the news back immediately. The leader of the Jinwu division spoke with a gloomy expression. It's now completely certain that those two dragons are, indeed, domesticated. He turned his head and gave a complicated look in the direction of where the two dragons were. The fact that those two dragons sunbathing there brightly were fine, while the sneaky two crocodiles were caught instead, was obvious enough. He let out a sigh and a small murmur. What's not good for senior to raise, but to raise dragons? This matter, if the underworld dragon clan finds out, the consequences are hard to predict. 3 dragons now. If this were to be rumored, the entire group of the underworld dragon clan would have to go berserk. You know, it's not as simple as killing the dragon. It's enslavement. This kind of thing was definitely intolerable in the eyes of the not-so-numerous spectral dragon clan. Unfortunately, he was too insignificant to meet his predecessor to persuade him. This matter, too, could only wait for Yu Xing to be able to withdraw and come to personally persuade him. He carried the bag, turned his horse around, and rushed back. The white stallion stepped into the void at a rapid speed, flickering as if it were traveling through a space-time door. Every time it passed through the void, it tilted its head in excitement and let out a long hiss. Chewie bowed his head and was speechless. Originally it was he who wanted the thrill of a galloping horse. At the end of the day, he didn't find excitement. The horse was rather spurred on. The barking was now more passionate than the barking. There is a sense of turning passivity into initiative. The time to return was sped up a lot under Chuhi's maneuvering. Soon, when the sun was still right in the middle of the sky, he rode back to Lin County, and as he passed by the familiar grove, his mind moved. His feet clamped down on the horse's belly, and the steed landed vertically and smoothly. Crisp hoofbeats sounded. Chun Prosperity, who was in the process of carefully polishing a horse, raised his head. Upon seeing the familiar horse, and the figure that he had only seen once, but would never forget, his eyes glowed brightly. It's like the lady at the Lichuan house who sees the returning hoi polloi. Not only did my eyes glow, but even my heart was pounding. Especially, he became even more agitated when he noticed that the white horse under Chui's crotch, its legs and stomach were launching violently and trembling. The horse, obviously overwhelmed by the ride. It's time to change. A senior is a senior. And his steed with plenty of stamina couldn't stand it for a day at his crotch. Awesome. Senpai. More horses. Buy 1. Get 10 free. Chenny Wu greeted Chuhi with an excited face. Chui's eyes swept over the rows of horses bolted to the trees in various colors. You're ready to change careers. The corners of his mouth twitched in disbelief. Aha! Elder. I'm selling horses now. Chenny Wei nodded his head. The senior once again appeared. Not in vain he spent a lot of money yesterday to acquire such a batch of BMW over. He was originally just holding out for an eventuality. But I didn't realize that the dream seemed to be coming true. Senpai really did show up again. Take your time selling then. Good luck with your business. I don't need it right now. Chui shook his head. He was just writing for fun and excitement. Not that he really needed it. So, Chenny Wei felt disappointed though. But he didn't force himself to come up with another sales pitch. This kind of random elixir could make him break through. A bib that can be used as a tablecloth and discarded at will. When worn on the body, is able to clear the mind and calm the spirit, and can protect against knives and axes and blasts of energy. Such an inscrutable senior. He wouldn't dare to make him sick. Yesterday's potion, the belly band, should just be a chance given casually by the seniors. It's not like his horse is really worth that much. That's a bit of a pushover he still has. The only reason he still ran here to sell his horse was to follow the stupid instinct in his heart. The anticipation is there, but it's not so bad that you lose your mind. Sell well. Make it big and strong. This business is promising. Chui passed an encouraging look to Chen Prowler and patted his horse to leave. Chapter 104, The Opening of the Heavens. When Chui came back, the first time he went into the devil-suppressing tower, he threw the 2 freshly caught crocodiles into the frying pan. It feels refreshing to hear their mid-air growls. That kind of nice sound only happens when new creatures come in. Chui listened for a while before stepping out of the devil-suppressing tower, looking at the green smoke that was rising with the naked eye next to the willow tree, and then looking up at the sky. Today's chi was abundant and it was noon, so he counted with his fingers. It was a great auspicious sign. Chui straightened his clothes and walked into the book depository, silently signing in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, rewarding him with a purple blood golden stone. A purple and gold stone appeared on the sign-in panel. Chui had a smile on his face. Sure enough, it's Biggie. This kind of purple blood golden stone. He had gotten 2 of them before, and this was the 3rd one. This was something that was of great use to him in his current realm. It's even arguably the best, most practical thing to do. And of course it only works for him. The other Saint Exalted Masters, they couldn't use it. As his cultivation got stronger and the more feats he got from signing in, Chui's insights on dissecting martial arts had already reached the point where he could see the difference. His 9-turn golden body technique was very different from the mainstream cultivation method of the Great Desolate World. The 9 turns golden body technique, without much fancy, was the purest method of cultivating oneself. Each stage, while it is an all-encompassing metamorphosis of the mind and body, will also have side points. In the 4th turn, the 9 turns golden body technique, the focus was on the shedding of the skeleton. After Chui's 4th turn of cultivation was completed, his bones were like gold with its own divine content. Every inch, every cut, could be used as a weapon, and if he was dismantled, he could be broken down into countless emperor-level weapons. And at the 5th turn level, the focus of the 9 turns golden body technique was above blood. Every drop of his ordinary blood was condensing towards essence blood. A drop of blood falling and causing the sky to crumble, the earth to split, and the mountains and rivers to vaporize was definitely no joke. A drop of his blood could create an emperor, provided, of course, that it could be refined and not be held up. This is also the hardest. After obtaining the purple blood golden stone, Chui decided to close his door once more. He spoke to Little Bastard and closed the book depository, opened a secret space realm and walked in. He needed to sign in, so he didn't choose to close the space gate. With each of his retreats, he had molded an alarm clock in his mind simulation, and with each turn to noon, he would wake up for a split second to check in. Anyway, he cultivated his physical body and had a strong spiritual consciousness, and wasn't afraid of distractions disrupting his cultivation. This was a secret space that had been transformed into the shape of a bathtub by Chu-hee. The inside was divided into sections. There was purple blood containing thunder and lightning Dao, calm on the surface, but with a terrifying heaviness that struck straight into one's heart, carrying a terrifying will of thunder and lightning that could tear the heart apart. Just by looking at it, an ordinary person's soul would have to crack open. There was white spirit milk, dots of fluorescent light flickering with an intoxicating fragrance that made one feel a sense of pleasure from the depths of the soul just by taking a whiff. There is also with a little black spots of red molten lava, proof bubbles, nuisance black smoke out, taste choking, and with appalling heat, even if an ordinary Hotian martial artist far away from the dip a little, have to be burned alive. This was where Chu-hee practiced. Boil, forge, replenish and repair, all in one. Chu-hee's cultivation was not static, rather, it scurried back and forth between these several separated holes, taking out the purple blood golden stone, which was permeated with a mysterious and thick aura. Chu-hee took off his clothes, pressed it to his abdomen, and leaped into the magma bath. Time passes quickly. A year has passed. After more than a year of hard work, the preparatory works for the human race's heaven opening program were finally considered complete. Now start getting ready to pry a few brute field drifts. In the endless sea, the center of that man-made island. Finally, a figure dressed in blue stepped out from the tip of the tower. He stomped on the void and looked down on the sky and earth, his breath not leaking at all, his long hair casually draped and fluttering in the wind. He struck out and grabbed from the tower, and 9 giant tripods flew out from the top of the tower and were lifted by him with one hand. Shun, with a movement of his hand, the 9 giant tripods, in different directions, cut through the air and fell into the distant part of the endless sea. Come out. A mountain and river that was permeated with a glistening luster and as transparent as a curtain of water was grabbed out, as if it was a heaven and earth, and was lifted up by the blue-clothed youth. In the center of his hand red kept expanding and stretching out, and in the twinkling of an eye, it covered the sky, like a world hanging upside down in the air. There was brilliant heavenly might emanating, and there were mountain gods and river kings roaring. Open the sky. The blue-clothed youth let out a roar. Boom, boom, boom. As his voice fell, a terrifying aura rose up around the sea island. All of the human powerhouses on the entire island were in position. A map of the heaven and earth formation was activated, and they happened to be standing right on top of one of the nodes. An instant passed, and the entire deep sea exploded with golden light, filling heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. After 16 dull thuds, 16 chains, pulled straight, rose taut from the bottom of the sea and hung above the skyscraper gears that had appeared on the tower. Melt. The heaven and earth that was held high by the blue-clothed youth fell from his hands, like an overlap between the virtual and the real. Rumble. The skyscraper gears on the tower began to turn slowly amidst the loud noise. Has the crocodile clan not moved yet? Outside of the sea, there were many experts of the human race, spread out to keep watch. In one of the places, Lord Yu looked at the skyscraper gears that had already begun to rotate, and his expression still didn't relax in the slightest. Yes, no, we've revealed a lot of breaches to them. But except for the ones that roam around scouting, their main force, still missing. An expert of the Jinwu division beside him replied. It seems that the crocodile race's goal, as I guessed before, is really to sit back and reap the benefits, so that we can build the things and they can just take the ready-made ones. These silly crocodiles, they think pretty well, but this is good. We can also put our plans into action with peace of mind. At that time, we'll see whose backhand is stronger. Alas, I don't know. How is the situation over at the East Sung domain now? Lord Yu looked deep into the depths of the endless sea. Boom! There was a shudder, and the barbarian domain shifted forward a tiny bit. Tongyi Valley. With this step of moving, like a sewage manhole cover being pushed open by a tiny slit, a pure black gas with a foul odor emerged. The source of the black gas, it is a dark and deep abyss underneath it, and the sinister wind is blowing, bringing out all kinds of sharp and hostile whistles, such as the devil's murmur, such as the roar of the ghosts, such as the screams of the souls of the wrongdoers. Suddenly, with a brush sound, at the bottom of the abyss, a pair of eyes surrounded by black flames with 2 red dots in the center, carrying a tyrannical aura that could scorch heaven and earth, snapped open and appeared from the darkness. Instantly all the sounds dissipated without a trace, and heaven and earth were as if they had fallen into silence. Chapter 105, The Change of Events. Same time, in the book Depository. Brush. Chu-hee, who was in the middle of cultivation, snapped his eyes open. His consciousness flared out almost simultaneously and instantly. It pierced the clouds and enveloped the heavens and earth, almost condensing into substance. In the middle of Lin City, the young boys and girls who were working hard to create performance for their families suddenly felt their hearts sink. A terrifying pressure appeared, and their souls felt like trembling, as if they were swallowed into an endless abyss in an instant. They shivered. Soul and body, both suffered a violent attack. Even the accompanying capitals that were close to Lin City were all in a state of panic at this moment. Whether it was an innate or a king ancestor, all of them were instantly frightened with their hearts beating wildly. Even the entire Xia clan territory, and even further afield, was plunged into the kind of dreary depression before a storm. Dark clouds and stormy weather. All of this, however, came and went suddenly. Just a few breaths later, everything returned to normal. That horribly depressing feeling instantly disappeared cleanly without leaving the slightest trace, as if it had never appeared. However, in the middle of the forested city, laying on her back was the young girl who rolled her eyes and trembled at the corners of her mouth. And then there were the young men who suddenly felt soporific, knowing full well that something terrible had indeed just happened. They were tempted to run out screaming, and no more than that, they wanted to see what was going on. Yet alas, at this moment, they felt physically more tired than all these years of diligent labor combined, unable to move at all, more difficult than being deflated. Even each other can only stare at each other. Their mouths can't even speak for a moment. Did that just make Senior angry? What happened? Mang Yi shivered as his aura exploded, fighting against that terrifying aura and desperately protecting Xia Yuan. He waited for the breath to dissipate before he made a sound with hard lips. Perhaps it has something to do with the curtain being drawn. Maybe it's engaging whichever shadowy being it is. In all these years, I've never seen Senior emit such a great anger, like heavenly might. Just what kind of an opponent should have appeared to make the Senior so serious? Xia Yuan took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. Stunned, the mere emanation of breath stirred up the wind and clouds of heaven and earth. If such a strong person were to fight, there was no telling what would happen to this Lin County. No, or even the Xia clan's territory. Such a big curtain, the weak Xia tribe stays on the side. If you are not careful, it is the end of the pulverized bones. In the book depository, Chu He walked out of the cave that represented the fiery flavor. Take down the purple blood golden stone with a dull sheen on his abdomen, which was already strewn with cracks, and put on his clothes. He frowned as he stepped out of the secret realm, flipped his hand and took out his astrolabe to start divining. He had just been in the middle of his cultivation when he suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. It was the first time he had ever encountered it, directly causing Chu He to blow up. His reaction was so intense that his consciousness instantly exploded. Following the feeling that gave him something different, he went straight after it, trying to find the source. Unfortunately, even though he had been fast, he was still too late to catch up. This was the first time that a living being existed that was able to escape his tracking, causing Chu He to be very upset. At the same time, it also felt heart-stopping. He feared that a being stronger than him had arrived. So, he's going to start a trigram. The final trigram shows, peace, it's good to be okay. Chu He's frown soothed a bit, but he wasn't all relaxed. What the hell was that just now? Should we use our secret techniques to chase after them again? He propped his chin up and thought. Hesitation. In the end, Chu He shook his head and thought it was better to forget about it. He was worried that the aura just now really represented an existence stronger than him, and if he made a fool of himself and chased after them, it might trigger a change of heart. The trigram is peace, but if he makes a death wish, it may be a great evil. It's better to be steady. Although the existence above the Saint Elder, with his many means, he might not be without a fighting chance, but as the old father of heaven's path who could steadily improve, there was no need for him to take the risk. Instead, you need to be a little more cautious before becoming the strongest. Time to prepare a little more of a backhand. Previously, his strength was an invincible level existence that crushed opponents in the entire barbarian domain. It's all kind of slacked off over the years. Chu He felt that he should move again one of these days, and put the entire book depository. No, the book depository place was too small. He had to build the entire Lin City that once. It just so happened that he had a few drawings of the absolute great formation set with the materials. After it was changed, even if an existence above a Saint Exalt dared to come to trouble him, he would let the other party know why the flowers were as red as they were. Give it a dry run inside the devil-suppressing tower, Tony Valley. In the middle of the abyss, the rapidly rising demonic eye suddenly paused. Then the red spots on its gaze spread and glared violently. A layer of something with the shape of sludge flew out from its eye socket, blocking the sliver of a gap that had opened up in the abyss. Then its figure quickly descended and returned to the bottom of the abyss from new. It looked straight above the abyss, the 2 points of red light in its eyes, turning rapidly as if it was thinking about something. The entire abyssal space, where a pin could be heard, was plunged into true dead silence. Ryoko, woo! A dull growl like that of a fierce beast rang out. A black inflammation appeared in the abyss. Floating out, a burst of sound like the swaying of water flow sounded. The black inflammation extinguished, transformed into a pile of black mudballs. Oily and smooth, it quivered and wriggled in the void. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Finally, when all the black flames transformed into mudballs, they scurried upwards, like a big black rat, toppling open the gap of the blocked abyss, and the smooth bodies of the mudballs, between the tiny gaps, slipped out as if they had been transformed into liquid running water. Bring back the tonic to help me recover. At the bottom of the abyss, a hoarse demonic voice rang out with a teeth-grinding sense of hardship. When all the mudballs disappeared, at the bottom of the abyss, a ball of silt-shaped stuff shot out once again, blocking the hole to death. And then the red dot dimmed and went out, and the entire pitch-black abyss once again blew an inky wind, creating all kinds of ghostly cries and howls. Tony Valley, like the endless sea, was a place of connectivity between major neighboring domains, and while the journey was relatively much shorter, very few beings chose to go through here, instead taking a detour around the endless sea. It was only because, in addition to being the same as the endless sea, there were endless ferocious beasts here, but it was also covered by demonic chi all year round, which was able to affect the sanity of living beings, so that even king-level existences would have to be trapped in it if they weren't careful. This is the reason why there is not much interaction between the large and small domains. By sea, it's a long way to travel and there are many ferocious beasts walking the land. Even the peak battle power in the small domain, a king-level expert could be in danger. Who would dare to make this kind of death? However, at this moment, in the Tongi Valley where the barbarian domain intersected with the constant domain, there were several bat-like beings sitting in a coiled position, with words coming out of their mouths. They were clearly not ferocious beasts, but rather living beings that possessed intelligence. But strangely enough, despite the surrounding demonic chi, which kept surging towards them, it didn't feel like it had the slightest effect on them. Chapter 106, Leaving on a Whim. What's going on? Why are there Xia clan members everywhere? And they're ridiculously strong. The 5 figures were the same 5 king-level veteran charmers who had fought a battle with the Xia clan that day, and had promptly wiped their feet and ran away. They are incredibly depressed at the moment, after the victory of the human race that day. Although the clans were gone, fortunately, a few of them were strong enough to hide among some small clans and slowly develop, but it was still possible. However, during the rise of the Tiger clan, there were strong people in the clan who broke through the emperor, sweeping the world, and had the tendency to unify the barbarian domain, but they planted themselves in the Xia clan's territory at the last moment. Their emperor masters, once gone, have not returned, without any news. This matter spread throughout the major clans of the barbarian domain and into the ears of the 5 of them as well. And then, when he thought about it, he remembered that after the same run to the Xia clan's territory, he had never heard from the Supreme after that. They realize it's not simple. The Xia clan may have a very scary underbelly. Not sure why it wasn't used centuries ago, but it doesn't matter. They just need to know that the Xia clan, today, is terrifying. Feeling intensely uneasy in their hearts, they simply passed through the Tongi Valley, left the barbarian domain, and ran into the nearby constant domain. One good thing about them, Phantom, born with a strong empathy for the forces of evil, the demonic chi in the Tongi Valley had very little effect on them, which was why they, the Phantom clan, were able to scurry between the major domains even when they were weak. However, he did not expect that after not many years of peace in the constant domain, another Xia clan member appeared and suppressed the constant domain. The emperor that swept through the sky scared them to death, and they slipped back into the Tongi Valley in the process, while returning to the barbarian domain, thinking that after so many years, the wind should have passed. Who knew that after venturing out, he would find another Xia clan emperor crossing the sky and suppressing the barbarian domain? Scared them back into the Tongi Valley. They were now caught in a dilemma. There's no way to drill the holes in the front and back. One must know that in the past, when the Xia clan only had peak kings, they were able to have the means to track them. They were even more dangerous now that an emperor existed. Didn't have the guts to go out at all. Just as they were whining and incapable of venting wildly, suddenly, not far away, a strange sound rang out. It was subtle, but unusually harsh. Those brainless ferocious beasts are coming again. A chimera drew his claws from the corpse of a black smoking ferocious beast, his eyes tyrannical. It's upset and wants to vent. What was that? It doesn't look like a ferocious beast. Something is very wrong. A few chimera rose and looked in unison in the direction from which the voice had come. Originally still want to kill a pass, but wait until a pile of black paste oil smooth and bright mud pellets, dense scurrying when they look changed in disbelief. Then, without waiting for them to do so, those black and slimy mudballs accelerated steeply. In a whooshing, cracking sound. It smashed towards them of its own accord. Seek death. They let out cold grunts and roars, and their cold demonic chi exploded into substance as they chopped at the mudballs that came at them. Poof, poof, poof. However, those mudballs were special and weren't afraid of their attacks at all. It slapped right on them like a stain. No good. Roar. A few chimera only felt that as their bodies were attached to the mudballs, the blood, demonic energy, and even soul essence on their bodies were being rapidly sucked up, and their lives were being rapidly drained. They panic in rage. There was a self-inflicted slamming hammer at the mudballs attached to them. However, it did nothing. Too much. The ones on the body hadn't been resolved yet, and the mudballs that were spreading out behind them swamped them in a twinkling of an eye. Black mudballs, densely overlapping, like large black rats with an oily glow, were scrambling to feed en masse. Interspersed with an eerie, ear-piercing sound of grinding teeth came out, chilling people to the bone. A few moments later, the mudballs dispersed, and there wasn't even any dregs left on the field where the 5 chimeras were originally located. It was as if nothing had ever existed there in the first place. And after, there was a sound of swaying water, and the mudballs on the ground trembled, as if a pair of hands were kneading and molding them. A few moments later, in place, a chimera appeared from the clay pill. Unarmed, they looked at each other with an eerie glow in their eyes. Another 5 years have passed. During these 5 years, Shui had remodeled Lin City inside and out. Appearances don't seem to change much to the casual observer, but once it was unleashed, it was an absolute murderous weapon. It can slaughter God and destroy Buddha. Of course, while laying the array, Shui's cultivation was not delayed. With a slight sense of crisis, he was a little more diligent these 5 years, no longer lazy. Plus, he had used a purple blood golden stone earlier, and was already on the verge of breaking the boundary. So in the first year, he was already at the 6th layer of the 5th turn, and after the subsequent 4 years, with efforts equal to double the previous progress, he was now on the verge of breaking the boundary again. Shui frantically closed the door. Zhao Yuling, Lin Xue Ling and the two of them were affected and were similarly in seclusion. A few years down the line, their cultivation at the Emperor realm was consolidated, but because Shui guided them less, they didn't manage to advance further. As for Lin Tang, he felt sorry for himself all these years. His old white-bearded grandfather stated that he had dreamt too many dreams and was too mentally exhausted to sleep, leaving him to go out on his own and have a good experience. This led to many unanswered questions in his mind. And it's been too long since I've seen my old grandpa. I really miss him, and I always feel like there's something missing in my life. He began to look through the canonical books and even went to ask the seniors of the Qin clan what methods there were to bring souls that had passed away but had remnants of their consciousness back to life. Unfortunately, he was disappointed that the Qin clan seniors were not able to do anything about it. However, it's not all about answers. After he pressed him, the Qin clan senior said that in the East Sung domain, there was a hidden group called the Soul Clan that had all sorts of divine features, and they might have a way. But she likewise stated that that group, rarely appearing in the mundane world, was hard to find. Lin Tang was not discouraged. He asked the Qin clan seniors for an astrolabe to the East Sung domain, packed his bag overnight, bid farewell to his parents, and took a trip. I think I'm going to make a comeback. Looking at Lin Tang's back as he dashingly left with a large sword on his back, Lin Mother's eyes reddened, and after a long time she opened her mouth. Aha! Lin's father nodded heavily. Shui came out of the gate just in time to hear Lin Tang come to say goodbye to his old grandpa and go outside to find a way to make him live again. Shui was speechless. However, he didn't show up to stop him. After all, fledglings also need to learn to spread their wings before they can fly high. Shui took out his astrolabe and did a fortune-telling for him on this trip. Peace. Okay. And then Shui flexed his fingers and a blade intent and 3 body protection secret techniques were affixed to him. Chapter 107, Prelude. Shadow Crocodile, Green Crocodile, Earth Crocodile. Still not back? Endless sea. Between that huge gap, only one of the crocodiles guarding the gate was left, and he was the first to speak out to the crocodile who had come to report and asked, there's still no news from several old ancestors. The crocodile who came over to report nodded. The natal bead is still good. It's not broken? The crocodile guarding the gate asked again. Aha! The crocodile who had come over to report once again nodded continuously, then proceeded to say uncertainly, Old ancestor, do we need you to personally chase after them and take a look? Brush! The crocodile guarding the door instantly opened its eyes, the light in the crocodile's eyes blazing as its claws probed out and slapped it on the head. Continuous tapping. It clanked and directly slapped it hard into the boulders inside the seabed. Elder ancestor. The crocodile that was slapped in made a miserable, dull sound. It didn't dare to resist at all, and powerless to resist. You're either a brainless fool, or you're deliberately trying to harm old ancestor me. The crocodile guarding the gate let out a cold grunt. Roll. Climb out yourself. It turned its head to the giant hole behind it with hesitation. After a few moments of contemplation, he eventually crawled in towards the giant hole. Although the holy ancestor would be in a bad temper if he woke it up after a short slumber, and would probably blast it and slap it on the wall and hang it up, there was nothing it could do about it now. There's no way it could have gone to see the situation for itself. Is there? Don't tease. It's not brain dead. This is the kind of thing that kills it when there's obviously a big hole in it. It's better to let St. Joe go. It's bigger. It's also more iron. As long as it has its claws out, nothing is a problem. Shuhi was in closed-door cultivation in the book depository, completely ignoring the outside world. The entire Lin city, including the Xia clan's territory, was mostly calm, except for the occasional two vibrations because the continent was in the midst of drifting. However, outside of the Xia clan's borders, after the heaven opening program had begun, the past few years had been turbulent. Something weird is going on. The human race needed to transform the continent and create a holy land for cultivation, but it didn't choose to exterminate the living beings other than the human race, and it didn't even make a move against any of the ethnic groups. It's simple. Need to stay ecological, celestial pride adventures, food sources, and more. These need to be done by the Fae. You can't have just one ethnic group in a place. That would be a lot of problems. The top echelons of the human race had even divided the places where those foreign races would survive after the continent was completely synthesized. Hundreds of mountain ranges have been carefully chosen for them. However, now there is an accident. At the edge of the endless sea, on top of the giant ship, in a large deliberative hall, the Qin clan patriarchs, as well as the strongest members of the Jinwu division gathered. The same situation has occurred in other small domains. The one who opened his mouth was the leader of the Jinwu division, Zhao Yaowu, who had just returned from the endless sea, brought back the news. Originally he was there to debrief. Strange things have been happening in the barbarian realm these past few years. There are constantly groups of people, entire clans, disappearing, clean and clear, no one left behind. There's no trace of it. No one knows exactly when this thing started. It was still 3 years ago that a succession of clans in the Xia clan discovered that the disciples sitting outside, cooperating with various clans to develop resources, had not contacted the clan within a specified period of time before sending someone to investigate, only to discover the problem. Things were piling up and eventually alerted Meng Yi. He and a few king ancestors separated to search, only to realize that, throughout the barbarian domain, there had been patches and patches of communities that had disappeared. After this happened, they also informed the Qin clan. A joint probe was fruitless. Even the Qin clan's imperial elder patriarchs were unable to detect any traces of it when they used their secret arts. And, throughout the barbarian realm, the number of missing communities continues to grow. There were even a few searching king-level powerhouses that had lost track of them. It's such a big deal at such a critical time. It's natural to report it. However, Zhao Yaowu realized when he went to report the news that the barbarian domain was not the only place where this situation had occurred. Even if he didn't go to report, there were already strong people ready to move to the barbarian domain to see the situation. Because 8 domains that were moved, 5 more besides the barbarian domain, had the same problem. Even one of the most serious domains had a powerful person at the level of an emperor's patriarch fall. The Zhao clan, who was in charge of that domain, was forced to withdraw. Fortunately, their pre-preparations had been completed, and the continent was still being pulled along smoothly without the layout being disrupted as a result. After hearing the news that Zhao Yaowu brought back, everyone present turned worried. It couldn't have been a worse thing for the clan or for himself. Could this be a tactic of the crocodile clan? A patriarch of the Qin clan made a guess. No. The crocodile clans means can't do such a brilliant job. This matter, even the peak Emperor Zun's seniors made a move and failed to find out the source. Moreover, the crocodile clan's group of fellows aren't good at this kind of way. If they really want to make trouble, they will also be straight to the point. What they are good at, it's strong pressure with force. Zhao Yaowu opened his mouth. The others nodded, feeling justified. That group of silly crocodiles, mainly hard, wrestling that are horizontal push way, like this sneaky means, not their specialty, and if they really wanted to mess up, it would be right to come at their human race. There's no need to go after the small indigenous tribes on land. When I came back, Elder Yu explained that if things are not possible, you can retreat to the Salary Flame Island. Zhao Yaowu opened his mouth. The others nodded. That's natural, and there's really no need to beat a dead horse now that the preparations are complete. When the plan to open up the heavens was completed, Yu Sheng drew back and could sweep with his own power. Go inform the Xia clan. Tell them about the situation, and if possible, ask if that Saint Elder is able to make a move. Zhao Yaowu looked at Qin Ming and opened his mouth. He was the one who had dealt with the Xia clan the most. This matter naturally labors on him to go away. Aha! Qin Ming nodded his head, and seeing that things had been discussed about as well, he walked out of the great hall and went to deliver the message. Outside the book collection pavilion, under the willow tree, Xu He, who had endeavored to remain in seclusion for a few years, sat comfortably on a chaise longue, drinking tea and relaxing. Speaking of which, except for the time when he had just entered the book depository, he had no strength and a sense of crisis, so he made a strong effort to cultivate desperately. At the back, he was getting stronger and stronger, except for the time when he would close the door when he broke the boundary. Other times, it would be a day of rest and a day of effort, and even at the back, he would have to rest for 2 days, getting lazy. This time, spurred on by a presence from nowhere, it was a good effort. It felt pretty fulfilling. Time to go get those 3 dragons and a tiger back. Enough fury on them after so many years. Haven't seen them for a long time. Kind of miss them. Give them a surprise. Chewie stretched and stood up. He's had to work hard these past few years, and instead of picking up the dragons and tigers that are out there, he's just sent word that they should continue to act on behalf of the heavens. Just 3 alligators simmering inside the frying pan. Chewie didn't even have time to see them, and the high temperature subsidy has never been issued. It couldn't be helped. He was one of those people who had plenty of patience when he had leisure, and when he didn't, he wouldn't do anything by the way if he didn't have to. Chapter 108, Weird Things. Seeing Chewie get up, the little bastard sitting on the ground, also hurriedly got up and directly hugged his thighs to climb up. It's been suffocating it for years. Xu He, Zhao Yuling were both closed. You can't get in the front door of the book depository, and you don't even get to rub the shelves. Lin Tang hangs out every day. Even the goldfish lid was covered by Chua and it couldn't play. The snake inside the Qiankuan bag Chu He forbade it to take it out again. Over the years, it has been under the willow tree every day, either sleeping or waking up to rub the top of the rag against it. Little bastard, who had never felt bored, was really bored these days. Alright, Chu He pulled out a handful of royal dog food. The little Wangba's eyes lit up. His claws loosened. Chewy's pant leg instantly stretched out, grabbed the dog food, and then stuffed it into the Wangba's shell 1 grain at a time. Stay home. I'll be right back. Chewy touched Wangba's head before stepping into the air. What a wonderful time to be alive. Look how blue the water is. Look how bright it is. In the endless sea, the sight of our Sai spirit that had just finished off a few ferocious beasts surfaced. Phantom Eater let out a loud and clear growl. The dragon's body moves in and out of the water, i.e., letter sentiments. After 5 consecutive years of rest, it's in much better spirits. Some cheerfulness has returned. No more daily tears. For it, chasing and killing ferocious beasts was never considered a difficult thing to do, and it was also considered a form of recreation. As long as it doesn't get out of the frying pan, it's fine to let it work as a ferocious beast for the rest of its life. This job is too good. It's super favorite. If such a life must have a duration, it wants it to be 10,000 years. No, it should be until death. The sprite nodded in agreement. This is the kind of life it likes too. That's what freedom feels like. The air is fresh, and there is hope for the dragonborn. At this distance, I have 30 seconds to meet those 2 dragons. Xu He, who was almost at the endless sea, stopped at a mountain. He listed a piece of arithmetic in his head, taking his speed per second, and the distance between him and the 2 nearest dragons. He calculated the time of the encounter. The final result was 30 seconds. Xu He condensed a stopwatch in his sea of consciousness. Countdown. 30. Xu He stepped into the void and instantly disappeared. Freedom! Freedom! We are free! Twin dragons soared and frolicked in the waters of the void. Passionate. The dragon's tail slaps the water from time to time, lifting the water and bringing up waves. They call the wind and the rain. The angry whistles are the sound. The thunder is the music. And the wind and rain are the companions. Space tore under their claws. The winds and clouds of heaven and earth change as they dance. The furious sea lifts with their agitation. However, just when the atmosphere was at its peak, suddenly, just in time, a voice rang out in the void. What a voice that was! It's like the devil from hell, coming to earth to issue a curse. The voice was unmistakably harsh, malevolent and evil. To dragons, it was the most unpleasant sound in heaven and earth, and just hearing it would leave them aching and weak, trembling and in shock. See only, the 2 dragons, who were getting high, heard the sound and all their movements came to a screeching halt in an instant. The thunder then dispersed. The torn space began to heal. The wind and rain that changed heaven and earth disappeared. The sea of fury then slowly subsided. Poof! Plop! Their airborne dragon bodies fell into the sea with 2 dull thuds. It kicked up waves dozens of feet high. This one voice scared the guts out of their dragons. The body is stiff. Brain buzzing. Just now it feels like how wonderful life is. and now it feels like how hard it is to survive. Chuhi reached out, and the 2 dragons that had just fallen were grabbed out by him again. Not bad, not bad. Chuhi nodded his head as he looked at the 2 dragons that not only had plenty of fury chi on their bodies, but even their essence was much fuller. That's so nice. The big vacation given to them was not in vain. The cracked hearts are all largely healed. You can stay up a little longer this time. No problem. The 2 dragons shivered. Chuhi took out his Qiankuan cloth bag and stuffed them in one by one. Then the eyes looked a little farther away. Carry the bag on your back and keep going. A few moments later, Song Yu, who had also gotten high, also fell into the cloth bag. As for the first tiger, it wasn't bagged by Chuhi, but acted as a mount and carried Chuhi back. This time Chuhi didn't manipulate the first tiger, but let it play freely. The first tiger, unlike the horse, it was not bad in strength, had enough stamina, wasn't slow, and knew the way, so it didn't need Chuhi to worry about it at all. All he had to do was close his eyes and lie down. Clouds surrounded his face, and he let the moisture-laden astral wind blow through. At a height of tens of thousands of meters, the coolness of the air made Chuhi feel soothed. Wait! Stop! Chuhi suddenly opened his eyes and voiced out. The first tiger's body shuddered and braked instantly, stopping in an instant. You wait here. Chuhi smoothly struck a breath-sealing technique on the first tiger. Then his body leaped down. It's a plane. Surviving on it is a buffalo-like creature. At the moment they seem to be engaged in a tug-of-war, and the cattle rolled on like a black torrent. Chuhi's figure fell down and looked at the last row of cows in the herd with astonishment in his eyes. See only, those cows, between runs, kept coming up behind the asses of the cows in front of them. Then, finding the right opportunity, he transformed into a puddle of black, muddy water and scurried right in. The drilled cow let out a manic bellow. However, too many cows bellowed to be noticed by their companions, who took it for rutting excitement. After a few moments, they stopped talking, then once again moved forward to the back of the cow's ass, so on and so forth. Like a condom, keeps the herd dwindling. Such an evil thing. Everyone should be punished. From the system space, Chuhi took out another Qiankuan bag and wordlessly walked behind a cow. The scent was well collected on these creepy cows. Chuhi felt that even an unusual emperor expert, I'm afraid that if they weren't seen by the eyes, but only by the consciousness that emanates from them, they wouldn't even be able to discover that they're special. They have a pure demonic aura on them. It didn't look like those evil beings, with strong auras and demonic flames, as striking as if they could change the sky. But that was due to the fact that the demonic aura on them was pure and internalized to the extreme. Just like the coarse hairy big man, a thick layer of mud pills on the body, usually stripped naked, attracting attention and making people look disgusting. But if it is rubbed into a piece, condensed into a pile, placed inside the armpit and hidden, it will not attract people's attention. Yet that in no way meant that the mudballs became fewer, knowing that when the big man lifted his armpit up, it would be even more shocking. By the same token, when these bizarre things, pure demonic chi, burst out, they would be even more terrifying. Ahead, a cow was about to get behind the ass of the cow in front of her when a large hand appeared, separated her from the ass of the cow in front of her, and pulled her backward with a hand over her head. Chapter 109, Strange Things. The big mouth was gagged and the figure was being pulled back. The buffalo's large eyes were wide open, and the red bull's eyes flickered with dots of black ons. Pust! Its body directly burst open, turning into bits of sludge that splashed around. However, on top of its gigantic bull body, a giant palm had long since condensed at some point, covering all of its body without leaving any gaps, directly letting the black mud that burst open and splattered. Not a single bit of it was able to splash out. The giant palm closed and became smaller, while gathering all the black mud into one piece little by little. Click, click. The black mud made a piercing sound like grinding teeth. Its torso swayed like a liquid as it pressed toward Chui's palm. A golden flame transformed into true chi bubbled up between Chui's palms and rose. The black mud that had been pasted up was seared with a sizzling sound. A wisp of smoke bubbling with black gas rose up, and even more viscous black liquid was squeezed out. Black mud let out a shrill scream like grinding teeth. Chui's palm closed completely, kneaded the black mud, pinched it into a ball, struck a seal, and like a wrapped dumpling, threw it into the Qiankuan cloth bag, all in one fell swoop, extremely fast. At the same time, the movement and sound caused were all controlled by Chuhi between his palms, without a single trace leaking out. His palms, soundproofed, even if a thunderstorm was brewing and tearing at his palm. If he wanted to, he could do so without the slightest leakage. Not to mention the fact that it's just a king-level creepy thing in the district. It's just not too easy. Chuhi did as he was told. Drag the cows out. Let them stagger their companions. And strike. The herd is in a stampede. Chui's hands were silent again. And those weird cows, who hadn't been able to find their companions for a while, were dwindling just like those they were hunting. Even if the occasional spooky cow accidentally noticed Chewy's presence, it was caught before it made a sound. A cow that burst open and transformed into an unmud pill was compressed into a dumpling shape by Chewy, sealed up, and packed into the Qiankuan bag. It was a rewarding trip. The demonic aura of death on these mudballs was quite dense, and by the looks of it, it's psychic. They are intelligent beings and should be able to be thrown into a frying pan and squeezed. After taking care of those weird cows, Chewy stopped, turned around with 2 bags on his back, and with a single step, he appeared on top of the first tiger's back. Go back! The second floor of the Devil Suppressor Tower. Chewy went in and found the 3 crocodiles that had been continuously and incessantly milked for several years. The hull of misery had changed shape, especially the one that had been captured in the beginning. It looked like more than just the fury in his body was going to dry up. Even his size had shrunk from being squeezed. Chewy hurriedly fished them out. Pills and food, and all the heat allowances that had been forgotten for the past few years were piled up in front of them. Eat well and rest well. A vacation for you. Chewy spoke out to comfort. 1 crocodile at a time, gently patting over their heads. The 3 crocodiles' bodies shivered and raised their eyes to look at him without saying anything, lowering their heads and silently following the scent towards the elixir on the ground and biting into it. Chewy released the 3 dragons and 1 tiger and threw them into the frying pan. Then the space that had just quieted down, roaring and screaming again. The 3 crocodiles that were swallowing the elixir, their bodies constantly shivered with the sound of roaring. Then, a feeling of sour shame welled up in the depths of the mind with it. As the peak of the emperor, capable of tearing through space, able to suppress a clan, they are able to enjoy the worship of thousands of living beings. When could I have imagined that one day I would be tortured like this? They deserve to have their bodies crumble and not serve. Souls are crushed but not bent. They think they are strong in the flesh and strong in the soul. Any so-called torture is nothing more than a simmering practice for them. Endless years of such cultivation. They had gone through a lot. The so-called pain is nothing more than a common occurrence, not to be mentioned. However, they now realize that the pain of cultivation they experienced in the past, that was really just a sparage. This is the place where you can really enjoy the pain. Soul, body, double crush, inch by inch, sliver by sliver. It was repeatedly deep fried, and it was in the most lucid state, and the consciousness couldn't even fall into a stupor if it wanted to, forever and ever, as the soul falls into a demonic cave. It's a feeling that can never be imagined without experiencing it. It's too hard. Previously, as Emperor experts, they could never imagine how just hearing the miserable screams of other living beings could cause their bodies to resonate and initiate trembling. Now they can more than imagine it. They experience it. As Empyrean powerhouses, they could never have imagined that one day they would be so humble. It just feels worse than death. The pain in the hearts of the 3 crocodiles was naturally incomprehensible to Chewy, nor do they need to be understood. It's not like he needs to suffer anyway. At this moment, he took out another Qiankuan cloth bag. Inside, it contained over 100 of them, black bizarre mudballs that it had created into dumplings. In fact, they were only king-level strength and deserved to be placed on the first floor. However, the baneful demonic aura on their bodies was even denser than when the first tiger was first captured. Plus, these things are so weird. The number is also high. Chua didn't want to keep it and planned to use it as a disposable item. Give it a straight squeeze. He reached down and poured one out of the bag, then tossed it into a frying pan close by. Oh! An ear-piercing sound that seemed like a severe ghost crying blood resounded in this fire prison space. Making this dry space, a hint of eeriness appeared. Poof, poof, poof. The oil residue of the frying pan that was put into the mudballs went straight up. A wisp of black smoke drifted in all directions, and the flames burning in the fire prison went straight to the frying pan. The flame of the entire fire prison space was instantly like being poured a layer of oil and came to life, and the waves of fire surged as if with a sense of pleasant excitement. The 3 crocodiles that were feeding gave a violent swing and turned their heads in unison, looking with fear in the direction from which the voice came. The 3 dragons and 1 tiger who were howling miserably in the frying pan similarly lowered their voices as their eyes were drawn to them. A strange light appeared in Chewy's eyes. It was also the first time he had ever seen anything that could be squeezed out of a frying pan with so much movement. Chewy thought for a moment, and his heart stirred. The stars in his eyes hung upside down, observing the mysterious power that was being squeezed out of the frying pan. It was found to be just a king-level bizarre mud pill that produced mysterious power that was even thicker and seemed even more pure than that Emperor Realm dragon from Tsangyu. This thing? What the hell is it? It's a coal resource. Chewy's eyes were astonished. Poof, poof, poof. The frying pan was still rolling, but the cry of the piece of mudball was weaker. And it's getting weaker. Chapter 110, Exploration. This stuff, short-term quantities seem to be a lot, and it's really pure, but it doesn't last. Looking at the mud pellet that had already been squeezed like stinky tofu, rolling up and down. Shuhi felt that it would be directly squeezed to death. However, Shuhi could see it. It's not because it's so low level that it can't take the oil squeeze. Rather, it is fundamentally different from the 3 dragons and 1 tiger. What was squeezed out of the 3 dragons and 1 tiger was baneful energy. And although it would torture the flesh, there was something divine about this frying pan that wouldn't easily kill them. And the mud ball was different. It carried more than simply a baleful aura. Essentially, it seemed to be just a piece of energy. And it was pure demonic energy that excited the Jinmu Tower. Squeeze it. The frying pan is serious. Squeeze it to death. The fierceness of the fire was unprecedented. And it also triggered a riot of flames in the entire fire prison. It made the 3 dragons and 1 tiger so horny that their voices went up a notch again. It was only a mere half hour before the frying pan calmed down and the flames returned to normal. There was a dry, black, gooey piece left inside. Shuhi reached out and fished it out. Wow! The boiled dry clay pellets scattered in Shui's hands, transforming into grains of fine powdered dust that floated away. Shuhi opened the bag, taking the remaining 178 clay balls inside. One by one, they were dropped into the frying pan. Instantly the fire prison boiled again. The violent heat waves were like waves that lifted up and rolled one after another, even rippling to the shore and whistling and scraping across Shui's face. The frying pan on top of the fire prison issued a burst of fried beans' general crackling sound. Inside the oil, up and down, was burned and flew up, and the 3 dragons and 1 tiger screamed even more miserably. Shuhi looked at them pitifully, so he stepped in and fished them out. After that, Shui's gaze was tinged with surprise as he looked outside through the demon-suppressing tower. Boom! 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 A few thunderous roars echoed between heaven and earth. Lin City, or even the entire Lin County, was suddenly covered in dark clouds. High above the sky, thunder and lightning were like dragons, flashing gusts of light with heavenly might, brewing for a moment. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the rain came down in torrents. Shui's consciousness came into contact with those rains and felt something unusual. This rain, with its aura of spirituality, the nourishment for all things will be beyond imagination. Its gaze turned to the location where the green smoke was rising next to the devil-suppressing tower. Nice guy, though this time it was still about 10 feet, but it had turned into substance, the kind of substantial green smoke that ordinary people could see, emanating outward in bursts. This substantial green smoke chi fortune could make heaven and earth resonate. A spiritual rain fell as a result. At this moment, everything in heaven and earth in Lin County would be benefited. This thing, what the hell is it? It's very wrong. Shuhi withdrew his gaze and once again looked at the mudballs that were flipping in the frying pan. With a mysterious light in his eyes, he swept over the clay pill in detail. It looks like it's just a mass of pure energy that's been pumped out, but has an autonomous consciousness. This thing can't be an avatar detached from some devil. Shui's eyes were filled with astonishment. The more he looked, Shuhi reached out, grabbed out a piece of mud pellet that hadn't been drained yet, and placed it on top of his palm, looking at it while pondering. He was hesitant to use this piece of clay pellet as a medium to use a secret method to trace the origin, but he was also worried that it was just a differentiated energy body that was so fierce. In case the devil was too powerful and he chased after him, he shall not reverse and pit himself. Sloppy, squeezing the devil's detachment so much. I don't know if it will be sensed. Shuhi had some concerns, but there was only a slight concern. A great deal of fear, not so much. Over the past few years Forest City had been transformed by him into a great killing machine, together with the strength of his means. Even if it was an existence above a Saint Exalt, he didn't bring a wimp. He was mainly worried about being missed and the demons in the shadows playing dirty tricks on him. Better look for it later. For peace of mind, Shuhi finally made the decision to wait and make a little more preparation to strike the maneuver. He had squeezed so many demonic doppelgangers that he would surely be known. Instead of worrying about being shaded, it would be better to find it out first, knowing its strength and what kind of existence it is, or have a good idea in mind. If it was too strong, then he would really have to honestly meddle in Lin Chang next and build it up, then sign in properly and get stronger. The devil dared to come, and with this great killing weapon of Lin Chang, he would directly give it a dry run. If the devil was inferior to him, it was even easier. Acting on behalf of heaven, cutting down demons and eliminating devils. Everyone is responsible. His devil suppressor tower was now hungry and thirsty. The valley of the passage, the abyss of being suppressed. The sound of the wind blowing in the gloom transformed into the roar of a stern ghost, the hostile roar of an unjust soul, and the murmur of a devil, echoing endlessly and repeating itself over and over again. Suddenly, brush, an eye surrounded by demonic flames with 2 spots of red hostile light in the center opened. All sounds came to a screeching halt and disappeared in an instant. Phew! The devil's eye suddenly trembled, and the devil's flame that surrounded its perimeter shook with it. It's not over. It's just the beginning. The next magic eye trembled even more. The frequency gradually increased, and the surrounding magic flames were shaking and whistling. Eventually, when the trembling stops, the red glow on the demonic eye dimmed a little, and the demonic flames that surrounded the perimeter shrugged down. Roar! A roar of anger suppressed to the extreme rang out. It exploded and echoed throughout the abyss. The voice turned into substance, generating a thunderous momentum, even causing the void to give birth to cloudbursts that exploded, forming a shockwave that crashed across the abyss, one of which, with a pang, crashed into the lid at the very top of the abyss. 5 years passed, and as the land drifted a great distance into the endless sea, the cracks that had been opened in the abyss grew larger. At this moment, with the impact of this not-so-powerful shockwave, a section that had been cracked and patched up long ago crumbled right open. The demonic eye that was raging paused. Quiet down. The red glow above it blinked twice, and with a whoosh, a bolt of magical flames flew out and against the lid that had been crumbled away and fallen down into the abyss, hurrying upwards to plug the crack. At the same time a lump of silt flew out and stained the seam. It's all just done. The devil's eye seemed to have sensed something, and the red light above it instantly went out. The entire abyss was once again plunged into darkness, and for once there was no gale blowing. A dead silence. I obviously felt something just now. How come it's suddenly gone? In the book pavilion, Shui put away the array disc on the ground as well as a set of props, and held the struggling clay pellet in his hand as he pondered. It was close. It should be that old devil who felt isolated by means of probing. In that case, he shouldn't be that strong. Shui summarized. Strong people should be unafraid of being probed. Like right now. Shui raised his head as a familiar power with probing implications hovered over him. Shui enthusiastically opened up the isolating power of the devil suppressing tower, allowing it to successfully position itself. It's what the strong do. Chapter 111 A Transit of the Saint Exalted. Requesting monthly votes. Shadow crocodiles, green crocodiles, and earth crocodiles in captivity. Looks like the human race wants to use them as bait. Then as they wish. My father will personally go there and learn how their methods work. Endless sea. In the middle of the cave that the large crack had turned into, the sacred crocodile awakens from its slumber. It was not in a good mood. Beside it, the crocodile that had guarded the door before, hung against the stone wall, not daring to come down for a moment. The holy crocodile's body moved. A tsunami was lifted by the waves on the bottom of the sea, and the cave it was in shook as a piece of debris slid downward. All the crocodiles in their slumber were awakened. They come together to welcome the sacred crocodile out of the gate. You don't have to follow. The sacred crocodile swam out of the cave, swept a glance at the crocodiles that had gathered and casually said, "These gators are too slow. Carrying them would seem burdensome to the holy crocodile. It will affect how it plays. Humans, feel the real power." Wow! The seawater was broken open, and the holy crocodile's body went from the bottom of the sea to the surface in just an instant, breaking through the water. The waves rise because of it, and the sound of thunderstorms brews because of it. Its gaze looked in a direction in which stormy thunder brewed, and its body moved across space. A group of crocodiles under the water looked at the holy ancestor in awe as he left, with a look of respect to the holy ancestor on his journey. Quickly, set up the pots and prepare to celebrate the holy ancestor's triumph. The crocodile that was slapped on the wall swam out at this time, and from a stone hole, topped out a huge pot that was comparable in size to a small mountain, and comparable in thickness to a Dan furnace, and with a flick of its tail, a large section of the range of the water current was separated. The giant cauldron was placed in the void by it, and a stone with a fire pattern was taken out and thrown underneath the cauldron, followed by flames rising up. The other crocodiles saw this and reacted by scattering in all directions. In no time at all, a cauldron was set up. A portion of the material food was hauled out. The triumph of the Holy Father is not to be taken lightly. What's happening in the Xia clan's territory? How did it suddenly stir up the heaven and earth fortunes just now? A group of Qin clan patriarchs, as well as the strongest members of the Jinwu division, stomped in the air, looking in one direction with disbelief. This place is so barren that even its chi is truncated. Yet now the heaven and earth's fortunes are being hooked up. It seems like something incredibly great has happened there. There must be something big and weird about this savage domain. I always feel unusual. There might be a change in the plan to open the heavens this time. A group of Qin clan patriarchs talked, yet no one wanted to see what was going on. One must know that there was a sacred elder who existed in the Xia clan boundary, whether or not something good comes out of it. With that senior present, they would only cause disgust in the past, wanting to take the benefits away from under the eyes of the seniors. No way. Even going to check it out might lead to misunderstandings. After a long time everything was calm again. The experts of the Qin clan and the Jinwu division descended from the void. Is this something to go back and report? Some of the Jinwu Sea's experts looked at Jia Yaowu. Nowadays, it's a time of many events. and the side of the Salary Flame Island is already burnt out. So since what's happening isn't a bad thing, it's just a matter of recording it. There's no need to make a trip. Zhao Yaowu shook his head. This kind of thing is reported nowadays. In addition to letting a few old ancestors meditate and analyze it with some blind guesses. No other use. Now Payday is understaffed. Even the hidden forces of the human race, which were originally a defense against the crocodile race, were filled in. It's impossible to still be thinking about here at this time. The barbarian domain, because it was certain that there were saint-exalted powerhouses present, and the same human race. So this place, at the moment, is the place where the top of the human race pays the least attention. No human powerhouse would come back if it wasn't necessary. In that case, it's better to leave them to analyze it later when they have time. Anyway, it's over now. Analyze early, analyze late is the same. The other places are much worse than what we have here. Here, although some weird things have happened, at least they haven't affected us yet, and with the presence of the Saint Elder, we are at peace in our hearts. Several other domains. Zhao Yaowu shook his head and let out a sigh of relief. Anyway, here, as long as we don't go out, it's a lot safer for now compared to a few other places. What was that about? However, just as his words fell, the experts of the Qin clan and the Jinwu division all rose into the air once again. Zhao Yao's mind felt horrified as he similarly stepped into the air to look towards the distant endless sea. There, a tsunami suddenly kicked up, layers and layers, as high as the sky. And as they looked over, a horrifyingly chilling aura was slowly being passed over. There was a great terror brewing in that storm of waves, and as it got closer, the feeling became even more terrifying. It was as if a drum was beating on their hearts. There are giant mountains suppressing their flesh. The speed of the tsunami storm swept very rhythmic, not too fast and not too slow, as if the tsunami has a consciousness. At this time in the sea walk, this is definitely not a normal tsunami. Instead, there is a living being stirring, and everything is within its grasp. Hiss! Zhao Yaowu and the others sucked in a breath of cool air. They realized that a horrible presence was approaching. Just by looking at the aura that was induced, it would be difficult for even a peak Empyrean to do so. Besides, that being might just be rushing now. This change in the winds and clouds of heaven and earth was most likely a random act between its steps, and it can be controlled with precision. The implications of this are even more horrifying. Holy existence! This one thought bubbled up in their minds, and they understood very well that it couldn't be a human predecessor. You should know that this kind of stance of the visitor is clearly unkind. Before you even get close, you start to press people with your power. Their faces were unsightly, their bodies swaying in the gusty winds caused by the tsunami. As the tsunami approached, they felt more and more out of control. Eventually, the tsunami was approaching and they could no longer contain themselves as they fell over the bow. Rumble! A tsunami storm descended and swept through the heavens and earth, submerging the three huge ships like small islands. But the tsunami didn't stop there and continued forward. It seems like it's just passing through. This place is not its destination. The giant ship drifted in the storm, but the Qin clan patriarchs on board, as well as the experts of the Jinwu division, all breathed a sigh of relief. Didn't do it. That terrifying saint-exalted expert treated them like ants, not even bothering to casually stomp them to death, not even taking a look at them, but instead moving straight ahead without stopping for a moment. They looked up at the tsunami that had risen into the air. In the haze, a huge figure, surrounded by lightning storms, loomed in the tsunami. Crocodile Clan Holy Father. Zhao Yao's voice was hard and he lost his voice in shock. I'll go back and report to the Usage right away. The Crocodile Clan Saint has appeared. He got up and plunged headlong into the endless sea against the storm that had not yet disappeared. The sacred crocodile, who was in the middle of the storm, casually glanced back at the three tiny island-like giant ships. It had just not crushed those mole crickets to death in passing. Certainly not because he was kind-hearted. Only now, the human race's plans are not complete. Speaking of which, those people were now working for their crocodile clan, and it would just be a shame to stomp them to death now. It made a claw this time, only to save the crocodile. Testimonials. It lasted almost 2 months. The VIP chapter opens tonight around midnight, and that's the end of the public chapters of this book. Next it's time to hit the shelves, and can the humble little author be able to chaw some meals? As a book writer, the most important thing to care about is subscriptions. Kneel down and ask for a genuine subscription at starting point. We authors get a cut of the coins for watching ads at starting point now. And no matter what, people can afford to hold this. Honestly, writing a book isn't easy. Doing work during the day and staying up late at night just so I can write a plot that will satisfy my readers. Just reward me for trying so hard. Ask for a subscription. Ask for a subscription. Ask for a subscription. Ask for a subscription. This book has not been easy to come all the way. There are quite a lot of people to thank. Those who rewarded the big brothers. The big brothers who voted. The ones who read silently. There are too many people, so I won't write them all out. Or I'm afraid I'll have to write more than tens of thousands of words. I really can't thank you enough. Without your support this book wouldn't have gotten this far. I'm thrilled. This is the first time in 2 years that Puffy has made a grade. I hope you all can keep me feeling excited next. Thanks a lot. As for the selling misery link, I'm done with that. It's quite tragic, but there's so much selling misery these days that saying it's even more miserable always feels like it becomes a plot necessity. Can't really put it into words. If I must say, it's still a single dog in his 20s. Family Man. Chapter 112, like a natural disaster. A tsunami of thunder sweeps across heaven and earth. Roll forward. Like a sea drifting in wild waves. From the endless sea across half of the barbarian domain to kill the Xia clan's territory. Wherever it passed, it was like a natural disaster. The living creatures of heaven and earth were unleashed. There were even living beings who couldn't stop paying homage. The curtain at high altitude was something they had never been exposed to and was beyond the limits of what their minds could imagine. The sea surges in the sky, lightning flashes in it, and storms roar. There were terrifying blurred figures manifesting in it, like demonic gods watching the earth, like gods looking down on heaven and earth. This was a curtain that the savage domain beings, from birth, to growth, and even the mouths of the elders, had never heard of. They were trembling in their bodies. The soul sends out worship under extreme fear. Outside the hideout, under the willow tree, Chuha's heart was in two places, his left hand playing chess with his right hand. His consciousnesses were separated from each other. The game of chess is hard to kill. There was unfathomable divine might brewing between the boards, and unyielding wills gathered to fight against it. The chessboard seems to be a small world at this moment. Inside is a battle between the beings and the gods. Fierce and murderous. Both sides move poorly. It will be the fall of God and the destruction of heaven, or the collapse of the world and the return of all living things to silence. At this point the game between the two sides has reached a critical moment. As the chess holder, Shuhi was not nervous at all. He even had the leisure to burn a pot of tea. Will the gods, representing the black pieces, win? Or will the beings, representing the white pieces, win? That's not even a thing. You have to ask him who he supports. He's having a hard time with it too. Just the left hand. Just the right hand. That crocodile is quite a rowdy one. Shuha looked up. He could already feel a fierce aura approaching. Shu-he, who always preached about keeping the enemy at bay and keeping his home clean, had no intention of taking the initiative this time. It wasn't that he was afraid of the crocodile. He was worried about the old demon that he hadn't targeted, though it felt like the demons that would avoid him shouldn't be outrageously strong. But until he was sure, Chuhai needed to be steady. He took the initiative to run out and get shaded. When the time came, he couldn't even find a place to regret it. Although the trigrams show peace, but Chuha always likes to add a million to everything. When it was time to be prudent, he was always able to be steady. He was a man who was best at, and liked best, keeping a low profile. Shui flipped his hand and took out the 7-colored treasure lotus, placing it on the table. Soon the Great War would be upon us, and he prepared his exclusive crushing treasures in advance. Drink the freshly brewed tea. Then Shui once again took out the pot and placed it in his palm and slowly began to heat it up. He's in no hurry. Slow fire makes good tea. The sacred crocodile carried a tsunami, and under the fearful worship of thousands of living beings, it crossed the far distance and arrived outside the Xia clan's boundaries. When he reached this point, his speed began to slow. The tsunami churning in the sky also began to lower. At the sound of a rumble, the steps went toward the place he sensed. The tsunami raged through the Xia territory. Storms roar and thunder bruise. The aura that could destroy the sky and the earth covered the sky. At this moment, it seemed as if the demon god had stepped from the divine abyss to the earth. The limit of what all those who saw the scene could do was to raise their heads with difficulty. In addition to this, not even words can be said. Even if they want to shout and express shock, there is no way to do it. The weak kneel and crouch. Even the slightly stronger ones could just barely sit on the ground and retain some dignity. It was still a tsunami rolled up by the giant crocodile, and even if it had been lowered, it was still thousands of meters in the air, and his aura wasn't completely bursting, but was gathering momentum. Prepare for the great battle to come. It's not like it's stupid. It's not like the people captured 3 crocodiles and didn't kill them. It must have been the human race's saint-exalted experts who wanted to make it appear for a showdown of powerhouses. But it still came, to fulfill the wishes of the Holy Father of the human race. The reason for this was that 3 juniors at the peak of Emperor's dignity were also core forces in the crocodile clan that could not be easily given up. And most importantly, it's confident. With its strength, there were only a limited number of human races that could defeat it, all of which were being held back in the East Sung domain and could not possibly appear here. Who can grant it defeat except those few? Who can grant it death? As for traps, it wasn't worried in the least. and when it realized something was wrong, it slipped away. The human race wanted to leave it behind unless a strong person who crushed it appeared. Is it possible for that kind of powerhouse to appear here? It's not possible. Here, it's invincible. This was the kind of confidence it should have as a strong man. If one didn't even have this confidence, how could one be called a holy powerhouse capable of looking down on all things in heaven and earth? The sacred crocodile brought the tsunami with him, 10 steps of the county, 100 steps in a row, and came within Lin County. By the time it reached this point, its body had once again descended. Rumble, roaring thunder exploded the heavens and the earth. Lightning flashed like dragons and snakes in the churning tsunami. The terrifying aura was like the dome of the sky collapsing and pouring down towards the earth. From the edge of Lin County to the hinterland of Lin County, the giant crocodile used 9 steps. With each progress, it dropped 100 meters, and when it came to Lin Chang, its body was already only 100 meters off the ground. The tsunami pressed the city. Thunder compels God. Lightning destroys the heart of the accompanying capital not far from the city of Lin. Several kingly ancestors of the Xia clan, against the pressure of the aura that was like a heavenly might, climbed up the accompanying capital, the topmost tower with great difficulty. A few people got up and grasped their hands on the thimble of the tower's spire, looking hard in the direction of Lin Chang against the overwhelming storm, looking at the sight of a heavenly disaster that was like extinction. Their faces turned ugly. Any words to describe the scene pale in comparison. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The Xia clan bit of the old ancestor brewed for a moment and could only send out his words. It's finished. Lin City is the gathering place for the elite generation of my Xia clan. There were old ancestors whose faces turned gray. We, as kings, can't even hold it at such a distance apart. We can't even fly through the air. And we still need to borrow strength if we want to stand firm on high ground. The juniors who accompanied the capital can't even stand up. There are also some juniors who have even fainted. This is still because of the reason that there are no weak people accompanying all of them. Otherwise a normal Hotian martial artist may now be directly shaken to death by the pressure of the might. We are on the edge of the land. And yet we are. Lin Qingji faced this pressure straight on Junior. I'm afraid. The old ancestor who spoke out. His voice grew more and more arduous. At the end of the day, it's all too much to say. But the other old ancestors understood what he meant. Facing such a pressure like a heavenly might. I'm afraid that Forest City is already a dead city at this moment. Never spared. Isn't there a hidden existence in Forest City? Maybe. An old ancestor spoke out with some hope. Even if it is that being, can it really be possible to fight against such a great power? A power that no longer belongs to the earth. And it's too late for anything else. Lin Chang, it's over. The other old ancestors were silent. Indeed, with the current situation, Lin City was already a dead city without a doubt. And no matter how things developed next, it could not change this established fact. However, the fact remains. At this moment, the City of Forests. Chapter 113, out of the way. Yet at the moment of the Forest City, however, it was not a dead city as several Xia clan king ancestors had thought. At this moment, everyone in Lin City had already noticed the sudden and terrifying sight. They walked out of the house and looked up at the sky. What's going on here? It's so powerful and scary looking. They are free to walk around and are able to open their mouths and talk. It even jumps. The terrifying scene in the sky was visible to everyone in Lin Chang, but not the slightest bit of its terrifying might was able to leak in. No one could feel it. All there was the overwhelming sense of being shaken to the core. It's like the heaviness that comes from an ordinary person looking down into the abyss. It makes one feel instinctively panicked. It wasn't a panic brought on by a mind being overpowered. Rather, the eyes see, and the panic brought on by the shock. But that's about it. Roar! Only a giant crocodile with a storm of thunderclouds completely revealed itself from the tsunami. Its twin eyes glowed green and it looked down icily at the humans that the city was pointing at the tsunami. What is that thing? It's scary. All of them were startled and lowered their heads, not daring to look at the giant crocodile. The scene on that day was too terrifying. And the giant crocodile looked like a powerful person who couldn't be messed with. Though they were not overwhelmed by the might, they were not so foolish as to think that the sight in the sky was harmless. Technically, they were helpless at the moment. This forest city isn't as good as it says. I've only been here for less than 2 years. And the last time the whole city was suddenly and inexplicably frightened. It hasn't gotten better yet. And now again. A young man dressed as a jade-faced scholar shivered with a fan in his hand. The sight on that day was chilling just to look at, not to feel. It was a sight worse than a natural disaster. He figured if he survived this time, he'd have to consider packing up and going home. This place is impossible. It's horrible. His small frame was not blessed with it. It's better to go home and be cool. As for the talent of his children, the beings nurtured by his bloodline couldn't be any worse. Don't bother with the district additions. If he stays any longer, he's afraid he won't even have a chance to produce children. No, it's like it just doesn't feel like there's much of a chance right now. It's too hard. The youth dressed as a jade-faced scholar shook his fan straight in excitement. Husband, don't get too excited. The roots of your last illness haven't healed yet. Too much excitement will cause a relapse. His petite wife beside him was equally frightened at the sight in the sky, but sensing her husband's agitation, she took out her handkerchief and wiped his weak sweat with care. Come out, human saint. As you wish. I'm coming. The giant crocodile opened its mouth and its voice resounded throughout the city. It stood proudly in the void without going down. There was something odd about this city. Ordinary martial artists were able to remain undamaged under its terrifying oppression. So it won't go down. The battlefield between Saint Elders is the sky. After a few moments, the city was motionless, and no one took its words. The giant crocodile let out a cold snort as it rose up into the sky and stood above the rolling tsunami. Phew! The crocodile claws stretched out and kept getting bigger and bigger, as if they were able to cover the dome of the sky, covering the top of the rushing tsunami and pressing down fiercely. Rumble! A violent tsunami, like a river collapsing in the sky, poured down toward the earth. Within it was the sound of thunder and the flickering rays of lightning that carried the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. At once, in the forest city, a gust of alarm tinged with panic was emitted. So like the coming of the end of the curtain, even if there is no breath leakage, but also the people of the city scared half dead, scurrying everywhere, piece of chaos. Unfortunately, there was no bunker in this forest city, so they couldn't even drill underground if they wanted to. There, suddenly, a flat voice resounded throughout the city. The voice, with an inexplicable power to calm the heart, was able to soothe one's mind. With this voice, the chaotic city miraculously quieted down and restored order. In the book Depository, Chuhi looked at the teapot that had slowly calmed down from boiling. A satisfied nod, he reached out, pouring the tea into the cup. Not too many drops, not too many drops. The aroma of tea lingers out along with the heat. Chuhi took a deep breath and felt enjoyment. Go on. Chuhi threw out the 7-colored treasure lotus. Above the sky, stars blossomed into sheets. The light emanating from it was like a slice of mirror covering the sky, opposite the heavenly river that pressed down on the earth, stopping the slowly pouring river. The giant crocodile stared. It sensed an aura similar to its own brewing. The human saint is going to appear. Worship the Most High. Welcome immortal. The void in all directions was constantly filled with the murmurings of thousands of living beings. Hiss. Saint Crocodile looked down at the tsunami below. Compare and contrast. It felt as if the movement it had made with so much effort had been instantly compared to it, pushing it down a notch. I should have known to call that group of juniors up. No gator even gives it bravado now. It made it inexplicably unpleasant. It was trying to get its claws out and sweep the starlight away. A hazy and blurred figure that could not be seen directly appeared above the void, stepping into the starlight avenue and stepping up. Wherever he passed, lotus flowers bloomed from the starlight, blossoming into the void and spinning and flying around his circumference. At the same time, the murmur of worship in the void was even more eager, as if there were countless excited beings who wanted to step into reality from nothingness. Is it the Xia Clan seniors who have made a move? You're silly. How can a senior who can face such a terrifying existence head-on be from our Xia Clan? Several old ancestors. Who can have this kind of strength? But he looks like a human being. Maybe it just looks like it. What reason is there to protect us if it just looks like it? He must be a human being. Nice. Good point. A forest city. The people whose minds calmed down under the sound of Chui's voice raised their heads, looking at the existence that appeared in the void, opposing that demonic godlike giant crocodile. Their eyes were shocked while whispering and opening their mouths to discuss. The giant crocodile turned his eyes to look and locked eyes with the figure. The human race doesn't seem to have a character like you? The giant crocodile uttered a voice, tinged with doubt. What appeared was human alright, but it didn't recognize it. One must know that the human race's saint-exalted experts were just those that it had basically fought against. Not that I know them well, but I'm always a little impressed. However, the human saint sovereign that appeared at this moment, it rummaged through its memories and did not have a single bit of relevant information. That's because you've seen too little. Chui shook his head. He didn't have too much to say. This crocodile hadn't seen him before, but he would see him more often in the future. To introduce yourself, there's plenty of time for that later. Therefore, while speaking, he directly extended his palm and grabbed it forward. Golden light flickered, and a huge palm condensed and appeared, covering the sky, lotus flowers twining. The palm would cover the tsunami and roll up, as if the heavenly river was flowing backwards, sweeping towards the giant crocodile in the sky above. Chapter 114, Between the Palms of Your Hand. Asshole. That's my water. Looking at the tsunami that was wrapped in a huge palm and instantly rolled backwards to brew a thunderstorm. The The giant crocodile let out a roar. At the same time a bad feeling rose in its heart. It's too easy. With just a flip of the palm, it made the tsunami it manipulated roll back and the storm thunder go out of control. It's clean and flowing. It was as if originally, that tsunami wasn't something he was manipulating. Rather, they are in the control of the other side. The sense of crisis came instantly and appeared in the mind. It doesn't take much for the powerful to face off against each other. All it takes is a move. Even if it's just a tentative one, and you can tell a lot about what's going on. Even split the difference. Like right now, the giant crocodile had discovered that this human, whom it did not recognize, was terrifying, almost comparable to the existence of those several human town clans. It only just made contact, and it rose in retreat. If you can't beat them, leave. There's no shame in that. It's a normal thing. However, it was a little too late for it to run at this moment. Chewy's palm that was as huge as the sky, holding the tsunami star river, and his 5 fingers were like pillars in the sky, wrapping around the giant crocodile, which had begun to merge together. It's too fast. With the strength of the giant crocodile it hadn't even reacted and it was already in a crisis. That means the gap is clear. It's careless, not cautious enough, fell into a huge trap. This trap was not a plot or trick, but a terrifying crush of powerful strength. All it takes is for it to show up. This is more desperate for crocodiles than a scheming type trap. Icy cold seawater, rushing and stirring, drowned the giant crocodile, and stormy thunder crashed fiercely towards its torso. Roar! The giant crocodile let out a roar. Though the gap feels wide on both sides, but it will not sit and wait for death. Fight is certainly not beat, but escape, but may not be hopeless. The giant crocodile's body became bigger, its tail flung, rolling up layers of waves, and with a pang sound, it crashed on top of Chewy's finger that was as huge as a heavenly pillar. Pang, 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 continuous impacts, just less than a breath of time. It's just dozens and dozens of furious crashes. Very fast, even the remnants were reshaped into substance. To the regular eye, maybe just under. This scene was as incomparably shocking as an imprisoned demon god trying to break the cage of heaven and earth. However, even the void was like a mirror in the collision shattered open, and the violent sea water poured in. Those 5 fingers that rose up side by side, like giant mountains, remained as they were and contracted tighter and tighter. All of the violent sounds, all of the terrifying fluctuations, were all above that huge golden palm, not showing the slightest bit. It was as if the inside had become a small world isolated from the outside world. Heaven and earth collapsed. Mountains and rivers were obliterated. All within the palm of one's hand. Who the hell are you? So strong and still unknown. Are you people crazy? Out of your mind? Letting a strong person like you hide in the dark. What's the point? Bunch of S. The giant crocodile let out an unwilling roar. It was directly crushed at the 5th level of Saint Exaltation. The strength of the human race in front of him was too strong. At the level of a top Saint Exalt, the difference between the two sides was by no means as simple as 2 weights. Such a strong person should be floating on the surface, deterring strong enemies, not hiding to engage in intrigue. That's insulting. Big time. For a community, being strong in the light is much more useful and rewarding than being in the dark. You can also have more say in the council of 10,000 clans. What's the reason to hide it? And also a little giant crocodile cannot figure out. Can cultivate to the other side of this realm, which is not from the mountain of corpses and blood to kill out. Step-by-step growth. How can the other side not have any information at all? It doesn't make sense. This wave, it's not convinced. It's so wronged by the shade. Chewy ignored its clamor and toppled its tail whip blast, closing his 5 fingers together. The tsunami continued to flow out from between its fingers, and after that, the giant crocodile was left to be crushed to death by him, and was constantly compressed by the brute force of his palm, with even more thunderous lightning transformed by his true chi on top of it to lash at it. Chewy cupped the compressed giant crocodile with only one hand, and with the other hand, he grabbed the celestial river formed by the tsunami in the sky, threw it with force, and threw it into the sky, then took out the Chinkuan cloth bag, threw the giant crocodile that was compressed and sealed by him into it, turned around and took a step. His figure disappeared. The starlight that bloomed above the sky, the lotus flower in full bloom, then dissipated, and the sound of the thousands of people paying homage likewise disappeared. The people of Lin Chang, however, still had their heads up, in shock, unable to return to their senses for a long time, until there was rain in the sky, pattering down, still salty with an astringent flavor. Let the people of the city be awakened one after another, but they still felt their brains foggy, as if they were in a dream. That shocking scene was engraved into the depths of their brains and could never be forgotten. The tsunami that covered the sky, the huge figure that stepped out of the thunderstorm, the golden figure that appeared from the river of stars. In the worship of thousands of living beings, stepped on the lotus flower with his feet, and between his palms, he suppressed the huge figure, and lifted his hand to throw the heavenly river. Curtain scenes kept circling and repeating in their minds, shattering their worldviews over and over again. So this is what is considered truly strong. A great man should be like that, someone muttered to himself, with infinite longing. Except for the seawater falling from the sky, the cut winds and waves are calm, and the pressure that calms people's hearts disappears. Of the accompanying capital, standing at the spire of the tower, the old Xia ancestors, suddenly feeling light in body and mind, they didn't hesitate and stepped on the void, flying towards Lin City in a hurry. When we got to the place, we looked at each one standing in the rainy street, like watching a thrilling show, with trembling guts and reminiscing. Even the breath is not steady for the juniors. They were extremely puzzled while their hearts and minds were agitated. It's amazing that Forest City hasn't become a dead city. Everyone in there is fine. Even the spirit looks untraumatized. You can bounce and jump and look back. Unbelievable. The commotion just now that was like the sky collapsing into the earth. They all felt physically and mentally traumatized from afar. These juniors who were in it and not as strong as them were unharmed. It's really hard to imagine what's going on. They rushed to their descendants and inquired about the situation. With their excited, stuttering explanations, a few old ancestors, their hearts summarized the answer. It was that reclusive senior who blocked all the pressure. At the same time they felt shocked once again. That senior once again refreshed their perceptions. All they could imagine before was an underestimation of their predecessors. He returned to the willow tree. Taking the still steaming cup of tea, he drank it. The tea is fragrant and has a great aftertaste. He took a deep breath before walking into the devil-suppressing tower with the bag on his back. On the second level, the 3 dragons and tigers roared. 3 long and short, very rhythmic. On the shore, the 3-headed crocodile was resting, biting through chunks of meat from time to time on the piles of food, chewing slowly, then narrowing his eyes. He watched the 3 dragons and tigers let out a miserable scream. After a period of recovery, they were finally able to, at last, squash the trembling that was triggered by the resonance of the screams. At the moment able to gloat and watch the fun. Seeing Chu-He enter, the 3 crocodiles hurriedly rolled their bodies up and closed their eyes. Chapter 115, Good brothers don't talk about benefits. Chu-He didn't care about them. Instead, he stepped in and pulled the 3 dragons and tigers from the sea of fire. Now for the good news. I have a mission for you. Very easy. Chu-He took out the piece of mud ball that hadn't been drained. See this? I'll teach you kind of secret techniques to find them based on the smell. All you need to do is bring these things back alive. Here's the prize. Blocks, days off. However, it needs to be guaranteed. Every day you guys need to get me at least a block, or else there will be a penalty if there are 10 cumulative days of no harvest. As for what the punishment is, we'll talk about it later. Chu-He opened his mouth and explained to the 3 dragons and tigers. There were a bit too many experts appearing now, and there was also that devil who didn't know what he was doing hiding in the shadows. Chu-He didn't want to go out and run around, so he left it to the 3 dragons and tigers. The time to raise an army is the time to use it. It's time to test their abilities. Otherwise, what's the point of keeping them? There's such a thing as a good thing? Good news indeed. Great news from heaven. The 3 dragons and tigers, their eyes emitting a radiant bright light. That's the light of hope. They nodded excitedly and repeatedly. The beastly sentence says it will do a good job and won't slack off. Scrambling to express their ability to do things with leverage. Set to please Chu-He. Their dragon bodies shook and their tiger bodies trembled. Excited, they looked at the clay pellet in Chu-He's hand. Their eyes filled with greed. That's not mud balls, that's their life support later on. Looking at their positive expressions, Chu-He nodded with satisfaction. It reached out, took out 4 pieces of gold, melted them in its palm, and then wrote the word forbidden above each piece. And then he took out a heap of bronze iron stone, kneaded and polished it on top of his palm to create 4 bronze iron chains, threaded the sign and hung it around the neck of the 3 dragons and tigers. All of a sudden, the aura on their bodies was concealed even more completely. This was a breath-containing treasure that Chu-He had created with a secret method, though with the exception of Di-Hu, the 3 dragons were actually pretty good at converging their breath. But Chu-Ha knew it wasn't enough. This mud pellet was very special. Chu-He had studied it. They were quite sensitive to chi. If Chu-He didn't bestow the treasure, the 3 dragons and tigers, the difficulty of trying to catch these mud pellets would be very high. Chu-He took out 4 more Chinkuan bags and placed them on their backs. Go for it. Chu-He clenched his fist and made a cheering gesture to give them encouragement. The 3 dragons and tigers nodded heavily. They set the gas. It's a job with a future and a chance to rekindle hope in your life. Chu-He taught the secret method to the 3 dragons and tigers, patiently guiding them in pans. They are not bad in strength and their secret techniques are quite simple. Coupled with Chu-He's assistance, he soon basically mastered it. Some flaws can be completed in the practical exercises. Chu He brought the passionate 3 dragons and tigers out. He stepped on top of the void of the forest city and threw it with force. The 3 dragons and tigers flew out from the Qiankuan bag, and in a gusts of wind instantly went far away. Large shadows flashed across the sky. Many people in Lin City looked up in shock, thinking that something big was about to happen again. It was only after they looked up that they realized the cut was normal, and they all assumed it was because they were too shocked and sensitive today, and no one thought much of it. In the distance, the Phantom Devourer sprite left first, impatient to find the mudballs. Song Yu and Dihu, lagging behind a bit. Brother Long, you're faster and stronger. I won't drag you down. You go ahead and take the first step. Dihu suddenly opened his mouth and sincerely voiced out at Song Yu. Song Yu's eyes flashed, then narrowing his eyes, he looked at Dihu and opened his mouth. No, you and I are brothers. Why are you so polite? Get up and go. No, I can't drag you down. Lung. Dihu shook his head, growing more and more sincere. No, we are brothers. Cthulhu insisted. Tiger and dragon, high in the sky, can you push back and forth? In the end, Dihu was not strong enough and lost. The more Song Yu spoke, the more powerful it became, and it couldn't hold on any longer. However, it was never willing to cooperate just like that. Brother Long, even though we are brothers, but we are also clear about our accounts. All the harvest, half and half. Dihu gritted his teeth and spoke. That's what it's afraid of. Following Song Yu around, and in the end, it can only drink soup. The character of its dragon brother. Up after mixing for so many years, it still knew a little. Freedom is revered. Between brotherhood and freedom it must choose the latter. Of course Dihu himself would be that choice. So it's worried. When the time comes to split the money, Song Yu, relying on its strength, will take the lion's share, leaving only soup for it, and it will have no place to cry. No, you can go cry inside a frying pan. Otherwise, how could a dragon refuse to be in the starting if it was truly a dragon that looked out for its brothers? Brother, you're not right. We brothers are talking about feelings. What do you want to do when you talk about dirty interests like splitting? The Song Yu dragon's eyes looked at Dihu with ill will. Brothers speak to it about interests at this time. Makes it sad. Brother Long, you can't say that. Let's make it clear, so that we don't get into trouble and flip out in the future. Dihu held his tongue. Song Yu had now let out its intimidation, making it difficult. But in order to be free, it must speak out and not be oppressed. You still want to flip me off? Song Yu voice steeply pulled up, like thunder explosion. It dragon head swing. Huge dragon head and the first tiger whole body came face to face. Mouth spray spittle, showered the first tiger body. Brother Lung, misunderstanding. The first tiger cringed. 6-4. Brother Long's share is 60-40. You're strong, and you're the older brother who deserves more. Dihu couldn't hold it together and hastily changed his words. What I want is not profit, but brotherhood. Cthulhu shook his head. Brothers, you're paralyzed. What a brother. Please put away your anger first. No, Tigerheart broke into a fit of rage. This broken dragon, not satisfied with the split, this is trying to kill it. No, Tiger, without speaking, persisted in silence. Even if it dies today, it will never change its mind again. What's that mudball? That was its future tiger life, the life of a free tiger, and it could not easily be compromised again. 37 it is. Song Yu looked at the stubborn Dihu inside. Eventually compromised. The first tiger shook its head and said, well, 4 or 6 is 4 or 6. It will never descend again. To freedom. It's going out on a limb today. It doesn't matter if you lose a big brother. Freedom is priceless. Forget it. Let's go our separate ways. Cthulhu looked deep into Dihu's eyes and shook his head in disappointment. 4-6. The loss is it. After all, the strength is there. Its initial idea was 9. And the final addition to 3 or 7 was already considered a compromise. The silly tiger, however, did not know how to be content. As for 4-6, just kidding. 3-7 it still have to earn. For 6 that is white. After all, its strength with the first tiger is considered a veteran with a novice. That is certainly to have to earn to be able to do. It's a matter of freedom, and this stuff has to count for something. It has long been ventriloquized in the mind. Dihu looked at Song Yu's departing figure and breathed a sigh of relief that he had finally carried it off. No more lost. Chapter 116, The Sacred Ancestor's Delayed Return. In Lijianmu Tower. At this time, the crocodile ancestor had already been put into the frying pan by Chu He. It was strong enough to struggle. The immense strength directly drew the chains around it, and its entire body was bound layer by layer, still unable to stop its throbbing roar. It's like a live fish in a frying pan. The figure flapped up and down, causing the oil to splatter and the flames to soar wildly. Not much different than the 100 or so mudballs that were thrown into the frying pan together. making a commotion. A loud roar echoed continuously in the fire prison world. Enduring. On the shore, the three crocodiles weren't eating either, and the problem they had managed to get over earlier, of resonating in the roar, flared up again, their bodies shaking terribly. Look at the struggling body in the frying pan. This time, they even started shaking in their souls. That huge body that had just been put in there was all too familiar to them. Isn't it their holy ancestor? That's the only thing they look forward to when they're being tortured to death. But now, their holy ancestors fell to the same fate as them. Their hope is gone, and more gray. Even an existence like the sacred ancestor had been captured alive, and they couldn't think of anything else to hope for. Ah, the holy ancestor. It was an existence that wasn't even considered weak in the Saint Exalt realm. Strong people like that get into the frying pan. It is really beyond their imagination. Can't understand it. They lifted their heads and watched woodenly as the holy ancestor rose and fell in the frying pan. Their bodies, likewise, shook to the rhythm one at a time. Harvest. Chewy's gaze passed through the devil-suppressing tower and looked toward the location where the green smoke was rising under the willow tree. There, although the green smoke hadn't turned into substance as it had when the mud pellet was squeezed, it had now reached a terrifying 30 feet. This was still the output of a single crocodile. Unlike the 3 dragons and 1 tiger, which came in pairs every time, and in some cases 4 together, it only barely stayed about 10 feet. This holy crocodile was 30 feet for just one. Horrible as hell doesn't even begin to describe it. Chewy felt that the green smoke could have a little effect on him now. When you practice, you are able to clear your mind and purify your energy. Usually nothing to sit on it, but also increase luck and make his hand better. These crocodiles are good and strong. Not bad, not bad. Chewy swept over the 4 crocodiles. The 3 crocodiles, which had been shaking slightly and rhythmically, jerked and came to a halt, and the rhythm went haywire. They turned their heads to look at the human who smiled at them, their hearts cracking as their asses tightened in shock. That smile, it was evil. 5 days passed. In the endless sea, the temporary quarters of the crocodile clan, a group of crocodiles lined up neatly and looked forward to it, just waiting for the holy ancestor to triumph. However, 5 days passed. The food inside the pot, the fire dropped lower and lower. What could be cooked in a day? All 5 days had passed before they struggled to keep the food at a half-cooked level. At the same time, they stood respectfully for 5 days, but the holy ancestor still hasn't returned. Already, some crocodiles were beginning to wonder if the holy ancestor was in big trouble. It's too good of an opponent to mess with today. After all, at its kind of level, it couldn't take much time to catch up. One trip back and forth, with a fight in between, was more than enough to come back at this time. However, no crocodile dares to ask such questions. The holy ancestor is invincible. No opponent would be a single match for the holy ancestor. It's something that has to be believed. That's the right way to think. Otherwise, they are not qualified to be at the mercy of the holy ancestor. 10 days later, the group of crocodile eyes were no longer tilted up for a moment, but now and then they looked into the bubbling cauldron of flavor. At this point the food is no longer controlled, but still inevitably cooked. The aroma escapes in all directions. With their strength, they wouldn't be hungry, but now that they were bored, the scent was so strong that it made them strangely greedy. After all, this was a feast held to welcome the holy ancestor's triumph, and it was all good stuff. Not only does it smell good, it's a great tonic. It's a great tonic that works for them all. Regular crocodiles, and still have their appetites drawn by the aroma. But the 3 peak emperor crocodiles who were in charge here now were in no mood for anything, and they were jumping their claws in a hurry. Over the past few days, over and over again, I've been running to the cave where the natal beads are placed, and I've had to visit several times a day to see what's going on. As time passes, they feel more and more uneasy. The more you look at it, the more you see it. They were certain that the holy ancestor must have encountered a big trouble that could not be solved. Another 10 days passed. 3 peak emperor crocodiles gathered together. Valley crocodile, why don't you take the natal bead and go to the entrenchment road to welcome the sacred ancestor in triumph? At that time, when the holy ancestor is in a happy mood, there will be a great reward. A green-colored crocodile, its gaze falling on the one that originally guarded the door. Why don't you go? I'll let you have this great opportunity. Valley crocodile's eye swept his companion with a grim look. Do you think it's stupid to go and greet them at a time like this? It's so nice to talk about it. Don't you want it to probe the situation? The thing is, at the moment, the odds are dangerously high. Whoever goes is stupid. And then the 3 crocodiles did some haphazard analysis with no results. It was nothing more than speculation that the human race's saint sovereign was too powerful, and that the saint ancestor was entangled, with both sides having a hard time separating. Without intelligence, they can't discuss anything, and with no crocodiles willing to check out the situation, there's nothing to do but wait. Just wait patiently for the holy ancestor to triumph. as long as the essence bead is fine. It's not a big problem. Eventually the valley crocodile spoke up. The other two crocodiles nodded. Indeed, at that level of Saint Ancestor, as long as the essence bead wasn't broken, the problem couldn't be any bigger than that. Their kind of level of sparring was nothing more than a hard fight or one side being killed. There's no third possibility. The fact that the natal bead is not broken means that the battle is fierce and that it is still alive. Just wait. Could the holy ancestor still be captured like the shadow crocodile, the green crocodile, and the earth crocodile? It's not possible. Who can capture an existence of that level alive? They can't even think about it. I don't know. This sparring match, how long it will take? Can it be finished in a few months? These meats are overcooked. Eat them first. Then prepare new ingredients and move the pot when the holy ancestor returns. The three crocodiles returned to the group, greeted them, and a group of crocodiles began to share the food from several large pots. Except for the three officiating ones, all the other crocodiles, all had a great meal and a great atmosphere. They don't get these goodies very often. Chuhi was also drinking tea under the willow tree. It rested its head under the cool smoke, feeling that its mind was particularly soothing, and the effect of the functioning Dharma golden body was much better between one mind and two minds. The heaven and earth fortunes were of great benefit to soul cultivation disciplines like the Dharma phase golden body. Just like epiphany, this kind of metaphysical feeling at the soul level, when the luck is good, the comprehension is smooth, and the cultivation is smooth. With bad luck, maybe just a little gap can get stuck. Little bastard also sensed something was wrong. Crawling over, he took Lin Tang's place and sat right in the middle of the green smoke. Shui raised his eyes and ignored it. The green smoke can't be blocked anyway. Sitting right in the middle is just a little more good luck. With the intensity of the green smoke coming out of it now, it was 9 cows. That old crocodile was too powerful. After so many days had passed, the intensity of the green smoke hadn't decreased at all, and it would probably continue for a long time. After all, it was still struggling very strongly and had no intention of succumbing down, and at best, when it couldn't carry on each day, it would subside for a few hours and then continue. It's one of the stiffest Chu Ha has ever seen. The body is repeatedly slammed up and down in the frying pan every day. Chu He would love for it to keep up that energy. After all, now that the 3 dragons and 1 tiger were off digging, and the 3 little crocodiles were still on vacation, the fire prison world was downsized and in need of a little atmosphere. Late night welfare movie. Follow the public number, kidney pain movie. You know. Chapter 117, Too Miserable. It's a person. Chui's gaze suddenly lifted, looking across space in a direction. Beyond the Xia clan's borders, a gaze watched. After seeing that it was a person wearing black clothes, with a straight body and a pale face, Shu He, who had already pulled out the 7-colored treasure lotus, put it back with a lack of interest. He blocked out the book depository, including himself, as well as the visionary rise of the green smoke Chiluk, and then continued to lie down. This green smoke, without the means he had laid down, would have been visible to ordinary emperors, and the saint level would have been able to sense that something was wrong from afar. But with Chu He around, it's up to him who he wants to see it. Beyond the Xia clan's borders, the human saint's sovereign stopped walking, and he eventually turned around. He just felt someone look at him but didn't greet him, so it seems he didn't want him to bother. The Xia clan's territory is calm. Was that old crocodile scared away? Or was it subdued and killed? He murmured to himself. It was curious, but he didn't bother to explore. After all, the host family had no intention of welcoming him. Whether the old crocodile was scared away or subdued, that one can't be an ordinary Saint Exalt. His strength is not below mine, the human Saint Sovereign analyzed. Moreover, that person's art of restraining his breath was quite good, and he was unable to discover it in a short period of time. But of course it also had to do with the fact that he didn't want to cause a misunderstanding and probe on a wide scale. He didn't die biting on it after feeling watched, either. Otherwise, he was confident that with his means, it would still be possible to find someone. Time rushes by, and 20 years have passed in a flash. Shui had also signed up for 157 consecutive years in the book depository. He's 170 years old now. 2. Cultivation has no years, and the past swings by in the long river of time. 20 years. Soon. In these 20 years, Shui really hadn't stepped out of Lin Chang's steps again, and was seriously closed for cultivation. Plus, because of the enhanced qi, he got a few goodies for signing in. During these 20 years of seclusion, his cultivation had skyrocketed, and he had now reached the 9th level of the 5th revolutions, and could start preparing to break through to the 6th revolutions. At the same time, during the 20 years of his seclusion, the entire barbarian domain was in a state of flux. There are places in the savage land that are shaking all the time. Landslides and rivers bursting their banks are a daily occurrence, an apocalyptic spectacle. It was something inevitable that the barbarian domain was being moved. It's like the bumps that happen when a vehicle is moving. At the same time, the summer race has changed especially dramatically. In these 20 years, the Xia clan has grown at a high rate. The heavenly pride demons born in Lin City had each grown up, and a few spiritual rains fell from the sky a decade or so ago, allowing them to rise even higher. Even those martial artists of the older generation had received great benefits, and when the spiritual rain fell, breakthroughs became easier, and countless people broke through to higher realms as a result. Plus, the change of events 20 years ago had let the Human Race Alliance know that the hidden saint sovereigns within the Xia clan weren't at an ordinary level, but rather, they were considered to be great saints at the Jin clan level and even the 6th grade great clans. Great Sage, that was the honorific title for existences at the 7th level of Saint Exaltation and above. They are much more attached to the Summer clan. Xia Yuan, the old ancestor of the Xia clan, had been personally bestowed with a supreme treasure by the holy ancestor of the human clan, and now his lifespan had been prolonged once again, and he himself was already able to start recovering slowly. The Human Race Alliance had also specially shipped a large amount of treasures from the Salary Flame Island, and some of the more precious inheritance secret methods were beginning to be taken out by them. There is even a famous teacher-level emperor resident to guide them. Although it was said that the Xia clan had such a powerful saint sovereign, their strength was so weak that many things had loopholes and could not stand up to scrutiny. But what does that matter? What the Human League is trying to do is to express an attitude. And the Xia are people too. The meat is sort of rotting in the pot after all. With all these benefits, nowadays, in the Xia clan, innate was already the start. Kings were unusual, and everyone was aiming for the emperor realm. Although in the case of Lin Xue Ling, Zhao Yuling and the three of them, Lin Teng, they didn't make a big deal out of it. The Xia clan didn't have an emperor known to the general public. But that didn't stop them from looking a little longer and being a little more ambitious. Of course, they can't all be blamed. Actually, it's mostly because it's progressing so quickly now that it seems to be drifting a bit. And Zhao Yuling and Lin Xue Ling had also long since broken out one after another. Their cultivation levels had also reached the 3rd level of emperor and consolidated. Shuhe was closed. The Xia clan was thriving again. There was no war. They had nothing to do. Zhao Yuling pulled Lin Xue Ling up in teaching her disciples. This day, Shuhe came out of the gate. It didn't alarm anyone, not even the little king who was sleeping on top of the fish tank under boredom. Only the willows drooped their branches and swayed before him. Shuhe had a smile on his face, patting the trunk of the willow tree. It was considered a greeting, and then his body stepped into the devil-suppressing tower. It's been 20 years and the members in it haven't changed. 4 crocodiles, 3 dragons and tigers. Originally, the 3 dragons and tigers were sent by Shuhe to dig for minerals. Unfortunately, in just years, those mudballs were never found again anyway. They regret the loss of this promising job. And the holy crocodile that has been boiled down for 20 full years. It's also finally stopped jumping now. Even the roar wasn't as powerful as the 3 little crocodiles and the 3 dragons and tigers. After all the other beasts have rotating shifts and a heat allowance. The sacred crocodile, being a prick, Shuhe gave it nothing. It was literally boiled for 20 years. The moment does not rest. The rest does not stop. From the initial defiance and rigidity, he has lost the stubbornness he once had. The years are so merciless, changing only the crocodile, smoothing out the diamonds it once had. In the past, when Shuhe came in, it was always spared from the problem of being in pain over the mouth. And now that it saw Shuhe come in, it threw over a blear-eyed gaze. The only thing on his lips was a miserable howl of pain, not interspersed with anything else. Those beasts were pulled to the shore, eating fruits, swallowing pills, and nibbling on pig thighs as envy and longing welled up inside it that made it ashamed. Shuhe looked at the sacred crocodile and shook his head. It's too unbending. Well, at least it's at the level of a saint. It's only been 20 years and it's showing signs of being drained. Not enough power. When will it be cool to have an existence that has been milked for hundreds or thousands of years? Shuhe was full of anticipation. Look at the pitiful eyes of the holy crocodile. Shuha's heart softened. That's his biggest flaw. Maybe it's because he's so handsome that God was supposed to want him to eat softer stuff. That's what led to this. Shuhe waved his hand and pulled the sacred crocodile up, gave it a subsidy. The holy crocodile hung its head, looking at the ground, things that it hadn't even looked at before. I don't know why at this moment, but it always feels fragrant. Eat more. I'll just add more if you don't have enough. Shuhe patted the sacred crocodile's head to offer comfort. The holy crocodile's body trembled and winced. The 3 crocodiles, who had finished eating, looked at the trembling holy ancestor with sadness. Even an existence as great as the holy ancestor had contracted the same kind of problem with them. It's too bad. Chapter 118, Demon, Request for Subscription. Something's gone terribly wrong. At the edge of the barbarian domain's endless sea, The Qin clan's patriarchs and the experts of the Jinwu division gathered together. A strong person from the Jinwu Sea brought over very bad news. Cloud domain. Koan domain. A devil came out and slaughtered all the living beings up there. And our forces in those two domains suffered equally heavy losses. This time, the heaven opening plan. The imperial dynasty came out purposely with the art of stealing the heavens. And the great sage ancestors hiding in the shadows were unable to subdue the devil. And there are signs of demonic revival in other domains as well. These domains are not right. All of you leave with me for a safe place. The Jinwu Sea powerhouse who brought the news straightened his face. It's obvious that things are serious. We can't fix it with the power of the people here. So much so that everyone needs to seek refuge in a safe place. Qin Ming, make a trip to the Xia clan and inform them of the matter. If any of them are willing to go, we can accept 1,000,000 of their clansmen. Zhao Yaowu looked at Qin Ming and opened his mouth. Since the seniors of the Salary Flame Island had already made a decision on this matter, there was no need for them to discuss it, and they directly began their retreat operation. Do those things need to be dismantled and taken away? Zhao Yaowu looked towards the Empyrean powerhouse who had come to deliver the message. No need. Our people will just retreat. The plan to open the heavens will remain unchanged, and the seniors of the Salary Flame Island will continue to let the continent drift everywhere, before leaving afterward. When the time comes that my clan loses in the East Sun domain and all of the clan seniors come retreating, then and clear out the devils. Repair the continent again. It can still be used too. The strong voice of the Jinwu Sea was bitter. The plan to open up the sky has already begun. Even if it stops, the huge investment in the early stage, the resulting losses are difficult to bear. Remove the people, merge the continents as usual, and take them back later. This has been the best option at the moment, given the hopelessness of the situation. In the Tongyi Valley where the barbarian domain was connected to the Han domain, the mass of black mudballs scurried extremely fast, and behind it, followed by a black rat. Before and after, they soon arrived at the ancient altar that appeared to be in a state of disrepair. The black mud pellet jumped. The altar appeared in a tiny crack. Its body rolled in like running water. The big black rat looked at it. His claws knocked the altar lid, and then his body fell down. Roar! The abyss resounded with a roar, and dots of black flames emerged, toppling the trampled lid back, followed by strands of black mud surging through and sealing it finally. Third brother, what the hell are you up to? Your seal is broken. It's time to get out. The big black rat froze and looked up at the sealed lid above him in disbelief. This brother, after being locked up for a long time, he still has the feeling that he can't move out of the nest? Its body descended to the bottom of the abyss. I'll be damned. Sango, why are you so miserable? According to the situation, you should be the first one to come out. With all your seals gone, the array disk trapping you with force will break. Why are you like this now? And why haven't you crumbled the array disk yet? Don't you mind getting in the way? The big black rat let out a gasp of disbelief. Seems to have found something amazing. How did you find it? The devil's eyes opened. The red eyes glowed dimly, looked at the big black rat's eyes, with a hard and harsh sound, and said in a salty manner, "It's not even your seed. All of them running to my place to eat, leaving me with nothing to eat. Sango, you're not decent." The big black rat was disgruntled. LOL. The devil's eyes gazed at the big black rat for a long time, and eventually just let out a sigh. Speechless. What can it do? In the barbarian domain did not live fast for a long time. The seeds on its body lost contact with each other, and it did not dare to go out to see what was going on, so it could only let the seeds go to a faraway place. It had no choice. Help! Devil Eyes opened his mouth, his hard voice tinged with acid. Hiss! Third brother, you're in quite a bit of trouble here. The big black rat was shocked. The devil's eye was made to be polite to it all. Can't imagine. I've been noticed by an unknown being who's been looking for me. Devil's Eye opened his mouth. It actually leaked its scent a total of 2 times, but on those 2 occasions, it felt a sense of impending death, so that it did not dare to act differently. Still, third brother is great. Just going out and ruffling the big enemy. A model for my generation. The big black rat spoke in a heartfelt tone. To be a great devil, you should have this stubble spirit. It's a shame. It's just a little devil, not as fierce as its third brother, a little wimpy, and can only rank 4th. Maybe someday it will rise up when it has the realm of Sango. Are you laughing at me? Devil Eyes had a bad look in his eyes. It ruffled no. It just couldn't help but radiate its might when it awakened when it had just broken the seal. It's normal. It's like sleeping too long and stretching. Who knew it would alert a being of that magnitude? And it went right after it. In fact, it was confused as to what had actually happened. However, as a devil, it subconsciously wimped out when it encountered a strong person. After all, their type of existence, no matter who encountered them, as long as they fought, they liked to chase after them and kill them. No, how dare I laugh at you? Third brother. I mean it. The big black rat shook his head. You go get the boss to come over here and get it out of the way. Devil Eyes swept the big black rat's eyes, and eventually opened his mouth without bothering whether it was sincere or mocking. In today's situation, it just wanted to leave first, and it always felt scared to be here. Don't tease Sango with the boss's condition. It's afraid it's still waiting for you to step in and pull it put. Of us, the oldest two are the most miserable. In fact, to put it mildly, you're the most comfortable one. Pity. The big black rat shook his head. It shouldn't be a wave, it added mentally. Magic eyes. Seems to make sense. How is your principal body recovering now? Can you come and try? I'll collapse the array disk with all my might. And you help me block that unknown being. Magic I turn to the next best thing. No, a being that even you are afraid of. Let me come over. Are you serious? The big black rat shook his head without thinking. I'm not afraid. The main thing is that I didn't recover and I met him. Otherwise, as long as I'm given a bit of time, he's not a problem, and with your strength, it's more than enough to cope with. Devil's Eye opened his mouth. I haven't recovered well either. A while ago, just not long after I came out, I also ran into a bit of trouble. Plus, your seed went around grabbing food from me. I'm still not well. The big black rat shook his head no again. Just kidding. An unknown being? It wouldn't try it. It's not like it would do any good. Sango, I'll go first. I'll let the boss come over when he comes out. The big black rat jumped up into the abyss, tearing the freshly glued lid apart again. Phew! Phew! 2 ragged breaths rang out from beneath the abyss, and then the lid was once again toppled in its original position by the black flames that drifted out. The black slime drifting out and skillfully sewing itself back together. The big black rat's eyes showed a sneer as he looked at the lid that was sewn shut. It was about to head back in the direction of the Hong domain, but then suddenly paused after taking 2 steps. The twin black with green eyes looked in the direction of the barbarian domain and kept turning, blinking. Contemplation. Turn around at the end. Chapter 119, a familiar feeling, depressed? Big Brother Alliance reward. Brother Xiao Chu, you're out of the gate. Chu he was cozily drinking tea under the willow tree. Lin Xue Ling ran over, her voice carrying delight. Chu he was in seclusion, and both she and Zhao Yuling would run here from time to time in addition to teaching their disciples. Looking up every now and then. Out of the gate. The next time I go into seclusion, it might be a long time from now. Chu he nodded and smiled. He was now at the 9th level of the 5th turning, and it was time for him to accumulate the underlying Great Realm breakthrough again. There's no rush, and there's no need to rush. 20 years passed, and every time it woke up from its seclusion, it would from time to time take the clay pill that was treasured by him and perform calculations for times. After all these years, no trace of that suspected old devil has been found. Plus, all those weird mudballs disappeared from the savage domain as well. Shuhi had already determined that that old devil should really be no good. Must have wimped out and was avoiding him. 20 years ago, he wasn't as strong as he is now, and he was still able to scare the demon, so it was clear that it couldn't be in existence above a saint. With Chuhi's current strength at the 9th level of the 5th revolutions, if he was still fearful, he would be scaring himself. Shuhi, was just born cautious. It's not like it's a wimp. There is a difference. He was at the 9th layer of the 9-turn golden body skill. His fleshly body was strong and immortal. His Dharma golden body had also reached the late 5th layer realm, and his soul was so powerful that it was comparable to an existence above a saint exalt. There are countless forbidden spells and treasures in the body. Such strength. It should be invincible in the saint exalted realm. Although Chuhi hadn't fought with a sacred 9, he just had this confidence. Who made him handsome? So, after the sense of crisis had gone, now Chuhi relaxed again. After all, it was a bit tiring to practice non-stop. Combining work and rest is the way to go. Any doubts about cultivation? Chuhi spoke out and asked Zhao Yuling, who had taken a chair and sat next to him. When he has nothing to do, he loves to teach, has the potential to be a good teacher. There is. Zhao Yuling began to slowly talk out her doubts about cultivation. Chua listened and solved puzzles from time to time. Great vibe under the willow tree. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. These days, Chuhi taught Zhao Yuling Lin Xue Ling and the two of them, drinking tea, eating barbecue, and sometimes going out to sneak around Linchang. Not much has changed in Forest City. It's the same smell as it was 20 years ago. It made Chuhi shake his head straight. The path is crooked. This is supposed to be a sanctuary for cultivation, hardwired to be a fertility base. Chuhi walked out of Forest City. It was the first time he had set foot outside of Forest City in decades. On a whim, he took out the clay pill again and began to maneuver. His consciousness cut through space and traveled far away, arriving at a place filled with a ferocious demonic aura. And then it stopped there. Every time, there should be clues to the old devil there, or it's just around the corner. Chuhi decided to check it out. That devil scared him into seclusion for decades and didn't go out to Lin Cheng's step. There is a feud between the two sides. Now his strength has skyrocketed. That's a score to settle. Chui searched for his senses and walked without any haste. Instead of stepping into the air, he walked on land with his hands behind his back. Step flash. No stumps, no movement. The wind whistled, the space shook, and none of this existed. He watched the scenery along the way as he hurried along. The glow of purpose seems like an extra long roll of film, replicating the scenery along the way. I think someone just smiled at me, and said hello, and said howdy. Young man, on the road. Several young men and women, carrying long swords, walked in company. Suddenly, their man shivered and spoke out with alarm. Plum, you drank too much yesterday. Who else is here but us? I don't understand. His companion looked around and shook his head. But, the young man named Plum wanted to say more about how he felt. After all, that smiling face was so vivid, like it was engraved in his brain, and his voice echoed in his ears, so memorable that it could never be that he was drunk. But the group of companions did not believe him, and all ignored him, and began to move on, and he glanced around with wonder, and at last followed the group in panic and helplessness. Someone did just smile at me, and said words. He whispered to himself with certainty. That feeling was never a hallucination. It's too real. I think the guy just tapped him on the shoulder. Chui walked out of the Xia clan's territory in 100 steps, after which his speed accelerated again. It didn't take long to get to the place he sensed, the Valley of the Tongue. Looking at that rolling demonic aura straight up and across for an unknown number of miles. Although Chui hadn't been here before, he, who had flipped through all the maps of the savage domain, still recognized it at the first glance. Chui hadn't had time to go in and explore. Squeaky. Groups of rats with oily fur appeared like a rolling torrent, coming out of the passageway and pouring out of the barbarian domain from the Tongyi Valley. There are many, at least tens of thousands of them, and the scene of them cascading up and running can make one's scalp numb from watching. Yet Chui didn't feel any discomfort. There was even a smile. These rats feel like they come from the same source as those mudballs. The strength may not be as good, but the critical mass is large. Chui walked over and followed the rats. Take out the dry cloth bag. Put the handfuls inside the bag. These rats are not like the cows that the mudballs were transformed into before. There were too many and too dense. Chui scratched a few handfuls and was spotted by many rats. In a burst of ear-piercing squeaks, all the rats' eyes fell on him, with bloodlust, with killing intent, with hostility. Yet Chui didn't mind. Keep loading up on rats. You guys keep running. Don't worry about me. I can keep up. Chui even greeted them. Squeaky. The group of rats' eyes glowed green, turned around, and pounced forward and backward toward Chui. Ugh, why bother? Such a hurry. Chui shook his head, then extended his palm. The golden palm covered tens of thousands of rats, grasping them in its palm. And then the brain was dumped into the Qinkuan cloth bag. Harvest. Chui revealed a satisfied smile. Sure enough, he's the old father of Heaven's Way, and a random trip out of the house can be quite rewarding. Chui stepped into the Tongyi Valley with the bag on his back, his consciousness emanating, sweeping through it minutely, over and over again. However, other than the swarms of ferocious beasts, there was nothing else wrong with this place. Chui's body moved around, his eye stars hanging upside down. Just as he was thinking about it and looking around a few more times, he suddenly felt something in his heart and turned to look back. What a day! Good event pickup. Chui stepped out of Tongyi Valley and hurried back. Just a moment ago, he felt it again, which had not appeared for more than 20 years. That familiar power with the power of probing hovering towards Lin Cheng. He hurriedly opened the devil-suppressing pagoda, as well as Lin Cheng's isolation restriction. It's not easy for people to find their way here. Can't let it get lost. Chapter 120, A Crocodile Carries Everything After All. Chui flew back to the book depository, put the dry bag to the side, straightened his coat. What's next? Haven't experienced this again in over 20 years. Chuha felt rusty. The process is kind of given out. Thinking for a moment before he took out the teapot and heated it. The feeling came back instantly. He slowly heated the teapot and waited patiently. Little brother Chu, your tea is hot. After a while, Zhao Yuling rolled over the wall and looked at the teapot on Chui's palm and opened his mouth. No, the fire isn't up to snuff. It takes patience to heat tea and get the fire up to optimal standards so it tastes good. Chui opened his mouth, and then said in a serious manner. Zhao Yuling nodded with seeming understanding. She sat on a chair, propped her chin up and stared at the teapot in the palm of Chui's hand without blinking. She's a bore now too. Nothing to do. So patience is in abundance. Little brother Chu, it's been an hour. Are the standards still not there? After watching for a long time, Zhao Yuling spoke. Not enough. This tea carries the power of the Tao, and normally, It needs to be simmered for 77 or 49 hours to be the best. Chewie shook his head and casually said. He couldn't help but raise his head to look into the distance. Something's not right. With the aura he felt, he should have arrived at the barbarian domain from the Endless Sea by now as well. How come there's no response now? Thanks to his fire control. Otherwise the teapot would have boiled dry. Chewie's consciousness radiated out and swept toward the Endless Sea. And yet, he didn't feel a breath of the same class as his coming through. Strange. That probing force just now should be looking for that group of crocodiles. He's already helped locate it. The gate is open. Did the other side wimp out? Chewie felt a lack of interest. Tea. He instantly heated the tea to the perfect temperature. Then pulled out 2 cups, pouring a glass for himself and Zhao Yuling. Man, brother Xiao Chu, didn't you say it would take 77 hours? Zhao Yuling picked up the tea and asked in confusion. Chu, this girl, too, is too serious. The Endless Sea, the temporary residence of the crocodile clan. A hideous giant crocodile as huge as a small mountain, with a black body and various cuts all over its body descended. All the crocodiles gathered together at the rise and greeted them with a respectful voice. The bitter crocodile has been missing for 20 years and it's still alive and its aura is still strong, which means that it wasn't captured by a human who beat it half to death, but it fell into some kind of formation trap. It was unable to come out at the time. The black crocodile's eyes looked in a direction before opening his mouth to analyze. I need the basics of this formation to make sure there are no surprises. It pulled out a black bead and a bronze mirror. Any of you guys want to take a trip and pass the situation back? Don't worry, there's no danger. The trapped bitter crocodile and the 3 little ones are all fine and in good spirits now. Even if you guys fall into the trap, I'll be right there afterward. It passed the bead forward and looked at the 3 peak emperor crocodiles. The 3 crocodiles stood still, like statues, gazing straight ahead, their mouths all closed, not speaking. Although the great sage gave assurances and they believed in the great sage's strength, this feeling of jumping into a fire pit was not something they liked. Just you. The black crocodile scanned circles over them, then rested on the valley crocodile. Valley crocodile's huge body trembled and froze. How do you spin it around and around? Or do you want it to see what happens? The crocodiles under his command wanted it to go. The crocodiles of the same level wanted it to go. And now even the holy crocodiles were hitting on him. It felt like it was being targeted. However, while the other crocodiles it was able to refuse, the holy crocodile it was unable to refuse and did not even dare to make a sound. Don't even dare to show your displeasure. This was the crocodile clan's great sage of Jin clan, an existence even stronger than its direct saint ancestor whose whereabouts are still unknown. Valley crocodile took the black beads with difficulty, breaking through the water as all the crocodiles watched. The sacred crocodile slapped the copper mirror into the void, and it grew larger, with the valley crocodile above it and its surroundings showing up on it. Led by the holy crocodile, all the crocodiles raised their heads and rose to watch carefully. Under the willow tree, Zhao Yuling finished her tea and went back over the wall to teach her apprentice. Shu He sighed, put the tea set away, and walked into the devil-suppressing tower with the Qiankuan cloth bag on his back. Inside, swarms of beasts, their bodies shaking at the sight of it. Now they were in a field rest, like Chu He came in again. That was the end of the rest. Makes them terrified. My lord, the time is not up. Cthulhu opened his mouth for a moment of freedom. The other beasts didn't dare to agree, but only looked cautiously at Chu He. None of your business. Chu He shook his head. All the beasts couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. Chu He picked up the bag and started pulling out the rats, only throwing them inside the frying pan. Boom! The fire domain once again sent out vibrations. The oil dregs were splattered and the flame went straight to the inside of the frying pan that had been placed with the big black rat. Poof! 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 The rattling continues. As the big black rat continued to be released, the squealing became more intense. The beast came together to get up and looked at the fire domain where the flames were boiling, only to feel his whole body compact and turn stiff. So tragic. Much worse than they are, with the big black rats all in the pot. Chewy's gaze passed through the devil-suppressing tower and looked toward the place where the green smoke was rising under the willow tree. 20 feet and materialized. This is the first time. Another record broken. Chewy gazed upward. Boom! 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 A few thunderous roars echoed between heaven and earth. Lin City, or even the entire Lin County, was suddenly covered in dark clouds. High above the sky, thunder and lightning were like dragons, flashing gusts of light with heavenly might, brewing for a moment. Tick-tock, tick-tock. After a lapse of almost 20 years, it once again rained spirits in Lin City, and it's bigger this time. Chewy turned back to the group of big black rats being squeezed in the frying pan, pondering. It seems that the Valley of Tomi is not simple. He gazed over to the beast. These guys, it just so happens that the fury is almost gone from their bodies. So next time, let them go to Tongyi Valley. Brush up on the fury as you look for these creepy things underneath. Lift 2. Shui's gaze looked toward the top of the tower, and another probing force appeared. Shua put it in. The aura was different from the one just now. It was too weak. Getting Shua excited doesn't help. For it, there is no need for rituals. Wait until the distance is about right. Shui only stretched out his palm. Valley Crocodile searched for his senses and carefully arrived near the Xia clan's territory. Its form compressed to the smallest possible size, using the highest possible level to tuck its breath away, and it's afraid to fly. Specializing in crawling to remote places, it was able to drill holes, and it chose to go straight to them, preferring to take a detour. Lu could be called extremely cautious. After all, even the Saint Ancestor existence was lost here. It couldn't be more careful. Endless Sea, the group of giant crocodiles along with the valley crocodiles various cautions, holding their breaths as if they were there. Suddenly, roar! They let out a gasp of surprise. It just seemed like something huge fell from the sky and the screen went black. Chapter 121, The Third Party. Stare at the black screen for 3 seconds. All of the giant crocodiles looked up and towards the black crocodile directly in front of them. The black crocodile's head stretched out and came up to the dark screen to take a good look, and also reached out his claws and tapped twice on top of the bronze mirror. That little guy valley crocodile is trapped. Maybe the place is a bit special and the information can't be transmitted. Black crocodile makes an analysis. It then gazed at the 2 remaining peak emperor crocodiles. Look them in the crocodile's back. Now this is a bizarre situation. That place is so problematic. It's definitely a go one get one free. Forget it. It probably won't do any good to let you guys go. I'll do it another way. The black crocodile made a sound, and the valley crocodile ran over to him. There was no useful value at all, and it was quite unnecessary to send the juniors up one by one again. I hope that place doesn't have much isolation power. It will work. The black crocodile sighed. He then pulled out a green bead and took out the bitter crocodile's vital bead as well, fusing it with the green bead, closing his eyes and pressing the fused bead to his forehead. He grabbed the valley crocodile into the devil-suppressing tower, and before long, pinched the black beads on its claws. There were strange fluctuations emanating from that, connecting up to the unknown. Coming! Chewie raised his head as a strange force hovered over him, the same one he had felt earlier. It's a big fish. Chewie skillfully removed all obstacles, allowing it to enter smoothly. The mysterious force came in and circled around twice, as if it thought it was too easy to come in, finally stopping in front of the bitter crocodile. Bitter crocodile, what's your situation now? Are you trapped by some powerful formation? A voice came out of the void. He didn't make a sound, his gaze casually looking toward the bitter crocodile. The bitter crocodile's body trembled, hesitate and then hesitate. Ancestor Timothy, I am indeed trapped. The power of this formation is good. It can trap me for 50 years. If you can come, you can break it with a wave of your claws. It finally made a sound. Then a few more questions came out from the void, and bitter crocodile glanced at Chu He and answered with a sentence. Finally the mysterious force disappears. Chu He gave bitter crocodile a satisfied look. Vacation extended by 1 month. Chu He spoke out. At once, several other beasts passed envious glances to it. The bitter crocodile collapsed into a crocodile face, not knowing whether to be sad or happy. Now that the flames of the frying pan were too strong for other biological oil extraction, Chewie threw the valley crocodile into his Qiankuan bag and then walked out of the devil-suppressing tower. The spiritual rain was still pattering outside. Chewie reached out and gathered up a handful and poured them into the teapot. Heat the tea and pour it into a teacup. Inhaled the hot air that lingered above. After that, he directly crossed out of Lin City and headed towards the Endless Sea. This time he was going to take the initiative and wait. The Endless Sea, the temporary residence of the crocodile clan. The beads on the black crocodile's forehead shattered. Looking at the shard in the center of his claw, the black crocodile's eyes held contemplation. A little too easy. It felt something was wrong. If it had known that it would be so easy, it wouldn't have let the valley crocodile bring the illuminating mirror to check out the situation. It just wanted to make an attempt, but I didn't expect it to go straight to one step. If it had just been a little harder, even if it was just a feeling of refusal, it was afraid that it wouldn't have thought much about it. But it was so easy that it was inexplicably odd in its mind. However, I am a great saint, and even the strongest few of the human race are only comparable to me. The black crocodile's gaze penetrated from the bottom of the sea to the surface and looked to the sky. It suddenly wondered if it had been overly cautious. That's not necessary. With its strength, the human race might have a way to shade it a bit, but it wanted to kill it and trap it. Does the human race have that kind of power? Why is it so cautious? The black crocodile suddenly figured it out. With its strength, anything can be broken by force. There's no need for all this fancy stuff. It's too brain dead and it's not whole. It will just go directly to take a look. Even if there are traps and retreat directly back. Is it possible that the human race here has the ability to stop it? I'll go. The black crocodile broke the water. However, it didn't make a whole lot of fuss like the bitter crocodile, but instead, it directly collected its breath in a low-key manner and cut through space. The sacred ancestor should have gone in person a long time ago. With its strength, it could have pierced through the human race, so what's there to probe? After watching the black crocodile leave, a peak emperor crocodile opened his mouth. This was something it had wanted to say for a long time. Timing Ancestor was a great saint's strength, an existence at the top level of the East Sung domain, and there were not many people in the entire human race who could fight it. Do you need to be so cautious when you're such a big shot? It feels really wrong to drop the pussy for nothing. Look at how direct and confident the bitter crocodile holy ancestor is. That's the true power of a strong man. Set up a pot for the celebration of welcoming the holy ancestor in triumph. It opened its mouth with a roar. Then the group of crocodiles scattered in all directions, once again pulling out the cauldron, building a fire, and putting in the ingredients. The atmosphere was once again warm. The black crocodile crossed space and approached the barbarian domain extremely fast and incomparably. However, just as it was about to reach the barbarian domain, an old silhouette in the void stopped it. Human Empyrean Great Sage. So it's you. No wonder that little fellow bitter crocodile had an accident. So it was you who personally laid the formation. No wonder. However, it's not right. You've always been in the East Sung domain before, and you've even struck out frequently. Looking at the silhouette that stepped out of the void, the black crocodile's gaze froze. I know. You actually followed me out a long time ago, and you're a fake in the East Sung domain. Your human race is a good tactic. A great sage is split into two uses, and you're not afraid of being exposed. When the time comes, he. The black crocodile finished analyzing himself while letting out a snort. It thought it had guessed everything. The mind instantly settled down. The human empty storm great sage, its old friend. The two sides had fought quite a few times, and the black crocodile couldn't know more about his strength. It's the unknown that's unsettling. Now that you know who your opponent is and have a good idea of what you're up against, it's stress-free. Empyrean. It's been a long time since we've fought. I don't know. Have you improved? Roar. The black crocodile let out a roar, thunder twining around its body as it slapped its palm toward the opposite Empyrean Great Sage. Here's the knife. The Empyrean Great Sage let out a loud cry, and a large sword covered with teeth, with wisps of red blood devouring chi lingering around, appeared in his hand and slashed at the giant claw that slapped over. Rumble. In an instant, this sea resounded with thunderous explosions, waves churned, storms coalesced, and the space had the slightest crack. Shu He, who had already reached the edge of the barbarian domain, looked over with a surprised face. Looking at the one man and one crocodile who were already fighting in full swing, he thought about not going up to disturb them at first. It's not good for outsiders to intervene when others are fighting against each other in the imperial city. Watching the battle and not interfering. True gentleman. Shui stepped to the sky above their battle, took out a supreme treasure, concealed his figure as if he was in an exotic space, transformed his strength into a bench, table and chairs, took out a plate of pills, and took out a game of chess. While knocking down the elixir, he dropped his pieces according to the situation on the field. Below, the two fought fiercely, entangled to the death, fighting from the void to the bottom of the sea, and from the bottom of the sea to the void, back and forth, and then rising higher and higher. At some point, stay away. The black crocodile felt something poke at its waist. At the same time a voice rang in its ears. That's not the voice of its old nemesis. It had been so hot against the battle that it suddenly felt a chill. Here, there's a third party. Chapter 122, he's going to cut you. Pieing. A battle between strong men, especially when they are evenly matched. When a party is disturbed and distracted, it is easy to reveal a big break. The black crocodile felt extremely wrong, and most of all, it was so sudden that it put its mind in a trance. Directly by the Empyrean Great Sage, looking for a break, on top of its originally impeccable defense to tear a hole. The knife slashed on its old waist, the serrated teeth on it tore a gash in its waist, and there was blood dripping down, in a nuisance sound, causing a large portion of seawater to be vaporized and black smoke to rise. The black crocodile let out a roar of pain and retreated at great speed. The Empyrean Great Sage was quite surprised. The giant crocodile he had been having a back and forth with just seemed to have jerked off, revealing such a big break. However, although surprised, the Air Underworld Great Sage, as an expert, naturally wouldn't freeze and miss this opportunity to beat up a falling dog. Surprised, he didn't pause. The large sword was raised, and with the light of the blade flashing out, it chased after the black crocodile's retreating form. The formation is poorly pursued. However, at that moment, the black crocodile came back to his senses, and although he was injured, he was still able to fight. It just went from having it come and go to being passive. And, It is extremely disturbed in its mind. There is definitely a third party involved here. What exactly that guy was from wasn't clear, but it was absolutely certain that it wouldn't be a friend. Otherwise it wouldn't have stabbed it when it mattered. It didn't strike. But that kind of shock at a critical moment is really no different than striking anymore. Of course it might not be a friend of the Empyrean Great Sage, or else he would have stepped in to help a long time ago. He may be trying to reap the benefits. Seeing that it was stronger, it stepped in to help the Empyrean Great Sage maintain its balance. But whatever the reason, this fight is impossible. Knowing there was a third party, the black crocodile's fervor dissipated. It didn't want to tangle with the Empyrean Great Sage any longer, afraid of an accident, trying to pull back. Unfortunately, the Empyrean Great Sage saw that it was injured, and the more he swung his great sword, the more vigorous he became, catching it in hot pursuit and pestering it too hard to give it the slightest chance. There's another being here who wants to reap the benefits. Let's stop fighting today and meet again in the future. In the end, the black crocodile had no choice but to beckon as he voiced out the matter. It wished the Empyrean Great Sage would be as calm as it was. Don't get too excited. Yeah, the Empyrean Great Sage nodded, and his attack weakened. Are you that easy to talk to? The black crocodile felt incredible. It's just saying it in passing. This feels a little familiar. However, before it could clear its thoughts, why things are weird everywhere today. Suddenly, boom, the air underworld Great Sage, whose attack had originally weakened, looked like he was going to withdraw his sword after wielding it again. But his long sword suddenly blossomed with a piercing blood fury light. Space resounded with the sound of tearing, and a deadly killing chance was revealed. But it turns out, he just slowed down the attack. Is in the brewing move must kill? Didn't even bother or believe the black crocodile's reasoning for the truce. Fast and accurate. The knife slashed at the location of the black crocodile's old waist, which was already injured. Its arms holding the sword bulged. The muscles on them layered and gathered together, looking powerful. The black crocodile was alarmed, just about to go all out against it. Just then, it got a heavy poke in the head. Hurry up and defend. He's going to cut you. Once again a voice came to its ears. The black crocodile was a jolt, half a beat slow to react. In this masterful duel, fatal. What's more, Empyrean Great Sage's killing move was originally quite sudden. Duel conditions. Pust. The old black crocodile was slashed again where his old back was injured, and this time quite heavily. Not only was there blood falling into the sea, but there were also bits of shattered flesh falling downwards, falling into the sea, and there were ferocious beasts devouring them and directly bursting into flames. The black crocodile's hacked form fell directly into the sea. This time, however, the Empyrean Great Sage didn't ride the wave of victory. He also sensed something was wrong. There were indeed traces of an unknown presence striking just now. Here, it seems like there really is a third party. His eyes flashed with refined light as he scanned the circle in the void. Don't mind me. Just pretend I don't exist. You guys carry on. That was a great performance just now. I loved it. A voice with appreciation rang out from the void, and with the sound of smashing, it seemed that the being who spoke was eating something. This voice came from nowhere, as if it appeared in all directions at once, and fell into the ears of the Empyrean Great Sage, the Great Sage of Air and Space. There really is a third party. He looked at the large knife in his hand, and then at the black crocodile that had fallen into the sea without being dragged by it, and had tried to bolt in the process. There were two choices before him at this point, and it was brief. Forget it. If you don't want it, it's mine. Just two short sound bites later, the voice of the void sounded again, and then Zhang Golden Fishing appeared, thrown out of the void, fell into the sea, quickly sinking, precisely the black crocodile far away from a long distance to live. Rumble. Along with the black crocodile's unwilling struggles, the waves were lifted hundreds of feet. Roar. The black crocodile let out a growl with a strong sense of unease. As a great saint at the 7th level of saint exaltation, even if it was injured at the moment and endured, it could still exert a terrifying strength. The struggle was very strong, yet it appeared to be to no avail. The golden light above the fishing flickered and slowly but rhythmically closed in. It was chipped open where it had been wounded, and the cuts on either side, from the struggle, were separated by the fishing. The blood with the will of the saint's birth flowed out. The sea water corrosion out of a big black hole. The surrounding sea water actually can't fill in, or the sea water that gushed over. The same corrosion evaporated. Roar. The black crocodile's roar began to take on fear. At this moment, it had been able to determine that the being that had struck out was much stronger than it. A mere treasure spaced out. It couldn't break free with all its might. Unimaginable. This means that the two sides are not in the same league. To be able to make it, a great saint of the 7th level of saint respect, in such a sorry state, even saint respect would not be able to do so easily. At the moment it's like a soft woman who meets a bare-chested, thick-haired man. Apart from roaring his voice out and yelling no, Che's defiance only evokes greater oppression. The black crocodile could feel it, and the more joyfully it struggled, the more forceful the fishing closed in, as if in response to its struggles. But, though struggling would make it more painful for himself, the black crocodile didn't think to lay flat and give up his resistance. It's a matter of life and death. Was pulled on the surface of the black crocodile. Crocodile eyes open with determination. The body of lightning flash boom, and fishing on the golden light constantly collision. A vicious, as killing hundreds of millions of living beings of the blood of the gas. Rolling agitation, vibration of the sky. Roar! The giant crocodile roared, setting off a tsunami. Its body like inflatable burst, when actually will stabilize the collection of fishing break away a little. However, subsequently, a gleaming golden hook, pulled by the fishing line, rose with the wind and grew larger, and then it fell from the sky and shoved itself into its huge open crocodile mouth. It's holding up all over the place. Chapter 123, Something's Wrong. Pust. The long line that appeared from nothingness turned with a fishhook formation, and an unfathomable power emanated from it. The dual crushing of power and soul levels. The black crocodile's newly inflated figure and momentum was like a balloon that had been punctured, leaking 1,000 miles. The fishing line loosened then violently tightened again. The void made a crashing sound explosion, and the black crocodile's inhabited form was pulled up from the water's surface. The crocodile heads were pulled and flipped up. The pair of eyes that were filled with violence were gradually and slowly covered by despair. Its body was shaking and struggling, yet it looked so powerless as the golden fishing shrunk tighter and tighter. The Empyrean great sage, who had taken this all in his eyes, had cold sweat running down his forehead as if it were bristling at the corners. From the mind to the flesh, the pieces are cold. His fervor faded away, witnessing with his own eyes, an opponent of the same level who had just fought him back and forth. But in a few breaths of time, he lost his power to resist and was fished in front of him. There are no words to describe the kind of being shaken and heartbroken, especially without knowing whether that unknown being was friend or foe. There were two paths before him at this point, to flee or not to flee. Time is short. The Empyrean great sage couldn't make a decision. If he ran at this time, one would provoke the unknown being's wildness, and he couldn't imagine the consequences. If he didn't run, he was at the mercy of God and could only pray that the unknown being didn't strike at him. It's a bad feeling. This is the feeling of powerlessness of the weak against the strong. It had been a long time since the Empyrean great sage had experienced this feeling, just as the Empyrean great sage was restlessly pondering. If that unknown being made a move on him later, what position should he be in when he resisted? The fishing line pulled the black crocodile to somewhere in the void and disappeared. Calm was restored to this heaven and earth. Only the sea, the large hole corroded by the blood of the holy crocodile, could not be filled for a long time, and there were constantly wisps of black smoke emanating from the surroundings. It means that something big has just happened here. The Empyrean great sage's breathing stopped. His body was like a statue, standing motionless above the void. Is it gone? It was a long time before he let out a long sigh of relief and, with uncertainty, looked somewhere into the void before tentatively backing up backwards. Step, slowly backwards. It was as if he was worried that there was a fierce beast in the void that would pounce on him at any moment, until it fell back to hundreds of paces away. Only then did the great sage of empty underworld turn around violently, his breath not leaking, his voice not sounding, exerting the light skill that he had learned hard for many years in his youth, but now had long been discarded, carrying the great sword. And the road roared wildly. He has no purpose, no direction. It didn't stop until a long time later. Wiping the non-existent cold sweat from the corners of his forehead, he took a long breath before the Empyrean great sage turned his head to look behind him. What's the deal with this place? Originally, I thought that the existence of a human race's hidden great sage was already an accident, but then devils came out one after another, and now there's even this kind of terrifying existence striking. There's something wrong with this place, definitely something big. The Empyrean great sage's heart was in a state of turmoil, and his eyes slivered in concentration. Go back and talk it over. This is not a good place. He turned around, his aura exploding as he stepped through the void, rushing with all his might. At this point, Shuhi was carrying his Qiankuan cloth bag and was hurrying back unhurriedly. Every time he came out, packing was considered incidental. Seeing the scenery and relaxing was the main thing. So in order to enjoy the different scenery, he wouldn't take the same strip every time he traveled to and from the endless sea. The road went by. He has bathed in the lava, and he has followed the waves above the water. In between the waves, he realized the nature of heaven and earth, and casually created a part of the gong method, which was put into a plastic bottle that he casually fabricated, and threw it into the river, drifting to a faraway place. He looked down on heaven and earth from a high mountain, and when he was in the mood to recite a poem, he used his finger as a pen to write it on a broken cliff, with sword or knife marks attached to it. He was in the mountains, casually picked down a few plants of spiritual medicine. In the palm of his hand between the free practice, cohesion into a number of medicinal aroma of the 4 escape of the pill. Eat grains, lose grains. He put it in the Dan bottle and threw it towards the Xia clan's territory. Cutting through space, the old father of the heavenly ways traveled and showered the earth with opportunities. Casual and brash. This is the life of a strong man. Boring, plain and simple. When Shuhi returned to the book depository, it was already more than 10 hours later. Looking at the tea that had long since cooled down on top, Shuhi smiled bashfully, reached out to heat it up, and drank it. The aroma of the tea remained. It's so fragrant. At this time, the green smoke under the willow tree had again transformed from substance to an illusion that was not visible to normal people. The spiritual rain in the sky also gradually and slowly stopped. The willows kept shaking with pleasure. The kind of excitement that came from the heart of the tree indicated that the benefits it had received this time were incomparably great. Shuha tapped on its branches, and Willow excitedly scraped a branch across its face. The little king, who had been drenched under the spiritual rain for most of the day, shook off his shell and walked slowly, waving his claws and similarly tapping twice on top of the willow tree. Willow swings from side to side with dislike. This king is always rubbing against it with a rag on top and he doesn't like it. Chewie shook his head and walked into the devil-suppressing tower with the bag on his back. At this moment, in the fire prison world on the second floor of the devil-suppressing tower, the surging flames slowly calmed down and returned to normal as the swarm of large black rats were drained. The group of beasts resting on the shore watched Chewie come in and cast their gazes over in unison. Looking at the still-moving bag he was carrying behind him, he looked away. The 4 crocodiles had complex expressions, and even a hint of disbelief. The 3 dragons and tigers, on the other hand, were all gloating. Chewie poured out the black crocodile whose bag he had sealed, though there was early speculation. However, when they saw that the timing saint had really ended up in the same situation as them, the 3 crocodiles still couldn't help but shake 3 times in unison. Moreover, looking at the terrifying injuries on Timing Saint's body made them all suck in cool air in this hot fire prison world. The Thunder Saint attempted to struggle a few times and was suppressed by Chewie's 2 slaps. It gasped for air and scanned the circle around it before meeting the Bitter Crocodile's eyes. Bitter Crocodile hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look directly at him. Stop staring at it with angry eyes. It's doing it for your own good and wants you to join this wonderful family and get your chance too. Chewie laughed out loud. Injured so badly. Look at all the heartache. Strange poor. Come, I'll heal you first. It'll be quick. Chewie patted Timing Saint's head, his smile growing more and more kind. He took out a fist-sized elixir and threw it into Timothy Saint's mouth, and also took out a bottle of Holy Spirit *** and poured it onto its wound. Timothy Saint couldn't help but let out a moan of comfort. Its eyes showed suspicion. There's something wrong with this situation. What does this human want? It swept its eyes towards a few crocodile descendants, but saw that they all lowered their heads, none of them daring to meet its gaze, and next to it, the 3 dragons and tigers. Their big eyes looked at it, covered with sympathy. Such a bizarre situation. At this point though the body was getting comfortable, but somehow, Timothy Saint felt a coolness approaching him. It was cool from the depths of the soul. Chapter 124, Desire and Expectation. Roar! When the injury healed and he was grabbed and thrown into the frying pan, Timothy's head was spinning a bit. Why? We have to heal it from its injuries before we throw it into the frying pan to hurt it. This human is out of his mind. If it's going to hurt, don't be so nice before and give it healing rubs. If it hadn't been in the wrong place, it would almost have been moved. It was a question that arose in the last moments when Timothy Saint was able to think properly. And then in a poof, the oil of the pot enveloped it, and the pain of double damage to flesh and soul came. Pang! At this moment, the seal chew he had imposed on it had been lifted, and it was able to exert itself, its body popping as it jumped up from the frying pan. Wow! Chains flew out around the frying pan, wrapping it and pulling it back into the frying pan. Then it pushes again, and the body bounces again, then is pulled back again, and so on. Yet Chase struggles did nothing but cause the flames to burn more violently, the oil of the pan to tumble louder, and the squeezing to intensify. Looking at the familiar curtain, Bitter Crocodile raised his head with a complicated gaze. It used to fold like that for years. At that time, it didn't know any better and was as stubborn as Elder Timothy Saint. It's heartbreaking to think about. Timothy Zoo, give up the struggle. Lie flat and be comfortable. Valley Crocodile couldn't bear it in his heart, and eventually couldn't help but speak out to persuade him. However, Timothy Saint was struggling and gave it a menacing look, and instead of stopping, he struggled harder. It makes the flames of the fire prison, and the oil of the pot even more exciting. LOL. Valley Crocodile lowered his head and let out a sigh. Timothy Saint wouldn't listen to advice, and it couldn't do anything about it. It still takes a few years to realize how valid its words are. In the meantime, the constant domain, which was separated from the barbarian domain by the Tongyi Valley. A large black rat that covered the sky suddenly jumped out of a huge cave. In the sky array tossing and dancing, the mouth from time to time issued a miserable scream. Miserable voice makes the heaven and earth all change color. The regiment of dark clouds cohesion, as if under the magic blood, ticking down to drop, the devil's blood landed on the ground, opening up mountains and cracking rocks, cutting off rivers and streams, causing the entire heaven and earth to change in color. It took a long time before the cut subsided. The big black rat fell down from the void, smashing a high mountain. It was gasping for air. Its body was filled with weakness. Its gaze looked in the direction of the barbarian domain. Its green eyes, filled with remorse. No wonder old 3. He doesn't even have the guts to let his seed in. So that's how it is. It clapped its paws on the ground with a rumbling sound, feeling extremely pained. I regret not listening to my brother. With this, its body and mind, which had just recovered somewhat, were once again traumatized. Even more so, the situation is the same as the old 3. We have to find a way to make up for it as soon as possible, and then we'll call the oldest over here. This revenge must be avenged. Its voice was almost squeezed out from between its teeth, showing the indignation it felt at the moment. As a devil, there is revenge. Its body turned to look at another large domain that was connected to the constant domain. Old 5. Don't blame your brother. Its mouth muttered to itself. Then with a long whistle, thousands of rats appeared and followed it forward like a rolling torrent. This domain, more than 10 years had passed, and the seeds that it had added to the demonic eye had long since gnawed through it, turned into a dead domain. The only way to recover is to look elsewhere. Half a month later, the Endless Sea, the temporary residence of the crocodile clan. The 2 crocodiles gathered in the cave, looking at the upper row of the life beads in a daze. A strong person as powerful as Timothy Saint went out for a trip and didn't return for a long time. Having already experienced the matter of the sacred ancestor, they still felt a little uneasy even though they saw that the timing sacred essence bead was intact. After all, the scene was a little too familiar. The last time the holy ancestor did this, he went and did not return, with his natal bead intact. The Thunder Saint should really be entangled by the human saint ancestor this time. It's impossible to be trapped like the holy ancestor. It's a great saint. Only the crocodile looked at the natal bead and spoke with a tone of uncertainty. It must be like this. It's a great saint, the most powerful of the East Sun domain. It's impossible for the human race to have a strong person to do anything to it. It must have been entangled this time. Its companion nodded heavily. Expression of affirmation. The meat outside is cooked again. Why don't we eat it first? A strong person who can tangle with the Timothy Saint for so long is definitely not simple. And he's bound to not be able to return between times. It could take months. The other crocodile opened its mouth. Aha! The 2 crocodiles turned and swam out of the waterhole before announcing to the group of crocodiles looking at the cauldron and inhaling the aroma that the meal was starting early. All the crocodiles let out cheers, and the atmosphere turned heated once again. Basically, you don't want to go? Also, it's hard to believe that there are so many benefits now and the dangers are not really seen. Xiaoyuan couldn't help but nod his head as he listened to the news brought back by Meng Yi. Some time ago, the Qin clan came running to inform them of a major event. The barbarian domain would be in danger of a major crisis that not even saint-exalted powerhouses would be able to solve. And they were going to withdraw early, also expressing their willingness to take away millions of Xia clan members. Meng Yi and the Xia clan patriarchs notified the large and small family forces within Lin County. As it turned out, however, not many people wanted to go. Those who were to leave were still from the major clans, believing in the reason why eggs should not be put in a basket. And they were forcibly ordered to leave, in small numbers, and basically with reluctance. Especially the other day, another spiritual rain fell. After many years, another carnival belonging to martial artists was opened. Everyone's mind was made even firmer. Those that are going to be sent away, even many of them ran straight away from home. As a martial artist, no one doesn't desire to become stronger. The changes in the land of Forest County are visible to the naked eye. So what if there are unknown dangers? Before this, when the Xia clan didn't rise to power, crises were everywhere, and the strongest people were killed from the flood of blood. It's not realistic to try to be strong just because you have a smooth sail, just because of fear. Leaving the land of opportunity, their hearts in pursuit of the martial way would have to be cracked open. So, no go. Maybe the curtain is about to be pulled back. Xiaoyuan looked up at the window and watched the sky soar with sizzling birds. Nowadays, more and more things were happening in Lin County, and even the barbarian region. There were also more and more powerful people, and even evil demons appeared. Xiaoyuan was already convinced of the so-called Grand Curtain that Zhao Yuling had heard made up from Chu He's mouth. Moreover, Meng Yi and Zhao Yuling whispered in his ear from time to time that he was blessed to be a son of good fortune. Today's state is dormant. With the time when the next lifespan will end without dying, even someone like Xia Yuan, who was extremely clear-headed, began to go from skepticism to believing that he was a son of Qi. He was also beginning to get extremely excited about the grand opening. Yes, teacher, the time that belongs to you is about to come. Mani opened his mouth, feeling heartily happy for his teacher. No, it's our time. Xia Yuan turned his gaze and spoke in a heavy tone. He and Meng Yi's gazes met in the void, and the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Cut in the unspoken. Chapter 125, The Enemy Doesn't Move. I Don't Move, Request for Subscription. The 8 beasts were released by Chu He, allowing them to enter the Tongyi Valley to get rid of the demons. However, the second level of the Devil Suppressor Tower didn't subside. Timothy St. A top 8, struggling in the frying pan expresses unyielding will. Let the world of fire and hell riot. As a great saint of the 7th level of sainthood, it was very resistant, and the dual crushing of the soul and body had not yet reached a level that would allow it to succumb for the time being. Chui shook his head as he looked at the bouncing Timothy Saint. Next time, a stronger one comes in. It's time to go into the 3rd level. The 2nd level felt a little too easy, and it was a bit of a struggle to deal with these powerful pricks. Chui swallowed a whole roasted sheep with its bones and skin, and finally drank a mouthful of tea and put the things away before walking out of the devil-suppressing tower. Curses mixed in with the Timothy Saint's agonizing wails echoed vaguely in his ears, along with threats to the human race. Check out Tongyi Valley. Chui stretched and headed out. Last time, he was originally going to enter the Tongyi Valley to search for the enemy that had scared him so much, but he was interrupted midway by the giant predator that was Timothy Saint. After resting for 10 days, Chui once again decided to travel to sea. 20 years of inactivity. Just out of the gate, he's been moving around a lot better lately. Outside the Tongyi Valley, Chui descended. This time he just swept once and went straight in. Didn't bother sweeping again and again. After all, the last one he'd seen over and over again. His figure pranced and rotated in the Tongyi Valley, conducting a probing search. It's fast. During that time it also encountered 3 dragons, 1 tiger, and 4 crocodiles. But Chui didn't greet them as he saw them struggling. After a long time, Chui discovered an ancient and dilapidated altar. It looked ordinary except for its antiquity. Chui's spiritual power swept through and didn't see anything different. He reached out and tapped on the altar, which was like a giant manhole cover. Pust. He didn't exert much force either, but the lid shattered in response, and then an abyss tens of thousands of meters deep appeared in Chui's eyes. The abyss was dead silent and devoid of any life. It's so old it's reckless. Chui's eyes were like stars hanging upside down, and with his spiritual power, he looked down into the abyss. Slowly. There was no hurry at all, and his eyes descended as he studied it. Anyway, from the moment the lid was broken, he had been sure that the old devil who had frightened him was under the abyss. 100 meters, 200 meters, 1,000 meters. In the middle of the abyss, underneath a huge sealed array plate, a behemoth covered in demonic flames was bolted by chains, and on top of the array disc, 2 masses of dark and slimy things, tightly attached to the array disc, did not move at all. As Chui's spiritual power got closer and closer, those 2 masses of black goo finally couldn't help but emit a slight tremor. Under the array plate, the behemoth that was chained and surrounded by the originally stationary magic flames around its circumference also began to sway slightly. The light of Chui's eyes eventually came to the low of the tens of thousands of meters of abyss. It emitted brilliant light, like 2 giant suns hanging in the sky, illuminating the abyss. 2 huge suns, stabbing straight at the 2 meatball-like masses that were affixed on top of the array plate. Not a single movement. Keep staring. The meatball doesn't move. The giant sun doesn't move. And underneath the sealed array plate, that behemoth, not only was the black flames surrounding its body shaking, even its body began to tremble slightly. If expected, it has actually been discovered. Trolls are very self-aware in their minds. Its heart was starting to sweat now in its impatience. After a few more moments, it couldn't take it anymore. The fleshy mass on top of the array plate cracked open and turned into a pair of evil demonic eyes with red dots, coming to a confrontation with the pair of giant suns that were staring at it dead on. And then, zip! One of its eyes was stabbed shut once again, and a wisp of green smoke went straight out from it. The pair of illusory eyes that were as bright as a giant sun high above the sky were overly bright, and carried a powerful force of terrified righteousness. Not to be seen straight. Senior, you and I have no grievances. Why are you chasing after me? In the middle of the abyss, a hard and harsh voice rang out, carrying a full of suffocation. Being sealed here for countless years, it didn't have the chance to offend any living beings, and it felt wrong to be thought of when it hadn't even gone out yet. If it's out there, it sets off heinous sins, like exterminating a few clans and being approached again. It could figure it out a bit, but the reality now is that it's not even out there. It's being missed when it's not doing anything. You scared me. A voice came from above the abyss. Pust. The troll that was suppressed by the array plate. Because of this reply, the demonic flames that surrounded his body went out a few times. Who the hell is scaring who? Please speak up. It wailed in its heart, filled with infinite resentment. Just because that divine thought had swept through it twice. It had stayed in the abyss for more than 20 years. What a 20 years of fear. But only after a few moments. The wobbling magic flames on the troll's body then began to smooth out. I'm sorry, Senior. My fault. Please forgive the unintentional offense of the late generation's inattention. I, Heavenly Demon Heian, offer you my sincerest apologies. It tried desperately to suppress the resentment in its heart. Peace of mind. Then sincerely apologize. Now that the form is not on the side of the devil, it doesn't matter if it's the problem or not. Because no matter what, it's all its fault now. Who told it that the punch wasn't strong enough? Strength is reason. And for this, Heavenly Demon Heian understood this the most. So, if you can't beat them, apologize first. There's nothing wrong with that. The truth is never in the mouth, but in the pause. This is the supreme principle that has been passed down through the ages. It's good that you admit it. Come up here. Go back with me. Settle the compensation. And this matter will be over. A voice came from above the abyss. Compensation? Heavenly Demon Heian froze, then rejoiced. Not to its body? Rather, it's a robbery. That's a good feeling. Treasures are outside the body. The body is one's own. However, Heian, who was pinned down by the array disc, shook his body twice. Just remembered. It's not what it once was, and it seems to have nothing else to offer. Just a broken shell. Senior, I've been imprisoned for endless years, and now I have nothing on me. If you want any treasures, just say so, and my juniors will do their best to find them for you. There was humility in Heian's words, yet it sounded hard and unpleasant. Come up here first and I'll talk to you slowly. A voice came from above the abyss. The troll Heian's eyes didn't dare lift, and he pressed himself against the array disc and turned, considering, should I go up now? If you don't come up, I'm going down. The voice from above the abyss came again. The demonic eye on Heian's array plate trembled. Then the light was certain and a decision was made. Now it has no choice. Boom! The array plate that pressed down on Heavenly Demon Heian let out a loud sound, causing the entire abyss, and even the greater half of Tongyi Valley, to begin to vibrate. A monstrous demonic aura rose to the sky, piercing through the turbidity in the Tongyi Valley and shooting into the firmament. This demonic chi, it's powerful. A smile appeared on Chui's face above the abyss. The third level of the Devil Suppressor Tower can be opened today. The first customer will be welcomed. Chapter 126, the third level, requesting for monthly tickets. Requesting for monthly tickets. The third floor of the Devil Suppressor Tower. This is a world of thunder. Each one of them was like a big sun, flickering with lightning arcs and hanging high in the sky. Below the ball of thunder were chains. Thunder prison world. All the time, there were thunderous booms resounding, carrying a deathly oppression that could destroy the sky and the earth. Chu He, who had been walking slowly back from Tongyi Valley Road, walked in with a Chenkuan cloth bag on his back. He grabbed the Sky Demon Heian out of the bag. Senior, don't you want compensation? What is this for? Heavenly Demon Heian looked at the ball of lightning light that made its heart tremble. Got a bad feeling about this. It didn't feel good. This place is kind of like a cage any way you look at it. You can't pay for the cash. You can only pay in flesh. Chui patted on its huge head and shook his head before saying, you're not recovered from this injury. You don't have enough power in your body. You're a bit too weak. You need to make up for it, or it'll be too rough for you to take later. Chui reached out and pulled out a dark and deep bead. Taking it out, it made the Thunder World riot, like good, meeting evil, with unusual excitement. This bead was a supreme treasure that could be used by even Saint Exalted 9. However, it was useless to Chu He and most of the living beings. This was the Devil Bead, containing the purest essence of Devil Chi, as well as a strand of power inherited from the bloodline of the ancient Heavenly Devil. The beads were taken out, and the Heavenly Demon Heian's eyes were rendered in a blood-mangled red color. Its entire body resonated and rumbled. Good stuff. It sensed it the first time, and a voice in the depths of his mind urged, get it, get it. It made its paws start to itch and tingle with stupidity straight away. At least, it wasn't weak. Not that it lost its mind. Though eager, one would never dare to move a claw. Earlier on top of the abyss, when Shuhi wanted to take it away, the Heavenly Demon Heian couldn't help but resist, and the feeling of being violently beaten up was still lingering between his mind. Cheap. Shuhi stuffed the beads into Heavenly Demon Heian's mouth, feeling the sense of power that quickly returned to his body after the beads entered his body. There were also gusts of churning pleasure cheers from the bloodline. Sky Devil Heian froze. What do you mean? Why did this human give it the greatest treasure? Its eyes rolled, and it suddenly had an epiphany. This human is trying to train it and do things under it. After thinking about it, it relaxed under it. Good thing. It's good. At least for now. If Senior has any orders, Little Devil will go through fire and water, go down to the 9 hells, and carry heaven and earth's divine thunder on his shoulders. Without hesitation, it voiced its heartfelt, not bad. Shuhi nodded in satisfaction. Heavenly Demon Heian showed just the right amount of excitement that should come from being praised. It's more than enough to satisfy the powerful, and for that it's ripe for the picking. Now I need you to pass a test. Shuhi voiced out. You say. Heian showed just the right amount of seriousness and decency. Carry on the divine thunder for 77 or 49 years, and you'll be considered qualified. Shuhi saw that the aura of the heavenly demon Heian had recovered to the pass line, and without further ado, he shot out and grabbed it, then threw it underneath the lightning orb at the place. Wow! Chains scurried beneath the lightning orb, hiding and encircling the 5 limbs and torso of heavenly demon Heian. Zip! The light of the lightning orb above flickered dramatically. It's like 2 different threads colliding. Silky electric sparks crisscrossed and collided. Sky Demon Heian looked up and felt his mind crack. It's not good. This test is so sick. It'll split the devil. Boom! A strand of heavenly thunder landed and blasted above the troll Hajong's head. Zip! The black inflammation on its body was mixed into the thunder light, crackling and popping, and then in a burst of ZZ strange sound, letting the black inflammation extinguish, transforming into wisps of black smoke coming out. The heavenly demon Heian's body array shook violently, and his huge mouth was open, with the same wisps of black smoke coming out. Zip! Above, the thunderballs once again flickered and coalesced in a collision. Heavenly demon Heian's heart cracked open through and through as he watched. Dao Lei. It splits its heart and soul and flesh, even split 774 9 years, and with such a high frequency, it does not think that it can still live. The chances of death are too great for this former test. It's all a little less like a test and more like a sick kind of torture. Elder, 779 years is too long. It rushed out. It's no longer appropriate to behave just right. It needs to be justified. Boom! The thunderbolt struck down again. Heavenly demon Heian finally stopped holding it in because it was just right and couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. The voice was harsh and piercing, like the howling of a severe ghost. Shuhi didn't bother with it. It's all up there. It's not up to it how long it lasts. If you can't chop it to death. When you're going to die. When to come down. Shuhi turned his head, his gaze piercing through the devil-suppressing tower to look outside. Under the willow tree, nearly 50 feet of substantial green smoke was rising. Boom! Thunder and lightning roared in the heavens and earth, and the originally clear sky was covered with dark clouds, and the pattering spiritual rain, in the twinkling of an eye, came down. Shui's figure flashed outside. This time, the spiritual rain was of high quality. It is also good for his cultivation. Elder, let me out first. I have a great use for you. There will be a big change in this place soon. You can use me. I can be of great use. Its ears were vaguely filled with the voice of the heavenly demon Heian. Shu Ha looked back, but didn't choose to go in and cross-examine. Anyway, there would be plenty of time later to hear him out. Regarding this heaven and earth, although Chuhi didn't go out, there were quite a few so-called secret points that he understood. After all, his men, with the exception of Dihu, both the crocodile and the dragon, had seen quite a bit. The strength of their packs were not weak, and they had a high status in their packs, so they knew a lot of things. When Shuhi is not doing anything, he likes to take a stool, eat barbecue, drink tea, and listen to them talk about books, the secrets, the places of hidden treasures, the strength of the forces in the eastern wasteland, and the distribution. He had a rough idea in mind. When he's not doing anything, he likes to listen to the segments while increasing his knowledge base. Shuhi has gone from his old habit of reading paper books to listening to books. He hadn't traveled too far though, but he never slacked off in his knowledge of the world either. Still can be considered well-read and knowledgeable. Shuhi walked out of the range covered by the willow tree and came to the little king who had long run out and looked up at the sky with an expectant face. Bending his knees and sitting on the ground, he pulled out 2 pills. The larger one he swallowed and the smaller one he casually handed to Xiao Wang. The king of men swallowed the elixir and closed his eyes, letting the rain wash over his body. The willow tree branches and leaves of the courtyard unfolded like a phoenix opening its screen, stretching out from its original layers and spreading out to the sky above the entire small courtyard of the book depository. But at the place where Chu He and Little King were sitting cross-legged, willow branches and leaves bent and wound away, and the shuddering glow poured down like a moonlit vista. Chapter 127, A Model-Level Boss. 5 years have passed. A spiritual rain that lasted for 5 years had rained for a full 5 years within the thousands of miles of Lin City. In these 5 years, Places in and around the city of Lin and its surrounding area have been filled with people. Everyone was holding their breath, in the rain, diligently studying martial arts. Even in the middle of Lin City, the high fertility rate plummeted. 5 years down the line, hardly more than 4 digits. That's still because a large percentage of them, it rained before they were conceived. In these 5 years, many Hotian martial artists who could not yet do the cold and heat, who were drenched in the rain and shivering, with their hearts, livers and flesh chilling, were not willing to leave. This was a carnival feast belonging to the Xia clan's martial artists, a true illustration of how kings come out of the rain like a spring crop. As for innate, anyone can get a few more colds and chills in the last 5 years. Within the boundaries of Forest City, there were more innate than post-innate. There are more true precursors than dogs. The curtain is really going up. Natsujin was thrilled as he shivered in the rain. Although his lifespan had increased and he was able to simply cultivate to restore himself, in the end, he was still currently crippled, and sitting in the rain all day long was ultimately a bit hard to resist. However, he didn't have the slightest intention of going back to hiding. When the curtain rises, the opportunity must be seized. As long as this spiritual rain didn't drench him, he was going to drench him to death. A mere wind chill is nothing. He can take it. Not far from him, Meng Yi had his eyes closed, his aura fluctuating high and low. A year ago he had broken through the realm and was now a genuine emperor, now familiarizing himself with and consolidating his realm. He was able to break through the realm. Granted that this spiritual rain was the main credit, but it was also inextricably linked to the Qin clan's unrelenting support and guidance over the years. Otherwise, if he didn't know the path ahead and his underpinnings weren't well established, this spirit rain wouldn't be enough to push him to the emperor realm. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the spiritual rain began to weaken, turning from the previous pattering to taking every other day. Xiaoyuan wiped a hand on his face, and his cloudy gaze lifted to the sky. It looked like the rain was really coming to an end. He just shivered and headed inside the house. Walking and shaking a little bit, there is an element of physical carrying, but more of excitement. This spiritual rain, although the benefits he received weren't much because of his body, what he was looking at wasn't the effect of this rain. He was looking at it in the long run. The rain had an extraordinary significance, and he sensed a great age approaching. As the rainwater dwindled, Shui opened his eyes. In this spirit rain, after 5 years of bitter cultivation, even with his realm, he had made great progress. If it lasted for another 10 years, he would almost be able to break through the realm. Shui glanced at the green smoke under the willow tree, and it changed from substantial to transparent again. Obviously, that old devil couldn't last until he broke the boundary. That old devil. It seems to be weak. How useless. It's only been 5 years. Shui shook his head and got up, taking a step into the 3rd level of the devil suppressing tower. Originally, he had wanted heavenly demon Heian to support him for 77 or 49 years. Now it seems he was overthinking it. If you really want to be chopped for that long, you probably won't have any crumbs left. The 3rd floor of the devil suppressor tower. In the thunder prison. The sound of thunder roaring resounded all the time, carrying a deathly oppression that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Shui was slightly surprised when he came in. He felt less atmospheric. In the devil suppressing tower, no matter if it was the 1st layer, or the 2nd layer, as long as there was a beast inside, he went in and it was all kinds of sounds resounding. But now, there is a former cultivation no less than his old devil existed in the thunder prison. In addition to the thunder explosion, not mixed with any other strange sound, Shui looked toward the place where the old tied up the old devil. Hiss! It's a bit of a disaster. Shui hurriedly lowered it down to the shore. His soft-heartedness because of his good looks came out again. Looking at the miserable old devil, he let out a heartfelt sigh. Look at that! None of the black flames that used to surround its circumference could be seen now. Previously, the black, oily hair was now not even slagged, revealing piles and piles of leathery, black scum. At this moment, even though it had been rescued from the thunderous bombardment, its entire body was still shaking and trembling. The frequency was very high. The huge beast's mouth was open, and black smoke was spewing out in clumps. The only thing that was better, its original pair of weird eyes with red dots had now returned to their normal white-on-black color. But alas, they looked a bit godless and dull. Shui's spiritual power swept over the old devil's body, scrutinizing its condition with great care. At the moment, as a doctor, he was qualified. Don't worry, you're considered a workplace injury, and I'll do my best to get you fixed up. Shui noticed that there was a hint of fluctuation flickering in Heavenly Demon Haiyang's eyes, so he patted its head out to stabilize it. The Heavenly Demon Heian should have heard it settle down and shook violently with excitement. He continued to observe. He was surprised to find that as the Heavenly Demon Heian was put down, its vital injuries were recovering rapidly. It's that Heavenly Demon Pearl. So it is. He quickly discovered the source of the dissimilarity. It was the heavenly demon bead that he had rewarded heavenly demon Heian 5 years ago. After observing, he realized that in fact, according to heavenly demon Heian's strength, he was afraid that he wouldn't even last 5 years, and the heavenly demon bead took the credit for it being able to last so long. While it was being cleaved, the heavenly demon pearl was also doing its best to repair the wounds of its mind and body, until the energy was mostly depleted. The repairs could not catch up with the speed of the damage done by the lightning strikes, and the deeper it accumulated, the heavenly demon Heian could not be topped as a matter of course. So that's how the heavenly demon pearl is meant to be used. Chui rubbed his chin and let out a sigh of relief. A piece of waste treasure that he previously thought was useless. He didn't expect it to be of great use at a critical moment. Sure enough, there is no such thing as waste in treasures. It depends on how they are used. It was a pity that he only had one heavenly demon pearl. Otherwise, absolutely not stingy. All stuffed into the mouth of the heavenly devil Heian in front of him. For these great generals under his command to subsidize the workplace, he has never been generous. Hard work. Chui once again slapped the top of heavenly demon Heian's head. Then he pulled out 2 fist-sized homemade pills and stuffed them into its mouth, and took out a few bottles of Holy Spirit *** and sprinkled it over the heavenly demon Heian's body inch by inch, taking it internally and applying it externally. With the double healing effect, coupled with the effect of the heavenly demon bead, heavenly demon Heian's condition calmed down at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was finally something in its dull, leaking, dead gaze. Come on, this one gives you a little vacation. However, it's a pity that you didn't last 77 or 49 years this time, so continue next time, and I'll keep giving you chances, until qualified. Don't worry about me abandoning you. Your credentials are excellent and I'm very pleased with them. Chui poured out all of the Holy Spirit and once again patted heavenly demon Heian's head, uttering a comforting voice. At this time, the heavenly demon Heian, who had already regained some of his consciousness, his body was no longer subconsciously trembling from the pain caused by the slaps, but instead, he started shivering from the bottom of his heart. Its eyes, which had regained some of their vigor, had cloudy liquid flowing out of them uncontrollably. If God can give it a choice, it doesn't want to be a demon. Chapter 128, The Dull Life of a Strong Man. The second floor of the Devil Suppressor Tower. Fireworld. Though Timothy Este was no longer alive in the frying pan, the loud roar remained, with a bit of cursing thrown in. It was in a much better state than heavenly demon Heian, and it still had no intention of giving in. Chui nodded. Seeing that it was fine and in good condition, he encouraged it in passing and left directly. Walking out of the devil-suppressing tower, he couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief as he watched the sky, which had been shrouded by wind and rain for 5 years, return to clarity. At the moment, the rainy sky carries a fragrant scent. Brother Xiao Chu, what is this tower for? Zhao Yuling and Lin Xue Ling also awoke from their cultivation after the spiritual rain stopped. They were the ones who had come to the small courtyard of the book depository when the spiritual rain fell a few years ago, and were in closed-door cultivation with Chu-He. Zhao Yuling couldn't help but reveal her curiosity when she saw Chu-He come out of the devil-suppressing tower. This, for generating electricity, Chu-He casually said. The two women nodded with seeming understanding and didn't pursue the question. Chu-He brewed a pot of tea, a human cup, and slowly savored it under the willow tree whose body had returned to normal. The young king ran over and watched with bated breath. Chu-He lost his smile and poured it a cup. The little king happily took it, leaned on Chu-He's feet and sat down, holding the cup with both paws to learn from Chu-He, and drank it in small sips. When he was done drinking, he reached into his shell and took out his treasured royal dog food. Sipping and eating it, the king's eyes narrowed and his happiness leapt out. Chu-He took out a deck of homemade poker, explained the rules and start fighting the landlord. After a few years of practicing, it was time to relax, but after just playing for a while, Chu-He felt bored. The three were too high in cultivation. Their consciousness turned too fast, and their quick thinking exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. Winning or losing is predetermined from the moment you grab your cards up. No one will miss. Even when a card lands, the situation can already be modeled to be clear based on your own hand. Generally, if it's not a sky blur, the landowner is basically out of the game. Too much lack of fun. This was the trouble of the strong, unable to experience the joy of ordinary people at all. No wonder strong people feel lonely. Those things that seem incredibly interesting to normal people are just children playing house in their eyes. It's too boring. Chu-He let out a heartfelt sigh. Then he took the two girls, and the little king, and came to the cliffs everywhere, and Bunji jumped freely with his head on the ground, without using his cultivation. Even to increase the difficulty, he had laid out various traps on the cliffs on both sides, like an escape game. Knives slash, swords cut, fire burns, and thunder booms. Thousands of meters of cliffs were set up by him, and an ordinary emperor would have to be shocked to see it. That's how the strong should play. Stimulation. Shui smoothly took the king that Zhao Yuling was carrying in her hand and was still slowly drinking tea and flung it down, letting it be the first to experience it. Half a month later, Shu He, who had rested well, walked out of Forest City to Tongyi Valley, bringing out the 4 crocodiles and 3 dragons and tigers that had been out for 5 years on a quickie because they didn't have time to care. By the way, he once again swept through the Tongyi Valley and found no more anomalies. Shu He took a fishing rod, with a straw hat on his head, a grass root in his mouth, his clothes and pants rolled up, rode a tiger, drove a dragon, and whisked a crocodile, of ice grazing and returning to the scene, above the sky, slowly rushing back. He held a Qiankuan cloth bag in his hand, which was filled with the mud pills that a few beasts had encountered over the years. Not many, only a few hundred pieces. Not even the extra long vacations they've been given over the years can offset that. Come on, Phantom Devourer Phantom Sprites. You two Haisons, you can have another 3 days vacation if you satisfy me. Shu He was lying on the back of the D-Tiger, looking up at the sky, and suddenly became interested and opened his mouth. What the hell? Phantom Eater Phantom Sprites stared at each other. They're good at fighting, but they can't sing. But a 3-day vacation is too tempting for dragons. That's a much more tangible reward than a heat allowance. You can't. You have to. I'm a dragon. Roar. He's a dragon. Roar. I'm a dragon. Roar. Thunder rolled in the sky above, and ear-piercing sounds shook in the 9 heavens. Shu He, who was originally lying on the back of the Dihu, crossing his legs, leisurely and comfortably, changed color. What the hell? Shut up, he uttered a chortle. The 2 dragons, who had just come to their senses, sniffed and kept their mouths shut in aggravation. Time to find a beast with a better voice. Shui swept his gaze over the group of beasts, all males, and the growls are usually rough. Trying to make them Haisons seems hopeless. There was no way out. Shui could only improvise and hum the first one himself. He stood up, put his clothes and crown in order, put his hands behind his back, and looked up at the sky and earth from a huge height, and the sound of the first river and lake spread for 10,000 miles, constantly echoing in the sky. For crocodiles and 3 dragons and tigers, the body stiff, and then immediately returned to normal, have voiced applause, clapping their claws, face are revealed as intoxicated feeling of delight, shaking his head and concurring. Beneath the high altitude, wherever the procession passed, the living beings below held their heads to hide, shocked to tears. Returning to Lin City, Shui threw the beast into the 2nd level of the devil-suppressing tower before striding to the 3rd level. At this point, half a month had passed. Under Chui's high lightning strike subsidy, coupled with the effect of the heavenly demon bead, heavenly demon Heian had recovered quite a bit, and was now transmuted from near death to seriously injured. Although he was still unable to jump around, at least he could talk and take 2 steps slowly without any problem. However, it seemed to have injured its origin. The black flames around its body could no longer emerge, and even the red dots on the beads of its eyes still hadn't regained clarity. It shrank into a ball, at the very edge, away from the place where the Heart Thunder prison enveloped it. Seeing Chui come in, its body, which had already shrunk into a ball, compressed once again. Chui glanced at it, then came to the edge of the Thunder prison without any haste. Turning over his hand, he pulled out a stool and sat down. Afterward, take out a sheep, dress it with a stick from the Holy Buddha, and pile various barbecue ingredients. Then he waved his hand again, and the chains under the ball of thunder moved, and the end was connected to the ball of thunder, and the end was pulled over by him and placed on the stick of the Holy Buddha. ZZ, as the current passed through, the whole lambskin meat directly began to smell fragrant. Chui put the ingredients while raising his head, looking towards the trembling heavenly demon Heian. Tell us, your so-called secret, and what great changes will take place here. Chui was like he had met an old friend and wanted to pull him up for a chat. Heavenly demon Heian shivered, half unable to open his mouth. It was originally an articulate demon. Even after being trapped for thousands of years, it still hadn't lost its ability to organize its language. However, after only 5 years, it has suffered serious and indelible trauma to its soul, and is now a bit autistic, with words coming out of its mouth that it wants to say but can't. There's no rush. Chui also didn't rush, as he patiently organized his electric shock roasted sheep. Chapter 129, Human Race. When extinguished, request for monthly tickets. Eventually, Sky Demon Heian still opened his mouth slowly, stumbling over a book for Chu Ha. No, tell the secret things it knows. There were also all sorts of strange stories and facts about their heavenly demon race. In short, all that was important and unimportant poured out of its mouth, and the more it spoke, the better it became, and the field conversation healed its cracked heart quite a bit. Chui listened for 3 days and 3 nights. Only then did he stand up and walk out, and on his way out, he gave a large reward to heavenly demon Heian. It told a great story, and He was satisfied. Great reward, and rightfully so. Walking out of the devil-suppressing tower, He looked up at the sky. I don't know where the Dao realm level heavenly demon is now. The Dao realm was an expert above the saint exalted, worthy of making He pay attention, and heavenly devil Heian is the other side's pawn. The moment He made his move and captured Heian into the demon-suppressing tower, the two sides were even feuding. He was stunned once again. It's just dots though, but it still pissed him off. This was another existence that he actively tried to capture other than Heian. Scare him? That comes at a price. Dao realm? It's easy. He muttered to himself. He was now at the completion of his 5th turn, moving towards his 6th turn, and it wouldn't be many years before he was about to break through. It would be even faster to sign out a few treasures or catch a few more heavenly demons over. Plus, nowadays, Lin City was being built by him like a terrorist war fortress, so there was even less need to worry too much. It was also a matter of working on a retreat for a period of time in the book depository. He's familiar with it. I hope that the Dao realm will be able to hold out under the heavenly thunder for 77 or 49 years. He suddenly had expectations. He realized that the quality of the chi produced when the devil-suppressing pagoda suppressed devils was extraordinarily high. That's probably the right way to open it. Those breaks, they're low grade. It didn't have much effect on He, which meant that it could change Lin Cheng's chi, so that he would have a higher chance of being able to get something good after 100 years of super signing in. The chi produced by demonic chi was different. It was something that could directly benefit the current He. The distant eastern Pale Domain. In the ancestral land of the Crocodile clan, a message came today. Following the disappearance of the Saint Zun 5th level bitter crocodile old ancestor, the Saint Zun 7th level great saint level powerhouse, Timothy Saint, who had gone to check on the situation, had likewise disappeared. Late. Oh, Timothy Saint, that was one of only 5 great saints of the crocodile clan. Its disappearance caused the crocodile clan's ancestral land to explode directly. It's a real blowout. The mountains were lifted off the ground. Rolling mud and rocks splashed and flew out in all directions, rushing up like meteors and smashing in all directions. 2 large crocodiles like giant mountains flew out from the broken mountain, their gazes tyrannically looking in a direction. The human race shall be destroyed. A voice full of hostility came out from the mouth of the giant crocodile, triggering wind and cloud changes in heaven and earth. The human race is indeed one extinguished, but now the other several tribes, unwilling to push the human race too far, want to tutu Suji. If we take the initiative to contact them, I'm afraid that we will be used as a vanguard. And now our tribe has already lost 2 saint honors. And then again, I'm afraid that we will end up walking in the footsteps of the human race. The crocodile clan's great sage Lotus Crocodile looked to his companion and shook his head. It was useless to put in hard words at this time. If the human race was so good to destroy, they wouldn't have waited until this time. Strictly speaking, the strength of the human race was no worse than theirs. It was only this time that there were a few great clans that had joined forces to force the human race to be so miserable. But miserable as it is, a few great saints of the human race are still around, and at best, they are oppressing their living space and gradually encroaching on it, wanting to subjugate the human race, unless their several races could reach absolute unity. Unfortunately, it's not realistic. Everyone is not hostile to each other. Being able to unite everywhere and not backstabbing people until it's done is already considered preachy. Wanting absolute unity, unless a strong person who could subdue all the communities appeared. But if there really is that kind of strong person, the beast can exterminate the clan and press them. So the companion's words, while imposing, were nothing more than that. Then what should we do now? Both the bitter crocodile and the thunder crocodile's natal beads are still intact. Are we going to continue to see what happens? The insect crocodile was annoyed. It naturally knows this. Go at this time, go less. For fear of not being strong enough to be able to trap the thunder crocodile. I'm afraid that the arrangement of the human race is not simple. When the time comes, the result will be hard to predict. While going more than one will not be enough power to subdue the clan. Lotus Crocodile shook his head and gave his analysis. At this moment, even the great saint-level Timber Crocodile was trapped, and in order to free it, at least 2 to 3 great saints would need to start making a move in order to ensure stability. Otherwise, if there were another accident, the crocodile clan would really be in danger. What then? Do we just leave them alone? Those are the 2 saint sovereigns of my clan, not ordinary emperor sovereigns. Queen Crocodile is disgruntled. Whatever, how can that be? The Lotus Crocodile shook its head and said, the bitter crocodile is my descendant, and the thunder crocodile is my closest friend, so how could I possibly not care about them? It's just going to be a different way. We can't contribute much, but we can lend a hand. Send a message out. Let those few clans know that the Tao Exalted Divine Miracle, which will occur once every 10,000 years, will appear in the desolate domain, and they will naturally contribute, Lion Crocodile said with a grim smile. They are not stupid. How can a random message convince them? The kunai shook his head. There was too much gossip about the Tao exalted divine miracle, and if there was no definite certainty, the most that the major ethnic groups could do was to send emperors to check out the situation, which was already considered to be a great deal of attention. After all, it wasn't like the old days, when news could make a group of saint elders run around excitedly. Years have gone by. There are so many gossips, but none of them are credible, and everyone's enthusiasm has pretty much worn off. How can this be a random piece of news? My clan's bitter crocodile went there, then the thunder crocodile went there, and you'll be there next. If the human clan can trap the thunder crocodile, there must have been a great sage powerhouse who's been there. So many powerful people have gathered in the desolate domain. What reason do they have not to go and see what's going on? Who in the world can resist the temptation of a Tao exalted God's miracle? Having powerful people piling over there doesn't count as gossip. The lotus crocodile's gaze shone with intelligence. The voice was inexplicable and full of confidence. Wonderful! Wonderful! Kunzite reacted with a succession of nods. The news that the bitter crocodile and the thunder crocodile were trapped was known only to the two of them, apart from the crocodile that came back to deliver the message. And the human race, they don't talk about it. Who knows the truth of the matter? This time, we have to set things up properly. The news will go out, and it must be an accident, and we have to deny it vigorously. It's best if it leaks out by the human race side, lest we get into trouble when it's all over. And most importantly, show a sense of urgency. Let them have the illusion that if they go late, they won't get any soup. Otherwise they might send off the latecomers to see what happens. Lotus Crocodile began to step into the void thinking about how to set up. Kunzite followed behind, nodding his head as he listened. Sure enough, a weaker brain is just a bit more flexible. That's a great move. Chapter 130, The Way It Should Be. A message was sent into the ears of some of the top experts of the major powers of the East Sung domain. All the experts who had gotten this news were ecstatic. After a little confirmation, they didn't make a big deal out of it. Instead, they just slapped those who knew about it to death, then secretly packed their bags and quietly left the East Sung domain. Some will still find an excuse to say hello to the clan's juniors or share the situation with the clan's closest experts, but there are also some who deliberately disguise themselves as shut-ins in order to hide their traces and not make a commotion, and quietly slip away directly. This matter didn't make any big waves in the East Sung domain. After all, with good news of this magnitude, all those who knew the situation had only one thought. Whoever passed it on was sick in the head. Other than it, anyone who knows the news deserves to die. Good things would be meaningless if they were not meant to be kept to oneself, but shared. As I expected. This thing is flawed, but only if these guys tell the story themselves and get together to discuss it, or they get serious about checking things out. But the truth is it's just not possible. The guys who know the news hate the fact that it's the only one in the world who knows about this chance. How could it possibly share it with other beings? This, in human terms, is the human heart. Lin Xue looked deep into the distance. The light in his eyes was all-wise, as if he had everything in his hands. Whoever the message was going to reach was chosen by it. The great saint powerhouses of the groups that had joined forces with their crocodile clan. In this way, when they arrived at the place, they didn't find the opportunity, but they saw the human race, and the news leaked out from the human race's side. They converge in one place, and with the Kuan crocodile vocalizing from it, it's hard to think where the anger will be vented from. Under the new grudge and old hatred, the end of the human race's great sage powerhouses in the 8 desolate regions was already imaginable. Oh, at that time, no matter what kind of marvelous arrangement the human race had, it would be meaningless in the face of several great sage powerhouses. The plan isn't perfect, but so far, it's working. This, then, is the power of wisdom. It came out, with a note of self-satisfaction. Strength was important in the East Sung domain, but wisdom was equally not to be underestimated. Look at it now. A bunch of great saints at its disposal with the flip of a switch. Savage domain. Forest city. He walked down the street, looking at the scene around him and nodded with satisfaction. After a spiritual rain, Lin City, the production base, finally stopped working. A little bit of what a normal city should look like was restored. Although the spiritual rain had stopped now, the resulting afterglow was still there though. Let the young men and women of Lin City gather together. And it was a rare occasion when they weren't discussing whose children had the qualities of a king's great emperor. Instead, they started discussing martial arts insights and cultivation progress. No longer do we honor our offspring, but we capitalize on ourselves. This is what Lin Chang should normally look like. The road was too crooked before. Perhaps with a few more spiritual rains, Lin City will be on the right track. He murmured to himself. He walked confidently into an inn. In Lin City, other stores of all colors were almost non-existent, but the only thing that had been standing firm was the restaurant, and the baby store, plus a pharmacy that sold special remedies. Shuhei had come in before, but basically took a look and left. The atmosphere inside is too strange for the average person to handle. However, this time, Shuhei came in and found that the restaurant was the same as Lin City. The atmosphere was no longer strange and returned to normal. One by one, young men and women were enthusiastically discussing their cultivation experience, as well as their anticipation of crossing the Jianghu. They seemed to have come to their senses. Jianghu is their home, in the forest city that is a delay to the great years of youth. A spiritual rain had caused their cultivation to skyrocket, and they felt like they could do it again. The qualifications are no less than those of the children born to them. In the restaurant, one was bragging about each other, all of them red-faced. Shuhei found a seat by the window and sat down, ordering dozens of plates of delicious food and then a dozen or so jars of various colors of good wine. The boy yelled his promise to go get ready. Lin City is different from other places. Is the important land of the Xia clan. Want to enter here? Is not so simple. The restaurant, even the boy, is not bad cultivation. The chef naturally will not be simple, so the speed of the dishes is very fast. Not for long. The drinks and dishes he ordered were stacked on the table. He ate and listened pleasantly, but again, he seems out of place. Senpai. At this time, a youth suddenly walked over and bowed respectfully to Shuhei. You're the one selling horses. Shuhei looked up and recognized the visitor at a glance. It was a young horse seller he met many years ago when he was out and about, who had aspirations to make it big and strong. Even though it had been many years, Shuhei still recognized him at once. It wasn't because the youth was memorable to him, it was purely because he had such a good memory. With his cultivation today, everything he encounters basically doesn't disappear from his mind as long as he doesn't try to deliberately forget it. Sit down. Business is good now. He reached out for Chen Wei to sit down and casually asked. Shuhei was a very easygoing and casual person. He never looked at the other person's cultivation level when talking to them, because any higher was not as high as him. Elder, I'm not selling any more horses. Chen Wei was embarrassed. Shuhei nodded. If you have something to do, just leave. Chen Wu was very formal. Shuhei could tell that he had only just recognized him and came over to say hello on purpose. Shuhei also understood that his own aura was too strong for ordinary people to withstand, so he took the initiative to speak out. Thank you, senior, for your last chance. Chen Wei clasped his fists and bowed solemnly. That's what you deserve. You paid the horse. Shuhei shook his head and lost his smile. Decades have passed and the former teenager has changed and aged a lot. Life. Shuhei let out an exclamation as he drained a 180-degree strong wine in one gulp. Without realizing it, he had come a long way in this life of his, almost nearly 10 times more than in a previous life. During this recent period of time, Shuhei had become sentimental. However, he knew it wasn't a bad thing. Saint Elder to the Tao realm was a sublimation of the perception of the great Tao, the 9-turn golden body technique that Shuhei cultivated. Although it was a major, more or less, it would still have a little bit in common. His current state was a precursor to the 5th turn moving towards the 6th turn. Shuhei raised his head and looked at the singer-songwriter who was spinning and dancing in the middle of the restaurant, his face showing appreciation, sharp moves and most importantly a great voice. The rough-voiced beasts he'd raised didn't even compare. The vocal literacy is not in the same league. Unfortunately, it's a human being. Shuhei shook his head. If it had been a fae on the stage, he would have just done it. He usually listens to books, drinks tea and eats barbecue, and he's missing an accompanist. Reward. Shuhei flexed his fingers and an elixir flew out from his hand, and in the next moment, it flew directly into the mouth of the singing girl on the stage, causing her body, which was originally singing and dancing enthusiastically, to stiffen. The next moment her face changed drastically, and she directly sat down on the ground with her knees crossed. Chapter 131, Nature in Heaven and Earth. Shuhei walked out of the restaurant, and inside, just now a songstress, singing, suddenly sublimated, her body covered in sludge, fishy but with fragrance mixed in. Those who could be in Forest City had enough cultivation and insight. The next thing he could see was that the songstress had been cleansed and her qualifications had changed drastically. And it's a pretty thorough wash, the kind that everyone envies. At this moment, sitting on the stage, she was sitting on the stage, the bare skin on her body, that icy, jade-like luster, even if the body's silt could barely hide it. If she went to take a shower now, when she came out, she would be absolutely hibiscus-like. It can emanate a holy light. Hiss, the sound of an inside piece of pouring alcohol. Brat, get up there and perform a high song. As if he had remembered something, Chen Ichio kicked a teenager next to him. Sing high what? I won't. The teenager shook his head, face aggrieved, holding the altar of wine. was kicked still motionless. The lower plate is very stable. Useless. Chan Ishio snorted coldly. It's still up to you. The teenager's little mumble managed to get another foot in return. And this time it was heavier. And he failed to stabilize his lower body. Many thanks for the reward, Senior. The songstress on the high platform stood up and Ying worshipped. Before the change arose, there was an audible reward ringing in her ears. Then all she felt was something being shoved into her mouth, straight down her throat, and without waiting for her to fight back and spit it out, it melted right away, after which her body was transformed. She was naturally able to react now. This was meeting a senior who was satisfied with her song and dance, and casually bestowed a rewarding chance. She was excited, ignoring the discomfort caused by the sludge stains on her body. It continues to be sung and danced, and with passion, converted from ethnic to rock. But at this time, Chui had already arrived on top of Lin City's lofty standing city wall, quietly looking at the mountains and rivers with his hands behind his back. Up there, the martial artists patrolling back and forth ignored him as if he didn't exist. It was naturally not that they were blind. As martial artists, they had good eyesight. It was just that Chui's realm was too high. He didn't want to be seen, and the whole person would be as if he was in a piece of alien space that was isolated from the world. The realm was not enough to detect the anomaly. Chui's figure stood on top of the city wall and silently watched for a long time before he finally simply closed his eyes. His Dharma phase golden body, transformed into a huge golden human face, flew out, crossed out of the forest city, and began to traverse the mountains, sensing the nature of heaven and earth. Already the same late fifth layer of Dharma phase golden body. The distance that could be spanned was endlessly far away. It was already enough for Chuhi to slowly appreciate the sensation of 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. His face hangs high above the clouds, the road fluttering, the eye divine light brewing, like a heavenly god exiled to watch the earth. Wherever it passes, the thunder and lightning flashes quieted the sky to stop roaring. The river that raises stormy waves becomes calm. Instantaneous stabilization of a mountain range on the verge of collapsing under the vibrations. There are also all living things that worship and send up prayers. While Chui's body on the city wall, he drifted backwards with his eyes closed, plunging through the crowd, crossing the streets and alleys, and returning to the pavilion of books, his legs curved, sitting down. In the blink of an eye it was 3 months that had passed. Chuhi of the book depository opened his eyes. The eyes are inwardly focused. However, it casually penetrated the nothingness and saw the endless sea from the book depository. He saw the shadows of several other large domains. The so-called heaven opening program is about to succeed. Those few heavenly demons, it's about time for them to appear. Chuhi stood up and walked out of the book depository. During these 3 months, his Dharma phase golden body, wandering around the barbarian domain, had allowed him to make great progress in his perception of the nature of heaven and earth. Although the cultivation realm still hadn't broken through yet, it had reached a critical point. The breath on his body became more and more internalized, just waiting for the moment when it would completely explode. It still needs to go down, to poke through that barrier and detonate the things that should be prepared for the breakthrough. After signing in for so many years, Chuhi had pretty much prepared them all. However, he is a man who likes to have more hand security in everything if possible. The chi, the thick chi, it was able to do quite a bit of good when it came to breaking the boundaries. It can turn that possible leaf blindness into clarity when it counts. So Chuhi didn't choose to immediately close the door to make a breakthrough. Instead, he stepped out and waited quietly for a few large domains to close and those few demons and devils to jump out. Help him out when the time comes. For this he went into the devil's tower and pulled all the beasts out of the frying pan. The fury in them should also be kept and used when the time comes to start. A mosquito's leg is still meat, even if it's small, and it seems that, besides those few devils, there will be unexpected rewards appearing. Chuhi raised his head, a smile on his face, and skillfully opened the barrier between Lin Chang and also the devil-suppressing tower. The doors of my house are always open, and you are welcome in the devil's tower. Chuhi couldn't help but chant out. He looked over at a couple of crocodiles, his gaze softening. This crocodile fishing bait, good for you. Stubble after stubble came over. It doesn't even stop. Unlike those 2 orphan dragons, who spoke in a bullish manner, but after so many years, they hadn't seen any dragons remembering at all. Looking at Chuhi's weird eyes, a few crocodile bodies trembled, and an ominous strand lingered above the crocodile's head. Roar! The timing crocodile directly roared out at Chuhi. He still hadn't been completely convinced yet. Chuhi didn't count, just casually slapped him flat on the ground. Next time, if there's a prick, you can make it a 3-day free trip to the 3rd level. Chuhi made a decision. Those with weak cultivation were definitely not able to withstand the lightning storm at the 3rd level. But yet, you can go and experience it. Only then will you realize how kind he was to put them on the 2nd level. The Endless Sea, the temporary residence of the Crocodile clan. Today once again, A great saint is coming down. However, the swarm of crocodiles, who had now sent off 2 saints exalted in succession, were not in a high enough mood nowadays. The welcoming ceremony, slightly haphazard. Crocodile came to this place Koan, swept the eye as the remnants of the defeated group of crocodile eyes. There is no speech to encourage the morale of the meaning. What happened next? These juniors couldn't play a role at all. It checked the direction where the bitter crocodile and also the thunder crocodile were trapped, and then it directly sank into silence and began to wait patiently. Shu He, who had been gazing at the endless sea for a long time under the willow tree, withdrew his gaze. These crocodiles are more careful than ever. Shu He took a sip of tea and didn't care anymore. Already a crocodile has been lost in a row. And if that crocodile is still charging here with a big grin on its face, that head is really iron. However, Shu He Point was not in a hurry. There was still some time before several continents merged. Shu He was patient enough to wait. The thing about fish is that with a sufficiently fragrant bait, it's only a matter of time before you get hooked. Fishing, the most important thing is patience. Shu He took out his fishing rod and swung it into the void, and a moment later, a bleeding sheep was caught by him. This was his mouthful for the day. Chapter 132, Demon Wolf. A red divine eagle cut through the void, its divine might restrained within its body. Its gaze pierced through the nothingness and looked ahead with expectant glee. It was in a good mood, and from time to time, its mouth raised its head to emit loud and clear cries that echoed continuously above the sea. Today is a good day. Good day. It kept singing, its voice clear and melodious. Is that the 8 desolate realms? It seems a bit different. An astrolabe appeared under its paws, and it glanced ahead, then glanced at the astrolabe for comparison. It's different, but this is even better. Finding it different, Godhawk was yet happier. Having a change of heart is what makes the news it gets more credible. However, the human race and the crocodile race came a step early, so we have to guard against them. The divine eagle disappeared into the void, hiding all its noises and slowing down, quietly approaching where its target was. In the back of it, the 2 goats were sneaky and kept flickering in the void. A mountain-like divine elephant stepped into the air without a sound. A giant black frog hopped lightly through the water without making the slightest ripple. A yellow-furred jackal fell at the end. These were all great saint powerhouses from various clans that had been selected by the crocodile clan from the eastern Sung domain. They come with excitement for the same goal, the same dream, constant domain. The great black rat of the 4 devils returned to this place once more, picking its teeth with a long iron pestle as it went. Old 5 It's still you kid who knows how to play and knows about recycling. Since you can think of a way to raise those mole ants and eat a bunch of them a year. Awesome. The black hair on one of its rear bodies was soft and flowing, but it was covered with black magic smoke that could only come out when it was heated by dozens of thick-haired, strong men, who had been wearing long black socks for a winter, and placed them in the fire. Wherever it passed, the grass withered and the trees died, and even the ground it stepped on was moistening, with wisps of smoke coming out. The unpleasant smell, but also can be drifted dozens of miles away, lingering for a long time, never enduring. At this moment, it had indignation in its eyes as it looked at the big black rat in front of it, seemingly wanting to pounce directly over and take a bite. This rat is so not a thing. It's finicky and tons up rations that it can't afford to eat more of itself. This rat made a trip over there and it all went to hell, and now you have the nerve to talk about it. If it wasn't a matter of seniority, it would definitely show the rat what wolf extermination was. Third brother is in this Tongyi Valley. You can naturally see it when you go in and help it break the formation. Come outside the Tongyi Valley. The big black rat flossed his teeth and found a place to lie down, speaking casually. 4th brother, you're not going? The demon wolf's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Hi, it's not like you don't know that Sango always thinks I'm going to take its place and doesn't like me, so I'm not going to get in its way. The big black rat shook his head and let out a sigh that seemed rather sad. It looked up at the sky, feeling glum at the lack of affection between the brothers. Yeah, Demon Wolf felt something was wrong. This rat had a lot of heart. Not a good thing. Don't see anything going wrong here though, but maybe it's a psychological shadow created over the years. It just has the feel of being pitched. Third brother, we'd better go together. I haven't fully recovered yet nowadays, and I'm afraid I won't be able to break the formation when the time comes. Demon Wolf opened his mouth. Although he hates rats, he has to say that he feels safe with them following him. It's paradoxical, but true. The brotherhood is fading. Don't even believe him anymore. Alright, old 4, I'll be honest with you. 2. The big black rat looked at the demonic wolf and finally let out a sigh. He opened his mouth. I will eat this place empty before going to your place. The sons and daughters were sent to the third brother a trip to see the situation. I did not expect that it should have broken the seal long time ago. Encountered a little accident. The sealing band became unexpectedly strong. Originally, I wanted to go straight over and release third brother, but just then, my sons and daughters, smelling the scent of living beings, ran out of the Tani Valley and cleansed Sango's territory. Not a scrap left. So, do you understand now? The big black rat locked eyes with the demon wolf's pair of green eyes, guilt in his gaze. I have no face to face Sango. It opened its mouth and let out a heavy sigh. It dawned on the demon wolf that this was the case. This rat realized that Sango wasn't out and just stole food. No wonder he didn't dare to put Sango out alone. It gets it. The demon wolf thought about it and nodded, saying goodbye to the big black rat and eventually walking into the Tani Valley. Let Sango clean up this dead rat. That's what's going on in its mind right now. It shares the same bitter fate as Sango. It's homoerotic. Soon there was a common language, being able to unify the front. Let's just hope nothing happens, the big black rat muttered to himself as he watched the demonic wolf's distant figure. Technically, it wasn't really trying to pit the demon wolf either. It also hopes that everything goes well and that there are no accidents. Of course, if something does go wrong, it can only mourn in silence. The oldest was always going to be saved. Possible dangers and always a need to make a trip over to see what's going on. The demonic wolf walked into the Toni Valley, its demonic thoughts spreading out, searching for its third brother's scent. However, its demonic thoughts, which swept through the entire Toni Valley over and over again, did not detect the appearance of an aura that made it familiar. With doubt, it moved its body around and searched the Toni Valley in detail. Shortly afterward, it found the abyss exposed beneath the broken altar. It ran over and looked down above the abyss, yelling into it for a few moments with no response. Has third brother broken the seal? Where did it go? Demon Wolf muttered to himself with doubt. You're looking for your third brother. I know him well. I can take you there. Suddenly a voice rang in the Demon Wolf's ears. It was as if a presence had gotten down by its ear and was talking to it, and one could even feel the sensation of its fur being blown up with the sound. Who? The Demon Wolf's body exploded. Its body's terrifying demonic aura exploded. Its originally soft hair was like a rigid needle that stood upside down, and its pair of green demonic eyes instantly turned blood red, sweeping around with a ferocious aura. Silence. The demonic wolf didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, and likewise no sound responded to it, but that made it feel even more uneasy. There was a ferocious crisis that enveloped it. A dull, low growl came out of the demon wolf's mouth, carrying a warning. Snap. Suddenly, the demon wolf was horrified to feel a pair of claws gently patting the top of its head. There's feeling, but no breath. The representation is horrible. Its head rolled over and it snapped to look in the direction of its back. A large golden face that seemed to reflect with a smile into its blood-red eyes. As it looked, the large golden face transformed into a huge palm and grabbed at it.